Just after being reborn, I was dragged by the school bell to obtain a marriage certificate. Who could possibly understand this, dear family? Lin Shi has returned to the day when he confessed to his childhood sweetheart. In my previous life, I nurtured her into a swan with lavish provisions, yet she became a dish on someone else's table. After finally experiencing a flutter of emotions, you have made me lose so completely. How infuriating. Now, having returned for another chance at life, Lin Shi resolves to close his heart to love. Initially planning to focus solely on amassing wealth, he soon discovers that the circumstances of this life deviate significantly from those of his past. The once thriving company his father managed has now been declared bankrupt. To add insult to injury, it has been sold to the illustrious Su family's eldest daughter in Jiang City, the stunning school belle. The very belle who once targeted him relentlessly now eagerly insists on obtaining a marriage certificate with him. The school belle exhibits a cold exterior, yet harbors warmth within, and Lin Shi quickly uncovers the underlying issues. If you like me, then express it. What is this twisted obsession you possess? As they interact, he realizes that, much like in his previous life, she obstructs his career aspirations. For heaven's sake, we are already married. There is no need for you to treat me as a rival, as you did in the past. The school belle retorts, no way, you shall not escape me. Eventually, Lin Shi learns that all of the school belle's actions stem from a desire to protect him. His demise in a previous life was no mere accident. One fateful day, the school belle inadvertently revealed the truth, leading Lin Shi to understand. Wait a moment, so you two have been reborn. Chapter 1. Just after being reborn, my family goes bankrupt. Receiving your gifts does not equate to accepting your confession. At Jiang City University, at the entrance of the campus. Although it is midday and lunchtime, the entrance is crowded with spectators. In the center of the throng stands Zhou Wanjun, fuming and confronting the young man before her. Lin Shi, do you truly wish to humiliate me in front of everyone? The surrounding students were expressions of mockery, confessing in broad daylight. He must be a real character, fearing that no one noticed. I told you this lovesick fool's confession would fail. You didn't believe me before, but do you now? Spending so much on a phone only to receive a disdainful glance from the goddess. Isn't that the epitome of a clown? Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear. The crowd engages in a cacophony of derision. Yet Lin Shi pays no heed, for he has just realized that he has been reborn. In his previous life, he suffered a devastating emotional blow during university, transforming into a man with a heart encased in cement. After graduation, thanks to the support of an elderly benefactor and his keen business acumen, he eventually established a vast commercial empire. However, had it not been for that woman's interference, his conglomerate would have been listed long ago. With her holding him back, his company, projected to be valued at over $1 trillion, still remains unlisted. Ultimately, he persevered, and success was within reach. Unexpectedly, on the eve of the company's IPO, he succumbed to exhaustion and passed away. Upon opening his eyes again, he finds himself transported back 10 years to the day he confessed to his childhood sweetheart, Zhou Wanjun. Wanjun, look at this desperate fool, brazenly confessing to you in broad daylight just to embarrass you. What use is such a man? If he needs to confess just to give you a phone, does that mean a diamond ring would require marriage? How ridiculous! Zhou Wanjun's friend, Lu Ping, crosses her arms and rolls her eyes, as if Lin Shi owed her a fortune. Wanjun, quickly accept the phone. We still have to go eat together. Zhou Wanjun, standing nearby, considers the validity of this remark. She hesitantly steps forward, her displeasure evident. I will accept the phone, but please do not confess publicly again. I fear Jiang Shaocheng may misunderstand. Lin Shi, hearing this, is both amused and infuriated. What audacity these two possess. Especially Zhou Wanjun, who last year had declared that upon reaching junior year, she would absolutely agree to be his girlfriend if he confessed publicly. She even insisted that it must be in daylight so that more people would know of his affections. How has everything changed now? Oh, it appears she has found someone else. Damn it, the thought makes Lin Shi seethe. In his previous life, he was manipulated by this woman. They were neighbors and childhood companions, and their bond had once been exceptionally strong. They had even made a childhood pact, vowing to marry each other. As Lin Shi grew older, he honored this promise, consistently pursuing and caring for Zhou Wanjun. His father had established a small company, providing a relatively comfortable life. However, Zhou Wanjun's circumstances were starkly different. Her father had succumbed to cancer years prior, leaving the family in substantial debt, causing her life to be exceedingly difficult. In the past, Lin Shi could not bear to see his future wife suffer. Thus, he allocated more than half of his monthly allowance to her, allowing Zhou Wanjun to live a life that did not belong to her. Despite this, the woman showed no gratitude. Instead, she used his money to support another man, Jiang Shaocheng. It was only in his previous life that he discovered their betrayal, finding the two of them in bed together. Returning to the present, Zhou Wanjun has already reached for the phone from the bouquet. Just as her hand is about to touch it, Lin Shi swiftly intervenes, pushing her hand away. Lin Shi, what are you doing? Zhou Wanjun rubs her hand in confusion, unable to comprehend Lin Shi's actions. He had just been gifting her a phone, so why was he now behaving this way? Lin Shi removes the phone from its box and places it into a bag beside him. Who claims this phone is a gift for you? I merely replaced my old phone with a new one. Is that not permissible? Did you not notice earlier? I have no idea which fool placed the phone upon the flower. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was unwilling to be a fool once more. Although this mobile device cost 5 or 6,000 yuan, it was not exorbitant in his eyes. Previously, he allocated over half of his living expenses to Zhou Wanjun, which he had economized from his other funds. Most importantly, this was his money. This woman had previously consumed his resources, leading many to believe she hailed from a prosperous background, while he appeared the impoverished one. Whenever others praised her and belittled him as unworthy of her, Zhou Wanjun feigned ignorance. No explanations nor defenses for him. How had he been so blind to such a woman in the past? Must he witness their intimacy in bed to finally awaken? Zhou Wanjun was perplexed by Lin Shi's sudden shift. Previously, when she rejected him, he would always offer her an apology first. Then, he would buy her gifts as a form of reconciliation. Why the abrupt change today? Regardless, Lin Shi's earlier actions had humiliated her in front of so many. Zhou Wanjun was also incensed, yet she could not display such emotions openly. So she resorted to her usual tactics, instantly adopting a look of grievance. Lin Shi, how could you act this way? Just because I did not agree to be your girlfriend, you treat me like this? You are truly disappointing. With that, her eyes began to redden. Her acting skills were nothing short of remarkable. Her close friend, Liu Ping, stepped forward to defend her. Lin Shi, what is the meaning of this? Is this your way of retaliating against her simply because Wanjun did not acquiesce to your demands? This is clearly the new phone you bought her, and now you concoct excuses to reclaim it. Are you not a man? You are so petty and small-minded. Lin Shi cast a disdainful glance at the square-shaped Liu Ping, who weighed at least 200 pounds, thinking how fortunate he was to have returned to 2013. Had it been 10 years later, this woman would have certainly berated him. No matter how you spin it, whether I am petty or not, as Zhou Wanjun's close friend, you should be well aware. Previously, I felt pity for her and provided her with half of my living expenses, a total of 6,000 yuan. Did she not mention this to you? Upon hearing this, both Zhou Wanjun and Liu Ping's expression shifted. Liu Ping knew that Zhou Wanjun received monthly living expenses from the devoted Lin Shi, but she had never disclosed the amount. She had assumed it was merely a few hundred yuan. Never did she anticipate it would be so substantial. The onlookers were equally astonished, especially those acquainted with Zhou Wanjun, who had previously seen her adorned with expensive jewelry, believed she came from a wealthy family. Lin Shi's attire and lifestyle were quite ordinary, leading them to think he was merely a frog yearning for a swan. Little did they know, the swan was under his care. So, it is thus, this woman is truly formidable. She accepts the benefits from him, yet refuses to be his girlfriend. Is this not an instance of wanting at all? Moreover, 6,000 yuan. If it were given to me, I would call him father every day. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Zhou Wanjun felt utterly humiliated. Lin Shi had gone too far by revealing such matters. She could no longer endure the embarrassment and said to Liu Ping, Ping, do not listen to his nonsense. Jiang Xiaoqian is still waiting for us at the cafeteria. We should take our leave. She felt too ashamed to remain there any longer and hurriedly pulled Liu Ping away. Lin Shi watched them depart, narrowing his eyes. Do not think this will simply be swept under the rug. The days ahead are long, and everything you consume will ultimately be regurgitated. In his previous life, he had longed to do this, but having graduated, seeking repayment from Zhou Wanjun would have been a futile endeavor. However, this life was different. He had ample time to engage with her. Lost in thought, his phone in his pocket suddenly chimed with a familiar ringtone. Old Deng is calling, old Deng is calling. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's emotions became quite intricate. In his previous life, he had been so absorbed in business that he neglected his parents. It was only before their passing that he awakened to his filial duties, but it was too late. After calming himself, Lin Shi finally answered, Hello, Dad. Yet, the voice on the other end fell into silence for half a minute before solemnly stating, Son, our family has gone bankrupt. Chapter 2. Trapped by Old Deng, contracting with the aloof school belle. What? Lin Shi could scarcely believe his ears. What on earth was happening? This was not part of his previous life. Could it possibly be the fabled butterfly effect? Yet, he had only just reincarnated, and aside from having humiliated Zhou Wanjun earlier, he had done nothing else. Where could such a butterfly effect stem from? He certainly did not believe that Zhou Wanjun possessed the power to obliterate his father's company with a mere phone call, like the daughters of noble families depicted in novels. If she truly had such capability, she wouldn't have to accept his monthly allowances and living expenses, nor would they have creditors knocking on their door, demanding repayment. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Lin Shi hastily inquired, Dad, what on earth is going on? Could you be more explicit? In his previous life, he had harbored the regret of not being able to take his billion-dollar conglomerate public before his untimely demise. In this life, he was determined to achieve that goal. With the memories from his past life, he could embark on his journey sooner and strategize effectively, laying the groundwork for his commercial empire. Getting started required his father's financial backing. Even a meager sum would be preferable to the nothingness he faced now. Being bankrupt left him with no prospects. After a moment of silence, his father finally sighed. You'll understand when you get home. I hope you are mentally prepared. Lin Shi was bewildered, but the call had already ended. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to contact his instructor, requesting an extended leave to return home. To expedite his journey, he even took a long-distance taxi. Although his father operated a small company with a decent income, that stability had come only after establishing themselves in their hometown. They had originally belonged to a working-class family. Even now, aside from his father purchasing a house for him in Jiang City, his parents remained in their hometown, the third-tier city of Yinchuan, where his father's company was located. After an hour's journey, Lin Shi finally arrived in Yinchuan and stood beneath his residential complex. A Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance caught his attention. How had the residents of this complex suddenly become so affluent? It was well known that even his father could not afford such a vehicle. However, he did not dwell on it long. He needed to inquire about his father's company, as that was essential for his startup capital. A few minutes later, he arrived at apartment 201 on the second floor. Staring at the closed door, an inexplicable wave of trepidation washed over him, rendering him momentarily hesitant to knock. The reincarnated version of himself felt unprepared to face his parents. Taking a deep breath, he finally rapped on the door. Father, I'm back. Before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open violently, and a burly man seized him and pulled him inside. Lin Shi was taken aback. What was happening? In that instant, he feared he had either knocked on the wrong door or that someone had kidnapped his parents. As he was forcibly brought into the living room, Lin Shi finally took in the scene. The imposing figure was clad in a suit and donned sunglasses, resembling a character straight out of an action film. Miss, I brought him here, he announced. Lin Shi's gaze shifted toward the balcony, where stood a girl dressed in a Dune-inspired dress and knee-high boots. Her attire was somewhat adorable, but what truly captivated him were her elegantly slender legs. Since she was still facing away from him, his mind wandered in endless fantasies about her appearance. However, when the girl turned around, Lin Shi's illusion shattered. He felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. It was not that she was unattractive, quite the contrary. She was exceptionally beautiful, even a campus belle at their university. Her delicate, youthful visage was striking, yet her demeanor exuded an air of aloofness. The contrast between her cold expression and her previous cute ensemble created an alluring yet enigmatic aura. But none of that mattered. What was significant was that he recognized this woman. He would know her even if she turned to ashes. Sushi, how could it be you? Although her features appeared slightly younger, he felt an unmistakable familiarity, as she was his lifelong adversary in his previous life. If it hadn't been for her incessant schemes against him, his company would have gone public long ago. Yet, all of that was beside the point. The real question was why she was in his home. Despite their shared status as alumni, they had rarely interacted, and their encounters had often been marked by her frosty demeanor. And now, she maintained that same icy expression. Perhaps it was her signature look. Regaining his composure, he decisively posed the crucial question, what brings you to my home? For reasons he could not fathom, Lin Shi felt that his father's company's demise was somehow intertwined with this woman. Before he returned home, his father had mentioned that he would understand the reason for the company's downfall upon his return. Now, seeing Sushi in his home only fueled his suspicions. Before Sushi could respond, the bodyguard beside her could no longer contain himself and clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. Kid, speak to my lady with some respect. Sushi, however, raised her hand to halt him, continuing to regard Lin Shi with her cold gaze. I am here specifically to express my gratitude. Lin Shi was taken aback, unable to comprehend why she would thank him. Sensing his confusion, Sushi spoke again. Lin, classmate, your memory seems rather poor. Have you forgotten the incident where I needed help retrieving my necklace from the water? At that moment, a memory resurfaced in his mind. He recalled an encounter from a few days prior, when Sushi had been strolling by the river, and her necklace had snapped, plunging into the water. It seemed to hold great significance for her, prompting her to attempt to retrieve it herself. He had happened upon the scene, and, unable to bear her struggle, had jumped in to assist her. After handing the necklace back to Sushi, she had merely offered a curt thank you and handed him a wad of cash, referring to it as a token of gratitude. He had felt insulted and refused to accept the money, storming off instead. But in his previous life, she had never come to his home. What was going on? Before he could ponder further, his phone buzzed in his pocket with a familiar ringtone. Old Deng was calling. Lin Shi quickly retrieved his phone and answered the call, eager to ascertain the situation. However, before he could utter a word, his mother's voice rang out from the other end. Son, have you met Shi yet? His mother's voice was both familiar and foreign to him, stirring a blend of emotions within. In his previous life, he had been so consumed by work that he had failed to honor his parents in their twilight years, especially since his mother had borne the brunt of family responsibilities, leaving this world before him. Thus, in this new life, he was determined to make amends. While Lin Shi was lost in thought regarding his parents, he suddenly realized something. Wait, Shi? Why did his mother refer to Shi so affectionately? What had he missed? Could it be that their families were somehow related? This seemed implausible. Shi was the daughter of the affluent Su family in Jiang, a far cry from their family standing. Son, why are you silent? His reverie was interrupted by Shi's voice, prompting him to respond with a stiff tone. I've seen her. He did not inquire why his mother was so affectionate. Instead, he immediately broached the matter at hand. By the way, Mom, what exactly is going on with Dad's company? Wasn't it said that I would understand everything upon my return? Yet, I'm still utterly bewildered. So, Shi seemed poised to explain something, but was interrupted by another voice, Lin Xiaoyan's. Actually, the situation isn't all that complicated. It's just that your father poorly managed the business, which led to a rupture in the funding chain a few months ago. Ultimately, despite accruing considerable debt, we could not salvage it, and just a few days ago, we declared bankruptcy. Lin Shi was taken aback. Such an event had never transpired in his previous life. Could it be? He shifted his gaze towards Shi. It couldn't possibly be her doing. She certainly possessed the ability to bring down a small company. Moreover, in his past life, this woman had inexplicably sought to oppose him, repeatedly causing his company distress and leaving him in utter despair. However, his father's enterprise was merely a small one. Logically, she wouldn't even cast it a glance, let alone set such a trap. As he pondered these thoughts, his father's voice broke through once more. But you need not worry, as it was Shi's father who took an interest in our company and acquired it for a substantial sum. Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback and promptly inquired then, Dad, where are you now? Why are you not at home? The reason for his query stemmed from the sound of crashing waves emanating from the other end of the line, which filled him with an uneasy premonition. Your mother and I are currently vacationing in the Maldives, and we intend to travel the world from now on. You just focus on your studies in Jiangcity. Lin Shi was left in a daze. What on earth was happening? Although he resided far from his hometown, living in a house in Jiangcity, he returned nearly every week. Today was Tuesday, and it had only been 2 days since he was last home. Yet his parents had suddenly vanished to the Maldives. What about Shi? Lowering his voice, Lin Shi inquired, fully aware that the other party was not truly expressing gratitude. Contemplating this, Lin Xiaotian cleared his throat and countered, cough, son. Can you guess why we have the funds for our world travels? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi connected the dots. Right, his father's company had been acquired. Logically, they should be burdened with debt. How could they possibly have the means or inclination to travel? After ruminating for a while, without arriving at any conclusions, he responded in jest, You didn't sell me off, did you? Surprisingly, you are correct. Lin Xiaotian replied. When Shi's father acquired my company, there was a prerequisite condition. You were to sign a stock transfer contract with Shi. You did stamp your seal on it. You haven't forgotten, have you? Suddenly, Lin Shi realized something and couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn it, old Deng, you set me up? Chapter 3. Dragged away by the beautiful school belle to obtain a marriage certificate. Upon reflection, Lin Shi discovered that the events of this life had diverged from those of his past just days prior. Last weekend, while at home, old Deng had mentioned transferring some funds for the company, intending to purchase a small villa in Jiangxing for him. However, the company had yet to receive all the funds, thus preventing a full cash purchase. He needed to sign a loan agreement and several transfer contracts. At that time, he had been overjoyed. Who wouldn't want a grand house? Thus, without a second thought, Lin Shi affixed his signature to several contracts, not even glancing at the contents. After all, his father would take care of the repayments. Little did he know that those were not loan contracts, but rather his own indenture. As a former business mogul, he was acutely aware that such stock transfer agreements were far more insidious than standard labor contracts. Presently, he was a partner in Shi's company. If he was not mistaken, the contract contained numerous stipulations, including how many years he must work and what he was required to do, with severe penalties for breach. Most importantly, this held legal weight, rendering it more unscrupulous than a labor contract. It was not that Lin Shi could not endure the hardships of working for someone else. It was simply a matter of whom he was working for. He had no desire to toil alongside a former adversary. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Xiaoyan's voice resounded again. How can you say that your father has set you up? Shi is a wonderful girl, and your future is bright with her. Remember to treat her well. I'm off the surf now, so I'll hang up. Wait, Lin Shi had many more questions, but the line had already disconnected with a busy tone. At that moment, his expression was as grim as if he had just ingested something vile. Particularly after his father's last remark, treat her well? Was he referring to Su Shi? She was the daughter of the Su family, and with his current status, he would hardly catch her eye. There were many suitors vying for her attention. How could it possibly be him? Lin Shi, gazing at the still frosty Su Shi, he could not resist a sarcastic retort. Miss Su, so this gratitude is for acquiring my father's company? Well, I must extend my thanks to you. Even though Lin Shi was reluctant to accept it, the fact that his father's company had been acquired was undeniable. Yet, he subconsciously felt that this was all somehow connected to Su Shi. Otherwise, how could one explain her prompting him to sign a contract? Perhaps having been burned in his previous life by Su Shi, he had grown wary. Since the illustrious school belle had gotten her way, he now requested her to vacate his home. Upon hearing this, Su Shi chuckled lightly, her beautiful eyes blinking. Lin, classmate, perhaps your father forgot to mention that I have already purchased this house. Therefore, this is my home. Ha! At that moment, Lin Shi was genuinely infuriated to the point of laughter. What on earth was old Dang up to, suddenly engaging in such bewildering actions? All right, this is your home. Is it? Then I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to exit the room. He simply wished to distance himself from this woman. After all, whether in his previous life or this one, encountering Su, she had never brought him good fortune. However, just as he reached the door and pulled it open, a bodyguard behind him pushed the door shut again. You cannot leave yet. You must accompany me to a certain place today. What place? Su Shi did not respond, but instructed the bodyguard to escort him downstairs, where they entered a luxurious Rolls-Royce. Before long, the car came to a halt. Get out. Su Shi exited first, and Lin Shi followed suit. Yet, as soon as he stepped out of the car, he was left dumbfounded to see that they had arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. What are you bringing me here for? I am here to obtain a marriage certificate. To make you mine. Suon se stati di expressionisli. What? Huh? What did you say? Why? Lin Shi could hardly believe his ears, feeling as if he were hallucinating. The belle of Jiang City University, the esteemed daughter of the Su family, and a future board member of a Fortune 500 company, would willingly seek a marriage certificate with him. Could anyone believe that? Most importantly, in his previous life, Su Shi had consistently targeted him, seemingly harboring malice towards him. What could possibly explain this sudden proposal? Miss Su, are you joking with me? Right? You must be. Lin Shi still clung to a shred of hope, but Su Shi's actions quickly dispelled it. She reached in her bag and produced 2 small red booklets. I even brought the household register. Do you think I'm joking with you? Su Shi handed one of the household registers to Lin Shi, who took it and immediately flipped it open. In the next instant, he nearly blacked out, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Because that household registration book belongs to their family, and since it ended up in Su Shi's hands, it must be attributed to her father's influence. I cannot agree to this. How could Lin Shi possibly acquiesce to such an absurdity, let alone tie the knot with his future commercial adversary? It seemed as if she anticipated his retort, for Su Shi's voice, reminiscent of the chilling winds of winter, resonated softly. Your disagreement is inconsequential. After all, we have signed a marriage contract. Should you breach it, there will be penalties. At this juncture, Su Shi extended her delicate fingers, one by one, raising them in a deliberate manner. It was only upon the 5th finger being raised that she articulated the figure, 5 million. Lin Shi felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had initially thought he was merely signing documents related to a property transfer. He had not anticipated that the marriage contract was concealed within. The specifics of the marriage contract remained unclear to him. The key point was that he had signed at least 5 or 6 places. Surely, not all of them could be contracts designed to entrap him. Observing Lin Shi's grim expression, Su Shi realized she needed just a final push and continued to enumerate the consequences of breach. This is merely the lightest consequence. Do not forget, you also signed a share transfer agreement, which pertains to a heavily indebted company. If I cease funding the company, you will become a debtor. Given your shareholding, you would owe an additional 5 million. Do you truly believe you could repay that? Lin Shi's countenance darkened as he absorbed her words, and he eventually managed to respond with difficulty. Of course. After a prolonged silence, he forced a harmless smile towards Su Shi. Of course I can't repay it. Su Shi, let us just hurry and get the certificate. What a farce. This amounted to a total of 10 million. Even though he possessed a keen business acumen, it required time for strategy, and he could not possibly amass such a sum in the short term. Furthermore, this woman had effectively acquired his father's company, indirectly aiding them in repaying their debts. To his parents, it would be seen as a gesture of goodwill towards their family. Connecting the dots, He considered that it was his father who had given the household registration book to Su Shi, leading him to believe that his parents had already consented, perhaps suggesting that obtaining a certificate was not such a grave matter. In his previous life, he had been wounded by the likes of Zhou Wanjun, which had deterred him from marrying and having children, becoming a source of concern for his parents. They would frequently call him, alternating between inquiring about his well-being and urging him to marry, all of which he had deftly deflected. Although he was uncertain how Su Shi had persuaded his parents, Lin Shi felt this was the outcome they had longed for. Therefore, even if it meant marrying an enemy, it seemed of little consequence. However, he appeared to have no alternative. Since he had no intention of remarrying in this lifetime, he could only acquiesce to Su Shi for now. At worst, he could repay the breach of contract with future wealth, thereby liberating himself from Su Shi's grasp. Since you are in agreement, let us not squander any more time. Let's proceed. Su Shi maintained her icy demeanor and began to walk towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Shi, resigned, followed behind, unaware that a subtle smile had graced Su Shi's lips. Assure, you are finally mine. When they emerged half an hour later, each held a small booklet, the freshly minted marriage certificate. Lin Shi opened the certificate and was momentarily taken aback. The photograph displayed both of them. He was astonished to see Su Shi wearing a sweet smile. Chapter 4. Astonishment. To meet the school flower's parents? This was the first time in all his acquaintance with Su Shi that he witnessed her display such a delightful smile. Of course, this long time referred to his previous life. Back then, he had encountered numerous obstacles set by Su Shi, leading to multiple discussions with her. Although this young lady had graciously agreed to meet him each time, her expression was always one of disdain, often accompanied by a cold smirk, never resembling the innocent sweetness captured in this photograph. As for his own expression in the picture, it was somewhat unbecoming, devoid of emotion. His eyes bore a reluctant glint, starkly contrasting with the sweet girl beside him. Yet, his current demeanor was akin to Su Shi's usual countenance, as if their roles had been reversed. Su Shi's smile seemed to possess a contagious quality, prompting Lin Shi to steal an extra glance at the photo. Just as he became engrossed, a strand of hair brushed against his face, followed by Su Shi's voice. What are you looking at? Lin Shi turned slightly, only to discover Su Shi had inched closer, her exquisite face so near that he could detect the fragrance of her hair. In that moment, Lin Shi felt a sudden fluster. Perhaps it was due to lingering too long on the photograph of Su Shi that he felt a twinge of embarrassment, forcing a sheepish grin to mask his discomfort. You look quite lovely when you smile, huh? Yet, Su Shi remained as aloof as ever, causing Lin Shi's smile to falter. He inwardly lamented how this madwoman possessed absolutely no emotional intelligence. Recovering from his awkward grin, Lin Shi posed a critical question. By the way, Su Schoolflower, why must you insist on marrying me? Our statuses are simply not compatible. In his earlier astonishment, he had completely forgotten to inquire about this matter. In the presence of this young lady, he felt utterly inconsequential. Why would she suddenly choose to marry him? Su Shi paused for a moment before candidly responding. Would you believe me if I said I wanted to thank you? After all, that necklace was a gift from my mother on my coming-of-age ceremony, and it holds great significance for me. Upon finishing her statement, she turned to Lin Shi, who was making a face that seemed to convey, "Do you expect me to believe that?" However, Su Shi appeared disinclined to elaborate further, leaving him with a final remark. Believe it or not. With that, she glided away towards the waiting car. Lin Shi stood rooted to the spot, feeling as though this woman was as infuriating as she had been in his previous life. Having completed the formalities, he had intended to hail a cab back to Jiang City. However, just a short distance away, Su Shi turned back to remind him, "What are you standing there for? Don't you want to return to Jiang City?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shi hurriedly followed, thinking it foolish to pass up a free ride in a luxury vehicle. Once seated in the car, Su Shi instructed the driver, "To Jiang City." Upon hearing this destination, Lin Shi realized that Su Shi was not from this area, but rather from Jiang City. Did this mean her visit to Jiang City was solely to marry him? After all, this was his hometown, and any marriage certificate would have to be processed here. Lin Shi contemplated asking Su Shi about it, but remembering her evasive response moments ago, he swallowed the question. During the journey back, Lin Shi felt his phone vibrating in his pocket once more. Buzz, buzz. He took it out to see who had been messaging him incessantly. To his surprise, it was none other than Zhou Wanjun, the woman who had rejected him earlier that day. What was more astonishing was that she had sent him 52 messages. Lin Shi initially did not wish to read them, but then he heard Su Shi's voice beside him. "Is this your girlfriend? It appears that she is quite concerned about you, having sent you so many messages." Su Shi's voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet Lin Shi sensed a palpable tension enveloping the car. Nonetheless, the thought that he had just acquired a marriage certificate with Su Shi thus rendering them officially husband and wife, lingered in his mind. However, it felt oddly disconcerting when Su Shi mentioned him having a girlfriend. No, she is not. I do not have a girlfriend. Lin Shi vehemently denied 3 times. Perhaps it was a psychological response. He believed that if he truly had a girlfriend at this juncture, it would be tantamount to infidelity. Observing Lin Shi's fervent denials, a subtle smile graced Su's lips. I was merely inquiring, why are you so flustered? After that, she seemed to wish to divert the conversation, pointing to Lin Shi's phone screen and asking, but why do you have this person saved as little cutie? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi glanced at his phone again and indeed found that he had saved Zhou Wanjun's contact as little cutie, accompanied by a smiley emoji. At a loss for a suitable explanation, he concocted a flimsy excuse. Actually, that nickname is rather derogatory. I only realized her true nature this afternoon, hence the change. He added, of course, I think blocking her would be even better. With that, Lin Shi decisively added this woman to his blacklist, opting for out of sight, out of mind. If he wasn't mistaken, the messages Zhou Wanjun had sent him were undoubtedly a barrage of inquiries along with demands for her phone back. Having pursued Zhou Wanjun for so many years, he was quite familiar with her ways. Whenever she overstepped, and he, as her suitor, expressed irritation, she would only become more incensed, often resorting to emotional manipulation, compelling him to comfort her and quell her anger. Her ultimate tactic was to ignore him for a time, igniting his insecurities and drawing him back and to placate her. However, that was the mindset of his youth. Now he had fortified his heart against love, vowing never to fall for another woman. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, his abrupt decision to block her had caused Su Shi's eyes to crescent into a smile. At Jiang University, within the campus confines, Zhou Wanjun, currently attending a professional class, found herself utterly disinterested in the lecture. With her head bowed over her phone, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger. She was infuriated that Lin Shi had yet to respond with an apology. Did he not fear her silence? In truth, Zhou Wanjun was perplexed. Just earlier that afternoon, Lin Shi had professed his feelings so earnestly, and she had merely rejected him publicly. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. He had even concocted an excuse to avoid delivering her the latest model of the Guozi phone. It was utterly outrageous. Even more infuriating was Lin Shi's public declaration of providing her with a monthly allowance of 6,000 yuan. While this was indeed true, his choice to announce it in front of everyone seemed to invite disdain. Was he seeking to be branded an ingrate? After all, who pursues a woman without spending money? She had graciously afforded him the opportunity to spend on her, and wasn't that a sign of her regard? Did he truly expect to reap benefits without investment? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She had anticipated that Lin Shi would swiftly recognize his mistake, proactively message her to apologize, and then return her phone. However, after several hours of waiting, no message of remorse arrived. Left with no choice, Zhou Wanjun had to lower her pride and inquire whether he had realized his fault. Still, there was no reply. Even after she had threatened to cease all communication should he fail to respond, her words seemingly fell on deaf ears. Had this been before, he would have been eager to apologize and soothe her. Stupid straight man. Does he truly think I am a mere plaything? Zhou Wanjun muttered under her breath before crafting a message on her phone. Lin Shi, I am giving you one last chance. If you do not apologize by tomorrow morning, I will move out of your house. Ultimately, she pressed send, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. Lin Shi, startled, she sprang to her feet, drawing the attention of her fellow students, who turned to observe her. Under the weight of so many gazes, she felt her face flush with heat, hastily retreating to her seat with her head bowed. Over an hour later, Lin Shi and Su Shi had arrived in Jiangxing. It was then that Lin Shi noticed the vehicle's route was not headed toward the university, but rather to an unfamiliar destination. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Su Shi, where are we headed? Home. Huh? Lin Shi was taken aback, initially thinking they were going to the Su family home, which sent a wave of anxiety through him. Had he unknowingly entered into a marriage with Su Shi, only to meet her parents? Chapter 5. What? The school belle wants to cohabit with me. Yet, Lin Shi felt utterly unprepared for such a scenario. What if Su Shi's parents questioned him about his intentions in marrying their daughter? How would he respond? He couldn't possibly admit to being coerced. While Lin Shi was lost in these thoughts, the scenery outside shifted as the car entered a villa district in Jiangxing. He recalled that this was the largest villa area in the city, home not only to some corporate moguls, but also to a number of prominent families. The disparity between the two was stark. While company owners varied in stature, the affluent families were uniformly powerful. At this moment, Lin Shi was certain that Su Shi intended for him to meet her parents. Suonse, isn't it a bit premature to meet your parents so soon after just getting to know each other? Su Shi shot him a glance, her tone slightly irked. We are already married. Isn't it quite normal for you to meet my parents? Besides, I've already met yours. After hearing this, Lin Shi found some merit in her argument, though he still grappled with how to face the situation. With a heart full of trepidation, the car finally came to a stop in front of an opulent mansion. Once outside, Su Shi urged Lin Shi, who remained in the vehicle, "You're not scared, are you?" Her words ignited Lin Shi's competitive spirit, and he quickly straightened his clothes, opening the door to exit from the right rear seat. He walked ahead of Su Shi, striding toward the mansion. Scared? What nonsense! Upon reaching the door, Lin Shi straightened his attire once more, preparing to knock. However, after several attempts, there was no response from within. What is going on? Just then, Su Shi approached from behind. In the next moment, she placed her hand on the fingerprint lock, and with a beep, she decisively pushed the door open. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. In 2013, not only did they reside in a villa, but they also possessed a highly advanced fingerprint lock. As he stepped into the vacant villa, Lin Shi inquired, "Are uncle and aunt not home?" With that, he followed Su Shi inside the villa. The lights remained off, clearly indicating that no one else was present. No longer teasing him, Su Shi revealed the truth. "Actually, my family does not reside here. This mansion is meant for you." "For me?" Lin Shi pointed at himself, somewhat incredulous. Was this woman truly this generous? "Do you recall the contracts that Dad asked you to print last week? Among them was a property transfer agreement." Su Shi explained with an impassive expression, while Lin Shi felt as though he might explode. "Just after obtaining our marriage certificate, you've already involved my father in this matter, while I'm still grappling with the idea of uncles and aunts." Though internally astonished, he managed to suppress his emotions, resolutely refusing to show any sign of weakness before this woman. In his previous life, he was a business mogul. However, at present, he was merely a moderately affluent youth, utterly bewildered by Su Shi's audacity. Most perplexing was his ignorance of Su Shi's intentions. To suggest she desired him seemed ludicrous, as they had yet to cross paths in the realm of business. Moreover, it was inconceivable that she had developed feelings for him, given they had only met a handful of times in their lifetimes. As he pondered, Su Shi's voice interrupted his thoughts once more. "Although I haven't introduced you to my parents today, it doesn't mean it will always be this way. This weekend, we'll visit the Yunding Villa area where my parents reside. They are currently out of town and not in Jiangcity." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Jiangcity boasted even more expensive locales, specifically the Yunding villas Su Shi mentioned. Only families of high social standing could afford properties there. Moreover, the expanse of land was substantial, producing not mere villas but grand estates. Yet, in his previous life, he had been developing his career in the capital. Thus, his understanding of the processing industry remained somewhat nebulous. Noticing Lin Shi lost in thought, Su Shi continued, "From today onward, this place will be your home, and likewise, it will be mine." Startled by her words, Lin Shi instinctively blurted out, "Huh? You mean we're going to live together?" Suwon stepped closer, her demeanor calm as she countered, "We are already married. Is cohabitation not permissible?" Lin Shi found himself at a loss for words, recognizing that they had indeed obtained a legal marriage certificate, making cohabitation seemingly acceptable. Yet, the suitability of his cohabitant was another matter entirely. He had no desire to share living quarters with an adversary. Previously, he had been on the cusp of launching his group, only to have Su Shi thwart him for several years. At that time, the Su family's influence had stretched from Jiangcity to the capital, rendering them one of the most formidable forces in the country, capable of suppressing his enterprise. For reasons unknown, Su Shi had eventually spared him. However, on the eve of the IPO, Lin Shi had succumbed to exhaustion, perishing with regrets before being reborn. Thus, he held no fondness for Su Shi even now. "What is the matter? Are you truly intimidated?" Su Shi's challenge prompted Lin Shi to shrug nonchalantly. "What a joke. If anyone should be afraid of living together, it ought to be you. I have nothing to lose." Despite his bravado, Lin Shi felt a twinge of anxiety. In his previous life, he had never held a girl's hand, including that of Zhou Wanjun. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself on the verge of cohabitation with a woman. Observing Lin Shi's outwardly nonchalant demeanor, Su Shi inched closer once again, causing him to instinctively retreat. "What are you up to?" With a playful smile, Su Shi's eyes glinted mischievously. "Oh, nothing much. Just a reminder that if we're to live together, we must share a room, a bed, and stop." Lin Shi interjected, hastily issuing a declaration. "Let me clarify. We've only just met, with no emotional foundation whatsoever. We must absolutely maintain separate rooms. If you disagree, I will simply return to my dormitory." Su Shi did not press the issue, recognizing that she too was unprepared for such an arrangement. Her earlier comments had merely been in jest. "In that case, I shall occupy the upstairs bedroom, while you will reside downstairs." Lin Shi had no objections and replied, I have some matters to attend to this evening, so I will head back to school for now. Even if he lacked feelings for Su Shi, they were legally married, and it was courteous to inform her of his departure. Not to mention, this woman was his employer. Su Shi seemed to recollect something, her tone turning somewhat frosty. Why do you need to go to school tonight when you have no classes? Feeling irritated by her overstepping, Lin Shi retorted, that is none of your concern. I will be staying in the dormitory tonight and 1T be returning. Determined to rectify the regrets of his past life, he aimed to re-establish his own company and climb to the pinnacle of success. Despite the differences in his current circumstances compared to his previous life, he was confident in his abilities and experience, believing success was within reach. Furthermore, given that he was now legally married to Su Shi, there was no reason for her to impede his ambitions. As he contemplated this, Su Shi's disapproving voice broke through his thoughts. No, you cannot go. Why not? Lin Shi inquired, perplexed. Instead of answering, Su Shi merely countered with a question of her own. Are you in such a hurry to go to school that you intend to apologize to that woman? For reasons unknown. Lin Shi felt a flicker of jealousy at her words. Yet, he quickly dismissed it, realizing she likely did not harbor genuine feelings for him, thus finding no reason to be envious. Most likely, she was a strong-willed woman who believed that since they were married, he should not pursue other women. Suddenly, Lin Shi had a realization. Wait, how do you know about this? Why were you pretending not to know earlier in the car? I was merely teasing you. I not only know about that, but I also know that your confession at noon was unsuccessful. Moreover, Dad purchased a house for you in Jiangcity, which Zhou Wanjun is currently occupying, hence your choice to stay in the dormitory. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi was left utterly stunned. He suddenly recollected that the house his father had bought in Jiangcity had never been his residence. Previously, he had relinquished it to Zhou Wanjun, who had complained about her noisy roommates in the dormitory, prompting him to offer her the house while he opted for dormitory life. At that moment, Lin Shi could not help but facepalm, lamenting how he could have been so foolish. Though it was not entirely fair to say he was wrong. After all, true love is never a fault. The one in the wrong should be Zhou Wanjun. She had reveled in the affections of her suitors, providing just enough hope to extract continual benefits without ever truly committing. It was her indecisiveness that had allowed her to manipulate him so thoroughly. Before his rebirth, Lin Shi had already begun to grasp this reality, but his trust in their childhood bond had led him to believe she would eventually return to him. Little did he know, she had long since set her sights elsewhere while using his resources to support her whims. Enough is enough. Su Shi, I do not mention this. I would have forgotten entirely. Once I have the time, I will reclaim that house. Though he was kind-hearted, he would not willingly be taken advantage of. He resolved to speak with the property management tomorrow, demanding they evict Zhou Wanjun from the house. Why wait until tomorrow? Can't you take action today? Su Shi interjected once more, catching Lin Shi slightly off guard. Why do you seem more eager than I am to oust Zhou Wanjun from the house? As Lin Shi had yet to finish his explanation, Su Shi interjected, It's fine. I will find someone specialized to handle it, as long as you remain resolute. Resolute? My heart is currently colder than the 10 years spent slaughtering chickens at the Run Fa. Lin Shi retorted. If you can assist me in this matter, I will be most grateful. After uttering these words, Lin Shi seemed to recall something and reiterated, regardless of the circumstances, I must return to school today. As I indeed have matters to attend to, he had anticipated that Su Shi would attempt to dissuade him, but to his surprise, she nodded in agreement. Then you should go back. I will take care of the house issue. He could not shake the feeling that, although Su Shi maintained her usual impassive demeanor, a hint of joy tinged her tone. Naturally, Lin Shi ultimately dismissed it as a mere illusion. Just as he was about to leave the villa, Su Shi called out to him, Wait. Lin Shi halted and turned to inquire, Is there anything else, miss? To his astonishment, she approached him, her face revealing a shyness he had never witnessed before. I have promised to help you reclaim the house. Shouldn't you reward me? What reward? Lin Shi asked, bewildered. Yet Su Shi, with her delicate fingers pressed against her lips, urged, Kiss me. At Jiangcity University, the afternoon bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Zhou Wanjun remained a daze, unable to comprehend why Lin Shi had blocked her. How dare he? That infuriating Lin Shi. And here she was hoping to offer him an apology, but now he could forget it. Just wait. I will no longer pay you any mind. Even if I regret it later, your gifts of apology will be of no use. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she failed to notice the steps ahead. And suddenly, her ankle twisted. She exclaimed, tumbling to the ground. Wanjun, Lu Ping, who was nearby, rushed over to help her up. What happened? You didn't see those high steps? Lu Ping said, supporting her to a nearby bench. By the way, what was going on with you this afternoon? You seem out of sorts. Did something happen? Zhou Wanjun struggled to find an appropriate response, feeling embarrassed about being blocked by Lin Shi. Lu Ping, her close friend, was well aware of how indulgent Lin Shi usually was towards her. Even when she was at fault, he would take the blame upon himself. She had often recounted to her friend how Lin Shi would cherish her for a lifetime, even if she married someone else. Yet, Lin Shi's sudden change in demeanor at noon, treating her with such coldness, felt like a slap in the face. Noticing Zhou Wanjun's distressed expression, Lu Ping recalled the events of noon and couldn't help but ask again, is it because of Lin Shi? Although Zhou Wanjun remained silent, Lu Ping interpreted her silence as confirmation. Sensing her friend's discontent, Lu Ping softened her tone and advised, men like him, those who are overly eager, often harbor unrealistic fantasies. Refusing him at noon was the right choice. He thinks he can win you over with just a phone as a gift. It's as if he expects to take advantage of you. After all, you aren't lacking in money. You could buy a phone for yourself. Lu Ping believed that while Zhou Wanjun was not from a wealthy family, her background was certainly more affluent than the average person. She had observed how generous Zhou Wanjun was, with her family even purchasing a house for her in Jiang City. They had met in their freshman year and began as roommates. But within a week, Zhou Wanjun had moved out, claiming her poor sleep quality necessitated a home closer to school. It was important to note that they were in a provincial capital, where housing prices were no small matter, especially near the university. Lin Shi thought he could win Zhou Wanjun's affection with just a phone, a notion utterly absurd. Lu Ping viewed Lin Shi as someone attempting to leverage a woman's background to climb to greater heights. Yet she had to admit, this infatuated suitor was quite devoted. He had always been attentive to Zhou Wanjun, but wasn't that merely his duty? Allowing him the opportunity to express himself was already a concession. Lu Ping firmly believed that Zhou Wanjun and Jiang Xiaochen were a better match. Lin Shi ought to be the guardian of their love, not an unwelcome third party seeking to intrude. Wanjun, from an objective standpoint, you should be magnanimous and choose to forgive Lin Shi. That way, he can continue to invest in you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjun seemed to be struck by something, and her anger flared. But he hasn't even sent me a message or come to apologize in person. Lu Ping was taken aback, her plump lips curling in disbelief. He hasn't apologized yet. What a petty man. In the past, regardless of fault, Lin Shi would have been the first to approach Zhou Wanjun to apologize, often accompanied by gifts. Even if he couldn't come immediately, he would have sent a flurry of apologetic messages along with a promise to make amends later. Yet today, after committing such a faux pas at noon, he had yet to offer any form of contrition by the afternoon. Did he no longer wish to pursue Zhou Wanjun? This thought flickered in Lu Ping's mind before being swiftly dismissed. Such a scenario was impossible. Lin Shi had pursued her for so long, he could never simply give up. However, unbeknownst to her, the so-called devoted suitor had not only given up, but had also blocked Zhou Wanjun. At this moment, Lu Ping still hoped that Lin Shi would remain devoted to Zhou Wanjun, as it would bring her numerous benefits. For instance, every time he brought snacks for Zhou Wanjun, she would share some with Lu Ping. Thus, Lu Ping felt compelled to counsel her friend. Isn't it just a rejection of his confession? Why make it awkward for everyone? Wanjun, you don't need to be upset over a man like him. He should come to apologize tomorrow. Perhaps he is selecting a gift to present you as a surprise. Just keep your mind at ease. With that, Lu Ping chose to shift the topic. Wanjun, didn't you invite me and Jiang Xiaochen over for dinner tonight? Let's hurry. When Lu Ping mentioned Jiang Xiaochen, Zhou Wanjun immediately set aside her displeasure. Then let us hurry. We don't want to keep him waiting. Chapter 7. The private photo of the campus beauty. Zhou Wanjun nodded slightly and stood up. However, the next second, she winced in pain and sat back down on the bench. Wanjun, are you all right? Upon hearing Lu Ping's concern, Zhou Wanjun shook her head. No, it's nothing. I just need to rest a bit. Then I will call Jiang Xiaochen and let him know to wait a moment. Okay. Half an hour later, with Lu Ping's assistance, Zhou Wanjun slowly exited the school gates. Wanjun, why did it take you so long? Is your ankle feeling better? At that moment, a neatly dressed young man in a crisp shirt and gold-rimmed glasses approached. It was Jiang Xiaochen, his face a mask of concern. Yet, Zhou Wanjun felt a twinge of annoyance. During that half hour, he hadn't even come to check on her. This inevitably reminded her of Lin Shi. In the past, whenever she accidentally twisted her ankle or suffered any other injury, he would always procure medicine for her. He would tenderly apply the ointment himself, demonstrating an unwavering attentiveness. However, she seemed to detect a hint of impatience in Jiang Xiaochen's eyes, as if he felt they had been waiting too long. Yet, since Jiang Xiaochen did not outwardly express these sentiments, instead wearing a look of concern, Zhou Wanjun concluded that perhaps she was overthinking things. Let us go, Wanjun. I'll assist you to the roadside to hail a cab. An hour passed. The three of them, laden with takeout and bags of snacks, arrived at the foot of the Guanghui community. This was a neighborhood where Lin Shi resided, though in the eyes of Lu Ping and Jiang Shaoqian, Zhou Wanjun was the true owner of the place. After resting a bit longer while waiting for their food, her ankle felt considerably better. She no longer required assistance, and was even able to carry her takeout. Just as she was about to enter through a small side gate, they were halted by the security guard. "Hello, the west gate is currently off limits. Please proceed to the east gate and swipe your access card to enter." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaoqian and Lu Ping exchanged bewildered glances with Zhou Wanjun. She furrowed her brow, wondering why this gate was now restricted. The west gate was typically a convenient passage for residents, unencumbered by card access. Why the sudden change? Had something occurred nearby, prompting stricter entry regulations? She had lived here for 2 or 3 years, so the security guard should recognize her. "Sir, you know I pass through here daily. I am a resident of this community. Could you please make an exception?" However, the guard appeared troubled. "I'm afraid I cannot. This is a directive from higher management, and there is a camera monitoring this area. If I were to let you in, I might lose my job." With no alternative, Zhou Wanjun sighed in resignation. "Fine. Let us just walk to the east gate. I happen to have my access card with me." Given the burden of her belongings and the slight discomfort in her ankle, she genuinely wished to avoid the detour, yet had no choice in the matter. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wanjun and her companions, as soon as they departed, another resident passed through the small gate without hindrance. Minutes later, they finally reached the main entrance. Not wanting to place the food on the ground, Zhou Wanjun struggled to retrieve her access card, taking half a minute to produce it for swiping. She anticipated the door would open immediately, but instead, the card reader emitted a sound. "Beep beep, access card invalid. What is going on?" Meanwhile, Lin Shi had already arrived at the campus from the villa area. He had taken a taxi, initially intending for Shi to have the driver drop her off at the campus, but he had firmly declined. The reason being, such an act would attract undue attention and potential complications. As for any overt advances towards Shi, that was certainly not on the agenda. He believed she was merely toying with him, as she had during their previous life, and he harbored no illusions that she would hold any fondness for him in this lifetime. Today, he had come to the school with the intent of using his computer in the dormitory to develop software. Why not work at the villa? It was simple. He feared that Shi would thwart his efforts. The shadows of past experiences loomed large, even though they were not enemies in this life. He had discerned her obsessive tendencies during their interactions that afternoon. Her frequent references to contracts clearly indicated her desire to exert control over him. Thus, he needed to clandestinely earn money, so he could eventually liberate himself, with little regard for any breach of contract. Minutes later, Lin Shi had just returned to his dormitory when his roommates swarmed around him. The gossipy Housie was quick to inquire, "Lin, what is the verdict? Did your queen forgive you?" The others wore expressions of eager anticipation, awaiting Lin Shi's response. To them, it was evident that his request for leave that afternoon was a strategic maneuver to procure a gift and seek Zhou Wanjun's forgiveness. He had done so before, and they were hardly surprised. Above all, they were curious if the goddess of Lin Shi's heart had indeed granted him forgiveness. As Lin Shi pondered how to respond, the ever-enthusiastic Lao Luo interjected with a compliment. "I must say, Lin, you've shown remarkable improvement. This afternoon, after being rebuffed, you didn't even throw your phone away. Quite a moment of true masculinity." "Yes, there has been progress," echoed several others in agreement. Yet, they were fully aware that he must have sent it again that afternoon. Otherwise, Zhou Wanjun would certainly not have forgiven him. As their thoughts lingered on this, Lin Shi's next words left them astounded. "There is no forgiveness because I didn't apologize." What? The other 5 in the dormitory could not contain their astonishment. In the next moment, Housie even placed his hand on Lin Shi's forehead, perplexed. "You're not feverish, are you? Why are you spouting such nonsense? Lin, you must be joking, right? You've been such a devoted admirer. How could you suddenly be so resolute?" Lin Shi understood that his sudden shift in demeanor was indeed suspicious, so he concocted an excuse. After a moment of emotional preparation, he feigned indignation. "What farce love is! I've come to see through it. Zhou Wanjun has long since given her heart to another. Yet here I am, knocking on a door that will never open. Damn!" His declaration illuminated a realization among his peers. "Lin, you've finally seen the light. We've been telling you all along that she doesn't truly care for you. She merely dangles you along for her own benefit. You used to be willing to play the fool, but it's not too late to turn back now," Lao Luo asserted, followed by Housie offering consolation. "Lao Luo is right. There are countless flowers in the world. Why fixate on just one? With your qualities, Lin, you can surely find a girl far better than Zhou Wanjun." They believed Lin Shi had endured considerable internal conflict and torment before arriving at this challenging decision. Typically, Lin Shi treated them well, and the camaraderie among their dormitory was strong, prompting them to offer words of encouragement. "Indeed, Lin, it's just a woman. Qin Yuepeng juggle 7 or 8 admirers simultaneously and have become quite the wolf. If any of them dare show me disdain, I simply withdraw my affections for a time, making them anxious and ultimately begging for my attention. As Qin Yuepeng spoke, a smug smile graced his face, eliciting a desire among the others to give him a good kick. Lin, don't listen to old Qin's ramblings. He hasn't managed to win over a single girl yet and remains a perpetual bachelor. Lao Luo's words struck a nerve, leaving Qin Yuepeng somewhat embarrassed. Who says I'm a bachelor? I've already tasted the fruit. The group exchanged playful banter, their intentions to lighten Lin Shi's burden evident. Deep down, he felt a swell of gratitude. In his previous life, when Zhou Wanjun had shattered his heart in his senior year, it was these very friends who had consoled him, helping him navigate through that painful chapter. If not for them, it would have been exceedingly difficult to move on from that relationship. Unfortunately, after achieving success in his career, he found it challenging to reconnect with those brothers from the past. The world had changed irreversibly. Lao Luo had struggled to make ends meet domestically and eventually moved abroad, losing all contact. Haozi had succumbed to road rage while driving, resulting in both of them ending up in the emergency room. Tragically, it was Haozi who did not survive. Lin Shi's fate was no less dire. He had faced severe consequences after being caught engaging in online flirtations, leading to a brutal confrontation that left him injured. However, until the moment old Qin's leg was broken, he remained oblivious to the fact that the woman had a family. Alas, the vicissitudes of life are indeed unpredictable. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel that these occurrences were far too coincidental. Why did calamity seem to befall only those around him? In the end, he too succumbed to an unexpected demise just prior to the company's IPO. Could it possibly be the result of someone's machinations? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Shi gently shook his head, dismissing the notion as mere overthinking. He was not a person of great significance. Surely no one would expend effort to orchestrate his downfall. Henceforth, he resolved to awaken to a heart encased in cement, vowing to pursue his own ambitions while still in the prime of his youth. This declaration was meant to prepare his companions for the future, where he would elevate them alongside him. Little did he know, this very statement would soon incite their profound disdain. Subsequently, Lin Shi ceased his idle chatter. He climbed into his bed and opened his laptop, intent on developing software that would eclipse anything from the future. Yet, before commencing his work, he first perused his phone to reacquaint himself with recent activities, ensuring that no one would detect any discrepancies in his behavior, as his memories from school were now somewhat hazy. By chance, he stumbled upon a post from Su Shi, a recently added friend, on Green Bubble just minutes prior. In the image, she was adorned in a purple nightgown, her toned legs elegantly exposed. Her porcelain neck, complemented by a pure and alluring expression, rendered her a striking beauty. Why had she suddenly shared such an intimate post? Lin Shi pondered, only to dismiss it as akin to a photo shoot, and thus thought little more of it. After a few moments of admiration, he couldn't resist the urge to take a screenshot and save it. Unbeknownst to him, Su Shi's Green Bubble account had only him as a friend. At the entrance of Guanghui Community, Zhou Wanjun swiped her card repeatedly, but each attempt was met with the same disheartening response. The card was invalid. This left her feeling increasingly anxious. Lu Ping shared her sentiment, while Jiang Shaoqian exhibited palpable impatience. Wanjun, what's going on? Are we ever going to get inside? Jiang Shaoqian's words only served to heighten Zhou Wanjun's agitation. How infuriating that the card had become invalid. At that moment, a young security guard, unable to bear their plight, interjected. Miss, your card has been deactivated, which is why it indicates invalid. Chapter 8. This is Love. Deactivated. Zhou Wanjun could hardly believe her ears. She had never initiated a card deactivation. What on earth was happening? The security guard pressed on with a question. Aren't you a resident here? The community has regulations stating that only the owner can authorize the deactivation of access cards. How could you be unaware that this card has been canceled? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjun's expression shifted dramatically, and a wave of guilt washed over her. Of course, I'm a resident here. I've lived in Guanghui Community for 2 or 3 years now. I just don't understand why this access card would be inexplicably deactivated. As she uttered the words, inexplicably deactivated, her voice trembled slightly. She thought of Lin Shi. At that moment, only she understood that Lin Shi was indeed the owner of that community and the rightful possessor of the access card in her hand. Thus, only Lin Shi could have deactivated her access. Realizing that waiting would yield no results, Zhou Wanjun turned to Lu Ping and the others. You all stay here. I'm going to make a phone call. With that, she handed her belongings to Lu Ping and stepped aside to dial Lin Shi's number. Just as she pressed the call button, a thought struck her. Wait, it seemed Lin Shi had already blocked her. But by the time Zhou Wanjun came to this realization, she had already dialed Lin Shi's number. Now, She could only hope that Lin Shi had recognized his mistake and unblocked her. Yet, reality delivered a crushing blow. "I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service," came the emotionless voice on the other end, sending Zhou Wanjuan's heart plummeting. However, she quickly recalled something. In a flurry, she opened her Penguin account and unblocked Lin Shi. Just yesterday, he had forgotten to bring her breakfast, prompting her to delete him and block him in a fit of anger. He later treated her and Lu Ping to an extravagant hot pot meal, spending hundreds to earn her forgiveness. She had forgotten to unblock him, and now that oversight had become her lifeline. If she could not gain entry into Guanghui community today, both Lu Ping and Jiang Shaoqian would begin to doubt her status as a genuine owner. They might even suspect that she was merely renting and pretending to own the place. Zhou Wanjun shuddered at the thought of how humiliating that would be. Most importantly, Jiang Shaoqian might perceive her as a pretender and abandon her. She refused to relinquish her true love. Returning her thoughts to the present, she searched for Lin Shi's account, which she had previously unblocked. The system briefly flickered before granting her access. Overjoyed, Zhou Wanjun inadvertently pressed the back button, returning to the home screen. With no other choice, she reopened Penguin, navigated to the homepage, and accessed her contacts. After scrolling down, she finally spotted the account marked Meal Ticket, with an avatar of an anime protagonist. This account belonged to Lin Shi, the infatuated admirer. Yet, before she could click on his profile, her phone suddenly refreshed, and Lin Shi's account vanished. How could this be? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she continued searching through her contacts, only to find nothing. The only explanation for this outcome was that Lin Shi had blocked her. She could not ascertain whether he had just done so, or if he had long since taken that step. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Lin Shi felt a momentary panic as he glanced at his phone. In fact, he had just blocked Zhou Wanjun moments ago. While downloading software, he had heard the notification sound from Penguin. Out of boredom, he picked up his phone, only to find that Zhou Wanjun had attempted to add him as a friend again. He had not clicked to accept, but the software had automatically approved her request. This was a setting he had configured previously, allowing Zhou Wanjun's friend requests to bypass approval. Reflecting on how yesterday she had blocked him for not bringing her breakfast, Lin Shi deemed her behavior capricious and excessively petulant. This only served to further aggravate him. He retaliated by blocking her once more and removing her from his contacts. Although he was unaware of her intentions for re-adding him, Lin Shi was certain it could not bode well. Moreover, Sushi had mentioned earlier that she would assist him with the housing issue. Lin Shi speculated that Zhou Wanjuan's visit at dusk might pertain to the property matter. As for how Sushi intended to resolve it, he could make an educated guess. The house rightfully belonged to him, and thus, it would be entirely appropriate for her to reclaim it, even if it meant forcibly removing Zhou Wanjun. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his phone chimed again with a message notification. Ding! Lin Shi glanced at it, discovering a message from the eccentric Su Shi. If I'm not mistaken, that woman has already called or messaged you, hasn't she? If you soften your heart now, it might still be salvageable. After reading this message, Lin Shi grisps EA's implication. As long as the house is reclaimed, Zhou Wanjun will undoubtedly be expelled, leaving her homeless. Of course, she could opt to return to the dormitory, but such a choice would bring her shame. However, what concern is that of his? Lin Shi believed that this course of action would provide him with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the villa, Su Shi, clad in her pajamas, lounged on the sofa, her jade-like fingers dancing across her phone screen, seemingly anticipating something. Soon, her device chimed with a message notification. The screen displayed 2 messages from the contact labeled husband. Rest assured, my resolve is as unyielding as a rock. I shall not waver. Furthermore, once this matter is settled, I shall treat you to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Upon reading these messages, she covered her face with one hand, a sickly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Hee, this is merely the first step. You must belong solely to me. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, who resided in the school dormitory, Su Shi's mental state was shifting. He intended to set his phone down and begin programming, but before he could, another message from Su Shi popped up. Crazy woman. Starting tomorrow, you must return to live here. Otherwise, how can I command you from such a distance? Surely, I cannot employ you for nothing, can I? Upon reading this message, Lin Shi felt a surge of displeasure. Are you threatening me? Crazy woman, and what if I am? The smiling emoji at the end of her message caused Lin Shi to momentarily pause. The presence of an emoji shifted the tone from a mere threat to a playful jest. Could this madwoman be joking with him? After careful contemplation, he deemed it unlikely. Previously, Sushi had maintained a frosty demeanor towards him. How could she suddenly jest? Thus, Lin Shi concluded that this erratic woman was most likely issuing a warning, leaving him no room for refusal. This thought further fueled his irritation. prompting him to retort with sarcasm. Their exchange quickly devolved into a battle of wits. During this time, Lin Shi's phone notifications rang incessantly, drawing the attention of his dorm mates, who couldn't help but glance over. Ultimately, they all shook their heads in disappointment, realizing that Lin Shi was still unable to let go. To them, it seemed he was engaged in a conversation with Zhou Wanjun, perhaps even penning a heartfelt apology. Alas, could this be what they call love? I love you. At the entrance of the Guanghui community, Zhou Wanjun was utterly bewildered. She never anticipated Lin Shi would treat her this way. With no other recourse, she resorted to borrowing Lu Ping's phone to call him. After a murmured plea, she approached the entrance and requested Lu Ping's phone. Lu Ping, may I borrow your phone for a call? Mine has run out of credit. Lu Ping, without a second thought, retrieved her phone from her pocket. However, before she could hand it to Zhou Wanjun, a young security guard nearby suddenly pressed a button on his remote control. Beep. The sound of the card reader chimed, and the gate slowly opened. The trio stood in stunned silence, exchanging perplexed glances with the guard, who merely waved his hand dismissively. The captain has given the order. You may enter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjun's face brightened, and Jiang Xiaochen urged, since the gate is open, let us hurry inside. Indeed, Lu Ping and Zhou Wanjun nodded in agreement, and the three of them entered the community. Minutes later, they arrived at Building 3, Unit 2, and ascended to the third floor. Initially, the trio chatted cheerfully, but Zhou Wanjun's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the scene before room 302. How could this be? Chapter 9. Purple, the most poetic of colors. Recovering from her shock, Zhou Wanjun immediately demanded, Who are you? Why have you intruded into my home? At that moment, Lu Ping and Jiang Xiaochen also noticed that the door to room 302 was ajar. More importantly, several burly men in suits were hauling items out of the house. Ignoring Zhou Wanjun's inquiry, the men continued their task. The hallway was already cluttered with a refrigerator, washing machine, electric stove, and other furniture, along with scattered clothing and boxes, as if they intended to empty the entire residence. Witnessing this, Zhou Wanjun, disregarding everything else, set her purchases down and approached to confront the intruders. What are you doing? Why have you broken into my home and taken all my things? Are you planning to steal them? Upon hearing this, Lu Ping seemed to grasp the situation and pointed angrily at the men. You brazen thieves! It's broad daylight. Do you not fear that I will call the police and have you arrested? Just then, a woman emerged from within the house. She appeared to be in her late 20s, dressed in a fitted blue suit, her hair elegantly styled. Her piercing gaze exuded a sense of authority. She merely shot a cold glance at Lu Ping, who was instantly silenced, unable to meet the woman's fierce eyes. Arrest us? What right do you have? Lu Ping was astonished by the woman's audacity, having never encountered such arrogance before. Believing the woman to be bluffing, Lu Ping's courage surged as she pointed at the men, still removing furniture. You have unlawfully entered someone else's home and are stealing their possessions. So what right do you claim? Furthermore, this is not merely theft. It is blatant robbery. To invade someone's home for robbery is far more heinous. Lu Ping believed her words would easily intimidate these individuals, including the audacious woman before her. After all, we live in a society governed by law. Surely they could not act with impunity? Theft? Robbery? Su Lin scoffed, turning her gaze toward the now flustered Zhou Wanjun and calling her by name. Ms. Zhou Wanjun, may I ask, does moving one's own belongings constitute theft or robbery? The moment those words left her lips, Lu Ping and Jiang Xiaochen's faces blanched. They both turned to Zhou Wanjun, their eyes filled with skepticism, seemingly seeking an explanation. I don't know, this is clearly my house. Although Zhou Wanjun sensed an ominous premonition, she steeled herself to lie. The thought of Jiang Xiaochen and Lu Ping discovering that this house belonged to Lin Shi filled her with dread. Your house. Su Lin regarded Zhou Wanjun with disdain, astonished by the woman's shamelessness. This is clearly the residence of our young master, and we possess the property deed. With a pointed finger, she gestured toward Zhou Wanjun. This woman is merely squatting in our young master's house, and now that he wishes to reclaim it, she must vacate. What did you say? Jiang Xiaochen and Lu Ping exclaimed in unison. The most bewildered of all was Zhou Wanjun. Was this not Lin Shi's house? How had it suddenly become the property of her young master? It seems there's been some misunderstanding regarding this house. Initially, she intended to assert that the house belonged to Lin Shi, but the words caught in her throat, and she could not bring herself to speak. How could she accept that Lin Shi was the young master the woman referred to? Zhou Wanjun could hardly believe it. Enough with the idle chatter. We have a contract in hand. Su Lin, eager to avoid wasting time with the three of them, gestured towards the clothes lined up in the corridor. We have already gathered all her clothing and daily necessities. You can take her belongings and leave at once. After saying this, she seemed to recall something, narrowing her eyes as she regarded Zhou Wanjun. As for the furniture, it was all purchased by my young master. It has merely been used by you, and now it must be sold as second-hand. What a pity. Meanwhile, Lin Shi clutched his notebook tightly as he rode back to the villa district. Indeed, he had just left school. Regret consumed him. Had he known better, he would not have engaged in a quarrel with that woman. Initially, the two had been exchanging playful jabs and teasing one another's flaws over text. However, when he expressed his weariness of her incessant pressure, Sushi fell silent for several minutes. Ultimately, she demanded he return home that very night, to the villa she had purchased for him. Lin Shi would have certainly refused. Why should he heed the words of this madwoman? Alas, Sue, the campus belle, offered too much. She promised him a living allowance of 100,000 as long as he returned that evening. It wasn't that Lin Shi was particularly fond of money. Rather, he was in desperate need of funds to support the launch of his company, which included rent, labor costs, and promotional expenses. All these required financial backing. However, his father's company had gone bankrupt. Earlier that afternoon, on his way to school, he had called his father to inquire about the situation. Yet, their conversation had been limited to, she is a good girl. It is a blessing that she has taken a liking to a blockhead like you. Following this, his father even suggested that he was now of age and should learn to fend for himself. They would no longer be sending him a living allowance. He was to work hard and find his own way. The moment Lin Shi received this news, it felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Setting aside the need for startup capital to establish his company, even the computer he possessed was rather outdated, and he would need a high-performance one for future operations. Don't ask why he hadn't replaced it sooner. It was because he had once been unwilling to part with his funds. Previously, he had barely managed to cover half of Zhou Wanjun's living expenses, let alone support her in other ways. Coupled with the gifts he had bought, he had never managed to save any of his monthly allowance. Alas, his father could have gone bankrupt at any other time, but it had to happen just as he returned to this life. Now, he was directly under Sushi's control. Startup funds could be earned, but that required time, and it might be wiser to cater to this wealthy lady. Lost in thought, the taxi suddenly came to a halt. Young man, this villa district has stringent requirements. All residents must present identification, the driver informed him. Lin Shi glanced at the front of the vehicle and noticed a barrier with several security guards stationed on either side. He found it puzzling. When he had entered earlier with Su Shi, the driver had not presented any identification. Could it be that the guards recognized the license plate? He did not dwell on it too long, merely smiling as he replied, I just moved in today. I wasn't aware of such regulations. Upon hearing this, the driver couldn't help but compliment him. I see. You must be quite capable. Buying a house here is no small feat. I wager you are at least a big boss. Lin Shi chuckled awkwardly. You flatter me. I'm just... Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was a call from Su Shi. Just as he pressed the answer button, an annoyed voice came through the receiver. Why haven't you arrived yet? Well, I need an identification card to enter the villa district, so, since Lin Shi's phone was on speaker, the driver could only hear his side of the conversation. Once Lin Shi hung up, he couldn't help but vent his frustration. This woman is truly hard to please. After he spoke, the driver's expression turned peculiar. Moments later, the security received a phone call and opened the barrier. Once Lin Shi exited the vehicle, he overheard the driver muttering under his breath. I thought he was some promising young man. Turns out he's just a kept boy. How infuriating. Why am I not a kept boy? Lin Shi was acutely aware that he was being perceived as a gold digger. As the driver sped away, he was left standing there, feeling somewhat disheveled. Wait. Lin Shi recalled something. It seemed he had indeed been coerced into living off a woman's wealth. But he could hardly be blamed for this. Having been given a second chance at life, he had expected to leverage his past memories to swiftly build a successful future. Little did he know that the storyline had diverged from his previous life, and he was still trying to comprehend the reasons behind it. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Lin Shi stepped into the villa before him. As he unlocked the door with his fingerprint, he found the interior plunged into darkness. Having visited once during the day, he was unsure where the light switch was located. Just as he was about to use his phone's flashlight to search for it, a cool voice unexpectedly emerged from the sofa. You're back. Startled, Lin Shi quickly directed his flashlight towards the sofa, revealing a woman clad in a purple nightgown. Her delicate legs exposed as she sat gracefully. He was instantly captivated by her attire and figure. One could not deny that purple radiated elegance, and Su Shi exuded an irresistible charm. Even though he had admired her in photographs, seeing her in person left him in awe of her beauty. Suwonse, why haven't you turned on the lights? He asked, and just as he discovered the switch and was about to press it, Su Shi's voice interrupted him. Don't, but it was too late. With a click, the lights flickered on, illuminating Su Shi in her revealing nightgown. Chapter 10. The alluring campus belle, alone tonight. Thus, Sushi appeared significantly more enchanting than before and decidedly seductive. Previously, she had merely revealed a glimpse of her legs, but now, Lin Shi found himself stealing glances, while Sushi's cheeks flushed slightly. What are you staring at? Huh? He hadn't realized his gaze was so blatant. Although this woman, who had targeted him in his previous life, was indeed irritating, her figure was undeniably alluring. However, in his last life, Sushi had already been in her 30s, and her appearance had matured significantly compared to now. The only aspect that remained unchanged was her aura. She still possessed the same charm as before. Lin Shi did not wish to be misunderstood by her, especially not to give her the impression that he had any feelings for her. He then deliberately tilted his head. What are you thinking? You can't possibly think I was looking at you, right? Surely, no one could be that self-absorbed? You. Sushi found herself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an inexplicable shyness that prevented her from meeting Lin Shi's gaze. Although she was merely dressed in a light nightgown, it was still a little revealing. Initially, she had intended to ask him a question upon his return and then retreat to her bedroom upstairs without changing. After all, the lights had been off, and the room was relatively dim. Little did she expect him to turn on the lights just as he arrived, leaving her feeling rather embarrassed. Despite the fact that the two had already registered their marriage, the nature of their relationship made her feelings towards Lin Shi markedly different from before. After all, they were now officially husband and wife. A profound silence enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Lin Shi felt a twinge of anxiety as he recalled the events of the afternoon, internally questioning, could it be that I am really expected to kiss her? Unbeknownst to Sushi, at that very moment, Zhou Wanjun in the Guanghui community was experiencing a complete mental breakdown, particularly upon hearing that these individuals intended to sell her used furniture as second-hand goods. She furiously pointed an accusatory finger at Su Lin. You, how dare you insult me? Zhou Wanjun was seething with anger. Was this not an implicit suggestion that she was filthy? Although Jiang Xiaochun had yet to grasp the full situation, he still found the behavior of this group to be utterly outrageous. The most troubling aspect was why the gentleman mentioned by that woman would allow Wanjun to reside in his house. Could it be that they had? Upon this realization, Jiang Xiaochun's expression shifted to one of indignation and sorrow. After a brief moment of regaining his composure, he ventured to inquire, "Who is your master?" Lin Shi. Su Lin answered without hesitation. Lin Shi had indeed registered his marriage with the young lady. Thus, in every official sense, he was now her husband. Regrettably, she had been unable to accompany the young lady to Lin Shi's hometown that morning to witness the registration herself. Although merely the young lady's personal bodyguard, she had grown up in the Su family and considered herself one of them. Consequently, she wished to see the young lady find happiness. On the other hand, upon hearing that the gentleman in question was Lin Shi, Lu Ping immediately connected the dots. An air of confidence washed over her, and a knowing smile spread across her face. So that's it. It seems that pathetic loser hired you all to play the role of a wealthy heir in front of Wanjun. Such despicable tactics. Beside her, Jiang Xiaochun found it utterly amusing. Did this country bumpkin really think he could associate with the elite? Ha! Just as they burst into laughter, a shadow darted past them. Smack! Smack! The sharp sounds of two slaps echoed, as Su Lin's hands struck their faces mercilessly. Her speed was astonishing. Despite the distance separating Jiang Xiaochun and Lu Ping, it seemed as though her hands had simultaneously landed on both of their faces. The next moment, they were both knocked to the ground. Lu Ping was momentarily stunned by the blow, unable to regain her composure. Once Jiang Xiaochun recovered, he opened his mouth to hurl insults. You filthy woman, how dare you? Before he could finish, he was struck in the abdomen with a heavy blow, sending him sprawling across the ground. Coughing, he found himself doubled over in pain. This was not the end, as his body finally came to rest. A shoe came crashing down upon his head, pinning his face to the ground. The assailant was none other than Su Lin, the top bodyguard of the Su family, whose skills were obviously unmatched. How dare you scum insult the young master? You are courting death. In Su Lin's eyes, any insult directed at their young master was an affront to the young lady herself, an unforgivable offense. She pressed down harder with her foot, and Jiang Xiaochun felt as though his head might explode. Please stop. I beg you, don't apply any more pressure. I might actually die. Fear gripped him as he sensed his skull nearing the brink of fracture. Tears streamed down his face, completely erasing any semblance of masculine pride as he pleaded for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Seeing through his cowardly demeanor, Su Lin finally relented when she caught a whiff of a pungent odor. The young lady had previously instructed her to teach them a lesson, not to take them away forcibly. Lu Ping was already petrified by the earlier scene, now too intimidated to utter a word. Zhou Wanjun was even more so, especially since she had no ground to stand on at the moment. When Su Lin directed her gaze at her next, Zhou Wanjun was overwhelmed with panic, her eyes darting nervously. Su Lin, disinterested in further squabbling with the group. Take your belongings and get these two out of here quickly. Otherwise, things will not end well for you. Do you understand? Then hurry and leave. Zhou Wanjun and Lu Ping quickly assisted the terrified Jiang, Shaochen away. They couldn't afford to worry about their clothes and personal items. The three of them were unable to carry it all. Inside the villa, Lin Shi noticed Su Shi's discomfort and discreetly shifted his gaze elsewhere, changing the subject. Suonse, why were you so eager for me to return from school? What is it that you wish to discuss? Lin Shi was not convinced that Su Shi's offer of 100,000 yuan was merely a ploy to summon him back without cause. After a brief silence, Su Shi, her expression somewhat displeased, replied, I only wish to pose a single question. Why do you claim that I exert infinite pressure upon you? We have merely been married for half a day, have we not? At this, Lin Shi found himself at a loss for words. You brought me back just to ask this? Indeed. Su Shi maintained her intense gaze on Lin Shi's eyes. Feeling guilty, Lin Shi realized he had misspoken. In that moment, he had been provoked by Su Shi, overwhelmed by emotions from his past life, resulting in his careless remark. He couldn't very well admit to being a reincarnated soul who had previously suffered under Su Shi's relentless pressure. Thus, he needed to find a way to clarify. My meaning is quite simple. You possess a contract that allows you to control my actions. Henceforth, anything you wish for me to do, I shall comply. Is that not a form of infinite pressure? Upon hearing this, Su Shi finally averted her gaze, a light smile gracing her lips. You make a valid point, but I rather enjoy exerting pressure upon you. Lin Shi could only think, is this what it means to be a strong-willed young lady? Truly, it mirrors my previous life. Family, who understands? Lin Shi couldn't help but mentally lament, realizing that his rebirth had only added to his burdens. In the face of Su Shi, he felt even more powerless than in his past life. At least then, he had found her a worthy rival after achieving success in his ventures. Now, he had yet to even start and already felt ensnared by her. Very well, you shall sleep in the bedroom downstairs tonight. I will take my leave to rest. Before he could finish, a loud growl emanated from Su Shi's stomach. Grr. Lin Shi couldn't suppress a mischievous smile. Oh dear, how did it suddenly thunder? Realizing he was teasing her, Su Shi's previously composed face turned crimson once more. It was a rare sight to witness the aloof school beauty, the ice queen of his past life, displaying such a hint of embarrassment. Lin Shi found it rather amusing. Could it be that the current Su Shi still possessed a youthful innocence beneath her icy exterior, akin to other young girls? However, unbeknownst to him, he was entirely mistaken. Su Shi's demeanor was driven by a different reason altogether. Su Shi, did you not have dinner this evening? Instantly regretting his inquiry, Lin Shi wondered why he was showing concern for an adversary from his previous life. Was he inherently destined to be a sycophant? Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. Perhaps it was merely his inherent kindness. At that moment, Su Shi shook her head. I forgot. She did not disclose the true reason. In fact, after returning from Lu City in the afternoon, she had been fixated on that marriage certificate. So engrossed was she in her contemplation that it was ultimately a phone call from Su Lin that jolted her back to reality. By that time, the sky had already darkened, and she had been engaged in conversation with Lin Shi, which caused her to forget about having dinner. The same had occurred at noon. Her excitement prior to obtaining the marriage certificate had rendered her unable to eat. Now, with the man before her finally within her grasp, she felt a genuine pang of hunger. Lin Shi glanced around the empty villa, his brow furrowing with skepticism as he inquired, by the way, why is it that this young lady, who usually requires a bodyguard to accompany her to school, has not arranged for even a single maid in this villa? He surmised that Su Shi's forgetfulness regarding meals stemmed from the absence of a maid to remind her. A young lady of her stature would typically have everything handed to her, and now, without a maid to prepare meals, it was likely that even her basic self-care was compromised, as evidenced by her current hunger. Su Shi merely wished to spend some time alone with Lin Shi, but she could not voice such a sentiment, and instead concocted a casual excuse. I prefer tranquility. Subsequently, upon hearing Su Shi's stomach rumble once more, Lin Shi's conviction solidified. He needed to expedite the development of his software. If he could popularize it and seize a segment of the market early on, it would benefit everyone. The software he was creating was food-related, akin to the takeaway application from his previous life, but with an added unique feature, one that could potentially ignite its success. Is there anything in the fridge? If not, I can prepare something, Lin Shi thought to himself. Initially considering extending a gesture of kindness by cooking a meal for the illustrious Su Daxua, lest he feel uneasy about accepting the 100,000. However, before he could complete his thought, Shi stood up first. Haven't you had dinner either? How about I cook for you? What? You're going to cook for me? Lin Shi pointed to himself, questioning whether he had misheard. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Shi quickly amended her statement. What I meant was, since I'm already going to cook, if you haven't eaten, I might as well prepare a portion for you too. No, I indeed haven't eaten, Lin Shi confessed honestly. After returning to school in the afternoon, he had been tinkering with his computer and had also lost track of time regarding meals. However, the notion of a young lady cooking for him felt rather peculiar. The terms young lady, school beauty, and cooking had no inherent flaws. But when applied to a single individual, it seemed rather incongruous. It wasn't that he doubted Shi's culinary skills. Rather, one would expect someone of her affluent background to be reluctant to engage in such domestic tasks. Why was she now so eager to volunteer? While Lin Shi stood there in a daze, Shi, clad in a purple nightgown, began to tie her hair back with a scrunchie, forming a neat ponytail that accentuated her youthful vigor. She approached the refrigerator and retrieved the pre-prepared ingredients. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Shi, positioned behind her, could not see the smile that graced her lips, a subtle arc that revealed her anticipation. For this moment, she had made considerable preparations. As she thought of this, Shi instinctively rubbed the scar on her left index finger. Observing her adeptness in retrieving the necessary items from the refrigerator, Lin Shi found it difficult to believe that this was reality. Had his previous perceptions of a wealthy young lady merely been a stereotype? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Shi had already moved to the adjacent open kitchen with the ingredients in hand. Lin Shi's gaze remained fixed on her. With her back turned to him, her perfect curves were accentuated, especially her slender waist. It was breathtaking. Lin Shi felt a wave of shyness wash over him, contemplating whether to approach her in hopes of being of assistance. After all, she was not only a young lady of privilege, but also, in a nominal sense, his employer. Moreover, having accepted her 100,000, he felt it inappropriate to simply wait to be served. He didn't possess that level of audacity. Even though that sum was relatively insignificant compared to his previous life, he still would not have accepted it casually if someone had offered it to him without effort. Nevertheless, he now required initial capital and intended to repay her manifold once he earned it back. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Lin Shi had approached Shi from behind. At that moment, she bent slightly to retrieve a plate from the cabinet. Given her attire, Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Am I permitted to look at this? He thought, astonished by her figure, her slight bend revealing an exquisite form. Naturally, being a man of principle, he hesitated for a brief moment before averting his gaze. I'll help you, he offered, noticing that Shi had yet to retrieve the plate. So he took it upon himself to assist. The design of the countertop was baffling. It was unreasonably wide, even at his height of 6 feet. He had to stand on his toes to reach it. Unbeknownst to him, Shi, aware of his proximity, subtly leaned closer to him. However, she miscalculated the distance and inadvertently brushed against him. The mere contact sent Shi's heart racing, prompting Lin Shi to caution her. You're too close. Oh, caught in the act, she did not retreat, but continued to lean against him. Faced with her persistence, Lin Shi found himself at a loss. Ultimately stepping back after retrieving the plate, concerned that she might struggle alone, he offered to assist with chopping vegetables. There was no other option. The young lady insisted on cooking and making soup. Wanjun, shouldn't you explain what happened? Outside the community, Jiang City could no longer contain himself. He had made quite the fool of himself that evening. Just moments ago, at the entrance to room 302, he felt he might have been trampled. He had even nearly soiled his pants, leaving the two women hesitant to approach him. The architect of his misfortune stood before him, Zhou Wanjun. In his quest to win her over, he had resorted to dubious means, purchasing certain substances. The plan was to wait until the three of them had consumed enough, then call a taxi for Lu Ping to leave first, and, subsequently, he would drug Zhou Wanjun. At that point, even the king himself could not prevent him. Yet, reality dealt him a crushing blow. They had not even entered Zhou Wanjun's home before being unceremoniously ejected. He had even received a beating. At present, Lu Ping held her left cheek, the pain causing her to glance at Zhou Wanjun with a hint of reproach. Yes, Wanjun, you need to clarify what transpired. Why were a group of people in your home? And why do they claim Lin Shi is their young master? What is going on? Seeing that she could no longer conceal the truth, Zhou Wanjun had no choice but to speak candidly. Otherwise, Jiang City, who harbored feelings for her, might think she was being kept by someone else, which would only lead to further disdain. Although she understood Jiang City's reaction, fear can evoke such primal instincts, she still held a degree of contempt for a man who wet himself out of fright. In truth, the house belonged to Lin Shi. He had previously mentioned that he had trouble sleeping and suggested she stay in the house his father purchased. There had been no issues until today, when a group of individuals unexpectedly came to confront them. As Zhou Wanjun spoke, she trailed off, leaving Lu Ping and Jiang Shaoqian to grasp the implications. The house had never belonged to Zhou Wanjun at any point. At this moment, the most infuriated person was Jiang Shaoqian, who felt profoundly deceived. He had been drawn to Zhou Wanjun due to her extravagant displays of wealth and the fact that her parents had purchased a house for her in the provincial capital, Jiangcheng. He had been willing to give this woman a chance. However, before he could even tour his prospective grand residence, her facade of affluence had been exposed. He was also aware of the events that transpired at the school gate earlier that day. While he felt pleased that Zhou Wanjun had outright rejected Lin Shi, the latter's offer of 6,000 yuan monthly made him feel inferior. Initially, he thought Lin Shi was merely speaking out of turn, but now it seemed otherwise. If Zhou Wanjun truly hailed from a wealthy family, how could she dare reside in another man's home? Moreover, the woman who had attacked them had referred to Lin Shi as her young master, which ignited a fleeting thought in Jiang Shaoqing's mind. Perhaps he was indeed the scion of a wealthy family? But this notion lingered only a moment. No, that was absolutely impossible. He rationalized that Lin Shi might possess a modest fortune or that the house was merely rented, with Lin Shi deceiving Zhou Wanjun into believing it was purchased. Regaining his composure, Jiang Shaoqian turned to Zhou Wanjun, his face betraying disappointment. Wanjun, I never expected you to have deceived us for so long. Zhou Wanjun was at a loss for words and could only express her regret with a hint of remorse. Shaoqian, Ping, I'm truly sorry for the trouble you faced today. As she spoke, an expression of pitiable grievance appeared on her face, igniting a desire within Jiang Shaoqian and Lu Ping to comfort her, particularly Lu Ping, who was the first to speak in forgiveness. Oh, it's all right. We all make mistakes. After all, who could resist her generosity? They had enjoyed many lavish meals and drinks in Zhou Wanjun's company. Observing her magnanimity, Jiang Shaoqian felt he could not be a petty man. Wanjun, while this situation is indeed your fault, even if you hadn't deceived us, we would still regard you as a true friend. Yet, Jiang Shaoqian desired more than mere friendship. Even if Zhou Wanjun were not a wealthy heiress, her beauty and figure were commendable, and he found her company enjoyable. He could always discard her later when he encountered a genuine wealthy girl. Now that this opportunity was within reach, he could not let it slip away. Seeing the two forgive her, Zhou Wanjun felt a wave of relief wash over her. In her eyes, Jiang Shaoqian was not only handsome and articulate, but also exuded a certain masculinity, especially when compared to Lin Shi, who merely revolved around her and offered trivial amounts of money, serving no other purpose. Thus, she had initially feared Jiang Shaoqian would harbor resentment towards her, but was pleasantly surprised by his forgiveness. It seemed he still held affection for her. Their mutual attraction was evident, with only a thin veil of misunderstanding separating them. Wanjun, I suspect Lin Shi is behind this. He likely sought revenge for your earlier rejection of his confession. Such a petty man is not worth your time. Whoever marries him will surely regret it. He is bound to become an abusive husband, and our being attacked tonight is a harbinger of that. Jiang Shaoqing's words only intensified Zhou Wanjun's disdain for Lin Shi. It's my fault for trusting him too much. I never imagined he could be such a person. But then she turned to Jiang Shaoqian and Lu Ping, concern etching her features. Are you two injured badly? Should we go to the hospital? Before Lu Ping could respond, Jiang Shaoqian interjected. We must see a doctor. If there are any injuries, we must report this scoundrel. Inside the villa, Lin Shi remained blissfully unaware of the plot against him. He was savoring the culinary delights prepared by the young lady, unable to contain his admiration. I never expected you, Su Xiaohua, to possess such culinary skills. You are a natural-born chef. Though Lin Shi harbored no affection for this woman, her cooking was undeniably exceptional. He could not even reach her standard. In the past, he had learned to cook to care for Zhou Wanjun, but he had yet to master the nuances of timing and ingredient doneness as she had. Even the presentation was exquisite. However, as he continued to eat, he noticed something amiss. Why was the woman across from him not eating? Instead, she was simply gazing at him. Being scrutinized while dining was somewhat disconcerting, prompting him to lift his gaze to Su Shi's charming face. Su Xiaohua, why aren't you eating? Weren't you hungry just now? At that moment, Su Shi cradled her face in her hands, a smile gracing her features, appearing rather endearing. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, her demeanor shifted to one of frosty indifference. Mind your own business. Lin Shi found her unpredictable nature perplexing. One moment she was all smiles, and the next, she resembled an icy beauty. Was she a master of disguise? It's a pity you're not performing on stage. Su Shi, unfazed by his jest, informed him, by the way, a traitor among my people has revealed to my parents that we obtained our marriage certificate today. They will be returning tomorrow and have requested to meet you. Her expression was calm, as if discussing something trivial. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. What? Are you joking? Earlier that afternoon, the thought of meeting Su Shi's parents had already placed a slight burden on him. In his previous life, he had achieved commercial success, but in matters of the heart, he was but a novice. After being hurt by Zhou Wanjun, he had not dared to pursue another relationship, let alone meet the parents of a girl. Perceiving Lin Shi's potential anxiety, Su Shi sought to reassure him. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. However, Lin Shi's response was nonchalant. Fine, if they want to meet, let them. After all, I'm being forced into this. He understood he could not evade this meeting, so it was better to confront it head-on. Regrettably, he felt somewhat inadequate, as he had nothing to present when meeting the head of the Su family. If only he had a bit more time. When Su Shi heard Lin Shi's acceptance, she suddenly broke into a smile. Rest assured, I'll take care of everything. It was undeniable that her smile inspired confidence and a sense of reliability. Indeed, this icy beauty appeared far more appealing when she smiled. After finishing their meal, Lin Shi volunteered to clear the table and wash the dishes, even if it was merely placing them in the dishwasher. He did not wish to take advantage of the young lady's hospitality, for that would weigh heavily on him. To his surprise, Su Shi insisted on helping him, refusing to accept his protests. This baffled Lin Shi. It seemed as though she had an innate compulsion to work, as if she would feel discomfort if she did not. However, he was unaware that Su Shi relished the time spent working alongside him, inhaling the scent of this man. Shortly thereafter, Su Shi's phone chimed. After glancing at it, she turned to Lin Shi and said, "The house my father purchased for you has been reclaimed. However, since you are currently residing here, I hope the house remains vacant and is not occupied by anyone else." As she spoke, her gaze bore into Lin Shi's eyes. Noticing the intensity in her eyes, he sensed an undertone of warning. He also understood that She was likely referring to Zhou Wanjun. Rest assured, I won't allow anyone to inhabit it. Let it serve as an investment. It was now 2013, with property prices at a low, destined to soar in the coming years. Certainly, this residence utterly fails to satisfy his desires. Once he earns sufficient wealth, he shall fervently invest in real estate. He is already devising plans for the future when, unexpectedly, the nightmarish voice of Su Shi intrudes. All right, you needn't worry about a thing in the future. Don't even think about making money, for I shall support you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi felt utterly disheartened. While most men might relish the prospect of living off a beautiful and affluent woman, including the author himself, Lin Shi is not one of them. By nature, he aspires to soar like a majestic eagle, not to be a fledgling sheltered beneath its wing. Above all, he harbors a lingering regret. He was on the cusp of a breakthrough, and this obsession has consumed him. Fearing to incite Su Shi's displeasure or to allow her to become an obstacle in his path, Lin Shi could only utter a small fib. Rest assured, I quite enjoy being a kept man. However, scarcely had he spoken these words when Su Shi, displeased, advanced towards him with deliberate steps, cornering him against the wall. Her exquisite visage mere inches from his own. As she tilted her head slightly, it seemed she was about to kiss him. Yet she halted just 20 centimeters from his lips. Fortuitously, she did stop. Otherwise, Lin Shi would have been compelled to push her away. The proximity, combined with her alluring attire and intoxicating fragrance, was utterly overwhelming. Were it not for his extraordinary self-control, he might have instinctively leaned in to capture her luscious lips. You are not merely a kept man. You are my man. Huh? Lin Shi was taken aback. He never anticipated such words would escape the lips of the esteemed Miss Su. While he was momentarily stunned, Su Shi leaned in and pressed her lips against his. The instant their mouths met, Lin Shi was rendered utterly speechless, his mind blank and devoid of rational thought. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Su Shi had already pulled away and made her way upstairs. It's getting late, good night. Her words barely concealed her delight. Lin Shi remained rooted in place, bewildered, for he had been forcefully kissed. Even though it was merely a gentle brush, it was still his first experience. Damn it. What? You claim we are uninjured? Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang Xiaochen was flabbergasted. The balding middle-aged doctor before him was brazenly lying through his teeth. How could he assert they bore no injuries when Zhang's abdomen was inflamed and his face bore the prints of slap? Beside him, Lu Ping incredulously pointed to her own face. You say we are uninjured. What is this, then? In response to her fury, the balding doctor merely shook his head slightly. Those injuries of yours would have healed on their own had you arrived half an hour later. There was no need for examination at all. The expressions of both individuals darkened at this revelation. This meant they would be unable to retaliate against Lin Shi. The doctor glanced at the pair before continuing his explanation. If you don't believe me, feel free to seek another hospital. However, I must caution you that at this hour, the ordinary physicians at other facilities have long since clocked out. This is precisely what sets our hospital apart. I am on duty tonight otherwise. You would not have received any attention for your superficial wounds. Perhaps Zhou Wanjun hoped to maintain a cordial relationship with Lin Shi, so she attempted to mediate. Why not let it go? This is the finest hospital in Jiangxing. Since the doctor has stated this, we cannot hold Lin Shi accountable. Although Lu Ping and Jiang Xiaoqian were unwilling, they had no choice but to resign themselves to fate. It seems this brat is just fortunate. After the three departed, the balding doctor picked up the phone on his desk and called the hospital director. Director, I have handled the situation as per your instructions. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end simply replied, as long as it is resolved, that suffices. After the director hung up, he too breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the Su family would no longer trouble him. Chapter 13. Su Shi. From now on, just call me old. I hope this pleases the Su family. After muttering to himself, the director dialed another number. The following day, Lin Shi arrived at school in a Rolls-Royce. He had not intended to make such a grand entrance, yet the esteemed Miss Su was a student at the same institution. Moreover, they resided under the same roof, rather, one should say, within the same grand estate. This woman typically arrived at school in luxury cars, and thus Lin Shi was forcibly swept along. However, Lin Shi's mind remained tumultuous. The kiss from the previous night was like a fleeting dragonfly skimming the surface of a pond, transitory yet indelibly stamped upon his heart. To utter something rather undignified, he spent the entire night reliving that kiss, tormented by its memory. Sleep had eluded him entirely. Yet, when he glanced at Su Shi seated beside him, she appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired the night before. Lin Shi was now genuinely curious as to why she had acted in such a manner. After all, that kiss had been his first. Noticing Lin Shi's hesitance, Su Shi broke the silence first. Why are you staring at me like that? He fell silent, wanting to inquire about the previous night, but at a loss for words. Last night, he stuttered, trying to broach the subject, yet the words eluded him. In response, Su Shi leaned closer, her body gradually pressing against him as she licked her lips. What? Are you hoping for a repeat of last night? Before Lin Shi could react, the driver, Su Lin, suddenly coughed violently, creating an awkward silence in the vehicle. Once she realized the tension, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, miss. I'm feeling unwell today. Su Shi remained silent, still fixated on Lin Shi. He felt a surge of embarrassment, knowing the driver must have misconstrued their conversation. What had merely been a kiss was now being portrayed in a manner most inappropriate. Su Shi, you're too close. He found himself utterly perplexed by this young lady. Had she not always maintained an air of aloofness? Why was she suddenly behaving so provocatively? The warmth of her breath enveloped him, leaving Lin Shi, a man in his 30s, feeling somewhat bashful. Upon reflection, she had indeed teased him in a similar manner in their past life. At the time, he had merely found her exasperating, viewing her antics as mere business strategy. Yet now, it seemed far more complex than he had initially perceived. Why did Su Shi only tease him and not others? Could be love? Lin Shi abruptly halted his train of thought. After all, such a notion was implausible. It was merely a vestige of hope he clung to regarding an adversary. Or perhaps a way to romanticize the woman before him. Just then, Su Shi leaned in closer once more, and sensing a repeat of last night's encounter, Lin Shi hastily raised his hand to block her lips. Su Shi, please maintain some decorum. He could no longer bear it. The thought of repeating last night's event in front of others was unbearable, seemingly considering Su Lin's presence. Or perhaps granting Lin Shi a moment to collect his thoughts, Su Shi finally retreated to her seat, her demeanor reverting to its previous icy composure. From now on, do not refer to me as Su Shi anymore. We are officially registered, so you may call me old. Before she could finish, Lin Shi quickly interjected. See, I shall henceforth call you Shi. Indeed, Lin Shi had anticipated her to utter those two words and had promptly interrupted. He was currently attending university. It would be rather inappropriate for him to address Su Shi as wife in front of everyone in the future. Su Shi seemed quite pleased with this term of endearment, giving a slight nod in agreement. A little over 10 minutes later, as a Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the school gate, a throng of students approaching the entrance was drawn to the vehicle. Many who recognized the license plate number 01 were aware that the campus belle of Jiangxing University, or rather the eldest daughter of the Su family, had arrived. In fact, this was already a remarkably low-key entrance for Su Shi. Previously, she had been escorted by a motorcade to school, but for some unknown reason, it had now been reduced to just one car. Today, it was quite a coincidence to encounter the campus beauty at the school gate. One curious student peered toward the Rolls-Royce, only for another student beside him to cast a contemptuous glance in his direction. What's so special about this? Su Shi comes to school every day. Just look at your pathetic self. Just as he finished his remark, his roommate jokingly kicked him. How dare you criticize others? Aren't you the one who waits here every day? Of course, many chose to linger, even the female students, captivated by the allure of the campus's most illustrious beauty and the heiress of Jiang's wealthiest family. As the crowd anticipated, the chauffeur, clad in a suit, exited the vehicle and opened the door. To everyone's surprise, the first person to step out was a man, dressed somewhat ordinarily. He seemed out of place as he emerged from the luxury car. The only redeeming quality about him was his striking good looks, which could undoubtedly be termed handsome. This was a commendation even from the boys, especially the confidence he exuded. It was evident he was no ordinary individual. As the onlookers scrutinized him, one person suddenly grasped the crux of the situation. Wait a minute, who is this guy? Why is he stepping out of Sushi's car? This remark sent ripples through the crowd. Indeed, what is going on? Could he possibly be related to the Su family? Amidst the crowd's skepticism, a male student seemed to recall something and couldn't help but speak up. Isn't that the guy who confessed to his crush at the school gate yesterday? His reminder sparked recognition among others. Now that you mention it, he's that lovesick puppy from Computer Class 2, Lin Shi. He confessed to his goddess yesterday and was turned down. As soon as this revelation was made, another voice chimed in with a correction. Clearly, you missed the ending yesterday. That guy was actually exposed as being supported by Zhou Wanjun from Finance Class 1. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Lin Shi, who had just stepped out of the car, overheard the discussions around him. He anticipated that his story would be disseminated so wildly. However, he was too preoccupied to care, as despite having exited the vehicle, he felt drenched in sweat. Although the drive had only taken a little over 10 minutes, it felt as if he had traversed a decade. In his past life, despite often being suppressed by this woman, to the point of being cast into shadows, he had never felt this flustered. At least back then, he had the courage to face Su Shi. Now he felt slightly intimidated. Yet the command from his master, no, his boss, had been issued, and he had no choice but to comply. The next moment, Lin Shi steeled himself and, in front of everyone, took Su Shi's hand as they descended from the car. One couldn't help but note how incredibly smooth her hand felt at the moment of contact. It almost slipped away from his grasp. She appeared oblivious to the implications of this action, as it left all the onlookers questioning their relationship. Regaining his focus, Lin Shi noticed that Su Shi's attire today was rather modest, a pure white long outfit with a white camisole underneath. Against her 170 centimeters frame, her mature demeanor contrasted starkly with the cute outfit she wore yesterday. Lin Shi found the drastic shift in her wardrobe perplexing. Yesterday, she had at least shown her calves. Today, it was even difficult to catch a glimpse of her collarbone. Nonetheless, Su Shi's elegance and beauty were still radiant, capturing the attention of all present. While the crowd was momentarily captivated by Su Shi's stunning appearance, it took a moment for someone to realize the significant detail. As the two approached the school gates, one person suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, did I just see what I think I saw?" Lin Shi is holding hands with the campus belle. Chapter 14, Butler. I need all the information on this man within 3 minutes. What? He is actually holding hands with the campus beauty. The first person to speak up had set off a chain reaction. Everyone suddenly reacted, their expressions filled with disbelief at the sight before them. They could hardly believe their eyes. The untouchable flower had indeed been plucked. What was most astonishing was the identity of the one who dared to pluck her. Butler. I need all the details on this man in 3 minutes. The crowd was in a frenzy, wishing they could transform into domineering CEOs and obtain the man's information immediately. Although Lin Shi had some notoriety as a lovesick puppy within his major, it was limited to that circle. Even though his confession had created quite a stir yesterday, most people still did not recognize him. After all, Jiang University had a vast student body. It was impossible for everyone to know each other. Even if someone had seen him, they couldn't connect him to the Su family heiress at that moment. Only those who truly knew him were left utterly astonished. Am I still dreaming? What merit does Lin Shi possess to have emerged from the same car as Su Shi, and even hold her hand? At this point, the anguish of the onlookers was palpable. It was akin to having their white moonlight stolen away. Previously, many wealthy heirs had pursued Su Shi, but for reasons unknown. They had all ceased their advances, leading everyone to speculate that it was somehow related to the Su family. Yet those who knew Lin Shi were fully aware that he had no connections. How could he possibly be with Su Shi? Feeling the scrutinizing gazes from all around him, Lin Shi could still endure the attention, but he dreaded the thought of facing this every day. He had important matters to attend to, and didn't want to waste time on trivialities, so he lowered his voice. See, perhaps we should refrain from appearing together in public from now on. These people are looking at me like I'm their enemy, as if they would relish in devouring me alive. Upon hearing this, Su Shi halted her steps and turned to Lin Shi with a questioning look. What? Are you afraid? Afraid? How could that be? I simply find it troublesome. A typical man harbors a desire to prove himself, especially in front of a woman. More importantly, Sushi had been his rival in his past life. Thus, he couldn't afford to show any signs of weakness. This matter is beyond your control. Do not forget, I hold a contract that requires you to obey me. Sushi's words plunged Lin Shi's heart into despair. This only reinforced his determination to earn money. As long as he could afford the penalties for breaching the contract, he would no longer have to heed her commands. Although he was unaware of the contract's specifics, he knew it contained obligations that bound him. Most crucially, if he were to upset Miss Su, she could potentially withdraw her investment from the company he was involved with. At that point, he would be reduced to a pauper. With a pang of resentment, Lin Shi muttered to himself, forcing himself to disregard the stares around him as he made his way into the campus. However, after just a few steps, he heard Su Shi's voice. By the way, I'll take you to buy some decent clothes at noon. It seemed that Lin Shi had seized the opportunity, mocking, "What? Is it my attire that renders Miss Su unable to present herself?" He continued, "My parents will be meeting you tonight. Are you truly certain you wish to wear this outfit?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shi was taken aback. How had he forgotten such a critical detail? Regardless of the circumstances, the Su family was the most illustrious clan in Jiangcity, and since he had already obtained a marriage certificate with their esteemed daughter, he must uphold their dignity. He, too, had his pride and could not afford to lose face. Very well. With that, Lin Shi and his companion departed, leaving a throng of onlookers in animated discussion. Initially, many wore expressions of indignation, but soon some posited that the two might be related, given the vast disparity in their statuses. How could the illustrious school flower possibly be pursued by Lin Shi? Most male students shared this sentiment. I told you. How could Lin Shi be so fortunate as to court our Jiangcity University's school beauty? Indeed, the other party was a Miss Su, whose status and power were heights Lin Shi could never hope to scale in his lifetime. As the male students conversed, a female student could no longer contain herself. But they just held hands. Could they really be relatives? The crowd collectively gasped. How could we have overlooked such a crucial point? Who holds hands with a relative in public? You fool. Before long, the news of the school flower being linked with someone spread throughout the campus. While few were acquainted with Lin Shi, many were familiar with the school beauty due to her immense popularity, prompting many to seek a glimpse of the renowned Jiangcity school flower. Even freshmen who had never seen her quickly learned of her fame. When a majority of students discovered that the school flower had indeed been courted by Lin Shi, they were engulfed in outrage. I hereby declare Lin Shi our common enemy, cried a group of overly dramatic boys in their hearts. Many sought to confront Lin Shi, yet hesitated, fearing potential repercussions from the Su family, as the nature of their relationship remained ambiguous. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanjun, currently engrossed in her professional course, was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. However, her mood was exceedingly grim. That wretched Lin Shi has left me homeless. Her eyes brimmed with resentment and bitterness as she recalled the scene from the previous night, when she had been unceremoniously expelled from Lin Shi's home. Following her outing with Jiang Xiaocheng and Lu Ping, she had hoped to enlist their assistance in retrieving her belongings from Guanghui community. With no chance of returning to Lin Shi's residence, she resolved to return to her original dormitory, thankful that her bed had been preserved for her. To her astonishment, both of them concocted excuses to abandon her. With the hour growing late, she found herself with no option but to spend the night at a hotel. Upon waking, she resolved to apologize to Lin Shi that day. Otherwise, she would never again enjoy the comforts of that splendid bed. As for the woman from last night, who claimed she would sell her second-hand bed, Zhou Wanjun dismissed it entirely. Reminded by Jiang Xiaocheng, she understood that the entire incident had likely been orchestrated by Lin Shi himself, and that the individuals who had invaded her home were probably hired actors. It was clear that since she had refused to be his girlfriend, he had resorted to such tactics to compel her compliance. Thus, she believed that a mere apology might win Lin Shi's forgiveness, allowing her to return to the grand residence. She resolved to sweeten the deal for Lin Shi. Otherwise, she would be unable to keep him enthralled. Regardless, Zhou Wanjun was convinced that this devoted admirer still harbored feelings for her. After all, he had pursued her for 3 years. How could he simply let go? While contemplating how to apologize to Lin Shi, a girl nearby, with whom she had a decent rapport, could no longer restrain herself. Wanjun, don't be too disheartened. Perhaps the school flower is merely toying with Lin Shi. What? Zhou Wanjun was momentarily bewildered, unsure of what Zhao Yu meant. What are you rambling about? How could the school flower be playing with Lin Shi? To her, there was no conceivable intersection between the two. Wanjun, you must not be aware, right? Zhao Yu expressed her surprise, regretting her revelation. Aware of what? Zhou Wanjun felt an unsettling premonition as her heart raced. The school flower and Lin Shi are in a relationship. What did you say? Chapter 15. Surely, miss, you have installed surveillance in the bathroom. Zhou Wanjun sprang to her feet, disbelief etched across her face. Suddenly, all eyes in the classroom turned toward her once more. This marked her second instance of standing up in class, much to the displeasure of the teaching staff. The attention made Zhou Wanjun acutely uncomfortable, compelling her to apologize to the instructor. Mr. Li, my sincerest apologies. I was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in my stomach. Though her excuse was somewhat feeble, Mr. Li, swayed by her pitiable expression, chose not to pursue his irritation, instead expressing concern. The entire morning passed in a state of anxiety for Zhou Wanjun. She learned of the morning's events from Zhao Yu, initially in disbelief. Although Lin Shi possessed some wealth, it paled in comparison to the stature of the Su family's daughter. They should never have been entwined in any relationship. However, it was only when she encountered photographs of the two holding hands circulating in the class group chat that she fully grasped the situation. The mere sight of those images struck her deeply. Has Lin Shi truly abandoned me? Zhou Wanjun felt a mix of despondency and indignation. Just yesterday, Lin Shi had confessed his feelings, and now, due to her rejection, he was holding hands with the school flower? Was this a form of retaliation? Although uncertain how this devoted admirer had managed to capture the attention of Su Shi, Zhou Wanjun firmly believed she held greater significance in Lin Shi's heart. After all, why else would he have chosen to hold the hand of the Jiangchang school flower in such a public setting? Surely, it was an attempt to garner her attention. With this realization, Zhou Wanjun resolved to linger in the dining hall during lunch, thinking a touch of charm might coax Lin Shi back to her side. As noon approached, she hurried to the cafeteria, deliberately ignoring Jiang Shaoqing's greeting as if nothing else mattered more than locating Lin Shi. Upon arriving, she found the cafeteria empty and opted to wait at the entrance, unaware that Lin Shi had already been whisked away by Su Shi en route to their villa. Along the way, Lin Shi learned that Su Shi had arranged for her personal stylist to await them at the villa, intending to change his hairstyle. Su Shi's reasoning was straightforward. I truly do not comprehend your taste. This hairstyle is utterly repulsive. Lin Shi, upon hearing this, felt no anger. He discerned the underlying message. This hairstyle had been suggested by Zhou Wanjun, who had remarked that it made him appear like a cute puppy, only to later dismiss him as a mere sycophant. In truth, he had long harbored dissatisfaction with this hairstyle and was relieved to be rid of it. However, the realization that his every action was orchestrated by Su, she left him feeling rather displeased. The lack of time to even attend to one's own affairs is nothing short of a violation of human rights. Ah, CC, once you finish your hairstyle at noon, I shall venture out alone in the afternoon to purchase some clothes. As I have no classes, do not let my plans interfere with your studies. Lin Shi spoke with utmost sincerity, as if genuinely concerned for Su Shi's well-being. However, Su Shi merely shook her head. No way. Don't think I am oblivious to your ulterior motives. If I am not mistaken, you intend to spend the afternoon coding that wretched software of yours. Lin Shi was taken aback and could not help but retort. How did you know? As soon as he spoke, he recalled the previous night spent in a villa, tirelessly coding until the early hours. Could it be that you installed surveillance in my room? Lin Shi exclaimed incredulously, as this was the only possibility he could fathom. He expected Su Shi to offer a defense or feign ignorance, but instead, the woman sitting opposite him simply smiled. Isn't it quite normal to have surveillance installed where you work? Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle at her audacity. How clever of you. Last night, I was merely resting. When did I work? You are already mine. Thus you are effectively on duty 24 hours a day, and rest assured, I will provide you with a separate salary each month. Lin Shi smirked. Is this the confidence of the affluent? Yet he wanted to convey to her that not everything in this world can be resolved with money. Su Shi, do you consider me? Before he could finish, Su Shi extended 5 fingers. A monthly base salary of 50,000. No, since we are officially married, it should be referred to as your pocket money. Lin Shi promptly ceased his insolent remarks and quickly replaced them with a standard smile. Alas, how regrettable it is that there are only 24 hours in a day. If I could, I would gladly double that to 48 hours to work for CC. Furthermore, I would like to request surveillance in the bathroom downstairs as well. His firm declaration did not evoke any feelings of materialism in Su Shi. Rather, she merely smiled. Rest assured, it has already been installed. Lin Shi. No way, miss, you actually installed surveillance. Although he had been the one to initiate the conversation, he was still astonished by Su Shi's response. His earlier declarations of loyalty had been somewhat insincere. Yet, this insufferable woman offered him too much for him to refuse. In a previous life, even $1 million a month would not have swayed him. However, now he needed startup capital, and the more the better. Thus he found himself compelled to accept this gilded life. How infuriating. Of course, this was Lin Shi's inner monologue, as he did not wish to offend his benefactor. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Shi felt a sense of unease, constantly surveying his surroundings. Ever since hearing from Su Shi that there were cameras in his room and the bathroom, he felt as if every corner of the villa was under surveillance. He could not fathom why this young lady had such a peculiar penchant for spying on others. He internally scoffed. But soon a professional stylist led him to Su Shi's makeup room. Let's trim your hair and style it into a slick-back look. How does this seem, miss? Su Wonse. Upon seeing Lin Shi transform into a more mature version of himself, felt a flush of warmth spread across her face. The sensation was all too familiar, evoking certain memories. Lin Shi, unaware of Su Shi's thoughts, gazed into the mirror. He suddenly recalled sporting this very style while negotiating with various business magnates in his past life. How vibrant he had been then. However, as he contemplated this, he glanced at Su Shi in the mirror, a flicker of indignation crossing his eyes. Yet, he felt utterly powerless in her presence. He had truly been frightened into submission. Each time they clashed, he had prepared thoroughly, even familiarizing himself with the company she managed. He had been confident of victory, only to have Su Shi find a flaw and ultimately defeat him. At such moments, Lin Shi would often vent his frustrations in his office, muttering his perennial exclamation, "That wretched woman, does she not have any weaknesses?" What was that saying? It felt as though she was riddled with vulnerabilities, yet any attempt to exploit them would lead to his downfall. Recalling these disheartening memories, Lin Shi quickly addressed the stylist. "This hairstyle is far too mature. It does not suit my current identity." Su Shi hesitated, but ultimately respected Lin Shi's wishes. "Shuer, please change his hairstyle." Chen Xuya, hearing this, smirked slightly, thinking the hairstyle suited the young master quite well. He looked like a domineering gentleman, coupled with his high cheekbones and blood-red lips. He exuded an aura of restraint. However, it did seem a tad overly mature. Subsequently, under the expert hands of the top stylist, Lin Shi underwent a remarkable transformation. The bob was gone, replaced by a stylish, forward-swept cut. The new look retained its charm while appearing less juvenile, giving off a clean and sunny vibe. Splendid. Su undicesimo nodded in satisfaction. Yet Lin Shi remained oblivious, pondering whether her approval was for his visage or the stylist's handiwork. He suspected it was the latter. If she truly found his face appealing, she would not have been so antagonistic toward him in his past life. After all, his appearance had played a role in securing collaborations, particularly with female clients who would always be more amiable. Of course, apart from this woman who consistently challenged him. "Let us go. I shall take you shopping to select a few outfits. I was unaware of your measurements earlier, and now it is too late for customization." Chun Schwetter stood still, taken aback. This was the first time she had witnessed the once aloof lady extend such care toward man. Although the lady's demeanor appeared icy, it was evident that she took a keen interest in Lin Shi. While she was getting her hair done, Schwer noticed that Su Shi's gaze never strayed from Lin Shi. Moments later, the two returned to the car. However, before Su Lin could inform Su Shi of their destination, the bodyguard and driver bore an uncomfortable expression as she reported. "Miss, the head of the family and madam just called. They said they have been unable to reach you, so they asked me to inform you." At this, she glanced at Lin Shi in the back seat. Seeing Su Shi's nonchalant expression, she continued, "It seems the old master learned about your marriage certificate for some reason. He said he would be coming to Jiangcity tonight to meet the son-in-law of the Su family, whom he has yet to see." Chapter 16. The campus belle is a numerical genius. Upon finishing, Su Lin hesitated, fearing that the lady might be displeased. Yet she soon resolved to share another piece of news. "Furthermore, miss, the old master has brought along the entire Su Hui family. They have all expressed their intent to oversee matters for you." Hearing this, Su Shi's previously cold expression darkened. "Who do they think they are to presume they can oversee me? My affairs are not subject to their scrutiny." Lin Shi, noticing Su Shi's intense reaction, began to reflect. In his previous life, he had conducted an investigation into Su Shi and the Su family's background. During this period, although the head of the Su family was Su Shi's father, the actual power lay predominantly with the former head of the family, the elderly gentleman mentioned by Su Lin. In his youth, the elderly gentleman's first child had been secretly swapped by their own nanny. Indeed, it was a plot reminiscent of the most melodramatic tales of elite family intrigues. It was only after the Su family had raised the nanny's child, Su Shi's uncle, Su Hui, that the elderly gentleman uncovered the truth. Enraged, he sought out the original nanny, only to discover that she had long since taken her own life. Desperate to reclaim his child, all he found was the grave. It was said that the child had succumbed to illness while under the nanny's care. Despite his fury, the die had been cast. Su Hui had been nurtured for decades, and emotional bonds had formed. Thus, rather than expelling them from the Su family. He integrated them into the family business. Of course, the elderly gentleman was not naive. The majority of the family assets remained under the control of his biological son, Su Shi's father. Lin remembered that in his previous life, once Su Shi took over the family business, she swiftly eliminated Su Hui and his family, sending them all to prison, as she unearthed a plethora of damning evidence that would ensure they could never rise again. This alone was a testament to Su Shi's formidable abilities. Reflecting on this, Lin suddenly felt that being defeated by her in his previous life was not as shameful as it might seem. It was simply that she was exceedingly exceptional. At that moment, Su Shi approached him within the hall, her collarbone radiating an air of pride. She was indeed a remarkable individual. Lin cast a fleeting glance at her pride before hastily averting his gaze. Miss, the head of the family mentioned that the elderly gentleman's health has been declining recently. He advises you to adopt a more amiable demeanor upon your return. Understood. Su Shi responded coolly, seemingly on indifferent terms with the elderly gentleman, before urging Su Lin to hurry to the marketplace. Upon witnessing this, Lin furrowed his brow. In the past, he would have been indifferent to the affairs of the Su family. However, now that he was legally bound to Su Shi, he found himself half a member of the Su family, and thus compelled to take their matters more seriously. He had an inkling that tonight's meeting with her family would not unfold as simply or serenely as he had envisioned. At the university cafeteria entrance, Zhou Wanjun lingered, awaiting Lin. Even though Jiang Shaocheng had urged her not to meet Lin any longer, she remained resolute. Wanjun, you clearly have feelings for me. Why do you insist on seeing that infatuated fool? At this moment, Jiang Shaocheng felt a pang of urgency and decided to clarify their relationship. In his view, their mutual affection had only needed a small push to evolve into something more. Throughout the morning, Zhou Wanjun's mind had been consumed by thoughts of Lin and the campus belle Su. Now, even upon hearing Jiang Shaocheng speak of their relationship, she felt little emotional upheaval. Shaocheng, I am merely compelled by circumstance. She still wished to maintain their bond, so she refrained from lashing out at Jiang Shaocheng and instead expressed her current predicament. I have nowhere to go. I must clarify things with Lin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaocheng could not comprehend. The school has dormitories. Why must you stay at his house? Zhou Wanjun found herself at a loss for words, as she truly wanted to reside in that spacious house. The school dormitory, with its inadequate beds and cramped quarters, was unbearable for her. Shaocheng, it's not as you think. Before she could elaborate, Jiang Shaocheng erupted in anger. What are you trying to argue about? If it's not as I think, why are you still here waiting for Lin? His voice was loud, drawing the attention of many students nearby. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhou Wanjun instantly felt embarrassed and could only urge Jiang Shaocheng to lower his voice. I have feelings for you, yet you remain fixated on Lin. Have you considered my feelings? With that, Jiang Shaocheng seemed to recall something, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Or do you think I am inferior to Lin, that I cannot provide for you a home in Jiang City? As the saying goes, lies do not wound, but truth is a sharp blade. Jiang Shaocheng's words struck deep within Zhou Wanjun's heart. She had previously learned of Jiang Shaocheng's less than fortunate background, a gambling father, a gravely ill mother, and indifferent sisters. Seeing Zhou Wanjun silent, Jiang Shaocheng felt as if he had been struck 1,000 times. You materialistic girl. Without Lin, you wouldn't even be able to pay your tuition. All the money I gave you came from him. Zhou Wanjun could no longer contain herself and revealed the truth. She feared that if Jiang Shaocheng continued, the entire school would label her a gold digger, clinging to an older man. She had initially felt pity for the man, thus using Lin's money to support him, hoping that he wouldn't forget her when he found success. If Lin ceased to support her, she feared she would be unable to sustain him. Jiang Shaocheng was taken aback, having assumed that all the money Zhou Wanjun provided was from her own family. He had not realized that her benefactor was Lin. Wanjun, what I said earlier was too harsh. Please don't take it to heart. He forced a smile, hoping to avoid further aggravating Zhou Wanjun. She still wished to continue the conversation with Jiang Shaocheng, so she waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I was the one who deceived you first. Fearing eavesdroppers, Jiang Shaocheng leaned closer to Zhou Wanjun, lowering his voice. However, I heard rumors this morning about Lin being with Su. I believe they must be false. What status does Su have to be interested in him? Zhou Wanjun was skeptical as well, yet she had seen the evidence with her own eyes. What about those photos of the two of them? Jiang Shaocheng pondered for a moment before concluding, don't forget, in recent years, photo editing has become popular. It could very well be the work of some mischief maker. He was unsure whether Lin, Su, or both had been edited into those images. His words gradually swayed Zhou Wanjun's belief. Just then, Lu Ping's voice rang out from behind. What do you mean edited? I saw them leave the school together at noon, hand in hand, and they seemed quite affectionate. Chapter 17. Lin. Huh? Is that true? Jiang City, Guijin Center. This was a most luxurious shopping mall in Jiang City. As Lin exited the vehicle, he followed Su Shi, obediently listening to her commands regarding where to go and what to purchase. He had no choice. He could not offend this affluent patron, and whatever she required, he would comply. They entered the men's clothing section, where Su Shi insisted on purchasing a suit for him. Lin, at this point, felt somewhat resistant. CC, is it really appropriate for someone my age to wear a suit? Besides, I'm merely a student. It feels quite odd. His reluctance stemmed from the fact that his career had yet to take off, and he was not part of any major corporate management, nor was he engaged in sales, real estate, or hosting events. Thus, donning a suit felt pretentious to him. As the saying goes, one cannot bend an arm against a thigh, let alone against jade. Consequently, he had no choice but to try on several outfits. Throughout the entire process, Su Lin stood by, showering compliments, while the sales associate appeared starstruck. But Su Shi maintained an impassive demeanor. Lin Shi noticed Su Shi's expression and remarked, "Young miss, since you find the suit unappealing, why not change into something more casual?" However, just as the words left his lips, Su Shi smiled at the nearby sales associate and declared, "I'll take 10 sets of this suit in my size." How many? Both Lin Shi and the female sales associate were taken aback, yet Su Shi's countenance remained unperturbed. 10 sets. After completing the payment and exiting the store, Su Lin called over the staff to load the garments into the car, seemingly intent on giving Lin Shi and Su Shi a moment of privacy. At that moment, Lin Shi felt the weight of Su Shi's extravagance. Those outfits cost nearly 500,000. What else more? Su Shi mentioned her intention to have top-tier tailors custom-make several exquisite suits for her upon their return. Lin Shi knew this would require a substantial sum, as he had previously commissioned bespoke suits that amounted to over $1 million. Yet, that was with his own funds. Now he was spending a woman's money, which left him somewhat astonished. In his view, they were merely ordinary classmates in this lifetime. Why would she treat him so generously? Was there an ulterior motive? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Currently, he lacked both wealth and opportunity, and logically, a woman of Su Shi's stature would have nothing to gain from him. Could be one of life's 3 great illusions. She likes me? While he was lost in these musings, Su Shi suddenly linked her arm with his and continued walking ahead. "What are you dawdling for? I'm buying you some casual wear." Although Lin Shi relished the feeling of being pampered, this was not the life he envisioned. He harbored lofty ambitions and unfulfilled regrets from his past life. "Patron, Shi, those clothes are sufficient for me, so please refrain from purchasing more." "Not a chance. The way you look in a suit is for my eyes only. When we meet my parents tonight, there's no need for such formality. After all, your status is merely that of student." Lin Shi acknowledged the validity of her point. When one lacks power and influence, excessive polish can come across as disingenuous. After all, they were meeting her parents, and it was best to present a more authentic self. Given the Su family's capabilities, they could easily uncover every detail about him. If everything was a facade, being exposed would only lead to her parents looking down upon him. Yet, as Lin Shi pondered this, he felt a twinge of unease. Wait, why do I need their approval? He was compelled to obtain a marriage certificate and had no obligation to win over the Su family, right? However, seeing Su Shi's face soften, he found himself reluctant to disappoint her. Of course, his primary concern was not to offend his benefactor. He certainly did not wish to embark on his journey burdened by debt. Let's take a look further ahead. Just as they had taken a few steps, a commotion erupted behind them. Lin Shi, whose senses were typically acute, instinctively turned to see what was happening. "What's going on?" Just as he turned, a middle-aged woman with a heavily made-up face and fiery red lips shouted, "Quick, catch that man. He stole my bag." However, no sooner had the words escaped her mouth than Lin Shi saw a man in black, wearing a mask, sprinting towards them, brandishing a sharp dagger. He considered intervening, but facing an armed assailant, self-preservation took precedence. In the next instant, he pulled Su Shi aside. Yet the man in black was too swift, colliding with passers-by as he barreled forward. As the threat drew closer, Lin Shi sensed something was amiss. How was it that, despite everyone stepping aside, this individual was still charging in their direction? Moreover, he could see a palpable intent to kill in the man's eyes. Indeed, it was a murderous intent. Lin Shi, possessing a naturally keen sense and an ability to read situations, firmly believed he was not mistaken. He discerned that the target was not him, but Su Shi. Realizing this, he had no time for further contemplation as the assailant was upon them in an instant. The dagger was reversed and raised, aimed directly at Su Shi. Watch out. Perhaps it was due to Su Shi's kindness towards his parents or an overwhelming surge of righteousness, but Lin Shi, in a moment of impulsive bravery, stepped in front of her, grasping the assailant's wrist. The criminal was taken aback, not expecting anyone to thwart his attack. "Kid, are you seeking death?" The youth before him was young, yet his strength was no match for the assailantess. For a moment, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. The onlookers scattered in fear. Lin Shi, accustomed to regular exercise, held his own against the typical individual. But he was using his left hand to control the assailant's right, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. Before he could devise a strategy, a flash of white darted before him. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the assailant's jaw was struck by a white boot, sending him sprawling backwards. Lin Shi turned to see that the one who had intervened was none other than Su Shi. Her expression had returned to its usual icy demeanor, and before the assailant could regain his bearings, she delivered another swift kick to his face. In the next moment, the assailant's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, the dagger slipping from his grasp. "Is this right?" Lin Shi stared at the scene before him, unable to believe his eyes. Chapter 18, Bitten by the School Beauty. To be frank, Lin Shi was nearly left speechless. The esteemed young lady of the Su family, the aloof campus beauty of Jiang University, possessed such formidable prowess behind the scenes. The remarkable display of skill just moments ago left him in awe. Truly, women can be as formidable as men. You actually know martial arts. It took him a while to regain his composure, yet disbelief lingered in his gaze. In his past life, he believed he had uncovered everything about Su Shi. He only knew her as a savvy executive in the business world, completely unaware of her martial abilities. Moreover, Lin Shi was not the type to resort to underhanded tactics. Faced with formidable adversaries, he would only engage in business maneuvers and would never threaten their safety or that of their families. He had never laid a hand on Su Shi, which is why he had not realized her capabilities. "I'm a girl. Learning self-defense techniques is quite reasonable. Isn't it?" Su Shi's explanation was one Lin Shi found hard to accept, clearly indicating her reluctance to divulge the true reason. At that moment, Su Lin forcibly brought over the middle-aged woman, her face still smeared with makeup. It was evident that she suspected this woman was in cahoots with the earlier assailant since the latter's target had been Su Shi, not merely a robbery. "Miss, are you all right?" Su Lin began to express her guilt. "It's all my fault for not being by your side. Otherwise, you would have found yourself in such peril." Su Shi initially waved her hand, signaling that she was unharmed. "This isn't your fault." Afterward, she cast a cold glare at Lin Shi, her voice tinged with reproach. "Who told you to recklessly meddle? Weren't you afraid of dying?" Although her expression was frosty, Lin Shi could sense the concern woven into her words. Before he could respond, Su Shi stepped forward to check on his condition. "Let me see, are you hurt?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shi took a hesitant step back, feeling a twinge of guilt. "No." Yet, his life faltered before Su Shi, unable to withstand even a moment. Almost immediately, a delicate hand grasped his left arm and twisted it gently. A moment later, Su Lin, who stood nearby, witnessed a wound measuring 5 to 6 centimeters appear on Lin Shi's arm. Although the cut was not deep, blood began to flow. At this sight, Su Shi's eyes brimmed with concern, leaving Lin Shi at a loss for words. However, Su Lin's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. "Miss, the dagger is poisoned. We need to address this immediately." Lin Shi was startled by her words, instinctively glancing at the wound on his left arm. But before he could see it, a delicate hand suddenly reached out to cover his eyes. "Don't look. Aren't you squeamish about blood since childhood?" As she spoke, a waft of violet fragrance filled Lin Shi's nostrils, offering him a sense of comfort. Soon, he realized something was amiss and blurted out, "How do you know I'm squeamish about blood?" Aside from injuries, Lin Shi seldom encountered blood, a fact known only to his parents until now. "Of course, your parents told me." Su Shi casually provided an explanation, then promptly instructed Su Lin to notify the Su family's private medical team about the situation here. Have them bring equipment, as well as antidotes for the unusual poison. After issuing her orders, she examined Lin Shi's darkening wound. "Fortunately, the cut is shallow. The toxin won't spread immediately. I must help you extract the poisoned blood swiftly." At this point, Su Shi became suddenly bashful. "Bear with me." Ignoring Su Lin's protests, she bent down to assist Lin Shi in extracting the poison. Within a few minutes, Su Shi halted, having spat out blood that was a vivid red. "All right, but a little bit more blood flow." Lin Shi sighed in relief. Thankfully, this wasn't like the movies where one would succumb to poison from an arrow or dagger instantly. Regardless, Su Shi had risked herself to suck out the toxic blood, leaving Lin Shi profoundly touched. Su Shi essentially saved him with her own life. "Thank you," he expressed, unable to resist stealing a glance at Su Shi. However, that single glance revealed the crimson at the corner of her mouth. "Oh no!" Su Shi hurriedly turned her head away, but Lin Shi remained frozen in place. His vision blurred momentarily, but fortunately, he did not see any more blood, allowing him to regain his composure quickly. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, as if all his strength had been drained. Miss, just now. Sushi swiftly wiped the blood from her mouth with a tissue, her face filled with concern as she asked, Lin Shi, are you all right? Lin Shi nodded slightly, entirely oblivious to Su Lin's presence, her expression rife with astonishment and vigilance. Just as he was about to speak, Sushi shot him a meaningful glance, prompting Su Lin to fall silent, though she was deeply puzzled about Lin Shi's earlier behavior. As an eyewitness, she had seen Lin Shi's pupils dilate dramatically upon seeing the blood, his expression morphing into one of fierce intensity, as if he had transformed into a different person. That state lasted only a second, leading Su Lin to understand that Lin Shi's reaction to blood was far from ordinary. The miss clearly knew something but refrained from discussing it, leaving Su Lin to refrain from probing further. After a few minutes, a medical team indeed arrived. They promptly placed Lin Shi onto a stretcher and began a thorough examination, testing for the poison. Fortunately, it was a toxin that they were familiar with. In the end, the doctors swiftly identified the antidote and administered injections to both Lin Shi and Su Shi. Throughout the process, Lin Shi noticed that Su Shi remained silent, prompting him to ask, Shi, those two were clearly after you. Did you offend someone? Su An supposed, her eyes revealing a fierce intensity that Lin Shi had never seen before. I have already instructed Su Lin to bring the bodyguards and have the two taken back for interrogation. No matter who their mastermind is, I will ensure they pay 100-fold for their actions. After uttering those words, she reverted to her earlier concerned demeanor, gazing at Lin Shi's bandaged arm. Fortunately, those two were unprofessional, and the poison was easy to find an antidote for. Otherwise, you would have been in real danger. Sushi expressed her relief. Lin Shi, still shaken, managed a weak smile. It seems we were quite lucky this time. That was your luck. He did not contest Su Shi's statement, yet it was undeniable. He had come perilously close to an untimely demise. Soon, both Lin Shi and Su Shi had been cleared of any serious injuries. After the earlier events, they were no longer inclined to wander aimlessly. Following this, Su Shi purchased several sets of casual clothing for Lin Shi, and the two of them took a car back to the villa. Lin Shi had no classes that afternoon, and Su Shi, under the pretense of caring for him, had someone notify the school to grant him a casual leave. Upon returning to the villa, Su Lin and the bodyguard summoned by Su Shi placed all the clothes in the wardrobe. After completing this task, Su Shi dismissed them and instructed Su Lin to come back at the scheduled time in the evening. Miss, I shall take my leave now. Do take care. As she finished speaking, she cast a deep glance at Lin Shi, revealing a barely perceptible hint of concern. The earlier incident had left her somewhat apprehensive, fearing that the young master might pose a threat to the young lady. However, since the young lady had said nothing, she felt it inappropriate to say more and turned to leave. As the door closed completely, the unlit villa was shrouded in darkness. The gloom extended beyond just the absence of light. It also encompassed Su Shi's expression. She approached Lin Shi step by step, her demeanor growing increasingly somber. At that moment, Lin Shi felt a twinge of unease. In their previous conflicts, he had never witnessed such an expression from her. Her face seemed to bear the very essence of anger. Shi, what is the matter with you? Su Shi did not respond, but rather hastened to stand before Lin Shi, and before he could react, she pushed him onto the sofa. Lin Shi was bewildered, but Su Shi had already seized his collar, straddling him. Your behavior today has utterly disappointed me. You clearly lack the ability, yet you still put on a brave front. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi nearly gasped in disbelief. He had risked his life to save her, and yet she was rebuking him. It was unreasonable not to be met with at least a semblance of gratitude. I did it to save you, and you actually... Before he could finish, Su Shi suddenly leaned down and captured his lips, silencing him. Chapter 19. The Taste of the School Flower Su. Even as pain surged through him, Lin Shi's mind went blank, unable to regain clarity. He never imagined that this woman would make such an audacious move again. If their kiss last night had merely been a gentle brush, this one was anything but subtle. This was the first time he had been treated so dominantly by a woman, and he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Merely allowing her to take control. With his mind in disarray, Lin Shi stood there, utterly stunned. However, he soon noticed that Su Shi had halted her movements, her body trembling. Please, don't do this anymore, just leave me. The words he attempted to utter were barely coherent, but he sensed that she was on the verge of tears. Soon, the dampness at the tip of his nose confirmed this realization. The protagonist, Lin Shi, found himself in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Su Shi's intense reaction. Was she truly worried about him? This was an unprecedented experience for him. as it was the first time a woman had wept in his embrace. He felt his hands hovering awkwardly in the air, unsure of where to place them. After a considerable internal struggle, he finally rested them gently on Su Shi's back, offering soft pats. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture ignited a profound desire within Su Shi, who began to seek him out with her delicate tongue. Lin Shi, not one to be oblivious, quickly reciprocated her advances, and the two engaged in a playful exchange. At that moment, the once chilly villa began to warm, the potted plants within blooming in response to the charged atmosphere. 2.5 minutes passed before Su Shi, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, finally withdrew from him and descended from his lap. "I must prepare to meet my parents for dinner," she announced, dashing up the stairs to the second floor, leaving Lin Shi reclining on the sofa, savoring the moment. He subtly pressed his lips together, still lingering under the faint trace of her violet scent, which caused his cheeks to flush. At present, he was convinced that Su Shi was indeed enamored with him. With this thought, he felt a surge of confidence and couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Alas, being so irresistibly charming had its drawbacks. Though he reveled in his allure, a nagging question plagued his mind. Why did this life diverge so drastically from his past? In his previous life, during their university days, he and Su Shi had hardly interacted. They were mere acquaintances, devoid of any conflicts or connections, only crossing paths in the realm of business where they regarded each other as rivals. Yet here he was, having just been reborn, and Su Shi was not only marrying him, but also initiating passionate kisses. Clearly, some unknown factor had transformed their fate. Unable to fathom the situation, Lin Shi resigned himself to the current reality. He retreated to his bedroom to make a phone call, preparing for the evening ahead. After concluding the call, Lin Shi yawned. Although the poison from his wounds had been purged, he still felt somewhat fatigued. He sent a message to Su Shi upstairs, requesting a brief respite until she was ready to summon him. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Su Shi read Lin Shi's message, her cheeks still flushed with color. She gently licked her lips, seemingly relishing the memory, and a smile of delight crept onto her face. "You belong solely to me," she declared, just as her phone vibrated. Upon seeing Su Lin's name on the screen, she composed herself and answered the call. "Miss, we have completed the interrogation of our suspects. These two appear to be somewhat unhinged, claiming to be the black and white twin killers, renowned figures in the assassin world. A few days ago, they accepted money from an unknown man who instructed them to eliminate you. They observed you for several days, even following us to the Guijin Center this afternoon, where they staged a robbery attempt." Su Shi fell silent, contemplating the unprofessional methods of the assassins. If they truly intended to kill her, stealth would have been far more effective than theatrics. Had they watched too many movies? Just then, Su Lin's voice returned to her. "Miss, they were unaware of the man's identity, leading to a dead end in our investigation." Su Shi furrowed her brows. It was evident that someone sought her demise. While she could surmise the mastermind behind the plot, she hadn't anticipated such an early attempt on her life. Could it be related to Lin Shi? Having married him, she would inevitably take over the Su family, becoming a target for certain individuals. After a moment of hesitation, Su Lin spoke again. "Miss, I must inform you that the payment the man offered these two was a mere 20,000. Su Shi was taken aback. 20,000 for a murder? These assassins are truly undemanding. Is her life worth so little? No wonder they were so unprofessional. Despite her discontent, Su Shi maintained her composure, issuing a calm directive. "Continue your investigation discreetly, but ensure these two are well taken care of before being disposed of. And keep this matter confidential. No one can know, not even my parents." Grateful that Lin Shi had not been harmed, she felt a surge of protectiveness. Otherwise, she would have made the two suffer tremendously, ensuring they met a grim end. Additionally, she was reluctant for Lin Shi to witness her ruthless side. As for keeping her parents in the dark, she feared for their peace of mind. She had already dismissed the bodyguard who had informed them of her marriage, confident that the news would remain under wraps. Time slipped by, and soon it was 5:30 in the evening. Lin Shi, deep in slumber, was awakened by Su Shi's rather unconventional method. She roused him with a kiss. In his dreamlike state, he initially mistook it for a dog licking him, only to open his eyes and find Su Shi, the esteemed lady, before him. "How do you feel?" she asked. Concern etched on her face as she noted his slightly unwell state after the detox. "Much better," Lin Shi replied, feeling revitalized after his nap, as if he could conquer the world. His attention then shifted to Su Shi's attire. She was clad in a black gown with a V neckline that accentuated her alluring figure, contrasting sharply with her usual white attire. Her lipstick was bolder, her hair cascading in waves, giving her a strikingly mature appearance. To Lin Shi, she resembled a vivacious femme fatale, a stark contrast to her previous innocent charm. Noticing Lin Shi's astonishment, Shi twirled in place and asked, "Do I look good?" "Absolutely," Lin Shi affirmed, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Are you dressed so formally?" "Suan se mirli smaiv. I have no choice. There will be guests tonight. You, however, need not be overly formal. Just dress handsomely to make a good impression on my parents." Without further thought, Lin Shi donned the casual attire he had purchased earlier that day and washed his face. Half an hour later, Su Lin's car arrived to pick them up. As they exited the villa, approaching the Yun Ding villa, Shi adjusted her neckline, concealing the tantalizing view. Turning to Lin Shi, who was gazing at her, a mischievous smile graced her lips. "My body is meant only for your eyes." Chapter 20. The fiercely protective Shi. Lin Shi was taken aback, astonished that the aloof campus beauty could utter such bold words. However, he sensed a shift. Throughout their interactions, he had predominantly been the one teased. It was time for him to seize the initiative. If not, he risked being completely dominated by Shi, making it difficult for him to pursue his own ambitions in the future. With a rationale that felt somewhat justified, he boldly took Shi's hand in his. It was his first act of initiative, causing her to tremble slightly, her eyes betraying disbelief. However, that expression was swiftly replaced by delight, her cheeks flushing again as if ablaze. Little did she know, Lin Shi was equally affected, unable to meet her gaze. Yet he did not release her hand, discovering that she was tightly gripping his, as if unwilling to let him escape. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Lin was equally rendered speechless. As the atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly silent, so silent, in fact, that one could hear the heartbeats of the two individuals inside. Though two distinct hearts beat separately, their rhythms seemed to intertwine, resembling a singular heartbeat. After a span of several minutes, the vehicle entered an estate. Once the car came to a halt, the butler promptly opened the door. He then observed his young mistress and a stranger alight from the vehicle together. Noticing their interlaced hands and intimate demeanor, the butler found himself momentarily taken aback. "Miss, young master, the head of the family, and the old master have been waiting for quite some time." She nodded slightly, making her way into the estate's most opulent villa. Upon entering the grand living room, she beheld a gathering of individuals encircling a central dining table, which was lavishly adorned with exquisite dishes. All eyes turned towards the couple, and upon witnessing their intimate hand-holding, expressions of surprise flickered across several faces. However, it was not long before a middle-aged man seated at the table let out a dismissive huff, turning his head aside to avoid looking at them. In his previous life, Lin Shi had seen a photograph of Shi's father, Su Yu. Thus he recognized that the irritable middle-aged man was indeed his future father-in-law. The elegant lady beside him was identified as Shi's mother, while the elderly gentleman at the head of the table, with his graying hair and beard, was presumably the former head of the Su family, a figure of substantial authority within the household. Disregarding the remaining individuals, who bore little significance to Shi, Lin Shi focused on the elderly man, who cast a brief glance in his direction before fixing his gaze upon Shi, a benevolent smile gracing his features. "Cici, you have finally returned. If I had to wait any longer, I might have succumbed to low blood sugar." He then turned his attention back to Lin Shi with a grin. "And this must be our son-in-law. Please do take a seat." At this, the previously mentioned elegant lady promptly rose, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Hello, I am Cici's mother. I have heard so much about you from her, and I must say, you are indeed quite the sight to behold. We're all family here. Please do sit down." "Thank you, Auntie," Lin Shi responded politely, glancing unexpectedly at Shi beside him. Had she been aware of him all along? Yet, how had he remained oblivious? It was not the time to ponder such matters. Thus, Lin Shi chose to sit beside her father. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes and unabashed hostility directed at him, he could not suppress an internal roar of frustration. Who orchestrated this seating arrangement? Despite having mentally prepared himself, the confrontation with Shi's parents left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Even in the presence of the inscrutable elder, he had not experienced such a sensation. The intense scrutiny was almost unbearable, prompting him to return a forced smile to Shi's father, only to be met with another cold huff. At that moment, Shi's mother, Qin Mo Lan, recalled something and promptly introduced Lin Shi. "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce you. This is Shi's father." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shi greeted him. "Hello, uncle." However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Yu seized the opportunity to mock him. "You have the audacity to secretly obtain a marriage certificate with Cici, and yet you dare to call me uncle? How dare you?" Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his arm, silencing him instantly. Glancing sideways, he discovered his wife had pinched him. "Montaklan." "You," he began, but his words were cut short when he noticed Qin Mo Lan's warning gaze. Following her cue, he turned his attention to his precious daughter, Su Shi, who was glaring at him with a look of admonition. Recalling the promise he had made to his daughter that afternoon, Su could only bite his tongue in frustration. Irritated, he turned away from Lin Shi, while China Molan was aware that her husband, a doting father, was displeased with the sudden appearance of their new son-in-law. Yet they had to respect their daughter's choice. With this in mind, she attempted to smooth things over. "Oh, that's just how your Uncle Su is. Please don't take it to heart." Lin Shi, observing Su Yu, who was sulking while sipping his tea, recognized the need to give Su Shi some face. After a moment of contemplation, he mustered the courage to speak. "Father, I was overly nervous earlier and mistakenly used the wrong form of address. I apologize." Su Yu nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. The sensation of suddenly gaining a son felt peculiar, and he preferred the previous address. Although this young man had charmed his daughter into a marriage certificate, he refused to acknowledge him as his son-in-law. Just yesterday, he had been in Beijing for a meeting when a bodyguard had called, informing him that Su Shi had obtained a marriage certificate with a man named Lin Shi. He had been left utterly dumbfounded. Heaven knows the emotional toll this revelation would take on a father who believed his daughter would never entertain the idea of a relationship with another man during her school years. Initially, he had assumed that no one could capture Su Shi's heart, but the truth proved only half right. His daughter had not been in a relationship. She had taken the unprecedented step of marrying another man. The realization felt like a collapse of his world, prompting him to hastily arrange his affairs in Beijing and return to confront this young man. Though Lin Shi appeared clean-cut and handsome, reminiscent of his own youthful vigor, Su Yu found him utterly displeasing. Up to this point, all he had gathered were superficial details about Lin Shi's background. From what he had learned, Lin Shi hailed from a lower-middle-class family, living a life slightly more affluent than the average person, with his family running a small company. Until the age of 8, Lin Shi had attended school in their hometown, but a tragic accident had resulted in amnesia, and he lacked any particularly extraordinary experiences thereafter. Recently, however, his father's company had gone bankrupt, leading to his daughter's financial support. To Su Yu, it seemed evident that his daughter had succumbed to infatuation, which prompted her to assist Lin Shi's family. In order to preserve his daughter's dignity, Su Yu was compelled to suppress his discontent and spoke to Lin Shi in a measured tone. "Very well, I also owe you an apology for my earlier behavior. After all, we invited you to the Su family merely to understand you better, not to criticize you." Upon hearing Su Yu's insincere words, a middle-aged lady seated across the table, her lips painted a fiery red, chuckled lightly. "What kind of father thinks like this? We all know that young people can be impulsive. How could they marry without informing their parents?" Her last remark carried weight, and she turned to provoke Su Shi with a smile, only to be met with a frigid stare. The intensity of Su Shi's gaze startled her, yet she pressed on, adding, "Cici, regardless, this is a significant decision for your life. Why didn't you discuss it with your parents before getting married?" In truth, the lady had not intended to scold her, but, without allowing her to finish, Su Shi interjected coldly, "If you don't wish to speak, then keep your mouth shut. My affairs do not require your unsolicited advice." Chapter 21. Oh no, the father-in-law is thrilled. With those words, an immediate hush fell over the dining table. Wow, how bold. Lin Shi was taken aback by Su Shi's assertive demeanor, especially considering that her aunt was present, along with the venerable elder of the Su family. She was not one to grant anyone any favors. Lin Shi was aware that Su Shi's relationship with her uncle's family was strained, yet she never anticipated it had deteriorated to such an extent. It could be said that they had already torn off the facade of civility. Discreetly, he observed the expressions of everyone present. He noticed that Su Shi's aunt, Shun Jinjin, wore an expression of palpable embarrassment, her eyes brimming with hostility. Beside her, Su Shi's uncle, Su Hui, along with her cousins, exhibited a shadowy demeanor. Surprisingly, the elder remained unperturbed, continuing to display a genial smile. However, in the next moment, Su Yu couldn't restrain himself any longer. "Shi, how dare you speak to your aunt in such a manner? It seems you have learned ill manners from the outside world, showing no respect for your elders." Although this so-called father-in-law spoke thus, Lin Shi, with decades of experience, understood that he was merely performing for the elder's benefit. Had he genuinely believed Su Shi was in the wrong, he would have sternly demanded an apology from Shun Jinjin. Yet what Lin Shi did not expect was Su Shi's icy and sarcastic retort. "Who says she is my aunt? Does she deserve that title? Of course. I respect my elders, but only when they are worthy of it. If none of this family shares the Su bloodline, then they're all merely outsiders, aren't they?" Su Shi's series of counter-questions struck with full force, not only rebuffing Shun Jinjin, but also implicating her entire family of leeches. While Su Yu feigned mild anger, he secretly admired his daughter. Her words had effectively darkened the faces of Su Hui's family, delineating them from the Su lineage. Given his already fractious relationship with Su Hui, he would have long since expelled them from the Su family, if not for the elder's presence. However, with the elder around, he had to maintain a facade of harmony. In recent years, his family had done nothing but squander their fortunes, and fearing the situation might escalate, the elder felt compelled to intervene. "CC, do not let your temper flare so. Your aunt is only concerned for you. Her intentions are good. So, please forgive her this once." At this point, Lin Shi was utterly bewildered. One would think that, according to common logic, Shun Jinjin should be the one seeking forgiveness from Su Shi, for she was the one who had been rude. This reinforced the information Lin Shi had previously gleaned about the Su family, particularly that the elder favored Su Shi. It was understandable, as Su Shi was the elder's biological granddaughter, while Su Hui's children bore no trace of the Su bloodline. Lin Shi had also learned that Su Shi had encountered some troubles in her childhood, which were inadvertently caused by the elder, perhaps instilling a sense of guilt in him towards his beloved granddaughter. Su Shi, choosing not to continue her verbal assault on Shun Jinjin, clearly wished to spare the elder any further embarrassment. Following this, the group dined in an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Throughout the meal, Su Hui remained silent, offering no commentary on the unfolding events. Such conspicuous abnormality only heightened suspicions. Could the attempted assassination that afternoon be connected to Su Shi's uncle? Lin Shi surmised that even if Su Hui had not orchestrated it, it was likely that his family was implicated. It was a simple calculation. If the sole heir of the Su family were to perish, the beneficiaries would undoubtedly be Su Hui's family, particularly his own son. After all, Su Yu had only Su Shi as his daughter, the only new blood in the Su lineage. Should she be lost, the future head of the family would have no choice but to consider Su Hui's family, as he had a son. The dinner, a cleverly disguised trap set for Lin Shi, resulted in very few attendees partaking of the dishes. Except for the elder, who dined heartily, the atmosphere only grew more uncomfortable. The elder, unable to endure the stifling tension for too long, eventually inquired about Lin Shi's family situation, attempting to ease the mood. The others silently listened as they ate, aware that given their fractured relationships, such gatherings were exceedingly rare. This occasion was merely a facade, a performance to appease the elder. Before long, the elder posed a challenging question. "Xiao Shi, what are your plans for the future? You are now officially with Shi." Lin Shi understood the elder's implication. Although he and Su Shi had obtained their marriage certificate, they had yet to hold a wedding. That was a necessary step. Clearly, the elder was probing Lin Shi's feelings towards Su Shi. However, the thought of a wedding caught him completely unprepared. The surreal events of the past few days had left him in a daze, and he had yet to fully grasp the reality of his situation. Was he truly to marry this former rival? Lin Shi cast a glance at Su Shi, who maintained a stoic expression, but her eyes held a hint of tenderness. After a moment's contemplation, he steeled himself to respond. "Grandpa Su, I currently possess nothing, so I intend to establish my career first and earn enough to give Shi a grand wedding. It won't be long, at most until after my graduation." His words were carefully considered, for he genuinely had little to his name. Su Shi was no ordinary girl. She was the cherished daughter of the Su family, and her wedding must be nothing short of splendid. Of course, his intention to provide a wedding for Su Shi did not stem from deep affection, but rather from a sense of obligation. Moreover, since they had already registered their marriage, arranging a wedding seemed reasonable. The only source of his discomfort was that he and Su Shi had yet to fall in love. Discussing a wedding felt rather odd. At that moment, the dramatic Shun Jinjin let out a derisive laugh. Su Shi did not indulge her, directly warning her coldly, "What are you laughing at?" Although Shun Jinjin feared Su Shi, she held no trepidation toward this newly added son-in-law of the Su family. In her eyes, Lin Shi was merely an incapable gigolo. Having latched onto the golden phoenix that was Su Shi, she held nothing but disdain for such men. In fact, she considered Lin Shi, this pretty boy, to be less than a man. Oh, I laugh at certain individuals who are oblivious to their own limitations, thinking they can arrange a wedding for our esteemed Su family heiress in just a year or two. I fear the wedding will end up being a mere mockery for the Su family. This was a blatant insult, a continuous humiliation directed at Lin Shi, or rather, at the new son-in-law of the Su family. Su Shi was instantly enraged, ready to rise and overturn the table, only to be restrained by Lin Shi. "Do not worry. I can handle this," he conveyed with a glance before fixing his gaze on Shun Jinjin. Initially, out of respect for Su Shi's parents at the table, Lin Shi had refrained from engaging with her, but this woman had persistently targeted him. He was not one to suffer in silence, and thus felt it was time to teach her family a lesson. Is the implication here that I lack ability? Shun Jinjin offered no retort, her cold laugh serving as tacit acknowledgement. Beside her, Su Shi's cousin, Su Jinyu, immediately stepped in as the mouthpiece for Shun Jinjin. Is my mother wrong? What abilities do you possess? Do you truly believe that your decade of diligent study can surpass the legacy of 3 generations of business acumen? Upon uttering these words, Lin Shi did not react with anger, but rather with a smile, for it was his moment to shine. So, you are indeed from a lineage of 3 generations in commerce. The smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth suddenly filled Shun Jinjin with a sense of foreboding. What followed were Lin Shi's words, steeped in insult. Yet, how curious it is that according to CC, if you delve 2 generations deeper, you would find yourself tracing back to a nanny. By the way, it seems that Nanny's husband is a gambling addict. Is this what you refer to as 3 generations of business expertise? As his words fell, silence enveloped the room. No one anticipated that Lin Shi would dare to voice such a provocation so openly. After regaining her composure, Su Shi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She had long harbored disdain for her non-biological brother, Su Hui, and the entire family, and now, her heart brimmed with joy. This young man's character was to her liking. He was not one to suffer in silence, and it genuinely delighted her. Chapter 22. 2 remarks that led to Su Jinyu's immediate unemployment. Su Jinyu was at a loss for words, his anger rendering him speechless. The fact that his father was not his grandfather's biological son was a lifelong sore spot. To have this vile scoundrel bring it up now ignited a murderous rage within him. He understood that he could not act out of line in front of his grandfather, lest he incite disappointment. At that moment, Su Shi cast a surprised glance at Lin Shi, her eyes shimmering with a hint of fondness. Silent praise felt all the more gratifying, yet he found himself unable to meet her intense gaze. His audacity to publicly disclose such matters was not without forethought. During their journey here, he had deliberately inquired about the Su Hui family, ensuring that when he spoke now, it would not raise suspicions. After all, with the knowledge he possessed from his past life, he needed to maintain a guise. Shun Jinjin, seething with fury, noticed her husband Su Hui's uncharacteristic silence, and her anger waned. Their origins were indeed a painful topic for the family, and the fundamental reason they could not aspire to the headship of the clan. However, should that wretched Su Shi perish, her son and daughter would emerge as the greatest beneficiaries. With this thought, she resolved to endure alongside Su Hui a little longer. Unbeknownst to Su Jinyu, who was oblivious to his mother's thoughts, all he desired was to retaliate. He could bear the humiliation from Su Shi because she was truly a daughter of the Su family, but he would not tolerate insults from an outsider. Lin Shi's earlier remarks had not only insulted his father, but the entire family. It was an affront of the highest order. His father, by nature, was rather meek, and thus able to endure such matters, but as his son, he could not. After nearly half a minute, Su Jinyu finally composed his retort. Coming from humble beginnings is not a disgrace. Sometimes, luck is indeed a component of strength. Moreover, it is one's acquired abilities that ultimately determine the pinnacle of one's life. As he uttered this noble sentiment, the elder nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Even the disgruntled Su Yu had to concede that those who achieve greatness often rely on a blend of luck, personal ability, and diligent effort. While the words may have been coarse, the underlying truth was undeniable. Some, lacking sufficient ability, often strive in the wrong direction, inevitably becoming failures. Shun Jinjin, witnessing her son articulate such an inspirational statement, refrained from interrupting. She, too, was eager to see the new son-in-law of the Su family humiliated. After all, who did he think he was, daring to expose their vulnerabilities? Most importantly, his words serve as a reminder to the elder that they were not true members of the Su family, merely outsiders descended from nannies. Thus, the elder would be even less inclined to favor them. Noticing his mother's lack of objection, Su Jinyu continued with pride. At just 26, I'm already capable of managing 3 companies under the Su family banner, all of which run smoothly. He directed a provocative gaze at Lin Shi. Can you achieve such success by your age? Lin Shi, perceiving that Su Jinyu was attempting to reclaim his dignity at his expense, had no intention of acquiescing. Furthermore, if he endured now, this cousin of Su Shi, along with the entire family, would undoubtedly escalate their actions against him. He needed to demonstrate that he was not a soft target. Provoking him would be akin to kicking against a steel wall. In light of this, he decided to engage. Ah, so you believe yourself quite capable, do you? Yet, from what I gather, the financial stability of the companies you oversee appears to be teetering on the brink of collapse. He added with a smirk, it's just that thus far, it hasn't exploded. What? The room erupted in astonished gasps. all eyes fixated on Su Jinyu, their expressions laden with incredulity. Lin Shi understood that his initial assumption had been correct. The Su family was unaware of Su Jinyu's current predicament. He knew this only due to the memories of his past life. Now, Su Jinyu's face betrayed a look of panic. He could not fathom how Lin Shi was privy to such information. After all, he and T even divulged it to his mother, fearing the repercussions. Shun Jinjin, observing her son's distressed demeanor, surmised that there might be some truth to the matter. However, this was a reality that could never be acknowledged. Doing so would undoubtedly lead to the elder's disappointment in Jinyu, greatly diminishing his chances of contending for the family leadership in the future. Lin Shi, cease your baseless accusations. We know better than you about Jinyu's capabilities. The 3 small companies he has nurtured have blossomed into medium-sized enterprises under his careful guidance. Is such a person not a commercial genius? Upon her declaration, neither the family head, Su Yu, nor the elder seated in the main chair offered any rebuttal. The facts spoke for themselves. Yet, Su Shi, standing nearby, bore a look of disdain, as if she had seen through all. What surprised her, however, was how her partner was privy to this information. Shun Jinjin seethed with rage. She had never held Lin Shi in high regard, and now he dared to provoke them further. Lin Shi, though you're the son-in-law of the Su family, you must speak with evidence. To slander my son without proof is indicative of your upbringing. I advise you to amend your ways. Do not play these petty tricks, or you will only drive the Su family against you. Before she could finish, Lin Shi interrupted. Who says I lack evidence? Everyone paused, momentarily stunned, before turning to see Lin Shi place his phone upon the table, where Su Jinyu's voice could be heard. Dragon brother, I implore you for a little more time. I will soon cover the 50 million debt. Additionally, I need another 10 million, or my company will go bankrupt. As the recording concluded, Su Jinyu's expression morphed into one of disbelief. How could you have? He hastily covered his mouth, nearly admitting to the truth. Such matters could never reach the elder's ears. Dragon brother had already agreed to lend him the 10 million, which would appear in his company's account by the following day, necessitating utmost secrecy. Once he stabilized the company and recouped the funds, everything would be resolved. Where did you obtain this fabricated recording? Lin Shi seemed to have anticipated such a response, shrugging nonchalantly. Whether it's genuine or not, you know best. Just have someone from the Su family investigate, and the truth will emerge. Before Su Jinyu could further protest, Su had already dialed a number, instructing his contacts to look into the companies that Jinyu managed. After all, he was the head of the Su family, and such a significant issue warranted his serious attention. Su Yu could hardly believe that Lin Shi, who had never met Su Jinyu, would go so far as to fabricate false recordings to defame him. Upon realizing that Su Yu was genuinely intent on conducting an investigation, Su Jinyu could no longer remain composed. Uncle Yu, is it really necessary to look into this? Do you not trust my character? Yet Su Yu resolutely replied, I'm afraid, Jinyu, that this is my duty as the head of the family. Standing by in silence, Su Hui was acutely aware of his son's guilt. The truth was likely to be revealed. He understood that if the investigation were to unfold in front of the elder, it would be far less painful to admit the truth than to have it exposed. Therefore, he rose sharply and declared, Jinyu, what exactly is going on? You must clarify this for me today. Faced with his father's fierce demeanor and his mother's helplessness, Su Jinyu could no longer hold back, his eyes quickly welling with tears. I didn't mean to. That money was actually for. Once dinner concluded, Su Shi and the others saw off the irate elder and the beleaguered Su Hui family. The elder resided alone in the old Su family mansion, while Su Yu's family dwelled in the Su family estate, and Su Hui's family occupied a villa in the suburbs. Lin Shi discerned the underlying dynamics of this arrangement. In the elder's eyes, he favored Su Yu and Su Shi's household, though he could not overtly display this preference. Thus, he chose to live alone in the old mansion, rather than cohabitate with either family. As he watched the cars gradually fade into the distance, Su Yu could not resist clapping Lin Shi on the shoulder, erupting into laughter. Ha ha, I must admit I underestimated you, my boy. You were quite formidable just now. This incident not only altered his perception of Lin Shi, but also significantly weakened the influence of his elder brother. The elder's recent decree to suspend Su Jinyu from his position and entrust the management of the 3 companies to Su Yu was tantamount to rendering Lin Shi's recordings a catalyst for Su Jinyu's unemployment. Although he was left with debts, with prudent management, it was entirely feasible to turn the tide. The money Su Jinyu owed had essentially been funneled into the company, and his mismanagement had led him to hire numerous costly talents. Coupled with his extravagant lifestyle, it was evident that he had squandered funds recklessly. Indeed, he had diverted company funds for his indulgences. In contrast to the former, Su Yu found Lin Shi far more agreeable and thus offered him a measure of commendation. Indeed, you carry a semblance of my youthful vigor. However, No sooner had he uttered these words than the playful laughter of his daughter, Su Shi, rang out beside him. Dad, I distinctly recall Mom saying that when you were young, you wouldn't dare speak loudly in front of Grandpa. You were like a quail. Su Yu felt his face flush with embarrassment, and he could only force a smile as he leaned closer to Su Shi and whispered, Shi, could you please spare your old father a modicum of dignity in public? But Su Shi remained unfazed. What is the issue with being candid in front of family? We have no outsiders here. Do you still feel ashamed? Upon hearing this, Su Yu instinctively glanced at Lin Shi. He discerned the implications of Su Shi's words, which not only emphasized that Lin Shi was now part of their family, but also expressed her dissatisfaction with his earlier conduct during dinner. It was clear that during their first encounter, he had been less than cordial towards his new son-in-law, and he realized that had it not been for the elder and Su Hui's family present, he might have spoken his mind. Su Yue lamented. Indeed, a daughter finds her suitor and forgets her father. Yet he recognized that Su Shi truly held affection for this young man. Fortunately, Lin Shi did not seem to be a gold digger, which offered him some solace. However, to become the son-in-law of the Su family, Lin Shi would need more than just charm. He needed to be capable, as he would eventually assist in managing the family affairs. After all, share management would alleviate burdens for both. By the way, Shi, how did you come by that recording? Su Yu still believed that Su Shi had orchestrated the acquisition of the recording and prompted Lin Shi to confront Su Jinyu. And how did you discover that Su Jinyu's company was mired in such debt? Su Shi shook her head. Dad, that recording was sent from Lin Shi's phone. Shouldn't you be asking him? Even she was unaware of how her partner had managed it. But this only heightened her curiosity. And I have never investigated Su Jinyu. I only learned of his debts tonight. Su Yu turned his gaze back to Lin Shi, his look inquisitive. Noticing that Su Shi was unwilling to shield Lin Shi from scrutiny, Lin Shi had no choice but to confess. Dad, yes, it was I who obtained the recording. A friend of mine sent it to me. Friend? What friend? Sujuekwidi Possessive. He found it difficult to comprehend what sort of friend possessed the capability to intercept such confidential recordings. That dragon brother from the recording. The moment he spoke, not only did Su Yu and his wife, Qin Molan, show surprise, but even Su Shi's eyes flickered with astonishment. Lin Shi was acquainted with Li Jianglong. How was she unaware of this? Was he lying? Unbeknownst to Su Shi, Lin Shi's previous statement was indeed truthful. He had known along from his past life. The latter's company primarily engaged in lending to various enterprises, and they had shared a modicum of camaraderie. Upon realizing that he would be meeting Su Shi's parents, the elder, and her uncle, Lin Shi felt a twinge of unease. Furthermore, since these individuals had been at odds with Su Shi, he preferred to prepare for any potential repercussions rather than be caught unawares. Thus, he had contacted Along. As he was still not well acquainted with his own identity, Lin Shi could only barter the other party's secret for the recording. In reality, he had a contingency plan should Along refuse to cooperate. He would send him enticing links. Given Along's lecherous nature, he would surely click on them, allowing the small virus Lin Shi had crafted to infiltrate Along's phone, thus retrieving the recording and other information. However, such actions were unethical and illegal. At this juncture, Su Yu wished to inquire further, but Su Shi preempted him. Dad, Mom, since you've already met Lin Shi, I should take him home now. We have classes tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Yu suddenly recalled that his beloved daughter had already spent the night with this young man. He assumed that whatever had to happen had already transpired, which filled him with a sense of sorrow. All right, you two may go. Just remember to stay safe. After saying this, he approached Lin Shi, wearing an unusually amiable smile. Young man, take care of yourself. I must not witness my daughter's wedding before I see my grandchild. Su Yu's words were laced with a hint of trepidation. Yet he spoke in a hushed tone, wary of Su Shi overhearing. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, he reasoned that he could not allow his daughter to be harmed. He reassured himself that everything he did was for her sake. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shi had turned beet red, momentarily rendered speechless. Good heavens, how should I respond to that? In his previous life, he had been wounded by love, leading him to shy away from women. As a result, he had never engaged in such matters. After all, upon leaving school, he had immersed himself wholly in the business realm. Amidst the relentless busyness of daily life, there exists little room for trivial concerns. Indeed, had it not been for his relentless ambition, it would have been inconceivable for him to possess a conglomerate valued at trillions by the tender age of 30. Now, confronted with the implicit suggestion from Su Shi's father, Lin Shi found himself at a loss for words. Most troubling was the presumption that something had already transpired between him and Su Shi. At this thought, his cheeks began to flush. Observing the unfolding scene, Qin Molan seemed to sense the tension and stepped forward, candidly stating, Old you, do not frighten the child. After all, he is but half your son. Upon hearing this, Suyu scoffed and made his way into the villa, yet a sense of satisfaction swelled within him. Although he held little affection for his son, believing that he needed no one but Shi in his life, he couldn't help but envy those who enjoyed the joys of both sons and daughters. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is akin to half a son, allowing him a glimpse into the experience of fatherhood. 30 minutes later, Su Shi and Lin Shi arrived at the villa district. By this time, the Su family had already returned to their residence. Upon entering, Shun Jinjun quickly concocted an excuse to retreat alone to the upstairs restroom. Once she locked the door, she stood on a stool to retrieve her concealed phone from the ceiling, promptly powering it on and dialing a number devoid of any contact name. After nearly a minute, someone finally answered on the other end. How are you managing your tasks? I have provided you with 5 million as payment. Why has so much time elapsed without the completion of her assassination? I warn you, if you fail to eliminate this woman, the remaining 5 million will be out of your reach. Shun Jinjin fumed, recalling how the assassin had promised the previous day that she would never see Su Shi again. Yet, at the banquet, she had been shocked to find the girl thriving. Clearly, the hired hands had failed their mission. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end, distorted by special equipment, replied, Madam, I need to assess the situation first. The call abruptly ended, and the person dialed another number associated with a punctual assassination organization. Hello. Why is your punctual assassination organization so unreliable? I provided 100,000 as an advance payment. Yet why has the Su family's heiress not been eliminated? You have 2 more days. If the task remains unfinished, do not expect the remaining 100,000. Is this Lone Wolf? Can you even manage this? Wasn't today supposed to be a sure success? You've taken 10,000, and this is how you perform? I will grant you 1 more day. If you fail again, our collaboration will be terminated. Lone Wolf pondered, strange, why can't I reach the black and white duo? Am I losing my 2,000? Chapter 24, A Night Encounter with the Campus Belle. Lone Wolf was acutely aware that failing to eliminate the Su family's young lady would jeopardize his remaining 10,000. Moreover, he suspected that the black and white duo had encountered a setback. They had previously assured him of action within a couple of days. Yet now there was no sign of progress or communication. Should they have failed, he would need to abscond with the funds immediately. He was all too familiar with the Su family's capabilities. They could easily trace him back for the black and white duo. While he was caught in this dilemma, his target had safely returned to the villa. Su Shi first saw Su Lin off before turning to Lin Shi with a question. Before we left the Cloud Summit Villa, what did my father say to you? Hearing this, Lin Shi instinctively reflected, his cheeks flushing. The essence of her father's words was clear. They needed to take precautions to ensure she did not become pregnant. Although somewhat embarrassing, he understood Su Yu's paternal intentions to protect his daughter from harm. However, faced with the breathtaking Su Shi, he found it difficult to articulate. After much internal conflict, he merely countered with, why do you ask? Noticing Lin Shi's reddening face, Su Shi's lips curled into a sly smile. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to know if he said anything unpleasant. Now understanding her concern, Lin Shi reassured her, no, Uncle, Dad did not say anything negative. He was just expressing his care for us. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shi noticed Su Shi stepping closer, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Most disconcerting was the mischievous smile adorning her face. But I distinctly heard him caution us to be mindful of our safety. What sort of safety, I wonder? As she uttered these words, Su Shi inched closer, effectively pinning him against the wall. Her face was mere inches away, her delicate nostrils flaring with each breath. The warmth of her exhalation felt akin to steam rising from boiling water, igniting a fire within Lin Shi. He found himself flushed with heat and desire. Most provocatively, upon returning, Su Shi had lowered her gown, revealing her most enticing features. Her luscious lips appeared tantalizingly irresistible, making him yearn to taste them. As these thoughts swirled, Lin Shi felt a parched dryness in his throat. This infernal heat is unbearable. I should take a shower, he muttered, seeking an escape from the escalating tension. However, just as he took a couple of steps, Su Shi pulled him back. Don't wash in the downstairs bathroom. Go to the one in my room upstairs. What? Lin Shi turned back in confusion, eager to inquire further, but found himself ensnared by her captivating gaze, rendering him weak-kneed. Additionally, her delicate fingers traced circles in his palm, an unmistakable invitation. Although inexperienced, he had seen enough films to recognize her advances. Caught off guard, Lin Shi grappled with the surreal nature of the moment. Just as he was about to decline, Su Shi's lips parted enticingly. Darling, have you forgotten that the downstairs bathroom has cameras? That's why I want you to go upstairs. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the term darling sent shivers down Lin Shi's spine. He sensed that Su Shi was teasing him, but his resolve was crumbling under the weight of her allure. Su Shi, while we are officially registered, we have only known each other for a few days. It feels a bit strange for you to call me darling. Could we perhaps use a different term? As he spoke, he dared not look Su Shi in the eye, her beauty rendering him utterly captivated. Her dark eyes appeared to harbor a heart of pink. Little did he expect that Su Shi would only intensify her efforts. She leaned in closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Then shall I call you dear?" His ears burned with embarrassment, and Lin Shi's heart raced faster. In a flurry, he pushed Su Shi away, fearing that if this continued, he would lose control of his primal instincts. "Just call me by my name. Su Shi, I'll go wash up now." With that, he hurriedly ascended the staircase to the second floor, recognizing that there was no turning back now. He even feared that if he refused, Su Shi might take matters in her own hands right then and there. As his foot touched the first step, Su Shi's sultry voice echoed behind him. "Darling, I'll shower after you." Lin Shi maintained a facade of composure, while internally, he was on the verge of erupting. Was this still the aloof campus belle he knew? She seemed more like an ultimate seductress. Now, Su Shi has become irresistibly alluring, captivating to the very core. Previously, Lin Shi believed he could withstand it. But ever since he heeded Su Shi's father's advice, he felt as though a switch within him had been activated. Not daring to linger, Lin Shi hastened his pace, fearful that Su Shi would catch up and perceive his current state of unease. After a refreshing shower, the heat within him finally dissipated. He spent an additional 10 minutes cleansing himself before drying off. Dressed in the nightwear Su Shi had prepared for him, he emerged from the bathroom. Those familiar with a man's bathing habits would understand. His prolonged absence was due to certain distractions. The profound impact of Su Shi's earlier presence left him feeling anxious as he stepped out, for outside lay the sanctuary of her bedroom. Instinctively, he checked his attire, akin to a young girl wary of lecherous gazes, ensuring his nightwear was securely wrapped around him. As anticipated, Su Shi awaited him in the bedroom, her gaze fixed intently upon him, as if she wished to penetrate his very being. Lin Shi felt a twinge of discomfort under her scrutiny, perplexed by her sudden transformation into a lovesick maiden since returning from the villa. Had she overheard her father's words and misconstrued them to mean that any indulgence was permissible, provided one took the necessary precautions? This was merely Lin Shi's conjecture, and he steeled himself to speak. "Shishi, you should go wash up." Suwon Senadith. Then added, "Remember to wait for me in this bedroom." "Why?" Lin Shi inquired, to which Su Shi simply smiled in response. "Because you can sleep here tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi realized he had been playfully teased and promptly turned to exit the bedroom. Were it not for Su Shi's daunting demeanor, he might have willingly lingered a while longer, for her room was imbued with a delightful fragrance that beckoned him to inhale deeply. Returning to the bedroom on the first floor, Lin Shi composed himself and resolved to continue developing his software. His previous efforts had yielded half of the work completed. With just 2 days remaining, his initial version of the app would soon come to fruition. Following that, he would need to either purchase a server or rent a cloud server to facilitate user downloads, logins, and data connections. As he coded, he awaited a message on his phone. Indeed, he was anticipating a message from Su Shi. For reasons unknown, Lin Shi found himself eager for her correspondence, longing for conversation with her. However, he was taken aback when, even at midnight, no message arrived. Perhaps she had fallen asleep, he mused, though a slight sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. What was happening to him? After working for another half hour, Lin Shi decided to retire for the night. Just as he closed his laptop and lay down, an unexpected sound echoed from outside. It was raining, heavy downpours, often accompanied thunder. And soon Lin Shi witnessed a flash of blue lightning illuminating the sky. The thunder rumbled loudly, yet Lin Shi relished the ambience, finding it conducive to sleep. As the storm raged outside, he blissfully closed his eyes. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, something suddenly pounced onto his bed, accompanied by the familiar scent of violet. Lin Shi jolted awake, his eyes flying open. Oh no, is she planning a nocturnal ambush? This was Lin Shi's first reaction. He feared Su Shi was about to launch an all-out surprise attack. Sure enough, upon opening his eyes, he found Su Shi right on top of him. Her hair cascaded down, obscuring her face, leaving Lin Shi unable to discern her expression, which made him instinctively tense. "W, what do you want?" He expected Su Shi to continue teasing him or to articulate her intentions, but instead, her delicate form trembled slightly. "I'm afraid of thunder." Huh? Such a cliché excuse, typically found in romantic dramas, had surprisingly escaped Su Shi's lips. This only heightened Lin Shi's suspicion that she might harbor ulterior motives. "Don't use such a tired excuse. I don't buy it. You should head back upstairs to sleep. It's getting late." Lin Shi attempted to push her away, but she clung to him even tighter. "No, don't let me go. I'm scared." Though uncertain of the truth behind her words, Lin Shi felt a surge of compassion. "How about I sleep on the sofa outside?" Su Shi refused to release her grip, even resorting to a childlike pout. No, I want to sleep holding you. Otherwise, I'll be scared. Hearing her soft, enticing tone, Lin Shi's eyes widened, his mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Was this the same icy beauty, the aloof school flower? How could she exhibit such a stark contrast? Most notably at that moment, Sushi tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her face. Her big, innocent eyes and adorably pouting expression made it exceedingly difficult for Lin Shi to refuse her. Noticing his silence, Sushi pressed on. I've let you work until now. Can't you fulfill this small request? Thus, he realized he was being monitored. Despite this, Lin Shi found himself yielding to her, albeit with caution. Fine, you can sleep here, but we mustn't share a blanket. One could only imagine the courage Lin Shi summoned to make such a concession. It wasn't that he was overly virtuous. Rather, he feared acting impulsively and causing harm to Sushi. Although they had been rivals in a previous life, there was no such enmity in this one. Moreover, he was unaware of Sushi's true feelings towards him, so he dared not indulge too freely. Their relationship had yet to reach that depth. From the wardrobe, Lin Shi retrieved another blanket and handed it to Sushi. It was then that he noticed she had changed into a different set of nightwear. The previous purple outfit was seductive, but this new one was utterly enticing, bordering on scandalous. This was the first time he had seen a woman in a crop-top sleepwear. And what was with that cat ear hairpin? It made Sushi appear even more like a docile little kitten. He had to admit, it was rather adorable. Lin Shi chuckled softly, finding it difficult to tear his gaze away. Alas, it was all her fault for being so stunning. Sushi, feeling his gaze upon her, soon felt her cheeks flush. Thankfully, the dim light from the bedside lamp spared Lin Shi from noticing her embarrassment. In truth, Sushi was aware that she didn't usually present herself this way. However, upon seeing Lin Shi, she desired to show him her best side. This set of nightwear was carefully chosen by her to attract his attention. Seeing Lin Shi's current expression filled her with satisfaction. Thus, the two lay together on the same bed, albeit with a considerable distance between them. Originally, Sushi had hoped he would hold her as they slept, but knowing he would likely refuse, she offered him only one arm. Lin Shi, the paragon of virtue, fell asleep early, blissfully unaware that a certain someone had snuck into his blanket. Of course, it was merely a cuddle. Nothing untoward occurred. While the two drifted into slumber, Zhou Wanjun, situated in the female dormitory of Jiang City University, was still tossing and turning, unable to find rest. She truly did not expect that after Lin Shi left school at noon, he would never return. After inquiring, she learned that he had no classes in the afternoon, and no one knew where he had gone. All that was known was that he had left the school with the campus beauty. This only solidified her suspicion that the two had likely entered into a romantic relationship. The fact that neither of them returned to school that evening filled Zhou Wanjun's mind with wicked images that she found increasingly difficult to accept. As she pondered this, her eyes brimmed with fury and resentment, her body writhing in turmoil as she bit down on her blanket. Clearly, Lin Shi was my loyal dog. Why must he be taken away from me? Now, Zhou Wanjun harbored a deep-seated hatred for Sushi, questioning her entitlement to be the campus beauty, feeling herself to be more attractive. With her family's wealth, she might very well have undergone plastic surgery. Unlike her, who possessed a wholly natural beauty, she had many suitors. What infuriated her most was why Sushi deserved Lin Shi. Zhou Wanjun felt a profound sense of defeat, coupled with anxiety about how she would navigate her future. Once, Lin Shi had provided her with living expenses, which she had saved up substantially enough to last until graduation. However, she could no longer support Jiang Shaoqian, as she simply could not afford it. Moreover, she now felt exceedingly guilty in front of her roommates, claiming she had grown tired of her off-campus residence and felt somewhat lonely. Thus, she had moved back and asked Lu Ping to keep a secret. Tomorrow, she must find Lin Shi and sincerely apologize to him, hoping to win back her devoted admirer. Only then could she continue living in the spacious house. With these thoughts, Zhou Wanjun finally drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Lin Shi not only forgave her, but also showered her with gifts as an apology. In her dream, Lin Shi was still the chairman of a company valued at over $1 trillion, allowing her to drive luxury cars and reside in a villa. Even though she was already 48 years old in her dream, Lin Shi maintained a youthful visage, still deeply in love with her. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lin Shi's face. The piercing light roused him from slumber, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He had distinctly drawn the curtains last night. How were they now open? Before he could ponder further, an embarrassing realization struck him. The stimulation he experienced from Sushi's attire last night, combined with a typical male physiological response, had caused him to rise earlier than usual. He instinctively glanced beside him and, relieved to find Sushi absent, sighed in relief. As he pulled back the covers, a waft of violet fragrance enveloped him, instantly reminding him of last night as dream. He had dreamt of someone lifting the covers and crawling into bed with him. Fortunately, that was merely a dream, too terrifying. Even the most domineering individuals must practice safety awareness. They should lock their doors and windows before sleeping at night to avoid being taken advantage of by mischievous spirits. Once the unusual feelings subsided, Lin Shi hurriedly dressed. Upon stepping out of his room, he encountered a bustling figure. Sushi was carrying a freshly prepared breakfast from the kitchen to the adjacent dining area. Lin Shi could hardly believe his eyes, feeling as though he were still dreaming. What a fantastical scenario. At that moment, Sushi, clad in an apron, noticed Lin Shi and flashed a sweet smile. "Ah, sure, you're finally awake." "Ashi?" Although the nickname felt somewhat peculiar, it was certainly more palatable than hubby or dear, terms he could hardly tolerate. Why are you making breakfast?" "Suon se appeared somewhat passive." "Isn't it reasonable for a wife to prepare breakfast for her husband? Is this a dream sequence?" To be candid, Lin Shi, who had never experienced anything like this before, felt utterly flabbergasted. He immediately stepped forward to assist, eagerly transferring the remaining breakfast items from the kitchen to the dining table. Not only that, but he also placed the used pots in the dishwasher. Returning to the table, Lin Shi beheld heart-shaped fried eggs, freshly brewed coffee, steamed corn, and high-quality porridge, accompanied by toasted bread and milk. He found it hard to believe that all this had been prepared by Sushi, the young lady of privilege. While the breakfast lacked extravagant ingredients, it was undoubtedly nutritious and wholesome. "Sushi, did you really make all this?" "Why not?" Sushi picked up a slice of bread and began to eat. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Shi suddenly felt a pang of heartache. How could he deserve such attention from a wealthy young lady who was now getting her hands dirty in the kitchen, even though they had previously been rivals? He was a respectable man and would never take advantage of anyone in daily life. "Sushi, perhaps I should handle breakfast next time. Besides, you made far too much food for us to finish." However, in an unexpected turn, the icy beauty known as Sushi playfully stuck out her tongue. "I enjoy it." Lin Shi found her somewhat adorable, and he refrained from saying anything more. After finishing their meal, Sushi mentioned she had something to attend to and would not be going to school that morning. Although Lin Shi was curious, he held back his questions. In his view, their relationship was not so intimate that she needed to report her whereabouts to him. Afterward, Sushi escorted him to the door, just as Su Lin arrived in her car. "All right, sure, you go on to school. I'll come find you once I'm done. Love you." Sushi leaned in and pecked Lin Shi on the cheek before blushing and retreating back into the villa. This girl, feeling the warmth on his cheek, Lin Shi's heart raced, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Goodbye." After calling out, he promptly got into the car. Meanwhile, a response echoed from the villa. "Goodbye." Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Shi, after Sushi smiled and said her farewell, she turned away, a glint of malice gleaming in her eyes. "Shun Jinjin, you may play your devious games, but your mistake lies in nearly jeopardizing Ashur. If you do not pay a price, it seems you will not relent." With that, Sushi took out her phone and dialed a number. You can let him take action now. She may not need to lose her life, but she must suffer greatly. Had it not been for this foolish woman, who nearly harmed Lin Shi yesterday, she would have preferred to allow her to continue her antics. Now, it seemed that was no longer necessary. After hanging up, she dialed another number. "Send every last one of those who took that woman's money to prison. I want them to rot in there." At this moment, Sushi exuded a chilling aura, starkly contrasting with the adorable girl who had prepared breakfast earlier that morning. Arriving at school, Lin Shi preferred to avoid drawing attention, so he asked Su Lin to drop him off some distance from the school gate. However, just as he approached the entrance, two uninvited guests approached him. One was the scheming Zhou Wanjun from Jiangcity University, and the other was the cube-shaped fairy, Lu Ping. Upon seeing them, Lin Shi felt as though he had encountered a flood or a wild beast, swiftly attempting to bypass them. Yet, these two women clearly had no intention of letting him go. Zhou Wanjun quickly caught up to him, grasping his arm. In truth, this was the closest physical contact they had shared in years. Before this, Zhou Wanjun had not only insisted that the two maintain no physical contact, but also required them to keep a distance of at least 1 meter at all times. Astonishingly, he had acquiesced to these demands, which now seemed rather absurd to Lin Shi. In the present moment, Zhou Wanjun extended her hand towards him, yet he felt no joy. Instead, he was overcome with disgust. He recalled a previous life when she lay in bed with Jiang Shaocheng, casually asking him to buy something downstairs after they had finished. Hatred consumed him. In the next instant, he forcefully shook off Zhou Wanjun's hand. "Don't touch me." Zhou Wanjun was left dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that Lin Shi's demeanor would be so hostile after merely 2 days apart. Initially, she had intended to express her anger and question him about why he had blocked her, as well as his association with that woman surnamed Sue. However, the blatant disdain etched on Lin Shi's face silenced her. Little did she know, Lin Shi harbored not only deep loathing for her, but also a tinge of hatred. If it weren't for the lack of a valid reason, he would have slapped her across the face. Once he completed his current tasks and launched the developed app, he would seek an opportunity for this woman to regurgitate all that she had consumed from him in the past. As it turned out, Lin Shi had underestimated Zhou Wanjun's audacity. Just as he had taken a few steps forward, the hem of his clothing was tugged at from behind, leaving him exasperated and helpless. "What do you want?" To Lin Shi's surprise, after a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wanjun uttered words that incited his fury further. I would like to ask when you will give me this month's living expenses." Lin Shi's temper flared completely. He covered his face with his hand, contemplating whether to endure a little longer. Yet, this was a persistent grievance for him, one he had never been able to shake off from his previous life. Zhou Wanjun had inflicted too deep a wound on him, and in his past life, he had been too weary to confront her. In this life, her aggressive approach truly tested his patience. "You shameless sycophant, why are you silent now? Do you no longer wish to provide?" Lu Ping interjected at this moment, her tone brimming with self-righteousness, igniting the powder keg in Lin Shi's heart. A mental ailment requires a mental remedy. He glared at the two contemptible women before him and erupted in a furious tirade. I'll go to hell with you." The onlookers were taken aback, unable to believe their ears. Lin Shi's language was utterly crude. Lu Ping and Zhou Wanjun were momentarily stunned, their brains momentarily ceasing to function. Particularly for Zhou Wanjun. It was her first time witnessing Lin Shi lose his temper so explosively and directed at her, no less. Perhaps due to her fragile state of mind or her desire to feign victimhood and incite the crowd against Lin Shi, her worthless tears began to flow anew. Feeling a sense of relief after venting his anger, Lin Shi turned and strode into the school. He cared not for his image at that moment. He was not the chairman of a company worth billions, but rather an ordinary university student. While onlookers advised the youth against impulsiveness, he thought, what else could be expected of youth? Witnessing Lin Shi's callousness, Zhou Wanjun collapsed to the ground in tears, prompting Lu Ping to rush to comfort her. Nevertheless, she adhered to the principle of fairies aiding fairies and immediately shouted back at Lin Shi's retreating figure, "You scoundrel. Have you forgotten your old love now that you found a new one? Abandoning Wanjun like this, you will surely face retribution. I curse you to an untimely death." Compared to Lin Shi's earlier outburst, her words lacked any real impact. Lin Shi, unfazed, merely replied with a nonchalant remark, "I got it, truly a pig-headed fool. As the saying goes, lies do not hurt, but the truth is a sharp blade." This remark utterly shattered Lu Ping's composure. She jumped up 3 times in place, before finally throwing herself onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. Chapter 27. Su Shi, dare to confess your love for my husband in public? You're asking for a beating. Unfortunately, Lin Shi had already walked far away, missing the opportunity to appreciate the diversity of species. Meanwhile, the onlookers were entertained. Rather than being concerned about the tumult of a couple's quarrel, they were more inclined to witness the antics of a clown. Zhou Wanjun, having pretended to weep dramatically, was not oblivious to the surrounding situation. Seeing her close friend behaving so disgracefully filled her with embarrassment. Hearing the murmurs and snickers from the crowd made her feel utterly humiliated. Casting a glance at her dear friend, she found Lu Ping still acting as if she were the center of the universe, unabashedly flaunting her insolence. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Wanjun rose to persuade Lu Ping, swiftly pulling her away. She felt as though her dignity had been entirely stripped away, given another chance. She would never choose a tank as her confidant. She resolved to have a serious talk with her upon returning. If things continued this way, she would no longer accompany her outside. In her heart, she thought, as she also recalled Lin Shi's mercilessness, which only heightened her anxiety. If this persisted, she would lose a significant benefactor. It seemed a sacrifice would be necessary. In a high-end beauty salon in Jiangcity, Sister Shun, how did I perform this time? Shun Jingjing's face flushed with embarrassment as she produced a wad of cash from her bag. Quite well. Here's your tip. A pale-skinned, attractive man quickly accepted the money. Thank you, Sister Shun. How about I serve you once more? No, I have things to attend to and must return promptly. She frequently visited this beauty salon, ostensibly for skincare treatments, but in reality, it was a venue for her to indulge in the pleasures provided by a young toy boy. While the salon presented a respectable facade, it discreetly catered to affluent women with special services. Initially, her husband, Su Hui, had been inadequate in that regard during his youth. And now, with age, he was even less capable of satisfying her needs. It had been over half a year since they had been intimate. Yet her desires remained strong, and she had eventually succumbed to the recommendation of her close friend, leading her to this salon. At first, she felt hesitant, worried that if Su Hui discovered her actions, he would cast her out of the Su family. However, as her cravings deepened, she could no longer resist the allure of a young, handsome man. They had been involved for several months now, and no one in the Su family was aware. This was also thanks to the salon service model, which included a secret chamber within the public rooms that was exceptionally discreet and soundproof. No matter how loud the commotion, those outside remained oblivious. After receiving satisfactory service, Shen Jingjing knew she had to hurry home. To avoid suspicion, she had arrived at the salon early in the morning and had already spent over 2 hours there. Staying longer could raise Su Hui's doubts. A few days ago, the boy she had been seeing, Wang Cheng, insisted on having a post-coital smoke. However, when she returned to Su Hui that night, he had detected the scent, and she had to concoct an excuse to cover it up. Such occurrences could not happen too frequently. If Su Hui grew suspicious, he might send someone to keep an eye on her. All right, I'm leaving. I'll come back the day after tomorrow. To her surprise, Wang Cheng hurriedly poured her a glass of red wine. Sister Shun, why not have another drink before you go? As they say, a drink after the deed prolongs life. Seeing Wang Cheng's smooth demeanor, Shen Jinzheng did not decline and promptly drank the glass of fortuitous wine. With a radiant glow on her face, she exited the salon, got into her red sports car, and headed toward her villa community. Unbeknownst to her, as she left the beauty salon, someone snapped a photo of her with her car and sent it to Wang Cheng. Brother Cheng, the target has left. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Cheng swiftly replied. During this interval, let us hastily venture abroad. Shen Jinjin, driving her car and humming a tune, felt as though she were living the life of a grand empress. Unbeknownst to her, her young paramour was preparing to flee. Soon, the number of vehicles around her diminished, as this was the route leading to the villa district, where the residents were few. The mere thought of that wretched girl, Su Shi, residing in the same vicinity, soured Shen Jinjin's mood. Alas, when will the assassins rid us of this calamity? Once she is eliminated, the Su family will belong to my son. No one knows, other than her, that her son and daughter are not of the Su lineage. Specifically, they are not Su Hui's biological offspring. This secret she has kept hidden for decades, intending to guard it for a lifetime. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden wave of heat washed over her, transforming her previously satisfied heart into an abyss of emptiness. What is happening to me? She felt exceedingly uncomfortable, her desire to continue driving waning. Could it be that she had consumed too much alcohol? Shen Jinjin was at a loss, her body aflame, yearning to return home to recuperate. She overestimated her resilience, and soon her eyes fluttered shut. Her foot remained pressed on the accelerator, oblivious to the increasing pressure beneath her. The car hurtling forward at an alarming speed. When Shen Jinjin reopened her eyes, it was due to inadvertently honking the horn, and it dawned on her that she was still behind the wheel. Raising her gaze, her complexion turned ashen. She was hurtling towards a large truck ahead. Instinctively, she swerved to the right but forgot to apply the brakes. Thus, at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, she, along with her vehicle, collided with the guardrail. Bang! Noon. As Lin Shi exited the school grounds, Sushi had sent him a message in advance, suggesting they have lunch together. She awaited him at the school gate, prompting Lin Shi to quicken his pace. Ever since last night, he found himself unexpectedly eager to see Su Shi. It would be even better if she did not hinder his entrepreneurial aspirations. However, before he could reach the entrance, an uninvited guest intercepted him. Sure, the person calling was Zhou Wanjun, and she was alone this time. Hearing her call him like that made Lin Shi feel quite nauseated. In fact, she had called him that during their childhood when their relationship was relatively amicable. It was only in middle school that she began addressing him by his full name. Hearing that familiar term once more filled him with irritation. It was a name he felt only Su Shi should use. Attempting to sidestep her, he found that she had already sensed his intentions and stood directly in his path. In that instant, Lin Shi felt an overwhelming urge to kick her aside. What do you want? The last person he wished to see was Zhou Wanjun. She offered nothing but annoyance. Zhou Wanjun stepped forward, attempting to grasp Lin Shi's arm, but he deftly evaded her. Although disappointed, she still squeezed out a high-pitched plea. Sure, don't be so fierce. Her words nearly made Lin Shi retch. After all he had endured in his past life, he had developed a visceral aversion to this woman. What made him even more uncomfortable was Zhou Wanjun's subsequent declaration. Actually, I've thought it through today. I agree to your previous confession and will be your girlfriend. This morning, she had resolved to feign acceptance of Lin Shi's proposal, intending to win back his heart. If successful, he would continue to invest in her, and she could reclaim her place in that grand house. Zhou Wanjun even shared this plan with Jiang City, assuring him not to feel jealous. To which he had replied, for money, I can endure. Just as Lin Shi prepared to rebuke her, A striking figure emerged from outside the school gates. CC. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, upon noticing Su Shi's frosty demeanor, he suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. In the next moment, a slap rang out. Slap. The crisp sound cut through the noisy surroundings, strikingly jarring. However, the recipient of the blow was not Lin Shi, but the remarkably thick-skinned Zhou Wanjun. Publicly professing your love for my husband. Do you have no shame? Chapter 28. Su, the campus flower, possesses both strength and cunning. Witnessing Su Shi's audacity, Lin Shi was taken aback. She resembled a character from a film, a veritable guardian of her partner. Yes, strike that insufferable green tea with all your might. Truth be told, had it not been for the societal censure surrounding men striking women, he would have been unable to contain himself. Su Shi, however, was no ordinary woman. She was the esteemed daughter of the Su family, the belle of Jiang University. Even if she struck that vile green tea, onlookers would merely be astonished, offering no criticism. Moreover, with the Su family backing her, such actions would bear no repercussions. Zhou Wanjun was momentarily stunned by the slap, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Her face was a mask of grievance. Why did you hit me? Upon uttering this, Su Shi showed no mercy, delivering another slap. Hitting you is a kindness. I know better than anyone how you treated a Shi, you blood-sucking leech, who takes without giving a thing. Her words were harsh, delivered in front of their fellow students, leaving Zhou Wanjun with no shred of dignity. Of course, Su Shi felt no need to show mercy. She was resolute in her disdain for those who had wronged Lin Shi. Had she not acted swiftly, Lin Shi would eventually have suffered again at the hands of this woman. Zhou Wanjun's face was now a portrait of betrayal, tears streaming down her cheeks like a lamb subjected to cruelty. In truth, she felt a sharp sting on her face, and her loathing for the woman before her intensified. Regret washed over her for not having brought her friend Lu Ping along that afternoon. Even if her friend did not dare to confront Su Shi, having someone at her side could have alleviated her distress. Lin Shi, witnessing Zhou Wanjun's theatrics, felt compelled to expose her hypocrisy to the crowd, ensuring everyone recognized her true nature. Yet before he could act, Su Shi grasped his hand and led him away from the school. Assure, let us depart. We shan't let such filth taint our vision. She didn't forget to deliver a parting shot to the green tea behind them. Consider this a lesson. Do not approach Assure again. Otherwise, you will certainly come to know the extent of my methods. After all, Lin Shi and she had already registered their marriage, and it was only natural for her to protect her husband from such women. Zhou Wanjun trembled at Su Shi's words, a surge of fear gripping her heart. Moments ago, she had been plotting revenge against Su Shi, but now she was acutely aware of the peril she faced from the esteemed daughter of the Su family. To be toyed with by someone of such stature was merely a matter of a few words. Thus, Lin Shi exited the school gates, stepping into a luxury vehicle, under the envious gaze of the onlookers. It took a while for the surrounding students to regain their composure. Wow, Su, the campus flower was truly magnificent just now. I always thought she was an aloof beauty, yet she possesses such a domineering side, truly a guardian of her partner. One observer felt something was amiss, and soon realized. Wait a moment, did she just refer to that guy Lin Shi as her husband? Did I hear that correctly? He found it hard to believe, as it suggested that the campus flower indeed had a boyfriend. However, his incredulity was soon confirmed by those around him. Old Su, you did not hear wrong. Su, the campus belle, indeed referred to that detestable fellow as her husband. How infuriating. They are not even wed yet she speaks so intimately. My heart aches for the purest love I once cherished. As he spoke, he began to gnaw on his sleeve, dramatically shedding tears like a rugged man. He was not the only one shedding tears. The others could not help but express their lament. Why is the cherished partner not me? The crowd clenched their teeth, seemingly forgetting the presence of the aggrieved party, Zhou Wanjun, the woman who had endured 2 harsh slaps. Zhou Wanjun, of course, was acutely aware of the unfolding scene, her fury escalating, her expression contorting into one of rage. In her 20-plus years, she had never displayed such a loss of composure. Fortunately, at that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. Wanjun, are you all right? It was Lu Ping, who had been lurking nearby. She had just witnessed her dear friend being slapped by the campus belle of Jiang University. Lu Ping longed to stand up for her friend, but with the formidable Su Shi, the young lady of the Su family, she felt utterly outmatched. Thus, she hurried over to comfort Zhou Wanjun after Lin Shi and Su Shi had departed. Zhou Wanjun quickly suppressed her fierce glare, reverting to her signature act of pitiful sobbing on the ground. Wu Lu Ping inquired once more, but the only response was the sound of weeping. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Ping's eyes. She was not fond of weepy women, But befriending Zhou Wanjun had its advantages. Due to her own ample figure and lackluster appearance, she often found herself the subject of mockery. This was an opportunity for Lu Ping to strike back. She pointed at the surrounding male students, regardless of whether she knew them, and unleashed a tirade. "You heartless bunch! Do you not possess an ounce of compassion? Clearly, my friend Wanjun is the one who was assaulted. Why do you laud such a vile woman? Look, she has marred Wanjun's face." Lu Ping's outburst revolted the surrounding male students. However, they were all aware of her reputation as a fierce dog that bites at anyone, making them reluctant to engage. Just then, a voice from the crowd interrupted Lu Ping's tirade. She had it coming. If she hadn't deceived Lin Shi for money and affection, how could Sue, the campus belle, have struck her? Indeed, this woman not only resided in Lin Shi's house, but also boasted about it as her own. Her audacity was thicker than a city wall. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping was ready to retort. However, when she turned to locate the source of the voice, she found a muscular man with a sturdy build emerging, accompanied by a tall, slender boy with black-rimmed glasses. Zhou Wanjun, furious at being exposed, glared at the two, her expression shifting dramatically. You are Lin Shi's roommates, aren't you?" Indeed, the one speaking on Lin Shi's behalf were his roommates, Qin Yuepeng and Lao Luo. "Huh. If we weren't Lin Shi's roommates, how would we know of your shamelessness?" Qin Yuepeng, despite his imposing stature, had a sharp tongue, effectively silencing Zhou Wanjun. The observing students, not blind, recognized the truth in their words, and the tide of discontent began to turn against Zhou Wanjun. Who would have thought this woman could be so shameless? And to feign innocence, who is she trying to deceive? Disgusting. Isn't she the quintessential green TBTCH? Faced with the murmurs from the crowd, Zhou Wanjun found herself at a loss. She understood that further explanations would be futile and hastily dragged Lu Ping away in disgrace. Seeing their disheveled retreat, the bystanders could not help but burst into laughter, including Qin Yuepeng and Lao Luo. "Ah, finally some relief for Lin. But this lad is rather inconsiderate. He didn't even inform us about dating the campus belle. We must teach him a lesson when he returns." Ushu. At that moment, Lin Shi, seated in the car, involuntarily sneezed. Following that sound, the vehicle fell silent once more. Sushi had not spoken to him since getting in. After a brief pause, Lin Shi could not contain himself and initiated conversation. "Shi, thank you for earlier." "Thank me for what?" Sushi replied, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Thank you for standing up for me." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Sushi rose from her seat. Then, in the presence of others in the car, she perched herself on his lap. "If you wish to express gratitude, then do so sincerely." After saying that, Sushi tucked her hair behind her ear and slowly leaned closer to Lin Shi. Chapter 29. Shun Jinjin faces amputation. Sushi leaned in for another kiss. And this time Lin Shi did not shy away. The fact that she openly declared him her husband in front of everyone indicated her genuine affection for him. It was unlikely that she would risk her reputation as a young lady of the Su family merely to tease him. At the moment their lips met, Lin Shi felt an inexplicable calm wash over him. Similarly, he found Sushi's lips delightfully soft, akin to cotton candy, impossible to resist. Unlike before, Sushi was no longer domineering. Instead, she was tender, making it all the more challenging for him to maintain composure. The car's speed gradually increased, startling the birds in the trees lining the streets, mirroring the erratic rhythm of Lin Shi's heartbeat as it raced, and his breath quickened. Their commotion had undoubtedly caught the attention of Su Lin, who was driving. Through the rearview mirror, she observed their closeness, feeling both shy and elated for her lady. To avoid disrupting their moment, she shifted the rearview mirror to the side and focused intently on driving, playing the role of their protector. 2.5 minutes passed. Sushi was nearly breathless when Lin Shi finally released her. Gazing at her dazed expression and the rapid rise and fall of her chest, he found himself unwittingly asking, "Shi, are you alright?" As soon as he uttered those words, Lin Shi realized something was amiss. Typically, girls would feel shy in such situations. His question seemed to emphasize that his kissing skills had overwhelmed her. Sure enough, Sushi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, resembling a ripe apple. "And no, I'm fine," she stammered, averting her gaze, lacking the courage to meet his eyes. Little did she expect Lin Shi to be so audacious. She had only intended for a simple kiss. Yet his hands were roaming. Lin Shi remained oblivious to Sushi's thoughts. He merely sensed her embarrassment and allowed her to remain on his lap. However, their proximity, coupled with the familiar scent of violets wafting through the air, left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Today, Sushi wore a white dress that accentuated her delicate collarbone, her fair neck resembling that of a swan, rendering her even more enchanting. Oh no! As Lin Shi's thoughts spiraled, He quickly recognized that things were heading in an uncontrollable direction. He wished for Su Shi to dismount, but struggled to find the right words. Suddenly, the car came to a halt at a traffic light. Su Lin pressed the brake, and due to inertia, Su Shi leaned back. Without thinking, Lin Shi instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Be careful. In truth, the force of the brake was not severe. Even without his support, she would not have fallen. It can only be said that Lin Shi's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Yet, in Su Shi's eyes, Lin Shi was merely expressing concern for her, which instantly moved her. Simultaneously, the affection in her gaze became impossible to conceal. Just as she contemplated stealing another kiss, her delicate face suddenly stiffened, and she flushed deeply. Sure, what is wrong? Lin Shi feigned ignorance. Su Shi did not respond. Instead, she hurriedly descended and returned to her seat. After gazing out the window for a moment, she softly remarked, Sure, I've already made a reservation at a Western restaurant. The dishes there are quite delightful. Let us savor them for lunch. Lin Shi responded with a casual nod. Su Lin, who was at the driver's seat, was bewildered by the sudden politeness between the two. What was happening? Had they quarreled? How come I heard nothing? Upon arriving at the Western restaurant, they ordered several dishes and began discussing the matter of Zhou Wanjun. Shi, regardless of anything. Thank you for intervening on my behalf. If it weren't for your support, that woman might have continued to pester me. The reason for discussing this vexatious woman was that the atmosphere in the car had been too awkward, and they could only use her as a topic of conversation. Su Shi discerned Lin Shi's intention and cooperatively responded, You are my man. It is only right that I assist you. Her words caused Lin Shi's face to redden once more, yet he felt no aversion. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again, Shi, please refrain from doing such things for me in the future. I worry it may tarnish your reputation as the school beauty. Su Shi paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Her laughter bore no trace of mockery. Rather, it conveyed her true feelings. This laughter was infectious, leaving Su Lin dumbfounded. Having followed the young lady for over a decade, it was the first time she had witnessed her laugh so joyously. Soon, Su Shi realized she had been somewhat unrestrained and stifled her laughter. Sure, that is merely a hollow title. I truly do not mind. I could do anything for you. As she uttered these words, her expression turned serious. Lin Shi believed in her sincerity, but still insisted on his original stance. See, the matter with Zhou Wanjun originated because of me, so let me handle it. Besides, given the way she treated me, I cannot swallow my indignation without exacting revenge. Seeing Lin Shi's steadfastness, Su Shi chose not to press the issue further. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. Lin Shi sampled them and found them indeed quite delectable. Following this, he and Su Shi began sharing amusing anecdotes from school. However, this time it was Su Shi who initiated the topics, and the two of them, being from the same school, conversed easily. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, he was gradually falling into the trap Su Shi had set for him. After half an hour of conversation, Su Shi's phone rang suddenly. She glanced at the caller ID and instantly understood. However, instead of avoiding Lin Shi, she directly pressed the answer button. The next moment, Su Yu's voice came through the receiver. Shi, where are you? Su Shi replied calmly, I'm having lunch with Shi. Finish your meal quickly and come back to Nancheng Hospital. Su Yu's tone was urgent. As Su Shi had not put the call on speaker, Lin Shi could only hear her side of the conversation. Noting her composed demeanor, he assumed it was a trivial matter. Little did he know, Su Shi abruptly rose from her seat. What? Aunt Shun had a car accident. Her eyes widened in shock, utterly devoid of pretense. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi furrowed his brow. He had dined with that woman just the day before. How could she have been in a car accident today? Without allowing him time to ponder, Su Shi led Lin Shi out of the restaurant and into the car, heading towards the hospital designated by Su Yu. En route, Lin Shi learned that although the Shun family had a strained relationship with theirs, in the eyes of the elders, they were still considered a family by name. The old man was still alive. If they displayed indifference, it would surely cause him distress. This was why Su Yu had emphasized that Su Shi should finish her meal before returning, rather than rushing back immediately. Upon arriving at the hospital, they went straight to the emergency department and soon reunited with Su Yu. Alongside them were Su Hui and his children, as well as the old man and China Molan. Naturally, there were also other individuals whom Lin Shi did not recognize. He surmised they were other members of the Su family or relatives. The wait was long, and after half an hour, a doctor emerged from the emergency room. Su Hui rushed over first, his voice laced with urgency. Doctor, how is my wife? The doctor surveyed the group before delivering the somber news. The patient's life has been saved, but her legs have completely lost function and require immediate amputation. Chapter 30. The Revelation of Shun Jin Zhen's Secret. We must act quickly to amputate. If we delay too long, there's a risk of infection, and her life could be in jeopardy. The doctor's words struck Su Hui and his children like a thunderclap. How could this be? Su Hui's daughter, Su Rong-er, was filled with disbelief. Doctor, you must be joking. My mother merely bumped into the guardrail. It cannot be that severe. Su Rong-er found it impossible to accept, given her father's taciturn nature. Many matters were negotiated by her mother with her grandfather. If her mother lost her legs, pursuing management of a company in the future would likely be impossible without her support. On the surface, her uncle Su Yu was the head of the Su family, managing all the groups and companies under their banner. However, as long as her mother made requests to her grandfather, he would relay them to Su Yu, who generally acquiesced. Su Jinyu harbored similar thoughts and began to resent his mother. Why did she have to get into an accident? If her actions caused him to lose his chance at the family head position, he would never forgive Shin Jinjun in this lifetime. Fortunately, the others around them were unaware of their thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely berate them as ungrateful ingrates. Observing the girl before him, utterly distraught, the doctor could empathize. At the same time, he felt both gratified and sorrowful. Grateful that the woman involved in the accident had such a dutiful daughter, yet sorrowful for the mother who, at her age, still engaged in reckless behavior. Subsequently, another doctor emerged from the emergency room. His badge indicated he was the head of the emergency department. Having held this position for decades, Director Tang knew such grave matters could not be conveyed to a child. He needed to find someone responsible. Who is the patient's husband? I am. Su Hui's eyes were reddened. After all, she was the woman who had accompanied him for decades, and during their marriage, she had never done anything out of line. As time equated to life, Director Tang promptly laid out the gravity of the situation. This accident is extremely serious. The patient's vehicle is severely mangled. Saving her legs is no longer feasible. We must prioritize saving her life. We need your signature to proceed with the surgery on your wife. Su Hui understood that given the circumstances, discussing further was futile. Fine, I will sign. With that, Su Hui was led away by Director Tang, and the atmosphere in the room grew even more oppressive. Both Su Yu and Qin Mo Lan wore similarly somber expressions. Although the two families are at odds, she is, after all, their sister-in-law, and one cannot help but feel a tinge of sympathy for her. Furthermore, with the old patriarch still alive, it would be unseemly to revel in the misfortune at the entrance of the emergency room. The old man's once dull, yellowing eyes now glinted with sharpness. I had the surveillance footage reviewed, revealing that Jin Jun's vehicle unexpectedly accelerated before the incident. Ultimately, it reached speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour. In an attempt to evade the truck ahead, Jin Jun swerved and lost control, crashing into the roadside guardrail. At this juncture, the old man turned his gaze towards Su Jinyu, stating candidly, "The car has been examined by professionals, and there are no issues. The only plausible explanation now is that Jin Jun was driving while fatigued, inadvertently pressing the accelerator, which led to this calamity." The old man's words did little to quell Su Jinyu's suspicions. "Grandfather, do you think it is possible we were set up, perhaps drugged before getting into the car?" He then cast a furtive glance at Su Yu, Qin Molan, and Su Shi. It was evident that he harbored suspicions toward his uncle's family. Their long-standing discord, compounded by overhearing his mother's phone call the previous night, where she had sent someone to eliminate Su Shi, left him in utter shock. The audacity of his mother astonished him. Upon reflection, he recognized the potential advantages and disadvantages. Su Yu had no other heirs. Should Su Shi perish, the next head of the family would inevitably be considered him. Although his father was the old man's adopted son, he would be the sole male descendant of the Su family. The patriarch could hardly entrust the family to outsiders. Su Jinyu found it hard to believe that his uncle, at such an advanced age, would desire another child. Thus, he chose to remain oblivious to the matter, waiting for his mother to bring good news. Little did he expect that rather than news of Su Shi's demise, he would receive the grim tidings of his mother's fate. This turned his suspicions toward Su Yu, who was undoubtedly a doting father. Should he learn that someone intended to harm his daughter, he would not hesitate to retaliate, even against his own sister-in-law. Moreover, Su Yu was the current head of the Su family and possessed the means to act. Jinyu, I have also considered your theory. Jin Jun had just returned from a frequently visited beauty salon, so she would not have interacted with strangers. However, I have preemptively instructed the doctor to test for any substances in her system. The results are not yet available, so we must wait. At this point, the old man merely cast a glance at Su Yu before averting his gaze. His voice was soft, yet Su Shi heard him clearly. However, her expression remained unchanged. She simply wished to leave this dreary place and no longer felt inclined to feign interest. It would be far better to find a secluded spot and enjoy some intimacy with Lin Shi. Lin Shi, unaware of Su Shi's thoughts, had also briefly considered Su Yu as a suspect. On the day Su Shi was attacked, he had been present at the scene, sustaining a minor cut to his arm. The wound was not deep and did not hinder his ability to bathe, provided he kept it dry. He recalled She insisting he not inform her father, fearing it would cause him distress. Now, upon closer reflection, it was evident that as the head of the Su family, Yu likely possessed certain methods and might have learned of the incident through some channel. If Jin were indeed involved, he would likely show no mercy. Could it truly be the work of his father-in-law? Minutes later, Jinyu could hardly contain his impatience. I will go find the doctor for more information. Just as he was about to force his way into the emergency room, his father, Su Hui, spoke from behind him. There is no need to inquire further. I have already learned from Director Tang that your mother had no substances in her system. It appears she was merely driving while fatigued, which led to this unfortunate accident. With this pronouncement, Jinyu found himself at a loss for words, realizing that some matters must be accepted as fate. However, Lin Shi noticed that Su Hui's complexion was quite grim. His demeanor did not reflect concern for his wife's condition, nor did it exhibit sorrow. Rather, it seemed as though he was suppressing something. Was there more to the story? In reality, Lin Shi had hit upon the truth. The doctor had privately informed Su Hui that traces of an X-stimulant had been detected in Jin's system. Furthermore, there were indications of recent sexual activity, leading the doctor to conclude that the combination of the drug and fatigue had resulted in the tragic outcome. Upon learning this, Su Hui's spirits plummeted. He had not been intimate with his wife for 6 months. It was evident that Jin was engaging in infidelity, and this reckless behavior had led to the current predicament. As for the notion that Jin had been forced, he was certainly not inclined to believe it. The old man possessed surveillance footage from the beauty salon, showing her exiting with a flirtatious smile and a flushed complexion, exhibiting none of the signs of coercion. At this moment, Su Hui's desire to confront Jin was overwhelming. Betrayal was his greatest taboo, his absolute bottom line. You shameless harlot. I shall make your life a living hell. Chapter 31. The Hidden Manipulator. Su Xiaohua, the true player in this game. Su Hui raged inwardly before sudden realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Could it be that Jinyu and Rong are not my biological children? At this moment, he felt as though the sky had fallen. If that were true, what had all his decades of effort amounted to? Nevertheless, Su Hui did not completely lose his composure. The speculation regarding the children's parentage was just that, speculation. Perhaps Jin had once been loyal to him. It may have been that his own inadequacies had driven her to seek solace in the arms of another man. Yes, that must be it. Su Hui convinced himself, yet he still struggled to reconcile this revelation. Rather than muddle through life in ignorance, he preferred clarity. He resolved to keep his suspicions about Jin to himself, pretending as though he knew nothing. In secret, he would collect hair samples from his son and daughter to conduct a DNA paternity test. Should the results confirm the children were indeed his, he could continue as though nothing had transpired. He would even arrange for a caretaker to attend to Jin for the rest of her life. Conversely, if both children were not his, he would ensure Jin suffered a fate worse than death, and her children would accompany her in her demise. After all, if that were the case, his entire life would be irrevocably shattered. Given Su Hui's turbulent emotions, he yearned for solitude and thus addressed the old man. Father, there is no need for you all to remain here. It has been confirmed that Jin requires an amputation, and she is unlikely to face any life-threatening risks. This is a hospital, and your prolonged presence may not be beneficial. I wish to wait here alone. I will inform you once there is news. Due to the scandal surrounding Jin, which must not be made public, he felt compelled to keep this matter under wraps. Earlier, he had instructed Director Tang to refrain from spreading rumors. Should the old man learn of it, he would surely harbor even greater disdain for their family. Seeing Su Hui's troubled demeanor, the old man understood that he needed solitude, as too many people could sometimes cloud one's thoughts. Very well then, elf. Let's take our leave for now. We shall visit Jin once her condition stabilizes. Subsequently, the old man called Su Jinyu and Su Ronger away, leaving Su Hui alone. However, it was not long before Director Tang from the emergency department locked himself in his office and made a call to an unfamiliar number. Yes, I have completed the task as requested. Please inform them that I cannot accept the 50,000. After hanging up, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The Su family indeed exhibits a chilling coldness. Had they merely exerted a bit of effort, they might have salvaged their legs. Yet they brazenly allowed them to be forcibly sawed off. Henceforth, one must never offend anyone from the Su family, particularly that individual. On the return journey to the villa, only Su Shi, Lin Shi, and Su Lin occupied the car. The old master had returned to the ancestral home, while Su Yu and China Molan had their own matters to attend to, and Su Jinyu and Su Rong heir had taken their leave to pursue their own fates. Ever since Lin Shi discerned the nature of the Su Hui family, he ceased to regard them as kin. In his previous life, this family had committed numerous heinous acts. Ultimately, even Su Yu, the head of the family at the time, was powerless against his elder brother's family. It was only Su Shi who intervened to bring them to justice. Lost in thought, he noticed that Su Shi was humming a tune, seemingly in high spirits. This was in stark contrast to her earlier demeanor in the hospital, where she had displayed concern and sorrow. She seemed like an entirely different person. At that moment, he suddenly realized something and grasped Su Shi's hand. Startled by his action, Su Shi inquired, "Ah, sure, what is the matter?" Lin Shi did not respond, but held her hand tightly, his gaze averted from her. Observing this, Su Shi seemed to grasp the situation and opted not to press further, allowing him to hold her hand. Upon their arrival at the villa, Su Lin wisely refrained from entering. Lin Shi took the initiative to lead Su Shi into the living room. During this process, Su Shi feigned ignorance, asking, "Ah, sure, what is wrong with you? Why have you been so silent?" Gazing at Su Shi's innocent expression, Lin Shi's countenance remained grave. "Suonse, then me honestly. Is your aunt's current state a result of your doing?" Initially, Lin Shi had suspected Su Yu, considering the uncanny timing of Su Shi's assassination attempt yesterday and the subsequent car accident involving her aunt. However, Su Yu's demeanor had remained decidedly normal, expressing sorrow, yet exhibiting indifference in his eyes. Only Su Shi stood apart. She had genuinely displayed sorrow in the hospital, yet upon leaving, she transformed into a person brimming with joy, as if celebrating at someone else's funeral. This inconsistency led him to doubt Su Shi. In Lin Shi's perception, if it were indeed Shun Jinjun who had orchestrated an assassination attempt on Su Shi, he ought to be dealt with through legitimate means. It was not that he was soft-hearted due to Su Shi's involvement. Rather, he wished to prevent her from becoming stained with blood. Once she crossed that line, she would be ensnared in a fate of kill or be killed, and if she opened that door, her enemies would multiply, inevitably coming back to haunt her. He had witnessed many individuals in positions of power suffer vengeance from enemies for similar reasons, disappearing or succumbing to illness under mysterious circumstances. Hence, he believed that wealth and the ability to live peacefully were equally essential. After a moment of silence, Su Shi finally spoke. "Ah, sure, do you trust me?" "Of course." Lin Shi replied without hesitation. He assumed her question implied she would withhold information from him. To his surprise, Su Shi then pulled him onto the sofa and began to explain. "Since you trust me, I must speak the truth. The misfortune that befell Shin Jinjun was not in my hand, but rather orchestrated by grandfather from behind the scenes. He sought to punish that woman." "What?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why the old master would suddenly take such action. However, at that moment, a sickly smile appeared on Su Shi's face. In fact, I guided grandfather to act. When I discovered that those two who harmed you were actually under the command of Shun Jinjun, I deliberately called my bodyguards to punish her. Of course, I instructed them to wait until tomorrow evening to act. I knew that there were people among the bodyguards who were loyal to grandfather. Once they learned of my intentions against Shin Jinjun, they would surely inform him. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi began to piece together the puzzle. Su Shi intended to leverage her grandfather's influence to ensure Shun Jinjun paid the price. Once her grandfather became aware, he would undoubtedly investigate the matter and ultimately discover that Shun Jinjun had previously hired someone to assassinate Su Shi. In his previous life, Lin Shi had learned that the old master held great regard for Su Shi. Moreover, as the sole heir of the Su family, the old master, being a shrewd individual, would certainly discern the truth. Indeed, Su Shi continued to unveil the reality. "There was once someone who insulted me, and by the next night he lost his tongue. I knew it was grandfather's doing. Thus, I surmised that grandfather would ensure Shan Jinjun paid a price before my people acted tomorrow night, perhaps even for those legs." At this revelation, Lin Shi felt a chill run down his spine. He now realized the depth of Su Shi's cunning. She was the true mastermind. Chapter 32. The campus belle. Su takes the initiative to propose a date. What a masterful use of a knife to kill. Observing Su Shi's seemingly harmless demeanor, Lin Shi felt an overwhelming sense of revelation. For the first time, he truly comprehended who Su Shi was. In their past interactions, he had never experienced such clarity. It was astonishing that Su Shi, despite being in her early 20s, possessed such profound insight and guile. Moreover, it was evident that the old master had no qualms about taking severe measures against his own daughter-in-law to protect his granddaughter from bloodshed, even if his son was not his biological offspring. After decades of cohabitation, he could act decisively without hesitation. Indeed, individuals from affluent families tended to be rather ruthless. Lin Shi understood that the underlying reason was power, which could easily transform a person. It appeared he could no longer afford to underestimate Su Shi. Otherwise, before his father could intervene, the old master would have already dealt with him. While Lin Shi pondered, his hand was suddenly grasped by Su Shi. "Shi, are you afraid?" "Not at all," he replied. After all, he had weathered many storms in his previous life. Fear was not the issue. Rather, it felt as though he had entered a lion's den. Having been bested by Su Shi in the past, he sensed that the situation had not changed. This girl, why did she possess such a temperament at such a young age? It was no wonder she would eventually elevate the Su family to the pinnacle of power. Noticing Lin Shi's sudden coldness, Su Shi worried that he might equate her with a venomous woman, leading him to distance himself or harbor disdain towards her. Eagerly, she spoke up. "Sure, rest assured, I would never harm you in any of my endeavors. I hope you can believe me." Seeing Su Shi's anxious demeanor, Lin Shi quickly reassured her. "I certainly believe you." Su Shi had no words for him. After all, following his injury at the hands of that villain, her tears had seemed genuine. With this thought in mind, he pulled the woman before him into an embrace and gently stroked her hair. "However, I hope you refrain from such actions in the future. While it may feel gratifying, it also invites enemies and brings greater danger upon yourself." Upon hearing that Lin Shi was concerned for her, Su Shi felt both touched and exhilarated. Her man truly cared for her. "Yes, from now on, I will pursue legitimate means." With Su Shi's agreement, Lin Shi felt a surge of joy and instinctively pressed a kiss to her forehead. Upon feeling the warmth of his lips, Su Shi stood frozen in place, her mind momentarily blank, her entire being turning crimson. Lin Shi noticed the change in the girl before him and felt perplexed. "Shi, what is wrong?" He did not suspect that it was due to his earlier action. After all, he had merely placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Previously, they had been entangled in a web of intrigue. Yet she had never displayed such a profound reaction. "No, it's nothing. I'll just go upstairs to apply some makeup." Upon uttering these words, Su Shi fled from Lin Shi's embrace, hastening towards the second floor. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her entire being. Although she had previously shared intimate moments with Lin Shi, such as kisses, it was always she who took the initiative, which gave her a sense of control over the situation. This time, however, Lin Shi seemed to be the one in command, causing her heart to flutter with excitement. This indicated that he not only harbored no disdain for her, but perhaps even a fondness. Fondness, indeed. Su Shi beamed like a lovesick fool. Had Lin Shi glimpsed her expression, he would likely have thought she had been possessed. Was this still the aloof goddess of the campus? She seemed more like an adorable and soft-hearted girl. Once she returned to her bedroom, Lin Shi, down in the living room, suddenly realized something and quickly sent her message. Shi, didn't you already put on makeup this morning? Why would you need to do it again at noon?" Although he was not well-versed in the ways of women, he understood that makeup tends to wear off after a meal. Yet even so, there seemed to be no necessity for such frequent applications. Surely, one wouldn't he apply makeup as often as 3 times a day, akin to having meals? His confusion was only resolved 10 minutes later. "Hey, since we have no classes this afternoon, I thought it would be nice for you to accompany me for some leisure." Ever since being caught off guard by Su Shi the night before, Lin Shi had changed her contact name, for crazy woman was hardly an endearing term. In his 3rd year, classes were indeed fewer, and although Su Shi had a morning class, she had taken a leave of absence. Just as he contemplated replying to Su Shi, wondering if her frequent absences from class might impact his studies, he realized that she was the heiress of the Su family, and her attendance seemed to hold little consequence. Initially, Lin Shi intended to use the afternoon to continue developing his app. However, not wanting to disappoint Su Shi, he discerned her eagerness to go out from her message. After all, he could always work on the app later that evening. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to purchase a computer that afternoon. He retrieved his wallet, extracting a card containing the substantial sum of 100,000 yuan that Su Shi had transferred to him previously, along with an additional 50,000 for his first month's allowance, totaling 150,000 yuan. After purchasing a computer, the remaining funds would suffice to rent a cloud server. In the future, when he amassed greater wealth, he could establish a dedicated server room. For now, renting cloud services would be adequate, especially since the initial user base would likely be small. The leftover funds could also be utilized to lease an office space and establish a small company. Meanwhile, within the confines of the school, Zhou Wanjun was in a state of despair. She had endured humiliation today, having been scolded by Lin Shi in the morning and then publicly embarrassed by the more beautiful Su Shi at noon. Most painfully, this woman had stolen her Lin Shi in front of numerous witnesses. As she wept uncontrollably, her dorm mates felt an overwhelming annoyance. Had she cried like this before, they would have consoled her, but upon learning the details of the midday incident, they realized that Zhou Wanjun was merely a superficial woman, a gold digger who deceived others for financial gain. Rumor had it that she had repeatedly used the pretext of becoming Lin Shi's girlfriend to extract money from him. What else could this be but deceit? Now, the only person in the dorm who could empathize with Zhou Wanjun was her close friend, Lu Ping. Wanjun, please don't cry. This situation is not your fault at all. Setting aside the facts, didn't that scoundrel Lin Shi make any mistakes? It was he who willingly gave you those gifts and money. Why should the blame fall solely on you? It's utterly infuriating. Despite Lu Ping's attempts to console her, Zhou Wanjun remained inconsolable, and her other roommates found Lu Ping's words irritating. Honestly, Lin Shi is such a cad. He openly confessed his feelings to you, and just because you didn't reciprocate, he immediately turned to the campus beauty. Lu Ping persisted, relishing in denigrating Lin Shi to satisfy her own vanity. Wanjun, you're better off without him. There are plenty of good men in the world. Seeing Zhou Wanjun unresponsive, Lu Ping felt a flicker of anger. Yet, not wanting to lash out at her friend, she turned her gaze to the other girls in the dorm. Have you all lost your compassion? Wanjun is heartbroken, and yet none of you come to comfort her. What a cold-hearted bunch. The other girls were taken aback, feeling unjustly accused. They had previously found Lu Ping's demeanor off-putting, and now they were being dragged into this mess. Finally, one of them could no longer contain her frustration. Lu Ping, we can understand you defending Zhou Wanjun because she has done you favors, but don't involve us in this. We know right from wrong. Lu Ping, feeling exposed by their accusations, was left embarrassed. What do you mean I've received favors from Zhou Wanjun? Those were resources she provided me. Seething with anger, she erupted once more. You hypocrites, who are you trying to impress with your false righteousness? You gluttonous pigs. And thus, a fierce exchange ensued. Within the villa, Sushi had yet to apply her makeup. Instead, she was intently focused on her phone screen, eagerly awaiting Lin Shi's response. After he had kissed her forehead, she returned to her room, burying her face in her blanket, feeling as if she were engulfed in flames. Nearly 10 minutes passed before she sensed her temperature finally beginning to subside. At that moment, she noticed a message from Lin Shi and remembered she had forgotten to tell him about their afternoon outing. She felt emboldened to suggest it, having sensed that Lin Shi, while not overtly affectionate, certainly bore her no ill will. Sushi believed that a shared outing would foster closeness between them. And this was a cherished dream of hers, to enjoy a proper date with the man she adored. Although she had never had the opportunity before, she was determined to seize this moment, ensuring that Lin Shi's heart belonged solely to her. Feeling shy about directly proposing a date, she instead suggested going out for fun. This was her first date with Lin Shi, and she intended to present herself beautifully. Although she had a professional makeup artist for such a momentous occasion, she felt it was imperative that she do it herself. Ding! Just as she was about to head to the makeup room, a message alert chimed on her phone. Glancing down, her cheeks flushed once more. Don't worry, I will make our first date truly special. Upon seeing Lin Shi send those words, the flush that had barely faded returned with a vengeance. She clutched her phone tightly, muttering to herself, how can he be so straightforward? It's infuriating. I can't stand Lin Shi. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at school, Lu Ping was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Initially, she had hoped to take the focus off herself, but instead, her roommates had banded together to unleash their grievances upon her. Most frustratingly, Zhou Wanjun, who was only sobbing, offered no assistance whatsoever. She was on the verge of being utterly exasperated. In the face of Lu Ping's warnings, the other girls remained unfazed. Oh dear, we are truly terrified. With your weight, you could crush us with a mere sit. As she walked, the ground trembled beneath her, a fitting display for a rotund matron. The girls surrounding her spoke in a rather ungracious manner. This could not entirely be blamed on them, for it was Lu Ping who initiated the profanities, and they felt their responses were sufficiently civilized. They had long endured Lu Ping's antics and had yearned to give her a good scolding. This gluttonous woman not only possessed a thick skin, but frequently employed her hefty physique to intimidate others, even pretending to be a victim of circumstance. For instance, whenever someone wished to buy a delightful snack, Lu Ping would shamelessly extend her hand for a share. If one were to refuse, well, she would feign indignation, claiming that others despised her for her size. Being roommates, they could only resign themselves to sharing their treats. Yet this only emboldened Lu Ping's arrogance, as she would often mooch off her roommates' daily necessities, pressuring the more timid ones, while resorting to moral coercion with those who were less easily intimidated. Now that their facade had been stripped away, why not unleash their frustrations with abandon? Lu Ping, you self-absorbed narcissist. Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror and see your true self. They recalled how she had previously claimed, my boyfriend keeps stealing glances at you. As if anyone could possibly be attracted to such a hefty figure. In truth, none of these young women harbored disdain for girls of larger stature. They understood that true beauty transcended mere appearance, residing instead in the kindness of one's heart. The core issue lay in Lu Ping's abysmal character. It took mere weeks into their freshman year for the entire dormitory to shun her. She spent her days trailing after the relatively attractive Zhou Wanjun. However, once Zhou Wanjun's scandal surfaced, they realized the truth of the adage that birds of a feather flock together. Given Lu Ping's cunning nature, it was likely that she kept Lu Ping close to highlight her own appeal. Zhou Wanjun now felt a profound sense of embarrassment. The reason she avoided eye contact was precisely due to having Lu Ping as her so-called best friend. If she continued to speak, others would surely include her in the onslaught. Realizing this, she hastily grabbed Lu Ping, who was poised to unleash another tirade. Ping Ping. Please don't. But Lu Ping was quick to retort. Zhou Wanjun, stop pretending. When others were berating me, you stayed silent. Now you wish to play the Good Samaritan? How could you call yourself my best friend? With that, Lu Ping disregarded the bewildered Zhou Wanjun and stormed out of the dormitory. She feared that staying any longer would cause her blood pressure to skyrocket. Ping Ping, it's not what you think. Once Zhou Wanjun regained her senses, she immediately pursued Lu Ping. 2.5 hours later, Lin Shi, having prepared ahead of time, finally received a message from Su Shi. Sure, I'm ready. I'll be down in 3 minutes. He shut down his work computer and promptly made his way to the living room. Before long, he heard Su Shi's hurried voice from upstairs. Sure, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Lin Shi looked up and was momentarily captivated. She wore a white dress and carried a matching bag, resembling a delicate princess. Her exquisite makeup complemented her enchanting features, leaving Lin Shi momentarily speechless. If Su Shi had appeared regal and composed in her evening gown the night before, today she radiated the innocence of youth. Beautiful, utterly beautiful, was Lin Shi's unfiltered assessment, which he wished he had kept himself. Though his voice was soft, Su Shi caught the remark, causing her ears to flush with embarrassment as she dared not meet his gaze. Realizing his faux pas, Lin Shi quickly changed the subject. Well, it's only a little past 3, so it's not too late. Su Shi hurried down the stairs, regretting her indecisiveness over her outfit. Initially, she had intended to dress more alluringly, with makeup to match, hoping to draw Lin Shi's attention. Yet, she feared that such an appearance might lead him to perceive her as a frivolous woman. Thus, after much deliberation, she settled on her current attire. The two hastily exited, where Su Lin awaited them at the door. Su Shi had already chosen their destination, a charming amusement park on the west side of the city. On the way, Lin Shi, wishing to alleviate any awkwardness, could not help but inquire, Shi, why did you choose to meet at an amusement park? He felt that given their ages, such a venue seemed rather juvenile. His comment appeared to plunge Su Shi into contemplation, as she fell silent for a moment before responding. To be honest, I've only been to an amusement park once in my life, and it ended rather disastrously. Since then, I've developed a psychological aversion to such places. While she spoke, Lin Shi's gaze remained fixed on her, failing to notice Su Lin's slight shudder, as if she were privy to some hidden truth. If this is a childhood trauma for you, then why must we go to an amusement park today? Su Shi, upon hearing this, grasped his arm and smiled. In truth, I have longed to return. With you by my side, I feel unafraid. Lin Shi could hardly believe her words, but he figured that indulging in a single outing wouldn't hurt. It might even help mend Su Shi's nostalgic wounds. Along the way, Su Lin glanced into the rearview mirror and reported to Su Shi, Miss, I had instructed the other bodyguards to remain at the estate today, yet a few have still followed us. Should I instruct them to return? No need. She understood that these were sent by her grandfather, merely to ensure her safety, as long as they did not interfere with her date with Ashur. Upon arriving at the amusement park, the trio purchased tickets and entered together. They learned that adjacent to the park was a zoo, and Su Shi suggested they explore it later. The amusement park was relatively uncrowded, given that it was still a weekday, allowing them to enjoy the rides without the nuisance of long queues. Sure, I want to ride that. You must accompany me. She pointed eagerly at the carousel, which made Lin Shi feel somewhat awkward. Although it was suitable for children and acceptable for girls, he found it hard to reconcile himself as a grown man engaging in such childish fun. Nevertheless, he felt he could not dampen Su Shi's spirits, who had missed out on this aspect of childhood and reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right, soon. She insisted they share a horse on the carousel. Though it was a tight fit, both were slender enough to manage. The issue lay with the surly operator, who scowled throughout, clearly worried that they might damage his precious little steeds. Su Lin, finding him a spoilsport, discreetly slipped him some cash to ease his concerns. As Su Shi's bodyguard and driver, Su Lin felt it her duty to safeguard her mistress's romantic endeavors, capturing the moment with a camera she had brought along. Lin Shi sat behind Su Shi, observing her evident delight, Yet he felt a twinge of discomfort. It wasn't that he was unhappy. Rather, being so close to her allowed him to inhale her delicate fragrance, leaving him somewhat flustered as he repeatedly reminded himself. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. The minutes dragged on, but he finally managed to endure until the ride concluded. However, as he dismounted, he found himself slightly hunched over, appearing rather fatigued. Shi, are you all right? A flicker of concern crossed Sushi's face, but Lin Shi awkwardly replied, No, I'm fine. I just felt a bit cramped. I'll be all right in a moment. He casually fabricated a reason and soon stood up again, intending to partake in other amusements. Yet, unbeknownst to him behind him, Sushi's delicate face revealed a hint of shyness. What a mischievous fellow. Although they exchanged no words, both felt an immense joy within their hearts. However, they were oblivious to the pair of eyes nearby that were fixated upon them, particularly not on Sushi, but rather on Lin Shi beside her. After casting a few glances, the observers swiftly departed from the scene. As time flew by, 2.5 hours had passed. Despite their merriment, the sky gradually darkened. Sure. Shall we ride the Ferris wheel together? Sure. Lin Shi readily agreed, without a moment's hesitation, as he delighted in witnessing Sushi's cheerful demeanor. Especially when she smiled, she appeared truly enchanting. He was not influenced by the television dramas that suggested romantic encounters between a man and a woman aboard a Ferris wheel. Chapter 34. Tender Moments on the Ferris Wheel. Moreover, he was a paragon of virtue, incapable of harboring such sordid thoughts. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Lin Shi found himself harboring a flicker of anticipation, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Aware of his own fluttering heartbeat, he could only scorn himself for being so weak. After all, Sushi had been his nemesis in his previous life, preventing him from achieving a successful IPO for his company until his demise. Why then? Was it impossible to feel any animosity towards her now? Before he could ponder further, Sushi had already taken his hand and led him to the ticket booth for the Ferris wheel. For Sushi, this was a rare opportunity for them to spend time together, prompting her to rent an entire cabin at a premium price. However, as they approached the Ferris wheel, she suddenly recalled something and turned to look at Su Lin behind her. Sister Lin, you? But before she could finish her sentence, Su Lin hastily interjected, Miss, I have a fear of heights. You and the young master go ahead. I'll wait for you down here. With that, Su Lin glanced apprehensively at the towering Ferris wheel, feigning a show of fear. Very well. Sushi had initially wanted to suggest that Su Lin join them in a separate cabin, but it seemed unnecessary now. Sure, let's hurry and get on. With that, she tugged at Lin Shi's arm, and the two entered the Ferris wheel. As the cabin door closed, the Ferris wheel began to turn. At that moment, Sushi and Lin Shi found themselves at a loss for words, the atmosphere growing palpably awkward. Soon, they both sensed the warmth rising within the cabin, causing their bodies to feel flushed. They occasionally stole glances at one another, but whenever their eyes met, they would hurriedly avert their gazes, pretending to look out the window. Time passed swiftly, and as the Ferris wheel completed nearly half a rotation, Lin Shi mustered the courage to speak first. The night view outside is truly beautiful. Sushi's gaze followed his, and from their current elevation, they could see the vibrant city lights twinkling below. It was indeed a breathtaking sight. Moreover, at this height, approximately 100 meters above ground, the cabin's insulation was excellent, muffling all external sounds. In that moment, Lin Shi could even hear the rhythmic beating of their hearts and the quickening of their breaths. Half a minute later, as the Ferris wheel completed its half rotation, they found themselves at the pinnacle, gazing down at the scenery. Just then, several luminous orbs shot into the sky, blooming into exquisite flowers against the night backdrop. The sound of fireworks erupted shortly after, and both were captivated by this enchanting spectacle, as if they were immersed in a magnificent painting. The colorful glow of the fireworks reflected off Sushi's face, enhancing her beauty and innocence. While Lin Shi admired Sushi, she too was drawn to him, and they gradually leaned closer to one another, no longer evading, their heads tilted at an angle until their lips met. The continuously igniting fireworks seemed to cheer them on. The explosive sounds of the fireworks ignited the surrounding air, creating a fervent atmosphere. At that moment, sparks and air intertwined, blooming into resplendent flowers. Alas, the flames would eventually extinguish, and the explosive remnants would cool swiftly, leaving behind only the lingering warmth of their union. Sure, I like you. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the Ferris wheel finally completed its rotation. The cabin came to a halt, and Sushi was the first to step out, her left hand holding on to Lin Shi's behind her. At that moment, neither dared to look at the other. Their gazes were fixed on their surroundings instead. Although their hands were gently intertwined, it felt as though an invisible thread bound them tightly together. Sushi's hand was incredibly soft, her skin smooth, which sent Lin Shi's heart into a frenzy. Moreover, just moments ago on the Ferris wheel, Sushi had confessed her feelings for him. He had heard her rapid heartbeat, suggesting that her words were indeed sincere. Yet, in the next moment, he felt Sushi's hand tremble. Wait, why is there no one around? He wondered. Where's Sister Lin? Lin Shi suddenly realized that they were utterly alone. Not even the operator of the Ferris wheel was present. A wave of anxiety washed over him, but thankfully, the Ferris wheel had halted according to its programmed routine. Had it been manually controlled, they, along with the other passengers, might have been stuck for quite some time. Sushi attempted to contact Su Lin via her phone, only to find that there was no signal. Just then, a figure rushed by, calling out loudly to them. Hurry and leave. The wolves from the zoo have gone wild. Lin Shi's expression shifted slightly. He had never anticipated that his simple outing could lead to such an unexpected crisis. He was acutely aware that the zoo was just behind them, and they needed to leave immediately. One wolf was not terrifying, but a pack of them was truly alarming. Such an absurd occurrence seemed too outrageous, even for a sensational headline. But why were there so many wolves on the loose? Surely, it couldn't be deliberate? Suwon-se, we should leave quickly. This place is quite dangerous. Sushi promptly pulled Lin Shi away, though her eyes were filled with a chill, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Regardless, their immediate priority was to ensure their safety. Let's exit the amusement park through this way. The two hurried towards the east gate, but after just a few steps, they heard the distant sound of a little girl crying from their left. Suwon-se immediately halted, realizing that the sound was coming from behind the pirate ship. Could it be that a child has gotten lost? Lin Shi suggested, and Sushi agreed that this was indeed possible, contemplating going to help the child. After all, with the wolf pack on the loose, they could not fathom the potential tragedy that might ensue if they encountered the child. They rushed to the back of the pirate ship, where they found a scene that sent chills down their spines. A dozen gray wolves surrounded two girls, one older and one younger. The older girl, dressed in a black long dress, swung a small wooden stick in a desperate attempt to keep the frenzied wolves at bay, protecting the younger girl, who appeared to be no older than 10 and whose cries were emanating from her. Both girls looked utterly helpless. Most concerning was the fact that the wolves were inching closer, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Lin Shi did not consider himself a hero, but he could not stand idly by in such a dire situation. As he stepped forward, however, Sushi grasped his arm from behind. Wait, if you go over there unarmed, you'll be putting yourself in danger. Let me handle this. With that, Sushi slightly lifted her right leg and drew a dagger from her white boot. Is this the right choice? Lin Shi could hardly believe his eyes. Sushi had brought a knife with her throughout their date. If he inadvertently offended her or provoked her ire, would she not slice him to pieces? Of course, he understood that this was highly improbable. Most likely, she carried the dagger for self-defense following her recent assault. Lost in thought, Sushi unexpectedly handed him the knife and retrieved another from her other boot. Take this, in case any danger arises, she instructed, producing a second dagger from her left boot. Without granting Lin Shi a moment to respond, she swiftly advanced towards the pack of wolves. Witnessing this, Lin Shi felt a pang of discomfort, while the woman fearlessly rushed to save others. How could he, a grown man, cower? Gripping the dagger tightly, he approached the wolves step by step. Initially, he worried for Sushi's safety, but it soon became evident that his concerns were unfounded. Once in front of the wolves, she delivered a powerful kick to one that attempted to bite her, her white boot connecting with a resounding thud. To his astonishment, the wolf's head shattered like a watermelon. What the hell? Lin Shi exclaimed, not out of instability, but rather due to the overwhelming visual shock before him. Fortunately, it was night, and the dim light spared him from fainting at the sight of blood. Had he known Sushi had martial training, he would not have anticipated her prowess to be so formidable. As Sushi dispatched yet another wolf with the same ferocity, Lin Shi noticed what appeared to be a sharp metallic object on his own boot. This revelation offered him a modicum of clarity. Though Sushi had only slain 2 wolves, the remaining pack seemed instinctively intimidated, retreating to create a gap in their circle. She quickly gestured for the young girl and her companion to make their way through the opening. Hurry over. The two complied without hesitation, quickly reaching Sushi's side and taking refuge behind her. Thank you, big sister, the girl exclaimed, and then hurriedly explained, I heard about wolves escaping from the zoo, and when I heard this little girl crying, she said she got separated from her parents. I wanted to help her get away, but then we stumbled right into the wolf pack. If you hadn't come, we might have been torn apart. The girl's pitiful demeanor stirred a protective instinct within Sushi, particularly as her delicate appearance evoked a sense of vulnerability. Shishi, are you all right? Lin Shi hurried over, unable to look at the fallen wolves. He feared that doing so would lead to an embarrassing fate. He had no desire to burden Sushi further. Ah sure, quickly take them away. Otherwise, I want to be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi hesitated. He did not wish to abandon Su Shi. Even though she could defend herself against the wolves, she was still a girl, and such situations were inherently perilous. Consequently, he turned to the girl and urged, "You must take this little one and leave now." Without delay, the girl spun around and headed towards the exit. Su Shi's gaze remained fixed on the frenzied wolves. She knew they could attack at any moment. In truth, while she could indeed protect herself, ensuring Lin Shi's safety was a different matter altogether. The sheer number of frenzied wolves made her worry that she might not be able to shield them in time. Realizing this, Su Shi coldly turned to Lin Shi. "You need to leave. Staying here is merely a hindrance." Lin Shi did not take offense. He recognized that Su Shi was only looking out for him. Acknowledging that his usual exercise regimen would not be of help in this situation, he reluctantly turned to depart. "Be careful. I'll wait for you at the entrance." With Lin Shi finally willing to leave, Su Shi felt a weight lift from her heart. At that moment, she was certain that tonight's events had been orchestrated. Originally, there had been bodyguards sent by her grandfather accompanying her, but after descending from the Ferris wheel, they had vanished along with Su Lin. Clearly, they had encountered some trouble. Now, with her phone devoid of signal, she suspected the use of a jamming device. Once outside, she resolved to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind these events. After punishing Shan Jinjin previously, she wondered if this was somehow related to her or those around her. Su Shi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a wolf lunged at her. Reacting swiftly, she plunged her knife into the throat of the airborne gray wolf. Blood erupted, igniting a primal bloodlust within her, almost tempting her to taste it. This was one of the reasons she preferred Lin Shi not to witness her in such a state. Not only could he not bear the sight of blood, but witnessing her in this savage manner might terrify him. She proceeded to engage the wolves with both hands and feet, each strike effortlessly dispatching a gray wolf. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had reached the entrance of the eastern gate. He had considered seeking assistance for weapons to aid Su Shi, but found the area deserted. Not even the girl and the little one were in sight. Had they fled so rapidly? Taking out his phone, he intended to call for help, only to discover that there was still no signal. Just as he pondered his next move, he heard hurried footsteps nearby, as if something was charging towards him. Instinctively, he turned to see a leopard racing towards him at high speed. It was a sizable creature, likely weighing more than he did. "Oh no, this is bad," he thought, realizing that his ordinary speed could not possibly compete with that of a leopard. Before he could further contemplate, the leopard lunged at him, aiming to sink its teeth into his neck. He instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. If bitten, he might very well bid farewell to this world. As his mind raced with the absurdity of his own rebirth and the stark differences from his previous life, he found himself too preoccupied to think further. The leopard's fangs pierced his arm, sending waves of pain coursing through him. The impact of the leopard knocked him down, causing his dagger to slip from his grasp. As the frenzied leopard continued to tear at him, Lin Shi noticed blood flowing from his arm. Dizzied by the sight of his own blood, his vision began to fade to darkness. With the leopard pinning him down, he could not divert his gaze. It seemed he was destined to be devoured after losing consciousness. Perhaps that would be preferable. At least it would alleviate some of the pain. As Lin Shi's awareness slipped away, his body refused to succumb, and with his uninjured right hand, he thrust it into the leopard's eye. Blood, his eyes glowed red, and his face twisted into a grimace. Even as the leopard clamped down on him, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he felt no pain at all. In a trance-like state, almost instinctively, he forcefully gouged the leopard's eye from its socket. Blood sprayed across his face, intensifying his manic grin. Despite this, the frenzied leopard still refused to relent. However, Lin Shi seized the dagger beside him and, with a swift upward motion, plunged it into the neck of the ferocious beast before him. Su Shi had already dealt with most of the gray wolves. The remaining wolves seemed to regain their senses and immediately scattered in all directions. At this moment, she could ascertain that someone was orchestrating everything from the shadows. It was as if these wolves had been drugged, explaining their inexplicable frenzy. Now that the effects had worn off, they had returned to clarity. This realization instilled a sense of foreboding within Su Shi. If someone had drugged the wolves in the zoo, could it be that other animals had also been tampered with? With this thought, she hurried toward the east gate. She needed to see Lin Shi quickly, for her heart was laden with unease. As she approached the entrance, she realized it was too late. A figure stood with its back to her. Most alarming was the head they held in their hand, which upon closer inspection, turned out to be that of a bloodied leopard. Sure, are you all right? Chapter 36. Number 1164, The Unfilial Old Deng. As Su Shi drew near, illuminated by the streetlight outside, she noticed Lin Shi's arm dripping with blood. Her heart ached at the sight, and she stepped closer with trepidation. In truth, she had already surmised what had transpired, which filled her with profound guilt. If she had not meddled and insisted on rescuing those two girls, Lin Shi would not have been injured by the leopard. Given another chance, she would undoubtedly choose not to intervene, for to her, he was more precious than anyone else. Even more infuriating was the fact that this incident was no accident. It was the result of someone manipulating events from behind the scenes. Her footsteps caught Lin Shi's attention, and he turned to face her, his visage smeared with blood, rendering him even more terrifying and grotesque. Even in the presence of the girl who had confessed her feelings to him mere moments ago on the Ferris wheel, his eyes were filled solely with murderous intent. "Ashi!" Sushi called out, and in response, Lin Shi charged towards her. He had discarded the leopard's head and gripped the dagger tightly in his right hand, clearly intent on harming the woman he had married. In name, they were husband and wife. Faced with the unfamiliarity of Lin Shi, Sushi felt no fear. Instead, her eyes reflected only sorrow and remorse. Tears glistened in her eyes, sparkling under the streetlight. Likewise, her self-reproachful demeanor evoked a sense of guilt in others. "Miss, get away." Su Lin's voice called from a distance, but Sushi appeared oblivious, gazing steadily at the advancing Lin Shi. "In this life, I shall protect you," she murmured. Just as the dagger in Lin Shi's hand was about to pierce her, she shouted a series of numbers. Number 1164. This sequence seemed to possess an enchanting power, halting Lin Shi's movement in an instant. His pupils constricted sharply, and he stared at her in terror, as if recalling something dreadful. Subsequently, he cradled his head and repeatedly muttered, "I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to." This state lasted no longer than 10 seconds before Lin Shi's vision darkened, and he collapsed forward. Sushi stepped forward, catching him in her embrace. At that moment, Su Lin hurried over, relieved to see that the young lady was unharmed. However, upon seeing Lin Shi's injured arm, she quickly explained, "Miss, it's all my fault." But before she could finish, Su Shi's icy voice cut her off. "You must drive over quickly and take Lin Shi to the nearest hospital." Given that the amusement park was located in the western part of the city and the Su family's private medical team was stationed in the east, summoning them to treat Lin Shi would undoubtedly result in delays. Therefore, they could only proceed to the nearest hospital for immediate care, and once stabilized, transfer him to a better facility. While Su Lin drove, Sushi tore Lin Shi's shirt and fashioned strips of cloth to stem the bleeding. Shortly after Su Shi and her entourage departed, two figures emerged from the darkness. The girl in the black dress whom Su Shi had saved, and the little girl who was still weeping. 2 days later. "Don't come any closer," Lin Shi shouted from the hospital bed, sitting up abruptly. This was his first awakening from unconsciousness after his fainting spell. He had experienced a nightmare, one filled with vengeful spirits seeking his life. "Xiao Shi, you're awake." A gentle voice reached him, prompting him to turn his head quickly. He was met by the sight of a familiar woman seated by his bedside. "Annie, Mom, what are you doing here?" Lin Shi immediately altered his address. For the person before him was none other than Su Shi's mother, his mother-in-law, Qin Lan. He glanced down and found himself clad in a hospital gown. Why am I in a hospital? His mind was a fog, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired, as if a portion of his memory was missing. You truly don't remember?" Qin Lan inquired, observing his struggle to recall the previous events, compounded by a dull ache in his head. Seeing that he appeared genuinely at a loss, she prepared to explain. However, before she could utter a word, Lin Shi caught sight of his bandaged left arm and suddenly recalled something. "I remember. At the entrance of the amusement park, I encountered a frenzied leopard. It attacked and knocked me down, and it bit my arm. After that," Lin Shi paused for a moment before stating, "I fainted from blood loss." Noticing he still had some recollection, Qin Lan continued, "You have been unconscious for 2 days. Fortunately, your bones are strong. The leopard only inflicted superficial wounds, and there is no serious harm. The doctor said that once you wake up, you could be discharged and go home to recuperate." Lin Shi nodded slightly, though he was rather astonished. If he had only sustained superficial injuries, why had he been unconscious for 2 days? Could have been due to excessive blood loss? He did not dwell on it, as he had more pressing concerns. "By the way, Mom, what about Shi? Is she all right? Where is she now?" Seeing the young man on the hospital bed, who had just awakened, concern for her daughter etched across his face, Qin Lan felt a swell of warmth. "She is fine. She was worried about you and had been keeping vigil here for 2 whole days without a moment's rest. I feared that if she continued to exhaust herself, it might affect her health, so I sent her home to rest while I stayed here with you." Upon hearing Qin Lan's words, Lin Shi felt a surge of gratitude, though it was tinged with guilt. The more Su Shi cared for him, the more he felt remorseful. In his previous life, due to her connections with his rival and her repeated obstruction of his company's public offering, He had harbored considerable resentment towards Su Shi. Thus, even though he bore no ill will toward the current Su Shi, he found it difficult to confront the emotions between them. Just like that night on the Ferris wheel, when this girl had sincerely confessed her feelings to him. His initial reaction was one of excitement, followed by an overwhelming sense of confusion. Lin Shi worried that such conflicting emotions might inadvertently hurt her feelings, and thus refrained from responding to Su Shi's confession that night. However, the very first thought that crossed his mind upon awakening in the hospital was a desire to know about Su Shi's well-being, and he was eager to see her. This inner turmoil left him feeling like a cad, accepting her affections while not reciprocating them. Xiao Shi, you must be hungry after waking up. Here, have an apple. While Lin Shi was lost in thought, Qin and Molan had already peeled an apple. He felt embarrassed to accept it, finding it somewhat strange to be attended to by an elder. Having lived for several decades, Qin Molan could easily discern Lin Shi's reticence. Now that you and Cici share such a bond, it signifies that we are indeed a family. Since you address me as Mom, I feel it is my duty to care for you in your time of illness, as your parents cannot be here at the moment due to pressing matters. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing Qin's words, Lin Shi accepted the apple she offered, feeling his stomach ache from hunger. After taking a bite, he found it to be exceptionally sweet, while harboring some grievances towards his parents. It was rather unfilial of them to be enjoying a leisurely vacation abroad while he was in such distress. When they returned, he would certainly have a word with them about it. Was he still their son? As these thoughts churned in his mind, his phone on the nearby table began to ring. It was old Deng calling. Upon hearing that familiar yet strange ringtone, Lin Shi's expression darkened. What coincidence! Like a twist of fate. Chapter 37. Encountering the mother-in-law. With his mother-in-law present, Lin Shi felt an acute embarrassment at the ringtone. He regretted not changing it sooner. He couldn't fathom why he had set such a ringtone for his father in his youth. Quickly, he reached for his phone and silenced it. At that moment, Qin Molan stood up and smiled at him. Lin Shi, you should answer the call. I'll have someone bring you more food. Once Qin Molan exited the room, Lin Shi pressed the answer button. Immediately, a rugged voice belonging to his father, Lin Xiaotian, came through the line. Hello, Lin Shi, how is your injury? I'm not dead. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. Wait a moment. Are you sulking at your old man? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his father's observation. Realizing he had struck a nerve, Lin Xiaotian hesitated to continue, but soon, his mother, Jiang Riyun, chimed in. Son, don't blame your father. He injured his leg a few days ago and is now in the hospital just like you. If you must be upset, direct it towards me. Had I been heartless enough to leave him, I could have been there to care for you. Upon hearing that his father had hurt his leg, Lin Shi instantly felt a rush of anxiety. Mom, how did Dad injure his leg? Is he all right? Is there any danger? Faced with Lin Shi's urgent inquiries, Lin Xiaotian felt a pang of emotion. Before Jiang Riyun could respond, he interjected, Stop worrying, you brat. I just hurt my leg. There is no danger at all. You need to take care of yourself. I heard from Cici that your arm is not fractured. That is a stroke of luck. Just be cautious and don't make me bury you before my time. With that, Lin Xiaotian ended the call. Lin Shi, though not angry, understood his father's character. He clearly didn't want Lin Shi to worry. However, Lin Shi couldn't help but wonder how his father had managed to injure himself while on vacation. Meanwhile, in a hospital in Southeast Asia, Jiang Riyun gazed at Lin Xiaotian in his hospital bed, her eyes swollen with tears. This is all your fault for seeking out those people at such a precarious time. It's one thing for you to suffer their retaliation, but now my son is gravely injured, and I cannot even be there to check on him. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. She had already witnessed her son endure a nightmarish danger once. All she desired was for him to live a peaceful life. Was that too much to ask? Lin Xiaotian, filled with guilt, managed a faint smile. So you only care for our son and not for the man who put him in harm's way? Hearing this, Jiang Riyun stepped forward and pinched his ear. Lin Xiaotian, what do you mean by that? Isn't Lin Shi your son? Yes, of course, he replied, but dear, be gentle. You're about to rip my ear off. Once we return, I'll make it up to our precious son. Back in Lin Shi's room, having just finished an apple, he was greeted by the entrance of a woman carrying a bag of hot dishes. It was not Qin Molan, but rather a weary-looking Su Cici. Despite her fatigued appearance, she still exuded an undeniable grace. Dressed in a white gown, she held her head high, reminiscent of the aloof school beauty she was known to be. The moment Lin Shi saw her, a smile involuntarily spread across his face, excitement bubbling within him. Cici, he called out, but Su Cici responded with a hint of indifference. You're awake. Seeing her cold demeanor, Lin Shi worried that something was amiss. He steeled himself and asked, Cici, are you all right? Yet, she remained unresponsive. merely placing the hot dishes on the bedside table. Now, with her head lowered, Lin Shi felt uncertain about the situation. He could only manage a forced smile. Haha, Mom said you went back to rest. I thought I wouldn't see you until tomorrow. By the way, why are you back? At that moment, Su Cici's body trembled slightly, her fists tightly clenched, seemingly struggling with something. Observing her state, Lin Shi instinctively shifted back in bed, sensing that she might unleash her fury upon him. He had witnessed her strength firsthand. She could easily crush a wolf with a single kick. The thought of provoking her was daunting. However, recalling that she had protected him for 2 days, Lin Shi believed she wouldn't harm him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he began to apologize. Cici, I'm truly sorry for causing you worry these past few days. Before he could finish, Su Cici abruptly lunged towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Sure, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't meddled, I could have stayed by your side, and you wouldn't have. As she spoke, Su Cici's voice broke into sobs, leaving Lin Shi at a loss for how to comfort her. He had no idea where to place his hands and felt uncertain, having witnessed her cry for the second time. The last time was also due to his injury, filling him with a complex mix of emotions. He couldn't shake the feeling of guilt towards Su Cici. Seeing the girl in his arms, so heartbroken, he could only gently stroke her back. Cici, this isn't your fault. It's merely my misfortune. Thankfully, you weren't harmed by that wolf pack. Reflecting on that night, when Su Cici was surrounded by wolves, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He realized how weak he was, needing a woman to protect him. Lin Shi knew that Su Cici's relatives would not let this matter rest easily and might resort to extreme actions in the future. He often found himself beside her and thought he should learn some self-defense skills. If nothing else, he should ensure he wouldn't be a burden to her. I'm just relieved you're awake. I truly wouldn't know what to do if you hadn't. Su Cici continued, her voice choked with emotion, shattering Lin Shi's heart. Previously, he had never felt such a sense of heartbreak. This time, however, he truly understood its depth. Lin Shi, feeling a pang of sympathy for Su Shi, held the woman tightly in his embrace, wishing to soothe her troubled heart. After an indeterminate passage of time, Su Shi finally ceased her sobbing, prompting Lin Shi to exhale a sigh of relief. However, as he inhaled once more, he realized that the woman in his arms possessed a delightful fragrance. The scent of violet emanating from her enveloped the air in a sweet embrace, reminiscent of a soft, delicate cake. Subsequently, when Su Shi lifted her gaze to meet his, her tear-streaked visage was utterly heart-wrenching. Captivated by her rosy lips, he leaned in slowly, and they found themselves wrapped in each other's arms once more. Just as their feelings intertwined, a gentle cough echoed from the doorway. Lin Shi quickly withdrew, and as he turned to look, he felt a jolt of shock. Mom, when did you come in? Chapter 38. Shi, shall we continue? Mom? Upon hearing this term of endearment, Su Shi hurriedly descended from the bed. Turning around, she beheld her mother standing at the door, a hint of apologetic mirth gracing her features. Su Shi's face flushed a deep crimson. Initially, she had assumed it was medical staff entering the room, thus remaining calm. After all, what was the harm in being seen during an intimate moment? Yet, she could scarcely fathom that the intruder was indeed her mother. She had spent 2 days in the hospital, vigilantly waiting for Lin Shi to awaken before she could finally rest. However, unable to endure her mother's incessant chatter, she had reluctantly returned to get some sleep. Just as she had exited the hospital, she received the news that Lin Shi had awakened. In a flurry, Su Shi rushed back, only to encounter her mother, carrying warm dishes. Now, mere minutes later, how had her mother returned? As she opened her mouth to inquire, she noticed an unexpected guest trailing behind her. Shi, I initially came to check on you in Xiao Shi, but I just heard your mother mention that he has awakened. Is that true? Su Yu said, stepping through the door. At that moment, Su Shi understood why her mother had abruptly interrupted her and Lin Shi. It was because her father had arrived as well. Fortunately, he had not witnessed the earlier scene, or he would surely have lectured them. Dad, Xiao Shi has only just awakened not long ago. Su Yu entered the room and was greeted by the sight of Lin Shi indeed awake. Good lad, you finally roused from your slumber. You've been unconscious for 2 days. Had you not awakened soon, I would have resorted to pinching you awake. He was well aware that Su Shi had been steadfastly by his side during this time. As her father, Su Yu felt a pang of sympathy for her. But no amount of coaxing seemed to help. Dad, what are you saying? Su Shi was not pleased with her father's words. Lin Shi had nearly lost his life due to her, and now her father was making light of the situation. Noticing his daughter's discontent, Su Yu felt as though he had been struck with 1,000 blows. Truly, once a daughter marries, she forgets her father. Seeing this, Lin Shi quickly interjected apologetically. Mom and Dad, this is entirely my fault for causing you concern. Even though he always prepared himself, mentally, He still felt a twinge of embarrassment each time he addressed Su Shi's parents. Su Yu, witnessing the young man's earnestness, responded with a smile. You cannot be blamed for this. It was the negligence of the staff at the zoo that allowed those dangerous animals to escape. It's a miracle you weren't harmed by that leopard. Otherwise, before he could finish, Su Shi cleared her throat sharply. Upon meeting her piercing gaze, Su Yu promptly halted, offering an awkward chuckle. Regardless, what matters most is that you survived. To avoid further irritating his daughter, Su Yu turned his attention to Lin Shi, eager to express his concern. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and approached with a hint of worry. Xiao Shi, why is your face so flushed? Are you running a fever? Su Yu recalled that upon entering, he had observed Lin Shi's face was already crimson, raising his suspicions. A fever could pose dangers, risking infection of his wounds, and in severe cases, jeopardizing his life. Lin Shi touched his warm cheek, fully aware of the cause, his earlier intimate moment with Su Shi. Qin Milan was also cognizant of this, and promptly took Su Yu by the arm, ushering him out. I already checked Xiao Shi's temperature. He is not running a fever. The two children are about to eat, so let us not disturb them. Now that we know he is fine, we can rest easy. Thus, Su Yu found himself perplexedly escorted from the room. As they departed, Qin Milan turned back to Su Shi and Lin Shi, smiling as she said, You two should eat. We have matters to attend to. With that, she kindly closed the door behind her. In that instant, the room fell into a tranquil silence, with the sound of their breathing filled the air. At that moment, Lin Shi felt a sudden impulse. Shi, shall we continue? Su once trembled slightly, her face flushing as she gazed at him. Ah sure, you are truly insufferable. What are you saying? Seeing Su Shi's bashful demeanor, which rendered her irresistibly adorable, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, Lin Shi decided not to tease her further, swiftly gesturing towards the warm dishes on the table. Shi, it's midday. You must be hungry. Come, let's share a meal. I am absolutely famished. That solitary apple was hardly sufficient to satisfy my hunger. Meanwhile, in another ward within the same hospital, a distressing scene unfolded. Slap, slap. Shen Jinjin relentlessly struck her own face, tears streaming down as she wept and chastised herself. Su Jinyu and Su Rong'er, standing nearby, could not restrain her. Mom, please don't do this. If you accidentally harm yourself further, how will Rong'er and I survive? Su Jinyu's eyes were slightly red, but internally he lamented the burden of having such a troublesome mother. Ever since waking up to find both her legs amputated, she had been inconsolable. While he could empathize with her plight, Hu Wunti crumbles psychologically upon losing two limbs. He was merely her son, not a punching bag for her frustrations. If not for his mother still having some utility, he would have distanced himself from her. To silence Shan Jinjin, Su Jinyu raised his voice, Mom. Even Dad has turned his back on us. If you continue like this, Rong'er and I might as well be bullied to death by the Su family. Upon hearing her son's words, Shan Jinjin's emotions began to stabilize, yet she could not restrain herself from pounding her own waist, which she could not strike due to her missing legs. Soon enough, her tears flowed freely once more. Mom no longer has legs. I will never be able to protect you again. Please leave for now. I need some time alone. Su Jinyu and Rong'er had no choice but to comply, offering a few words of comfort before exiting the ward. Once they left, Shen Jinjin's sorrow intensified. After a considerable time, she finally ceased her weeping, but her eyes now burned with hatred. While in the car, she had realized she had been drugged. The only possibility was the glass of red wine she had consumed before leaving the beauty salon, poured by her young lover, Wang Cheng. Shen Jinjin's suspicions immediately fell upon him. Thus, she discreetly made a phone call, requesting someone to investigate the whereabouts of Wang Cheng, ideally to apprehend him first. This way, she would be able to seize a favorable opportunity to confront the man who had drugged her. However, much to her dismay, they failed to capture him, and instead returned with a message. Madame Shen, Wang Cheng has long since left the beauty salon and has traveled abroad to Southeast Asia. Upon receiving this news, Shen Jinjin's mind buzzed with realization. It was evident that Wang Cheng was indeed suspicious. She suspected that this matter was somehow related to Su Yu, as she had previously dispatched an assassin to deal with Su Shi. If this daughter-lover were to discover her involvement, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Unfortunately, the affair between her and Wang Cheng must remain a secret. She could only wait until her wounds healed before conducting a thorough investigation. Su Yue, should I discover that you are behind this, I shall not let you or your precious daughter escape unscathed, she declared in fury, completely unaware that a miniature listening device was discreetly positioned beneath the table leg nearby. All of Shen Jinjin's words were overheard by the elderly gentleman on the other end of the device. Chapter 39. Oppressed by the school flower of the Su family in the old residence of the Su family, the elderly patriarch sat in an ancient wooden chair, flanked by a bodyguard clad in black, who stood holding a mobile phone. At that moment, the voice of Shun Jinjin resonated through the device. In an instant, the once dull eyes of the elderly gentleman gleamed with a sharp intensity. It appears that you have not learned your lesson, since you are so ungrateful. Do not blame the old man for being merciless. Having spoken, the patriarch seemed to recall something and inquire the bodyguard, by the way. Have we identified the person who administered the drugs to the animals on that day? The bodyguard shook his head. Sir, all leads have run cold. The only person of interest is the young girl who exited the amusement park that day. We have been unable to uncover any information about her. Conversely, the little girl she protected is merely a child from an ordinary family, lost due to her parents' negligence. The bodyguard paused momentarily before revealing a crucial piece of information. However, sir, it seems that this incident was not aimed at the young lady. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman's eyes narrowed. Then, that implies this matter was directed at my son-in-law. Meanwhile, Su Shi and Lin Shi, confined to the hospital room, were oblivious to this unfolding situation. After finishing their meal, they engaged in conversation, which was primarily Lin Shi inquiring about the details surrounding Su Shi's actions before and after his fainting episode. This is how it transpired. Afterward, I accompanied Sister Lin to take you to the hospital. Lin Shi fell silent, reflecting on his fortunate survival. Had he been choked by the leopard before Su Shi arrived to rescue him, even the mightiest of beings would have been unable to save him. According to Su Shi, she had nearly finished dealing with the gray wolves in the amusement park before rushing to the east gate to find him, only to discover him lying in a pool of blood. The leopard had fled in fear of Su Shi, and it was ultimately the girl who staunched his bleeding and, along with Su Lin, transported him to the hospital for treatment. Lin Shi sensed that something was amiss, yet he did not doubt Su Shi's account. By the way, I recall that after descending from the Ferris wheel, I saw Sister Lin was not there. Where did she go? Upon hearing this, Su Shi did not conceal the truth and candidly replied. Sister Lin mentioned that she spotted two individuals wearing the same attire as us and thought they had not noticed us disembarking. Consequently, she immediately pursued them, but those two quickly vanished into the crowd. Once she searched several places without finding them, she realized something was amiss and hurried back to look for us. Lin Shi nodded slightly. Su Lin's experience led him to believe there might be a deeper story. Was it possible that someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes? He was no fool. A pack of wolves going entirely out of control was a rare occurrence. Just after leaving the wolves, he stumbled upon the leopard guarding the entrance. Such extraordinary luck was almost unbelievable. When everything seems coincidental, it is not merely misfortune, but rather someone's deliberate intent to orchestrate these events. But who could it be? Could it be an enemy of the Su family? Lin Shi pondered this possibility. He might have been collateral damage. After all, he had devoted his life to studying and had yet to step into the world, making it unlikely for him to offend anyone. It seemed he needed to cultivate some skills in self-defense. Otherwise, he would be reliant on a woman for protection in future encounters. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Shi remained oblivious to the complex gaze that Su Shi cast upon him. After a moment, he instinctively nodded, seemingly reaching a resolute decision. Regaining his focus, Lin Shi looked at the weary Su Shi and stated, Shi, the doctor previously mentioned that my arm injury is not severe. As long as I wake up, I can be discharged to recover at home. Therefore, how about we return now? You haven't slept in 2 days either. Su Shi, however, shook her head. No, your arm wound is quite serious. What if it becomes infected upon returning? We should stay here for another 2 days until the risk of infection has passed. Faced with Su Shi's unwavering determination, Lin Shi found it difficult to refuse. By the way, regarding school, his words were interrupted as Su Shi seemed to anticipate his inquiry and replied directly, Rest assured, I have already informed your instructor and secured a few more days of leave for you. You need not worry about school matters. All right. Lin Shi nodded, but found himself at a loss for words, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Perhaps you could take a nap on the sofa over there. This hospital room was exceptionally luxurious, spacious, and furnished with a sofa and other amenities. It was evident that Su Shi truly cared for him. Just days prior, she could have easily slept on the sofa, yet she had refrained from closing her eyes out of concern for him. Lin Shi realized that his mother-in-law likely urged Su Shi to return home precisely because she knew Su Shi was too anxious to rest in this room. The thought filled him with compassion for Su Shi. Shi, you should really get some sleep. If you wear yourself out, I would be left to face a lonely existence. His words seemed to strike a chord deep within Su Shi, prompting her to nod slightly. I could take a nap, but will you allow me to hold you while I sleep? What? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it the esteemed Su schoolflower, Su young lady? To speak so candidly? Yet, upon witnessing Su Shi's fatigued expression, he ultimately acquiesced. Very well, you may sleep beside me. in the private luxury hospital room. The bed was spacious enough for two. Su Shi joyfully removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed from the opposite side. Wearing a white dress that was not particularly long, paired with delicate white stockings, Su Shi's legs appeared elongated and alluring as she lay on her side. Being a young man in the prime of his life, even Lin Shi, despite his injury, found himself parched with desire. This alone was enough to illustrate the captivating charm of the Su school flower. Ashi. Su Shi suddenly turned to him, causing Lin Shi's heart to race, fearing that his furtive gaze had been detected. Fortunately, instead of approaching him, she made a heartfelt request. Don't stay so far away from me. Come closer and give me a hug. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's body stiffened, though he managed to smile and respond. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yet, despite his words, he found himself inching closer to Su Shi. Observing this, Su Shi wrapped her arms around him, leaving Lin Shi with no choice but to cover her with a blanket, allowing the weary girl to rest peacefully. Even the strongest must yield after a few sleepless nights. As he contemplated passing the time by checking his phone, Su Shi suddenly propped herself up. In the next moment, she swung her legs over to sit atop him. Seeing Su Shi nestled under the covers, Lin Shi panicked. What on earth are you doing? Chapter 40. Su, the flower of the school. This is not appropriate. Originally, being wrapped in the soft embrace of the school beauty had already stirred Lin Shi's heart into disarray. Yet, the beauty was restless, insisting on turning over onto him. As she looked down at him, noticing his bashfulness, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Gradually, her demeanor shifted to one of seduction, her smile brimming with allure. Leaning closer, she exhaled a warm breath into Lin Shi's ear before playfully retreating. Even though she had pulled away, that breath sent a shiver through Lin Shi's body, quickening his heartbeat to the brink of breaking his composure. Fortunately, his self-control remained intact. Su Shi relished his flustered state, as it indicated that she occupied a space in his heart. At least he harbored no aversion towards her. Thus, she leaned in closer once more, while Lin Shi turned his head away, unable to muster the courage to meet her gaze. Hee. She chuckled softly, eager to tease him again. Ah, sure, I want you. Before she could finish, Lin Shi swiftly covered her mouth with his right hand. Su Shi, let us not forget we are still in the hospital. Such words are not fitting. In that moment, although Su Shi refrained from continuing her thought, their eyes locked. Gazing into her captivating large eyes, Lin Shi found her irresistibly charming, a perfect blend of elegance and sweetness. Typically exuding an air of aloofness, she now appeared as enchanting as a youthful maiden. Regardless of the guise, she was simply exquisite. As they stared into each other's eyes, their gazes intertwined, strumming the strings of their hearts. In that instant, it felt as though their minds had emptied, free from any distractions. The beauty of the moment soon enveloped Lin Shi in a wave of embarrassment, particularly as he recalled Su Shi's nearly spoken words. Even now, he felt utterly unprepared, hastily removing his hand from her mouth as if to feign ignorance. Yet, his body betrayed him, warmth emanating uncontrollably. The temperature beneath the blanket became unbearable, clouding their thoughts. See, perhaps you should get off now and resume our playful antics after you've rested. Su Shi, however, was reluctant to comply and leaned in to kiss Lin Shi once more, continuing the interrupted interlude. Neither of them noticed the sudden gust of a mini tornado swirling outside, drawing leaves from the ground into its chaotic dance. Those leaves spun and collided, entangled in a struggle reminiscent of stubborn fighters refusing to concede. Time passed, and finally, Su Shi and Lin Shi parted, a brilliant flash of silver light illuminating the moment. Both flushed with embarrassment, it was Su Shi who ultimately succumbed first, hastily climbing off him. I'm going to sleep, she declared, promptly shutting her eyes. Observing this, Lin Shi exhaled in relief, surprised that Su Shi had finally obeyed. However, when he caught sight of the still bulging blanket, realization struck him. I am truly hopeless. In another ward of the hospital, Shun Jinjun had come to terms with her legless reality. Yet, what had transpired could not be undone, and regretting it now served no purpose. What she needed to do was to live on, striving to ensure her son ascended to the position of head of the Su family. Only in this way could her family maintain wealth, affording care for her pitiful self, now without legs. Unfortunately, her husband, Su Hui, not only lacked capability, but was also exceptionally tolerant. The old man favored Su Yu's family, showering affection on that girl. Su Shi, while Su Hui never uttered a word of complaint before him, yet upon returning home, he would incessantly vent his frustrations to her. Isn't he just a cowardly tyrant at home? Thus, she no longer relied on Su Hui, placing all her hopes on her son, Su Jinyu, who was not only more capable than his ineffectual father, but also ambitious. although his company had recently suffered losses. Such as the nature of business, profit and loss go hand in hand. Once her leg wounds healed completely, she would beseech the old man, urging him to assign her nephew a few companies to manage. Previously, Sun Jinjun might have feared the old man would refuse her request. However, now that she had lost her legs, she was certain he would feel pity for her and grant Su Jinyu a position as president. Mom, open your mouth. Su Jinyu scooped another spoonful of kanji and personally fed it to Sun Jinjun. Seeing this, she felt a wave of emotion. She had not anticipated her son to be not only capable, but also exceptionally filial. Though her injury was to her leg and her hands were unharmed, he insisted on feeding her. Unbeknownst to her, Su Jinyu was simultaneously berating her and his sister, Su Rong-er, in his thoughts. Rong-er is so petty. Just because she lost a bet to me, she insists on bossing me around. When their mother was wheeled out of the operating room, she fell into a coma. The doctors had predicted it would take days for Sun Jinjun to awaken, leading him and Su Rong-er to wager on when she would regain consciousness. He claimed it would be at least 5 days, while she insisted on 2. In reality, it had only taken 2 days. Returning to the present, he looked at the woman in bed and quickly scooped another spoonful of kanji. Mom, please eat a little more? This time, Sun Jinjun did not drink, but instead inquired of Su Jinyu. Son, have you called your father? Why hasn't he come to the hospital yet? Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu hurriedly explained, Mom, I've made several calls, but for some reason, I couldn't get through. Perhaps he is busy? He was uncertain about his father's situation. Previously, when his mother merely had a fever, Su Hui had been exceedingly tender, bustling about to care for her. Yet now, with her leg amputated, his father had barely visited and had not even arranged for anyone to bring the meals. He had to personally handle it. After all, this hospital belonged to their Su family. Listening to her son, Sun Jinjun felt a foreboding sensation. Since awakening from her coma, she had only seen Su Hui once. And even then, his demeanor was cold, devoid of any warmth or concern. She had felt a chill in her heart, believing he resented her for losing her legs. Now, however, it seemed different. Could it be that her infidelity had come to light? As this thought crossed her mind, Sun Jinjun dismissed it as improbable. Her young lover had flown abroad overnight, leaving Su Hui unable to uncover the truth. She resolved that when she next encountered Su Hui, she would pour out her grievances. Absolutely must make this man feel guilty. He cannot disregard her simply because he has lost a leg. He must continue to treat her like a princess as he did before. Otherwise, her marriage to him would be in vain. Alas, men are indeed unreliable. Sun Jinjun lamented, unaware that on the other side, Su Hui had already uncovered all his secrets. Staring at the 2 documents before him, Su Hui, at home, could no longer contain his fury and overturned the table. Although the papers scattered across the floor, the words exclude biological father remained glaringly prominent. Sun Jinjun, you wretched symbol. I shall ensure your demise. Chapter 41. Su School Beauty's deranged traits revealed. Su Hui still felt that his anger was insufficiently vented, smashing everything in his vicinity to smithereens. It is worth noting that both documents bore those damning words, exclude biological father. This meant that the son and daughter he had painstakingly raised for over 20 years were not his own. Any man in his position would likely experience a breakdown. On the day Sun Jinjun encountered her misfortune, Su Hui learned from the doctor that the woman he had cherished for decades had not only strayed, but had also resorted to such treachery. This led him to question whether his son and daughter were truly his flesh and blood. Even with a mental preparation, he found it impossible to accept the reality when it was thrust upon him. Now, he felt almost akin to a eunuch, perhaps having already lost his ability to procreate. Thus, even if he divorced Sun Jinjun and expelled that detestable woman from the Su family, who would compensate for his losses, he would be rendered heirless. The more Su Hui contemplated, the more his emotions spiraled, and he even smashed the television. At that moment, his eyes turned crimson, and his expression contorted into a terrifying snarl, wishing he could charge into the hospital and end Sun Jinjun's life. Yet, Su Hui knew that would be too lenient. He must ensure she suffers more than death. Sun Jinjun, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. In the face of Su Hui's venomous words, the elderly butler, standing nearby, quietly observed without intervening. He understood that allowing the master to vent his frustrations was essential. Otherwise, it would surely lead to a health crisis. Not long ago, the master had entrusted him with investigating the matter, and since he managed the daily lives of the young master and mistress, obtaining their DNA was relatively simple. The source was their used toothbrushes. Having watched Su Hui grow up, he earned the latter's utmost trust, which allowed him to remain in the household. In fact, after the results came in, it was he who helped Su Hui by looking at the report when the latter lacked the courage to do so. After half an hour of venting, Su Hui gradually regained his composure. At that moment, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he turned to the butler. Chun, do you think I should confront that woman in the hospital and expel her along with those two little bastards from the Su family? I cannot bear to see them enjoy the benefits of the Su family any longer. It is worth mentioning that the hospital where Shun Jinzhong was currently staying was the finest under the Su family's banner, equipped with the most advanced medical facilities in Jiangcheng, which played a significant role in preserving her life. Now, Su Hui felt it was time for her and those two illegitimate children to leave. He initially thought that Chun, who always complied with him, would agree with his decision. However, to his surprise, Chun spoke candidly. I urge the master to think carefully and prioritize the bigger picture. If you expel them all, you will be left without an heir, and the Su family's assets will. Chun paused, knowing the master understood the implications of his words. Upon hearing this, Su Hui acknowledged the wisdom in his butler's counsel. He had indeed been too enraged earlier, leading to thoughts of banishing all three outsiders from the Su family. Reflecting on it now, such a course of action would leave him with no retreat. If he, Su Hui, were left without an heir, the Su family would inevitably fall to the second son, Su Yu. At this juncture, he refrained from making a decision and instead inquired of Chun. What do you think I should do? After a moment of contemplation, Chun proposed his idea. Master, I suggest a plan for your consideration. Since you need an heir, you could choose one of these two children to claim as your biological offspring. The rest could be expelled from the Su family. This way, not only would you relieve your anger, but you would also retain the opportunity to vie for the position of family head in the future. Chen's suggestion immediately resonated with Su Hui. Chun, that is an excellent idea. I shall go forge a DNA report at once. He had already decided who would be designated as the biological child. With that, Su Hui left the villa, and after he departed, Chun promptly placed a call. Master Su, I have acted as per your instructions. The following day, Su Shi awakened in her hospital room after sleeping for over 10 hours. Lin Shi understood this well, for she had not closed her eyes for several days prior. However, the girl was incredibly clingy, mumbling in her sleep for him to hold her. And every time he attempted to move his arm away, she would pull him back. As a result, his right arm had gone numb. See, how about I discharge myself today? Lin Shi suggested, feeling that as long as he changed the dressing on his left arm regularly, he would be fine. Staying in the hospital doing nothing was exceedingly dull, and he needed to expedite his entrepreneurial plans. Only by proving himself exceptional could he stand beside Su Shi. Currently, while he could not move his left arm freely, his fingers were still functional. He was just a few steps away from finalizing the software he was developing, and he could hardly contain his impatience. But Su Shi outright rejected his request. No way, you must wait another 2 days. If something happens to you, I would be left a widow. Lin Shi understood that Su Shi was looking out for him, but he was eager to accomplish something meaningful. If I can't go back, could you at least provide me with a laptop? I have some minor matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Su Shi's expression changed dramatically for a moment before returning to her innocent demeanor, arms crossed defiantly. Not a chance. I know you want to work on that useless software, but I advise you to abandon that thought. All you need to do is stay by my side. If you need money, just tell me how much you need, and I will provide it. I will never agree to you starting another business. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi wore a look of helplessness. He certainly did not want to become a kept man. While the idea was tempting, he had his own aspirations. Suddenly, he caught a hint of something amiss in Su Shi's words. Shi, why did you say I should start another business? Have I done so before? Su Shi froze, realizing she had misspoken. All she could do was defend herself. Sure, I was just speaking out turn, but you really don't need to start another business. If you mention it again, I'll delete all your software source files and bind you to my side forever. Please don't delete the source files. I want to mention it again. Lin Shi panicked. He was certain Su Shi would go through with it. To her, it was merely a piece of software a college student could whip up. But for him, it was the key to his financial success. Time flew by. After spending 2 days in the hospital, Lin Shi finally returned to the villa. Upon his return, he immediately discerned that Su Shi's mood was amiss. In fact, earlier in the car, he had noticed her sullen demeanor, and when he inquired, she had offered no response. Now that they were alone, he decided to press her again. Shi, have you encountered something distressing? Su Shi remained silent, instead retrieving her phone to show him its contents. Lin Shi glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted dramatically. How do you possess this? The display revealed a screenshot of a message sent in their group chat, wherein he expressed his desire to start a small company and asked them to scout for an office space. You've been spying on me. Lin Shi's face paled as he looked back at Su Shi, his heart racing. At this moment, any trace of her previous innocence had vanished, replaced by a sickly grin. I told you not to start a business again, yet you refused to listen. Sure. It seems you still do not belong to me. Warning, high energy ahead. Chapter 42. Enchanted by the School Beauty. In that instant, Lin Shi found Su Shi to be utterly terrifying. Her current state was foreign and unsettling. Just hours earlier, they had shared tender moments in the hospital, with Su Shi displaying a shy demeanor. Their relationship had rapidly intensified over the past few days. They had grown comfortable with one another, and he had assumed that should he mention entrepreneurship, she would not object. Yet, he never anticipated that she had begun to monitor his actions. Just that morning, he had sent a message to his roommates, and she had discovered it almost instantaneously. The sudden shift in Su Shi's demeanor caught him off guard. Shi, are you all right? Lin Shi was perplexed by her behavior, but she offered no reply, instead advancing towards him step by step. Instinctively, Lin Shi retreated until his back met the wall. Please don't do this. I'm getting scared. Haha. As he forced a laugh, he noticed the mockery etched on her face, with a glimmer of desire in her eyes. She scrutinized him without restraint, stirring within him a sense of unease. Flee. This was the first thought that surged through Lin Shi's mind. He felt that if he did not escape now, he would regret it for a lifetime. However, just as he attempted to move, Su Shi accelerated, pinning him against the wall. Well, now he had no chance of escape. This is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Gazing into Su Shi's eyes and inhaling her unique fragrance, Lin Shi found himself unable to resist. Until now, their most intimate interactions had merely consisted of hugs and kisses. Ah sure, you are far too dishonest, which leaves me feeling very insecure. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi was taken aback. He was uncertain why Su Shi had uttered such words or how he had been dishonest. Yet, even he, in his naivety, could perceive that Su Shi was in a troubling state, prompting him to soothe her. Shi, we are already legally bound. How could you possibly feel insecure? I would never simply leave. No, that is not sufficient. Lin Shi was about to inquire what would be considered enough, when, without warning, Su Shi produced a towel from seemingly nowhere and covered his mouth and nose. A pungent odor assaulted him, and he instantly felt dizzy, the world around him spinning. By the time Su Shi removed the towel, he was utterly drained of strength. He was in shock. This seemingly innocent girl had suddenly resorted to using a sedative on him. Were it not for his knowledge of Su Shi being a wealthy heiress, he might have suspected he was ensnared in a nefarious plot. You. The words barely escaped his lips before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Su Shi steadied him, her eyes gleaming with delight. At last, you are truly mine. I shall never allow you to leave. With that, she firmly lifted the unconscious Lin Shi and began her ascent to her bedroom. Meanwhile, at the Su family hospital, Shun Jinjin had yet to be discharged, and it would be quite some time before that occurred. After all, while Lin Shi had only sustained an arm injury, she had lost both of her legs. Although she could not rise from her bed or even use the restroom without assistance, she had learned that Lin Shi had been discharged that very day. This information came from her son, who mentioned that the esteemed Su Shi was present, and numerous medical staff had been discussing the two of them. They claimed that the Su family heiress was not as aloof as rumored, but rather quite innocent, dating a handsome young man. They further remarked on the couple's sweetness, which incited envy. These observations were relayed to her by her son, who had overheard them in the corridor. In all honesty, Shun Jinjin felt not only furious, but also envious. Simultaneously, she could not help but curse. Why had the Su family's son-in-law not been killed by the leopard? Why did fate allow him to continue living? In Shun Jinjin's view, Lin Shi's existence would only elevate Su Shi's status within the Su family. Although she was indeed a girl, if the legally bound couple were to have a child, particularly a son, then all of the Su family's assets would eventually belong to the Su Yu family. When Su Hui passed away, she and her son would likely be cast out of the Su family. Shun Jinjin was consumed with jealousy. Why was it that Su Shi, this affluent heiress, could coexist so harmoniously with an ordinary boy devoid of any capability? When she had married into the Su family, her own Shun family was of little consequence, and she frequently faced disdain. Su Hui had never truly loved her. Their union was merely a strategic alliance, and he had never spoken favorably of her. Even her family had distanced themselves, having not been in contact for years. Otherwise, after such a significant event, she would not have gone this long without a single family member visiting her. Sighing, she lamented to Su Jinyu. What on earth has your father been so busy with these past few days? As a wife, she had lost both her legs, and even now, she could not hear a word of comfort from her husband. Truly, he was a complete waste, someone she could never rely upon. Shun Jinjin openly expressed her disdain for her husband in front of her son, yet Su Jinyu showed no disagreement. He shared her sentiments. If his father had any merit, he would not have failed to secure the position of family head, leaving his son to compete for it. How could I have such a biological father? He complained. feeling it was acceptable to voice his grievances about his father in front of his mother. Sun Jinjin had no objections, for she was grateful that she had been astute enough to choose the seed of a white moonlight. Otherwise, if she had borne Su Hui's child, it would undoubtedly have been a worthless son. While lost in thought, a chilling voice echoed from the doorway. Sun Jinjin, you little wretch. I never expected you to speak of me behind my back. Su Jinyu's heart raced, for he recognized the voice belonged to his father, Su Hui. Turning to the entrance, he saw not only his father, but also his sister, Su Ronger. Father, what brings you here? He stammered awkwardly, having just spoken ill of his father, only to have the subject of his words overhear him. It was mortifying to be scolded by his useless father. However, he was the first to speak ill of others behind their backs, and thus intended to justify his actions. Before he could utter a word, Su Hui cast a cold glare and said, Do not refer to me in such a manner. I do not have a son like you. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinjing's expression changed dramatically, panic evident on her face. Meanwhile, Su Jinyu, who was by the bedside, thought that Su Hui was merely angry and attempted to offer an explanation. However, in the next moment, a folder came hurtling towards him. What is this? Su Jinyu quickly caught it and opened it, while Sun Jinjing broke into a cold sweat. Jinyu, don't look, she called out, but it was too late. Upon seeing the DNA paternity test report, Su Jinyu initially felt indifferent. Yet, as he reached the final result, his body trembled uncontrollably. How? How is this possible? Chapter 43. Transformed by the school bell into a caged canary. Impossible. How can I not be my father's biological son? Although he desperately wanted to deny it. The glaring words indicating a lack of blood relation were painfully evident, compelling him to confront reality. Despite his disdain for his father, it was precisely due to that connection that he had enjoyed the privileges of being the young master of the Su family. Even as a distant relative, it had afforded him ample benefits and prestige throughout his early life. If it were indeed true that he was not Su Hui's biological son, all these advantages could potentially be rescinded. Hence, Su Jinyu found it utterly unacceptable. Perhaps this report was fabricated. Someone must be conspiring against him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Sun Jinjing. Mom, I must be your biological son. You know better than anyone else. Hurry and explain it to Dad. He could not believe that his mother had ever been unfaithful. To his astonishment, the next thing that happened left him even more numb. Sun Jinjing immediately confessed, Darling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Hui lunged forward and struck her hard across the face. Wretched woman. In the villa area, Lin Shi remained oblivious to how long he had been asleep before gradually awakening. At that moment, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, leading him to believe he had slept until nightfall. How could I have fallen asleep? As he uttered this phrase, memories of recent events flooded back to him. It seemed he had been drugged by Su Shi, and everything that followed was a complete blank. Wait, why is it so cold? He looked down to find himself nearly undressed, wearing only a pair of modest shorts. However, that was not the most shocking part. He realized he was not just on a bed, but was actually suspended in an iron cage. What on earth is happening here? Lin Shi felt that everything before him was utterly absurd. He even questioned whether he was still in the country. Could that girl have sold me off? Am I to be shipped abroad for some nefarious purpose? Just as he was at a loss, a devilish voice echoed in his ears. Ah, sure, you're awake. If it hadn't been for the eerie silence around him, he might not have recognized that it was Su Shi's voice. The tone was unnaturally forced, as if she were deliberately suppressing delight, a chilling manifestation of deranged intent. Though Su Shi was a woman, her voice now possessed an unsettling magnetism that sent shivers down his spine. He turned to face the source of the voice and saw Su Shi standing outside the cage, her figure illuminated by the dim light, clad in a thin nightgown. To be honest, if he hadn't felt physically drained, he might have thought she had taken advantage of him while he slept. This was not mere narcissism. It was a signal she had sent before he dozed off. Regaining his composure, Lin Shi could no longer restrain himself. Shi, why did you drug me? After speaking, he realized that this matter might not even be the most pressing concern. He was confined within an iron cage. In truth, Lin Shi understood that Su Shi's sudden outburst was related to their business venture. Yet, even if she had reservations about his choices, surely she wouldn't resort to such extremes. Shi, could you let me out? No. Su Shi shook her finger playfully, her gaze filled with infatuation as she looked at Lin Shi. You can only stay here from now on. I'll provide for your meals. Originally, she had intended to consummate their relationship, but she hadn't anticipated the dosage would be too strong, causing Lin Shi to fall into a deep slumber. Therefore, she had to abandon that plan and wait for him to awaken before continuing with her intentions. Once she became Ah Shi's woman, she believed he would no longer entertain those other thoughts. Although she longed to possess this man, her heart was fraught with conflict. Were it not for the dangers posed by Lin Shi's actions, she would never have intervened. Shi was acutely aware of her man's ambitions and aspirations. But those very pursuits could lead him back into peril. She had already lost him once and could not afford to lose him a second time. She must not make the same mistake again. For Lin Shi's safety, she was willing to do anything. Lin Shi remained oblivious to Shi's inner turmoil. He merely perceived her as unreasonable and began to feel increasingly agitated. In his previous life, circumstances had been almost identical. Each time his company was poised for greater success. Shi's enterprise would invariably shatter those prospects. Even with the prospect of going public, just when they seemed to meet the requirements, Shi would sabotage the process. In this rebirth, was he doomed to repeat the same fate? Shi, what will it take for you to let me out? At that moment, Lin Shi's voice was low, tinged with anger. However, the response he received remained the same. No. Fueled by a surge of rage, Lin Shi erupted. Suonse, what on earth are you playing at? All I want is to make money. What is wrong with that? Though we are legally married, you must understand that I was coerced, and you have no right to control me in any aspect. As he prepared to elaborate on the contracts, he abruptly halted upon seeing Shi's expression. Despite the sickly smile on her face, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Lin Shi's heart ached at the sight of her forced bravado. He wanted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't simply express that he had grown weary of her pressures in their previous life. Shi could no longer contain her emotions and turned away, her body trembling slightly. So it was all forced. Though her voice was soft, Lin Shi heard her clearly. This made him feel a pang of guilt, as if he were a scoundrel. If he truly had been coerced, why had he reciprocated her affections in the first place? Time and again, empathizing with Shi, he could feel her sorrow. Shi, everything I said earlier was said in anger. Even if it was coerced before, it certainly isn't now. Lin Shi sought to reassure her, but before he could continue, she suddenly crouched down, seemingly overcome with grief. Now he was genuinely at a loss for what to do. He knew that explanations would be futile, and then an ingenious idea struck him. He clasped his hands together, positioning his mouth within the gap, and began to whistle. As he skillfully controlled the rhythm with his fingers, a captivating melody emerged, soft and soothing. This whistled tune seemed to possess a certain enchantment, swiftly calming his restless heart. To be honest, this was the only remarkable skill Lin Shi had. He was unaware of how he had acquired it, but his mother had once mentioned that before his amnesia, he had already been able to whistle in such a manner. Upon hearing this sound, Shi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stifled her tears. Observing her calm demeanor, Lin Shi continued to whistle with fervor. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a lock clicking open echoed, and Lin Shi realized the cage had been unlocked. In an instant, Shi dashed before him, embracing him tightly. Sure, we meet again. Chapter 44. School bell, please be gentle. Huh? Lin Shi was somewhat bewildered, wondering if they had known each other before. This thought led him to ponder his lost memories from the past decade. He could recall nothing of his childhood. It would be a lie to say he was not curious about his early experiences, as his parents possessed photographs of him from ages 1 to 10. In those images, he appeared not only adorable and handsome, but also bore a bright, cheerful smile. Yet, he always felt something was amiss. The boy in those photos, while perfect in every way, bore little resemblance to him. Previously, he dismissed this as mere illusion, believing that with lost memories, a change in character was perfectly normal. Returning to the present, he noticed Shi clinging to him even tighter, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. At that moment, Lin Shi was uncertain of Shi's feelings and tentatively inquired, Shi, have we met before? Shi's body trembled, and after a prolonged silence of nearly half a minute, she finally released her grip on Lin Shi. Now, apart from her reddened eyes, her face bore no trace of tears. All had soaked into Lin Shi's clothing. He glanced down to find his chest dampened by her tears, the glistening droplets akin to celestial dew. Before him, the girl with her twinkling eyes and flushed cheeks resembled one who had just applied blush. And no, we haven't met. Lin Shi's initial question had merely been an attempt to lighten the mood, yet Shi's response suggested otherwise. It seemed they truly had crossed paths before. This revelation left him somewhat numb. After a moment of reflection, he began to piece together the clues. Perhaps Shi's earlier insistence on obtaining a marriage certificate was linked to their past. It appeared they had once shared a close bond. However, upon further contemplation, he found this to be perplexing. Why had he not encountered such events in his previous life, where he had instead been at odds with Shi? Are you certain we don't know each other? Lin Shi pressed further, but Shi shook her head once more. We don't know each other. I was just overly excited and accidentally misspoke. Shi was clearly lying, yet Lin Shi seized the opportunity to unearth the truth. He stepped closer to her, donning a knowing smile. Then tell me, why were you so excited? Feeling cornered, Su Shi instinctively recoiled, but quickly realized that retreating would only serve as an implicit admission. She halted her steps, a devilish grin reappearing on her face. I will soon possess your body. Do you not understand why I am excited? With that, Su Shi boldly advanced toward Lin Shi, leaving him in stunned disbelief at her brazen words. As she drew near, the situation shifted dramatically. In an instant, Su Shi had pushed him onto the bed, her expression wickedly mischievous, forcing the bare-chested Lin Shi to cover himself with his hands. Shi, what are you doing? Of course, I am going to. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Shi began to unbutton her nightgown. Now that this stunning beauty was so close, Lin Shi finally discerned the attire she wore, a sensuous purple nightgown, divided into two separate pieces. The lace straps could hardly conceal her ample curves, while the lower half was a short purple skirt, exuding an alluring charm that, combined with Su Shi's captivating expression, was utterly mesmerizing. The two garments were not connected, leaving her taut waistline fully visible, a true embodiment of elegance. Lin Shi's throat tightened, and he felt a rush of heat. Was this truly permissible? The fact that Su Shi continued to unfasten her buttons filled him with both dread and a hint of anticipation. However, after nearly half a minute of waiting, he realized that she was merely a paper tiger. Su Shi's face was flushed, resembling a bleeding rose, which gave Lin Shi a moment of relief. Understanding that she was teasing him, he felt emboldened and decided to lie back on the bed, stretching out his body. Go ahead, just be gentle, as he had anticipated. The moment those words left his mouth, Su Shi's head lowered in embarrassment. How would you say that? Hearing such a provocative retort, Lin Shi playfully lifted her chin. Shi, just a moment ago you were clamoring for my body. Now you're chastising me? Now that I am right before you, feel free to indulge. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Su Shi was so flustered that she momentarily lost track of her initial intention of locking Lin Shi in a cage. Yet, this was a rare opportunity. If she surrendered herself completely, it would ensure his loyalty in the future. She leaned in to kiss Lin Shi, rolling him over in the process. Before long, their lips parted and the chill in the room was replaced by a burgeoning warmth. Su Shi gazed at the man before her face a tapestry of allure mixed with shyness. As a girl experiencing such an encounter for the first time, she felt too bashful to take the initiative, instead wrapping her arms around Lin Shi's neck, presenting herself as if ripe for the picking. Ah, sure, please treat me well. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the hospital. Shen Jinjun sat at the entrance, wailing at the top of her lungs, accusing Su Hui of being heartless. She lamented how he had abandoned her and their child for a younger mistress, casting her aside without a second thought. Shen Jinjun's outrage stemmed from the fact that she and her son had been expelled from the hospital only moments prior. Initially, while in a ward, she had been slapped by Su Hui, and even Su Zhanyu, who attempted to mediate, had suffered his father's wrath. Not only did he insult her, calling her a beauty, but he also referred to their son as a bastard, demanding that they both leave immediately. The hospital belonged to the Su family, and Su Hui had summoned a group of security personnel. Before long, they had unceremoniously tossed the legless Shen Jinjun and her fatherless son onto the street. Despite her past as a prominent figure in the family, she had never endured such humiliation. Most distressing was the thought of how to manage her son's ongoing medical expenses without the support of Su Hui and the Su family. Many of Su Hui's assets were tied to the Su company, making it unlikely for her to receive any substantial financial support even in the event of a divorce. Su Hui, you heartless old wretch, after all these years of diligent service to the Su family, is this how you repay me? Shen Jinjun continued to scream, as a crowd gathered around them, recording this event on their phones. With the popularity of short video platforms on the rise, they were eager to share their experiences on social media. Behind Shen Jinjun, Su Zhenyu, who had remained silent until now, wore an expression of terrifying gloom. He glared coldly at his mother, who had once fought for the family's interests, and disdainfully uttered 4 words. What a disgrace. Chapter 45. At a critical moment, the phone rang. Su Zhenyu truly felt at a loss for words. Originally, when the hospital security personnel had ejected him, he had felt enough humiliation. Now, witnessing his mother's unreasonable antics only deepened his sense of shame. He was aware of the truth. The mother he had once respected had, in her youth, indeed betrayed his father. Compared to that revelation, the fact that his sister was Su Hui's biological child weighed even heavier on his heart. If one of them was a blood relative, why couldn't he be the one? It wasn't that he wished to be Su Hui's son, but rather that the other party belonged to the Su family, and was, in name, the son of the old Master Su. Even though the old master favored Su Yu's family, he would certainly ensure that they enjoyed wealth and privilege. Yet now, A mere DNA report had destroyed any hopes of future prosperity for him. To make matters worse, he didn't even know who his own father was, all while having to care for the useless Shun Jinjung. The thought of having to attend to her every need, as well as her subsequent leg treatments, made Su Jinyu feel as though the sky was collapsing around him. Mother, please stop shouting. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Hui is still a member of the Su family. If he seeks retribution against us, we won't stand a chance. He believed his reasoning was sound. Yet Shun Jinjung retorted furiously, silence. He is your father, my husband. How could he ever treat us this way? Shun Jinjing's confidence stemmed from the fact that Su Rong'er was indeed Su Hui's biological daughter. As the person involved, she was equally taken aback by this outcome. She recalled that, according to the timelines of the past, Su Rong'er should most likely not have been Su Hui's biological child. However, having seen the DNA report, it was undeniable. This realization filled her with disdain for her daughter. What good could come from the offspring of such a worthless mother? Alas, her daughter was now her lifeline. As long as she held on her tightly, there was a chance she could return to the Su family. At the very least, it might prevent Su Hui from divorcing her, considering they had children together. After finishing with Su Jinyu, Shun Jinjung continued to shout, hoping public opinion would pressure Su Hui. Yet, she grumbled about the hatred Su Hui harbored towards her. After all, he had raised 2 children for decades only to discover they were not his. How could any man withstand such a betrayal? Minutes later, a black business vehicle pulled up before them. A group of burly bodyguards clad in suits flung open the car doors and dragged the 2 of them inside. Shun Jinjing's face paled, without legs. She was powerless to resist. Su Jinyu, too weak to mount any effective defense, was easily overpowered by the bodyguards. In a panic, Shun Jinjung instinctively questioned, "Who are you?" But before she could finish, a slap struck her face. "Wretch, you dare to tarnish my reputation on Su family territory? You are truly courting death. Darling." Shun Jinjung quickly cried out to Su Hui, who now stood before her, his expression dark and chilling, instilling a deep sense of dread within her. Desperate to return to the Su family, she repeatedly admitted her faults. "Darling, I realize my mistakes. Please grant me another chance." As she spoke, she bowed her head, unable to perform the gesture properly due to her disability, which would only aggravate her wounds. Perhaps moved by her apparent sincerity, Su Hui refrained from further striking her. Noticing this, Shun Jinjung felt a glimmer of hope, believing he had forgiven her, and promptly lifted her head to say something kind. "Darling." Just as she uttered the term of endearment, a large foot kicked her, sending her tumbling back into the vehicle. "You shameless woman. How dare you ask for another chance?" Meanwhile, Shun Jinjung was on the receiving end of Su Hui's wrath, while Lin Shi found himself in a dire predicament. Bound tightly and helpless, his mouth was gagged with a purple cloth, rendering him unable to move or speak. Just moments ago, he and Su Shi had been on the brink of crossing a significant boundary when her parents arrived at the villa, calling for them from the living room below, instantly cooling their ardor. However, he had underestimated the level of trust Su Shi placed in him. Before he could react, she had bound him with ropes from underneath the bed, warning him to remain silent. Clearly, Su Shi was equally apprehensive about her parents discovering the situation. Lin Shi could only bemoan, "Are we not a couple anymore? Is there no trust left?" At that moment, he found himself in a secret chamber adjacent to Su Shi's bedroom. Yes, you read that correctly, a secret chamber within her bedroom. When he had inquired about it, Su Shi had claimed it was specially prepared for him, asserting that she intended to keep him confined there for life, even stating that the cage was custom built for him. Hearing those words had left Lin Shi dumbfounded, terrified at the idea of such a possessive nature. Could this be the so-called Yandra? Yet, he thought it didn't quite fit. In reality, encountering a true Yandra would likely be a matter of survival. Su Shi treated him relatively well. Despite being bound and trapped, she had never truly harmed him. But who could say what the future held? The discomfort of his restraints was unbearable, and he continued to whimper softly. "Su Shi, hurry back, you scoundrel. Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" "Downstairs." Su Shi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt upon seeing her parents arrive. Even though she had dressed impeccably, she still felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Su Yi remained silent, while Qin Molan broke the tension with a smile. "Ah, your father heard that Xiao Shi had been discharged from the hospital, so he thought he would come to see how you both were getting along here." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yu cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. "Ahem. I've been rather busy these past few days, and after getting some free time, I thought I'd check on Xiao Shi and see how his arm is healing." Noticing the insincerity in his tone, Qin Molan refrained from calling him out and instead turned her attention to Su Shi. "By the way, Shi, why hasn't Xiao Shi come out?" Su Shi, caught off guard, could only fabricate a quick excuse. I sent in the villa. He went to school." Both Su Yu and Qin Molan were taken aback. Although Lin Shi's injury didn't involve any broken bones, his arm had still required several stitches. Was it wise for him to return to school in such a state? Wasn't he that a bit too studious? Qin Molan had intended to discuss her daughter's decision to let Lin Shi return to school, fearing that a careless move might exacerbate his condition. However, before she could voice her concerns, she noticed that Su Shi's face had turned slightly red, prompting her to instinctively glance upstairs. She seemed to have grasped something and thus sought an excuse to leave with Su Yu, intending to meet that child at a later time. However, Su Yu remained utterly oblivious, having already begun to reprimand Su Shi. Shi, it's not that I wish to admonish you, but your actions in this matter were indeed improper. With his arm injured so severely, how could you allow him to attend school? Just as Su Yu uttered these words, a familiar ringtone resonated from the second-floor bedroom. Old Deng is calling, old Deng is calling. The sound was loud, clearly audible from downstairs. Chapter 46. Lin Shi is reluctantly forced to live off others. Suddenly, the three downstairs fell silent. During her time at the hospital caring for Lin Shi, she had heard that ringtone before. It was evidently a call from his father. Su Yu, not being foolish, recognized that it could not possibly be his daughter's ringtone, and he could not help but inquire of Su Shi, that shouldn't be your phone, right? Did you not say you were not home when you were younger? At that moment, Su Shi's face stiffened. She had forgotten to put Shi's phone on silent mode. Regardless, she was desperate to conceal from her parents the terrifying side of herself. She was acutely aware that no normal wife would confine her husband within an iron cage. Yet, this was the only means she could conceive to keep Lin Shi eternally by her side, just as she was about to fabricate an excuse to placate her parents. Chinamo Lan interjected with a smile. Old Yu, this must be Shi forgetting to take his phone before going to school. It's crucial for him to have a phone at school. Undoubtedly, he will return shortly. Seeing her mother come to her aid, Su Shi quickly chimed in. That could be the case. I'll go upstairs to check. As she spoke, she made her way up to silence the phone. However, Su Yu waved his hand at that moment. Never mind. Since we cannot see Shi, I shall share something with you. What matter? Su Shi asked, somewhat taken aback, as she had assumed her parents had come merely to observe her interaction with Shi and to inquire about his injury. It seemed there was more to it. Your uncle visited the hospital today. Half an hour later, Su Shi finally saw her parents off. They had discussed her aunt's infidelity and the revelation that Su Jinyu was not Su Hui's biological child. They urged her to be cautious in the coming days and to pay attention to her safety. In her parents' eyes, Su Jinyu, once a young master of the Su family, had now fallen from grace and was likely suffering greatly, potentially leading him to take extreme actions. They also advised her to inform Shi, lest he inadvertently attract trouble. In truth, Su Shi had learned of this matter not long before, thanks to Su Lin. She had her contacts within the hospital and was nearly aware of the entire situation. Su Shi felt no emotional upheaval regarding this. She was well aware of her aunt's character and was not surprised that matters had escalated to this point. She merely hoped that these events would not spill over into her and Shi's lives. Otherwise, she would have to resort to more forceful measures. Those who wished to harm Shi deserved to perish. The thought of that night ignited a flicker of murderous intent within Su Shi's eyes. If she was not mistaken, those individuals had already sought out Lin Shi. Perhaps this was merely a warning to him. Unfortunately, their movements were too clandestine, and she had been unable to gather any useful information afterward. Thus, all she could do was protect. Lost in thought, she had returned to the second-floor bedroom. Lin Shi's phone lay on the table, not within the soundproof secret room, which explained why the ringtone had traveled downstairs. The secret room she had constructed was relatively soundproof. It had contained numerous recording devices capable of capturing sounds from all areas of the villa. This was also why she could clearly hear her parents' voices while in the secret room previously. Su Shi picked up Lin Shi's phone, turned on the bedside lamp, and opened the hidden secret room behind the wardrobe. Since Shi's father had called, it must be for a significant reason. Moments later, as she entered the secret room and beheld the scene within the iron cage, her pupils dilated in shock. At that moment, she turned on the light. Witnessing Lin Shi sprawled on the bed, bound by ropes, yet utterly still. In a panic, she opened the iron cage, finding Lin Shi's face buried in the blanket, leading her to fear that he had lost his breath. Rushing, she flipped Lin Shi onto his back. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She could scarcely bear to contemplate the agony of losing Lin Shi once more. If something were to happen to him, she could only follow him into the abyss. Removing the gas from Lin Shi's mouth and gazing at his now bruised face, Su Shi was riddled with regret. I should not have treated you that way. Please don't scare me. I beg you to wake up. Trembling, she reached to check for his breath. To her surprise, as her hand rested upon him, Lin Shi abruptly opened his eyes and placed a kiss directly on her face. I was just joking. Haha. However, his laughter faded as he noticed Su Shi's tear-streaked face, stirring a sense of guilt within him. He had merely intended to make a jest, but the sensation of being bound by ropes was far from pleasant. Su Shi stood frozen for a moment before turning away, her expression darkening as she walked towards the exit of the cage. Lin Shi immediately grew anxious, chasing after her. Perhaps he feared that her sadness would lead her to never release him from the iron cage again. It was evident that both thoughts occupied his mind. Realizing he could not allow Su Shi to leave so easily, he quickly leapt from the bed and embraced her from behind before she could escape. Feeling the tremor of the woman in his arms, Lin Shi hastily offered an apology. Yedanashche em sore. Enough with the words. Suonse interruptive. Her tone somewhat bashful. Since you're all right, you should quickly get dressed. Huh? Lin Shi looked down to discover he was completely unclothed, his embarrassment causing him to release her immediately. Oh no, how mortifying. He dove back under the covers with the speed of a sprinter. It suddenly dawned on him that during the previous incident, he had lost all his clothing. After being tied up for so long, and with the bed covers concealing him, he had completely forgotten about this detail. His face flushed with embarrassment. He hesitated to reveal himself from beneath the blankets. After an indeterminate amount of time, he heard footsteps approaching the bedside. I placed your clothes at the foot of the bed. Remember to put them on later. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi immediately panicked, realizing that Su Shi's words implied she would not be releasing him from the iron cage. Thus, he quickly emerged from the blankets, reciting the lines he had prepared in advance. Shi, I beg you to let me out. I've decided I won't start any businesses in the future and will only spend your money. Is that all right? Although this sounded rather shameless, Lin Shi understood that Su Shi desired to see him yield. Su Shi paused, then turned back to ask uncertainly, Are you certain you've made up your mind? I have. Lin Shi nodded earnestly, though internally he was shaking his head. His promise to cease pursuing entrepreneurship was merely a temporary measure. If he did not say this, he would remain Su Shi's captive canary, a life he did not desire. Su Shi gazed into his eyes for an extended moment before ultimately choosing to trust her man. As long as you are certain, I hope you are not deceiving me. As she spoke, she stepped forward and lifted Lin Shi's chin. Ashi, should I ever discover that you've resumed your entrepreneurial pursuits, I will have no choice but to confine you in this cage for eternity. This way, we could be together forever. With that, a devilish smile returned to her face, sending shivers down Lin Shi's spine. At that moment, Ashur, you deceived me just now. You must face some form of retribution. After Su Shi finished speaking, she kissed Lin Shi once more. Chapter 47. Encountering the amusement park girl again. Su Hui, you scoundrel. How dare you treat your wife in such a despicable manner? In the hospital, Shun Jinjun unleashed a torrent of abuse. Yet the fists and kicks from those surrounding her continued to rain down like a storm. At this moment, the woman appeared somewhat pitiful, yet Su Hui harbored no sympathy, even wishing for her demise. Once, he had loved her deeply, rejecting numerous young secretaries for her sake, yet she had committed such a betrayal against him. What infuriated him even more was that after being exposed, she had the audacity to retaliate, accusing him of abandoning his wife and child. This was utterly intolerable. Were it not for the belief that killing her would be too merciful, he would have eagerly sent Shun Jinjun to hell for repentance. Her existence, devoid of legs, would undoubtedly be a torment. Perhaps Shun Jinjun, overwhelmed by the beating, could no longer endure and ceased her insults towards Su Hui, instead begging for mercy. Husband, I acknowledge my wrongs. For the sake of Ronger, please spare me further torment. If I, as her mother, were to perish, Ronger would become an orphan. Can you bear such a fate? Faced with her emotional appeal, Su Hui remained unmoved. He understood well that Su Ronger was also an illegitimate child. Had she not been of any use, he would have kicked her out long ago. Continue to beat her. As long as she remained alive, the punishment would persist. Nearby, Su Zhenyu, witnessing this scene, was so terrified that he dared not even breathe. This was the first time he realized just how formidable his non-biological father truly was. After all, he was Shun Jinjun's biological son. Observing the horrific spectacle before him, he wished to intervene but lacked the courage. What if Su Hui's wrath was directed at him as well? He was indeed afraid of death, though he was reluctant to admit it, thinking that as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no shortage of firewood. Unable to bear it any longer, he simply closed his eyes, wishing not to see. Were it not for the hold of those restraining him, he would have even covered his ears, muttering to himself in his heart, Mother, rest easy. When I achieve greatness, I shall surely avenge you. In a fit of rage, Shun Jinjun, noticing Su Zhenyu with his eyes shut, could not help but shout, Su Zhenyu, how could I have given birth to such an ungrateful wretch? Hurry and plead with your father on my behalf. Su Zhenyu was no fool. Since he shared no blood relation with Su Hui, the latter would not hesitate to exact revenge should he find him displeasing. Thus, he could only feign ignorance. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had dressed and exited the secluded room. The quality of the air outside was indeed refreshing. At this moment, his voice trembled slightly, for his lips had been bitten by Su Shi, who had not held back. After a brief pause, Lin Shi intended to return his father's call, only for the latter to ring him first. As soon as the call connected, his mother's concerned voice came through. Son, have you encountered any trouble? Why didn't you answer my previous calls? Lin Shi, of course, dared not speak the truth and concocted an excuse. It's nothing. I simply didn't see it earlier. Just as the words left his mouth, it seemed as though his father had seized the phone, and Lin Xiaotian's hearty laughter echoed on the line. Xiao Shi, the day after tomorrow, your mother and I will be flying back home. Are you excited? Be sure to invite Shi. Let us have a family reunion dinner. Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback. His parents were returning in just 2 days. To be honest, he was not prepared for this eventuality, though he longed to see them. Having yet to meet them since his rebirth, the situation with Su Shi left him feeling awkward, unsure of how to broach the subject with his parents. He knew their character well enough to believe they would never truly sell him out for money. There must be something he was unaware of. As he pondered, his father's voice rang out again. By the way, since you and Shi have already registered your marriage, when do you plan to hold the wedding? After a moment of silence, Lin Shi finally articulated his thoughts. It's still a bit early to discuss this. I plan to wait until after graduation. Furthermore, he added, I currently have no funds, so before he could finish, Lin Xiaotian interrupted him. You needn't worry about financial matters. Your father will handle it. Rest assured, I won't let you suffer embarrassment. We'll arrange a proper wedding for you. After exchanging a few more words, the phone returned to his mother, Jiang Ruoyun. After some warm inquiries, Lin Shi finally ended the call. At this moment, his expression was somewhat complex. He realized that both Su Shi and his parents seemed to be overly protective of him. Though his father did not explicitly state it, he still conveyed the message that during these university years, he should prioritize his studies. In essence, they did not wish for him to embark on a business venture. It appeared there were deeper issues at play. Husband, have you finished your call? The term husband made Lin Shi's heart skip a beat. Earlier, in the secluded room, she had addressed him in such a manner while teasing him incessantly, leading to a rather awkward situation for both. Shaking off his thoughts, he turned to Su Shi, who had just come down from upstairs after a shower, and directly broached the subject. Shi, I wish to go to school tomorrow. What he considered a legitimate matter was viewed as troublesome by Su Shi. She quickly descended the stairs and approached Lin Shi, firmly refusing him. No way. With that, she poked Lin Shi's chest with her finger. Let me guess, you're not planning to collaborate with your roommates to start a business, are you? How could that be? Lin Shi replied with conviction. I already promised you I wouldn't venture into business again. You must have heard my father's words. He wants me to focus on my studies. I need to return to school. He continued, I've taken so much time off, and I've fallen behind in many classes. With that, he took Su Shi's hand and held it tightly. We are already husband and wife. Do you not trust your husband? Upon hearing this, Su Shi's cheeks flushed. While she indeed harbored doubts about Lin Shi, his words were pleasing to her, indicating his acknowledgement of their bond. Very well, but your arm is still injured. Are you certain about returning to school tomorrow? Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I'm only going to attend classes. I won't be doing any heavy lifting. Fortunately, it's my left arm that's injured. Had it been my right, I would need assistance even in the restroom. All right then. I'll also go to school tomorrow. Perhaps due to the earlier awkwardness, Su Shi did not visit Lin Shi's bedroom that night, and they retired to their respective rooms to sleep. However, they continued to converse over the phone, even as they drifted off to sleep. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Shi and Su Shi set off for Jiang City University. Although they remained silent during the journey, they gradually intertwined their fingers. Neither dared to meet the other's gaze, both focusing intently on the scenery outside the window. Just as they were nearing the school, Lin Shi suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance behind the greenery. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted slightly. It was her. Despite the distance, he recognized the girl from the amusement park. At that time, she had been surrounded by a pack of wolves along with a little girl. Had Su Shi not come to their rescue, their fates would have been dire. Afterward, the two had vanished, leaving him, the injured party, without even a word of thanks. The world is indeed full of cold realities. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly caught sight of the young girl, who inexplicably flashed him a peculiar smile. Lin Shi. Chapter 48. Rumors of the father-in-law wanting to break his legs. In that instant, a chill surged from the soles of Lin Shi's feet, prompting him to rub his eyes. Was he seeing things? When he glanced again towards the green belt, he found the girl had vanished. Just as doubt began to creep in, he heard Su Shi's inquiry. Sure, what are you looking at? Lin Shi had no intention of concealing the truth, believing that discussing this peculiar matter would be beneficial. I think I saw that girl from the amusement park over by the greenbelt earlier. She even smiled at me. That eerie smile sent a shiver down his spine, as it felt as though she knew he was the one in the car. Su Shi furrowed her delicate brows and immediately dialed a number. Compile all the surveillance footage from Guangling Avenue and send it to me at once. Until now, only she and Lin Shi had encountered the girl from the amusement park, and Su Shi had always found her to be suspicious. Afterward, she had sent someone to investigate the amusement park, but they could find no information about the girl. Only another little girl. The latter's family background was thoroughly investigated, revealing no issues, except for the mystery of how she had become separated from her parents. Additionally, some surveillance cameras around the amusement park were malfunctioning, failing to capture footage of that girl from that night. The likelihood of her being involved in something sinister was high, and Su Shi suspected she was connected to those dubious individuals, yet she had no concrete evidence. The girl's recent appearance only served to reinforce her suspicions. At that moment, she regretted releasing Lin Shi from his confines. The outside world was perilously dangerous. Noticing Su Shi's expression grow cold, Lin Shi began to piece things together. See, tell me honestly, was that incident at the zoo orchestrated? That girl must have been involved. Su Shi's heart tightened, and she cast a disbelieving glance at Lin Shi. She had never anticipated that he would deduce this. It was understandable, given Lin Shi's remarkable intelligence. The previous attempt on her life by Shan Jinjin's assassins had also not escaped his notice. To be truthful, Su Shi did not wish to disclose this matter to him, fearing it would only instill fear and anxiety within him. However, she could not remain silent and ultimately nodded slightly. I had someone investigate the zoo, and it turns out those animals were not in a natural frenzy, and that girl from that night is indeed suspicious. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. I have yet to uncover the true cause. After hearing this, Lin Shi fell silent, believing that those lurking in the shadows were most likely targeting Su Shi rather than him. He could not fathom why anyone would expend such effort to eliminate an ordinary person like himself. It was likely a vendetta against Su Shi or her family. Observing Lin Shi's grave expression, Su Shi assumed he was fearful and intended to reassure him. However, Lin Shi spoke first. Shi, rest assured. I plan to train and learn a few moves, so I won't become a burden to you in times of danger. Who knows? I might even be able to assist you. As for the notion of protecting Su Shi, he felt too embarrassed to voice it. If an enemy were capable of harming such a formidable woman, they could easily eliminate him. Therefore, his only option was to fight to protect her, as she had once saved him in the amusement park. Had it not been for Su Shi chasing away the leopard, he would either have been devoured or lying in a coffin. Unaware of Lin Shi's thoughts, Su Shi was nonetheless touched by his words. Not wanting to dampen his spirits, she displayed an expression of admiration. I believe you can do it. In that case, you could protect me. Lin Shi offered an awkward smile, nodding with determination. By the way, how do you plan to learn martial arts? Upon hearing Su Shi's question, Lin Shi beamed with confidence. I'll learn by watching videos online. Suwonse. Both Su Shi and Lin Shi had classes that day and alighted from the vehicle together. As the first beauty of Jiangcity University and the daughter of the affluent Su family, Su Shi immediately garnered the attention of everyone around her upon stepping out of the car. Likewise, Lin Shi, who was holding her hand, found himself the subject of envy and criticism. Why is Su Shi holding hands with this guy again? It seems they really are together now, sighed a male student, his face etched with sorrow. His friends looked at him with disdain and contempt. Your so-called white moonlight is a joke. How many girls have you dated? I remember when you weren't even in Jiangcity University. You were with several girls then. Did you even know Su Shi back then? Exposed by his friends. The boy's face fell, and he retorted, At least I'm doing better than you. Here we are in our senior year, and you still don't have a girlfriend. You probably haven't even held a girl's hand. His friend, momentarily speechless, quickly thought of something and seized his hand. See, I'm holding hands now. Get lost. At that moment, someone in the crowd could not help but ask, by the way, does anyone know what's been going on with the Su family lately? Su Shi and that guy Lin Shi haven't been in school for days. I heard they both asked the instructor for leave. This remark piqued the curiosity of those nearby. No wonder they hadn't seen Su Shi at the school gate for several consecutive days. Some had been waiting until class time, but saw no sign of her. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, while Su Shi, oblivious to them, walked past and entered the campus. Once the two had walked far enough away, a well-dressed, rich second-generation student dared to speak up. It seems you all are unaware of the recent significant events concerning the Su family. As soon as he uttered this, the crowd's interest was piqued. What happened? They all leaned closer, eager to hear more. The wealthy student paused for effect before continuing. A relative of mine works at the best hospital in our city. She mentioned to my dad that the guy always seen with Sue, she recently injured his arm and was hospitalized for several days. This revelation astonished everyone, and they were eager to learn more about Lin Shi's ordeal. But how did he injure his arm? The rich student's expression stiffened. He too was unaware, as his relative had not provided details. However, he could not admit ignorance, so he quickly fabricated an explanation. I heard that Su Shi's father disapproved of this guy and wanted him to stay away from his daughter. When she refused to listen, her father broke Lin Shi's arm. This statement elicited a chorus of exclamations, with many feeling a mix of sympathy and disdain for Lin Shi. However, more were indignant. So, Lin Shi is just a wimp. If he can win the affection of a beauty like Su Shi, why can't I? And this guy is so bold, even after having his arm broken. He still wants to be with her. Doesn't he fear getting his legs broken next time? He must really be in love. Lin Shi, Achu. Chapter 49, Not Sisters. Is that right? As the students were lost in their musings, one suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, how adorable." At this, everyone began to search around. Eventually, they spotted a petite girl approaching from not far outside campus. She donned a black dress, and the black thigh-high stockings accentuated the slenderness of her legs. Most notably, her porcelain doll-like face was undoubtedly petite and endearing, evoking a sense of protectiveness in those who beheld her. Who is this girl? Why is this the first time I am seeing her? The other students shared similar sentiments, as they too had never encountered such a charming and delicate girl in their school. Although she might not rival the school's beauty, Su Xiaohua, she certainly stood out among the crowd. The opulent necklace resting just below her collarbone hinted at her extraordinary background, possibly indicating that she hailed from a wealthy family. This piqued the interest of Jiang City, who had recently abandoned his ambitions of marrying into the Zhou family after discovering that Zhou Wanjun was merely a pretender of affluence, prompting him to seek a new target. Initially, he had entertained thoughts about Su Xiaohua, considering she was the daughter of the foremost affluent family in Jiangxing, which could potentially elevate his status for life. However, upon learning that previous suitors had met tragic fates at the river, he relinquished such fantasies. Yet, the aloof and seemingly unapproachable Su Xiaohua had inexplicably become involved with the inept Lin Shi, which severely bruised his ego. Most importantly, he was taken aback to discover that Zhou Wanjun had also been supported by Lin Shi, intensifying his disdain for the latter. Now, an opportunity lay before him, and Jiang City resolved to seize it. Observing her delicate demeanor, he adjusted his glasses. Having finally encountered such a fragile girl, he knew he had to put forth his best efforts. A girl like this would surely possess a gentle disposition, and if he could exhibit his masculine side while cherishing her, she would inevitably become enamored with him. His confidence stemmed from his refined appearance and amiable nature. Furthermore, he was audacious. If there was a chance to ascend to greatness, he would pursue it with unwavering determination. Typically, male students refrained from pursuing girls from affluent families, as they recognized their own limitations. However, Jiang City was different. He acknowledged his worthiness to vie for such a girl. At this moment, he was concocting a plan to confess his feelings. Little did he know, pursuing this seemingly delicate woman would prove to be one of the most despairing decisions of his life. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Su Shi swiftly parted ways to attend their respective classes. However, Lin Shi soon found himself in a troubling situation that nearly induced him to regurgitate his breakfast. Before he could reach his classroom, he was intercepted by Zhou Wanjun and Lu Ping, who were evidently intent on confronting him. "Ah, Lin Shi, where have you been these past few days? Can you please allow me to explain what happened before?" Zhou Wanjun wore a face of grievance, resorting to her usual tactics. Lin Shi felt a visceral aversion towards both her and the ethereal beauty beside her. Having just returned to school after an extended absence, he was dismayed by their appearance, which had marred his morning mood. Had he not been pressed for time, he would have already dealt with these two women. Regaining his focus, Lin Shi attempted to disregard the two nuisances and continued on his way to class. The hefty Lu Ping seemed to sense his intention and hastily blocked his path. "Get out of the way." Lin Shi was not inclined to indulge Lu Ping. In the past, when he had played the role of a sycophant, she had berated him mercilessly. Even though he had been reborn with all the memories of his previous life, the sight of her still ignited his fury. The root of his anger lay in the fact that he had not taken proper revenge in his former life, leaving him with a simmering rage. Outsiders might think it trivial for a grown man to squabble with two girls, but those who had experienced such disdain would understand the depth of his frustration. "How dare you insult me?" Lu Ping seethed with indignation, shocked that the former lackey of Wanjun would exhibit such defiance. "You, a mere sycophant, dare to speak to me like that?" Recently, she had endured relentless scorn from her roommates, making her hesitant to return to the dormitory, instead opting to stay in a hotel. Having bottled up her anger, she now resembled a powder keg ready to explode, her face contorted with rage, resembling an angry bear. Zhou Wanjun, still reliant on Lin Shi as her financial support, wished to avoid any conflict between the two. For days, she and Lu Ping had been lying in wait for Lin Shi at the school gate, but to their dismay, he had not shown up. This morning, however, they finally spotted him entering the campus alongside Su Xiaohua. Having both suffered at the hands of Su Xiaohua, they dared not approach him directly. Thus, they quickly changed their strategy to confront Lin Shi here. With Lin Shi's pursuit absent, her standard of living had plummeted. Hence, despite the challenges, she resolved to reclaim Lin Shi, her childhood companion, from Su Xiaohua or reignite his affections for her, hoping to leverage the funds provided by Su Shi. Returning to the moment, Zhou Wanjun heard Lu Ping's frantic repetition of questions directed at Lin Shi, just as she prepared to intervene. A sharp sound echoed through the air as Lin Shi's unforgiving hand struck Lu Ping's face. Stunned for a brief moment, Lu Ping registered the disdainful gesture as Lin Shi wiped his hands with a tissue. You actually dare to hit me. Lin Shi was unfazed. So what if I did? If you continue to provoke me, I won't hesitate to ensure you spend your life in bed. While he was not one to bully women and had never engaged in such behavior in his past life, Lin Shi was not without his temper. He had once dabbled in darker dealings, albeit in a tit-for-tat manner. Even as a student, it would not be difficult for him to ensure that this bothersome individual remained bettered for life. Under Lin Shi's cold gaze, Lu Ping was rendered speechless, unable to retaliate, let alone strike back. Zhou Wanjun was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed Lin Shi resort to violence. The formidable aura he exuded was unsettling, rendering her childhood friend almost unrecognizable. Nevertheless, she stepped forward to comfort Lu Ping and couldn't resist chastising Lin Shi. How would you do this? Lin Shi shrugged. Had she not run her mouth, I wouldn't have had to intervene. Let me make this clear. Never block my path again, or I'll strike you too. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted past him, followed by a resounding slap landing on Zhou Wanjun's face. If you're gonna hit, do it now. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting. The assailant was not Su Shi, but rather the girl from the amusement park that day. Confusion clouded his mind. Are they not allies? After his moment of bewilderment, he grew wary. To Lin Shi, the girl's presence at the amusement park had not been a coincidence. She was likely a cohort aiming to harm Su Shi. Moreover, he recalled glimpsing her behind the greenery along the path not long ago. What was her purpose? Lin Shi felt a mix of perplexity and concern. The seemingly fragile girl possessed substantial strength, as Zhou Wanjun was sent sprawling to the ground, a vivid handprint blooming on her cheek. Reeling from the fiery sting on her face, Zhou Wanjun sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the girl who appeared so delicate. Who are you? Why did you slap me? She had attended Jiang University for 3 years without ever encountering him. Could it be that she was an outsider? At this moment, Lin Shi chose not to intervene. He too was eager to uncover the identity of this girl, who appeared to be a potential threat to Su Shi. The girl donned a mocking smile, her previously delicate demeanor vanishing, revealing a countenance more akin to that of a demon. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Shi. I am his girlfriend. She pointed at Lin Shi. What? Lin Shi was utterly bewildered, unable to process this revelation for quite some time. Zhou Wanjun was similarly taken aback. She only knew that Lin Shi and Su Shi were together. So what was this woman's role? Was he truly the kind of scoundrel who played both sides? The most mortifying aspect for Zhou Wanjun was that both Su Shi, the campus belle, and the woman before her possessed a grace and beauty that left her far behind. Why was it that the man who had once fawned over her now had 2 girlfriends, both of whom were more attractive than she? Zhou Wanjun, now seething with indignation, quickly devised a scheme for revenge, regaining her confidence. If I'm not mistaken, Su Shi is still unaware of your entanglement with this woman, correct? Just imagine how a high society heiress like her would react if she discovered you were involved with another woman. What do you think she would do? Upon seeing Lin Shi hesitate to deny her words, Zhou Wanjun felt vindicated. The other party must surely be frightened. A smug, twisted smile crept across her bruised lips. Lin Shi, you wouldn't want her to find out, would you? At her words, Lin Shi's disdain for her reached its zenith, and he retorted bluntly. What does that have to do with you? If you wish to inform Su Shi, go ahead. You think you can use this matter to threaten me? Dream on. With that, Lin Shi turned to Lin Shi. Come with me. Though Lin Shi had spoken up for him, he suspected her presence at Jiang University was far from coincidental. He was particularly concerned that she might pose a threat to Su Shi, and thus he could not remain passive. Setting aside the fact that their relationship had rapidly intensified, almost resembling that of a genuine couple, they were legally married, and thus she was his spouse in name. Lin Shi said nothing and simply followed him. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a less crowded area, and Lin Shi wasted no time in getting straight to the point. What is your purpose here? What puzzled Lin Shi the most was why, knowing this girl posed a problem, Sushi had sent someone to investigate her. Earlier, on his way to school, Sushi had insisted on reviewing the surveillance footage when she spotted Lin Shi, eager to identify her. Was this girl purposefully walking into a trap? As Lin Shi led Lin Shi, he discreetly placed his hand in his pocket and, relying on memory, called Sushi. The call connected, yet he kept the volume to a minimum. As long as Sushi sensed something amiss, her silence would keep her presence discreet. Lin Shi had anticipated Lin Shi, who had come with an ulterior motive, would be forthcoming about her intentions, but to his surprise, she merely smiled coyly. What purpose could I possibly have? I merely wish to thank you. Thank? Lin Shi nodded slightly. Indeed, but not just you. I must also express my gratitude to the sister who saved me that day. At this, disbelief etched itself across Lin Shi's face. Do you really think I'm foolish? Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Believe it or not, the fact remains that you saved me that day, and you even injured your arm in the process. Just yesterday you were discharged from the hospital. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi seemed to catch on to something and pressed her again. You claim you have no issues, yet how do you know I was discharged yesterday? Lin Yanjin maintained had calm demeanor. I overheard it outside the campus. A relative of a wealthy second generation was working at that hospital, and you, who was with my sister, garnered attention. Her answer was impeccable, yet Lin Shi remained skeptical. If you came to thank me, why did you just call yourself my girlfriend? Don't tell me it was to defend me. There are 1,000 ways to do that, and this is certainly not one of them. Since Lin Shi had found her way to Jiang City University, she must also be aware of his relationship with Sushi. Her response was bound to invite misunderstanding. Next, her answer left Lin Shi utterly speechless. Lin Shi, my token of gratitude is to be your girlfriend. As she said this, Lin Shi leaned in closer. But Lin Shi swiftly evaded her. Anger surged within him. This was no laughing matter. He sensed she was concealing something, hence resorting to such a flimsy excuse. With the call still connected, Lin Shi worried she would be angered and firmly rejected her. Since you investigated me, you should know I am married. I do not require you to be my girlfriend. On the other end of the line, Sushi was elated to hear Lin Shi's response. At least he did not deny their marital bond in front of others. Even if they had not held a formal wedding, they were indeed married in name. However, her satisfaction was short-lived as the next words that came through the phone infuriated her. So what if you're married? There is no rule that says a married person can't have a girlfriend, right? Lin Shi was taken aback, incredulous at her audacity. Sushi was seething with rage, wishing she could confront this shameless woman immediately and silence her for good. Yet, as Lin Shi continued to extract information, she could only message Su Lin, instructing her to bring a team of bodyguards to the school to intercept this woman. Since she dared to appear on campus and directly approach Lin Shi, it was evident she had come prepared. No matter what, this time she absolutely could not let her slip away. Perhaps she could extract information from Lin Shi regarding the locations of those individuals and their plans. Stop joking around. I'm not the kind of person you think I am, Lin Shi asserted, attempting to steer the conversation away from her erratic behavior before she could speak again. Enough with the nonsense. Let us get to the heart of your true purpose and stop wasting time. He feigned an air of having discerned everything, but in reality, he was merely stalling for time, hoping Sushi or her team would arrive to handle the girl. Her behavior was far too abnormal. He needed to clarify matters to feel at ease. However, while Lin Shi patiently interrogated her, Lin Shi persisted with her rehearsed script of gratitude. He could only continue to express his disbelief in various forms. Minutes ticked by, and just as Lin Shi felt his patience waning, Lin Shi interrupted him. Lin Shi, must you keep asking? Aren't you feeling tired? Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, your incessant questioning is merely a delay. Why would I leave? Chapter 51. What one might think was a battleground turned out to be a scene of astonishment. Her words sent a jolt through Lin Shi's heart, causing him to instinctively step back. This girl seemed to know everything. The most unsettling part was her utter calmness, leaving Lin Shi even more perplexed. Fine. He would wait here for Sushi to arrive. He sighed inwardly, feeling exasperated. He had merely intended to attend classes, yet he found himself embroiled in such a situation before even reaching his classroom. Fortunately, it was not long before Sushi approached, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. Lin Shi, upon seeing them, displayed no hint of fear, her gaze coolly fixed upon the advancing entourage. Her expression was keenly observed by Lin Shi, who found himself somewhat surprised. Could it be that this woman had something up her sleeve? However, when Sushi approached and uttered her first words, they were assured, you should head to class. Lin Shi almost thought he had misheard. After waiting so long, He had merely wished to know the outcome. Yet, upon Su Shi's arrival, she directly urged him to attend class, clearly indicating that she did not wish for him to be involved. As expected, Su Shi continued to persuade him, saying sure, allow me to handle matters here. You should go to class first, and I'll come to pick you up at noon. With her having made such arrangements, Lin Shi felt it inappropriate to voice further objections and nodded slightly. All right, then be careful. His words were prompted by his recognition of Lin Shi's extraordinary nature. This girl, though seemingly delicate and frail, possessed a mind that was astoundingly astute. In her presence, he felt like a lamb facing a wolf. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. On the way to the classroom, he was relieved to find he no longer encountered the two enchanting ladies. His spirits lifted considerably, and he even arrived to class on time, thanks to his early rise that day. Shortly after settling into his seat, Lin Shi's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered that Housie had tagged him in their group chat. The message stated that he had found a promising office building the previous night and inquired if Lin Shi wished to schedule a visit. Lin Shi was acutely aware that Su Shi was monitoring his phone, and he could not afford to betray any inclination towards entrepreneurship. After contemplating his response, he replied to Housie, "Forget it, Housie, I'm not planning to start a business just yet. I realize that my experience is insufficient, and I need to hone my skills first. This time, I won't let my brothers work in vain. When the opportunity arises, I'll treat you all to a feast." Upon reading Lin Shi's message, Housie and the others did not express anger over his sudden change of heart. Instead, they began to tease him. Halfway through the lesson, his roommates seemed to have caught wind of something, and they flooded the chat with messages. "Lao luo guip. I told you, Lin. You said you hurt your hand by accident, but it turns out you were injured by your father-in-law." Housie chimed in. "No wonder you're the captain of the Su family. Your injuries are quite severe. Qin Yueping warned, you'd better be cautious in the future. Even if you've won the heart of a beauty, you still need to protect your own safety." Recently, they had heard rumors around campus, thinking that he was dating the campus flower. When he had taken too many sick days due to his injury, his brothers had incessantly questioned him about what had transpired. They even accused him of being ungrateful. Ultimately, he concocted an excuse, claiming he had merely hurt his arm by accident. Initially, they had intended to visit him in the hospital, but fearing they might get embroiled in danger, he had declined their offers. Nevertheless, none of that mattered. What was crucial was why his roommates were suggesting he had been beaten by his father-in-law. Who was spreading such rumors? The wound on his arm was a testament to his fierce battle with the leopard, a victory that had been hard-won. Unable to speak the truth, yet eager to regain his dignity, he sent a message to the group. For 2.5 minutes, the chat fell silent before his roommates began to accuse him of posturing. Time flew by, and soon the morning had passed swiftly. After school, Zhou Wanjun, feeling dejected, walked outside the campus with Lu Ping. Both had endured a significant setback that morning, leaving their spirits at an all-time low. With no afternoon classes, they planned to indulge in some fun, perhaps even drown their sorrows at a bar that evening. As for retaliation, they lacked the courage for such a venture. Not to mention that Lin Shi had Su Shi backing him, which was a force they could not contend with. Even the other girl, Lin Shi, whom they had encountered that morning, was someone they dared not provoke. The attire she wore and the necklace around her neck spoke of significant value. Thus, regardless of their anger, they had to swallow their pride in silence. Of course, this was a rational consideration. However, how could the little fairy remain rational? Noticing Zhou Wanjun's silence, Lu Ping's frustration boiled over. "Wanjun, if we let this go, I truly cannot bear it. Lin Shi was once your humble admirer, and now he dares to insult you. Can you truly endure this?" Zhou Wanjun cast her a fleeting glance. What good would it do to endure? We, as ordinary individuals, are mere ants in the presence of the wealthy. Do you intend to take revenge on those two women? Lu Ping, not one to be foolish, quickly articulated her thoughts. "We may not have the means to retaliate against them, but we can certainly take our revenge on Lin Shi. He is merely being protected by two foolish women. Unaware of his true character, not only is he straddling two boats, but he also abandoned you. Such a heartless man deserves punishment, does he not?" Lu Ping's words struck a chord with Zhou Wanjun, who too felt that Lin Shi ought to be reprimanded. At the very least, he should not be allowed to enjoy himself so freely. "Ping, do you have any ideas?" Observing Lu Ping's confidence, Zhou Wanjun inquired directly. In truth, she too harbored thoughts of vengeance, yet lacked the courage to act alone. If Lu Ping joined her, she would feel emboldened. "Of course, I have a plan that will lead Lin Shi to utter disgrace, ultimately being cast aside by those two wealthy girls. When he finds himself in utter ruin, you can step forth as a savior. This way, the once humble admirer will revert to his old ways, forever groveling at your feet." Upon finishing her declaration, A triumphant smile spread across Lu Ping's face. However, her rotund figure made her smile appear more grotesque than joyful, reminiscent of a grotesque caricature, which made Zhou Wanjun feel slightly queasy. Nonetheless, having been best friends for 3 years, she managed to endure it. Afterward, she could only suppress her curiosity and inquire about the specifics of the plan. Yet before Lu Ping could respond, she was distracted by a commotion in the distance and pointed it out. Wanjun, look, I knew this guy would mess up. Those 2 women must be fighting. This was merely the first step to his downfall. Following Lu Ping's gesture, Zhou Wanjun indeed saw the campus flower Su Shi alongside the girl named Lin Shi from that morning. Lin Shi was also present. They hurried forward, eager to witness the spectacle of the 2 women clashing. To their astonishment, as they drew near, they heard words that shattered their expectations. Both Su Shi and Lin Shi called out in unison, "Sure, brother Lin Shi, let us go have lunch together." Zhou Wanjun. Chapter 52. Rewarding the little fairy with a flying kick. Zhou Wanjun and Lu Ping were left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Had they not been close enough? They might have thought they misheard. Upon approaching, they saw Su Shi and Lin Shi, both smiling warmly at Lin Shi. This harmonious scene left Zhou Wanjun and Lu Ping utterly speechless. They never anticipated that the campus flower would be so accommodating as to allow another woman to be in Lin Shi's company. As they pondered this, they were unaware that Lin Shi was equally bewildered. Just before the end of class, he had received a message from Su Shi inviting him to lunch together. Naturally, he agreed, intending to subtly inquire about Lin Shi during their meal. Lin Shi believed that given the Su family's capabilities, a mere morning would suffice to draw out any information from a girl. As long as she poses a threat to Su Shi, it will be possible to extract information about her benefactor, even to ascertain the whereabouts of the puppet master behind the scenes. However, before he could even step out of the school gates, he spotted Su Shi and Lin Shi waiting for him, engaged in cheerful banter. Is this really happening? At that moment, Lin Shi felt a twinge of doubt, yet the throngs of students around him rendered it impossible to voice his thoughts. Thus, he simply nodded slightly. "Shall we go?" he suggested. No sooner had he taken a couple of steps than an infuriating voice rang out from behind him. "Stop!" Lin Shi did not halt his pace. He truly wished to avoid further interaction with the enchantress. Earlier that morning, both Zhou Wanjun and her companion had already made their mischief, and now, just past noon, they were back for more. Was it their intention to utterly disgust him? Lu Ping, noticing Lin Shi's refusal to look back, felt an even greater surge of malevolence in her eyes. She was determined to make this scoundrel's afternoon wretched. The slap he had delivered earlier still lingered in her memory, and she was hell-bent on making this dog of a man pay, especially after Lin Shi's disdain towards her that morning, which had nearly plunged her into self-doubt. Normally, she was hailed as a beauty wherever she went. Was she truly that unattractive? Clearly, such a notion was absurd. Lin Shi simply possessed poor taste, failing to recognize that a slightly plump figure could be exquisite. Lu Ping was the embodiment of perfection. Ignoring Lin Shi entirely, she hastened to Su Shi. "Su, my dear classmate, you must be unaware of this scoundrel's true colors, right? He's currently dating Lin Shi." In Lu Ping's view, Su Shi's laughter with Lin Shi stemmed from ignorance regarding the latter's entanglement with Lin Shi. Once she revealed this tidbit, all onlookers would be made aware of Lin Shi's unworthiness. The esteemed young lady from the Su family would undoubtedly refuse to tolerate such a blemish in her circle, leading her to cast this vile man aside. At that moment, if Wanjun provided Lin Shi with an opportunity to pursue her, they wouldn't even need a further plan to revert Lin Shi to his former, lovesick self. Observing Lu Ping's public disclosure of this matter in front of Su Shi, Wanjun, who had not followed closely, couldn't help but smirk. She shared Lu Ping's assumption that Su Shi was oblivious to the connection between Lin Shi and Lin Shi. Once someone uttered the truth, Su Shi would surely cease to treat Lin Shi amicably, nor would she tolerate this cheating scoundrel. The surrounding students erupted in a cacophony of whispers upon hearing Lu Ping's words. "Oh my goodness, this is scandalous. The guy who was dating the school beauty is now juggling 2 relationships." Many, after recovering from their shock, began to express their discontent. "This guy is utterly outrageous. How can he be so greedy, having the school flower as a girlfriend and still seeking more? It's infuriating." At that moment, Lin Shi, who was deemed a paragon among his peers, seemed destined for misfortune. Not only had he betrayed the young lady of the Su family, but he had also dealt a blow to the family's pride. Given the earlier incident where he had been physically reprimanded by members of the Su family, everyone was convinced that his time was limited. He would have to vanish from Jiangchong, otherwise the Su family would become a laughingstock. Listening to the gossip around him, Lin Shi felt a murderous rage toward Lu Ping. Truly, her penchant for fabricating rumors was astounding. He had lost all desire to explain himself. All he could feel was animosity towards Lu Ping. This insufferable woman seemed to take delight in provoking him, treating him like mere clay to be molded. Lin Shi turned around, letting out a cold scoff. It seems that slap from this morning didn't teach you any lessons. He had never considered resorting to violence against a woman, but this insufferable goddess was pushing him to the brink. Lu Ping, completely unaware of how close he was to losing his temper, suddenly seized the opportunity to deliver a lecture on morality. How dare you even mention it? Hitting a woman is no mark of strength. A man who resorts to violence is surely destined to become an abuser in marriage. So, I advise you to steer clear of such a man. Associating with him will only tarnish your reputation. Infuriated, Su Shi could hardly believe the audacity of such a troublesome woman. In all honesty, she felt that even slapping her would soil her hands. Disgusting. Just as she was about to retaliate, she noticed Lin Shi's fists clenched tightly, recognizing that he had been holding back for far too long. Ashi, do whatever you feel is necessary. I will handle the aftermath. Upon hearing her words, the pent-up fury that had been brewing within Lin Shi could no longer be contained. Seeing the anger etched on his face startled Lu Ping, awakening a flicker of fear within her. Yet, she remained obstinately defiant. Why are you looking at me like that? If you dare to strike me in public, everyone will broadcast it online. The headline will read, "The Su family's daughter is dating a domestic abuser." As she spoke, her confidence swelled. As long as you're not afraid of the backlash, go ahead and try. Unbeknownst to her at that moment, Haozi and several roommates feigned a casual stroll nearby, effectively encircling Lu Ping. They were all of considerable height, rendering the diminutive Lu Ping completely obscured. At this juncture, Qin Yueping flashed a thumbs up to Lin Shi. Receiving the signal, Lin Shi charged forward and executed a powerful kick that sent the stone pedestal crashing to the ground, accompanied by a pained wail. Ouch! Lin Shi felt an exhilarating release, as if he had finally vented all the frustrations of his previous life. Despite his usual decorum, he found such an expression of aggression exhilarating. Indeed, the pleasures of manhood were simplistic: fishing, a slight inebriation, playing video games, shooting hoops, and dealing with enchantresses. His only regret was that he hadn't acted sooner. Lin Shi believed he had displayed enough restraint. Against such repugnant individuals, he had merely offered a single kick. Concerned about the severity of his actions and its impact on his friends, he feared that if the delicate goddess were to be harmed too severely, someone might post the incident online, portraying them as a group of menacing bullies. In that moment, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. His roommates, fearing that he might be caught on camera in the act of violence, had formed a protective circle around Lu Ping. As Lin Shi ceased his assault, his friends pretended to be astonished. "Oh dear, Lu Ping, how clumsy of you to fall on flat ground. Let us all lend a hand to help Lu Ping up." They had originally planned to dine out together and had invited Lin Shi, but he had opted to dine with the school beauty, leaving them both envious and genuinely pleased for him. Once, the individual they tried to dissuade time and again, who incessantly fawned over the so-called childhood sweetheart, has finally discovered someone who genuinely holds affection for him. Regardless of circumstances, Su, the illustrious flower of the Su family, is a daughter of privilege, accustomed to opulence and never lacking in financial resources. Therefore, her choice to be with Lin Zi is based solely on her intrinsic admiration for him, devoid of any extraneous considerations. As for Lu Ping's earlier insinuation that Lin Zi was leading a double life, none of them believed it. His unwavering devotion to his childhood sweetheart for so many years is a testament to his fidelity. "Lin Zi, we shall take our leave." With a brief farewell, they departed, having discerned Lin's subdued mood and refrained from teasing him. Su Shi, disinterested in wasting time on such a woman, cast a lingering glance at Zhou Wanjun, who remained ensconced in her spot. With a cold huff, she addressed Lin. "Ah, sure, let us go dine." Before Lin could react, Lin Shi retracted her previously menacing demeanor and spoke to Lu Ping. "You, pig of a person, are quite adept at spreading rumors. And you dare to claim I have such a relationship with my brother-in-law? How utterly vile. One can only wonder how many others you have slandered before this." With that, Lin Shi followed Lin as they exited. Her words were not merely directed at Lu Ping, but were intended for the surrounding students, so that those oblivious to the truth would not take Lu Ping's comments at face value. Having struck a deal with Su Shi, she could no longer act as she pleased. Upon hearing Lin Shi's remarks, the students began to grasp the situation. "Oh, it seems we have misjudged this classmate. He is not a scoundrel after all." Most retained a sense of self-awareness, with the exception of a few deranged individuals. How could he not be a scoundrel? He has taken our Su flower. A chorus of disdainful glances was cast toward Lu Ping, who, despite her unappealing appearance, possessed an even more contemptible nature. To tarnish others' reputations in such a manner was despicable. Had she encountered someone more introverted, her rumor might have taken root. It must be said, her appearance indeed reflected her character, a perfect illustration of the adage that one's visage mirrors one's heart. Lu Ping's round face was not her greatest flaw. There were those who wore similar features yet appeared quite endearing. However, her countenance exuded a particularly malevolent aura, evident in the recent events. Lu Ping, incensed by the surrounding critiques, felt a surge of fury. Earlier, with so many aggressive males encircling her, she dared not retaliate, fearing their nefarious intentions. The suggestion that she lose weight was clearly an acknowledgement of her latent potential, as they believed that shedding a few pounds would transform her into an exquisite beauty. Fodder for their twisted fantasies. Do not assume I am unaware of your sordid thoughts. You are nothing but perverted and lecherous. My sister is a woman you shall never possess. With newfound confidence, Lu Ping's disdain for Lin deepened. She was convinced that there was something amiss between Lin Shi and him. Otherwise, why would the former declare him her boyfriend earlier that morning? Perhaps these two were merely conspiring against the unsuspecting Su Shi, and her efforts to assist were met with scorn. As her anger escalated, she chose to unleash her wrath upon her peers discussing her. You bunch of pathetic losers. Nearby, Zhou Wanjun, witnessing Lu Ping's verbal onslaught, promptly departed, lacking the fortitude to endure such shame. Meanwhile, Lin and Su Shi climbed into one car, while Lin Yinxin took her place in another. Once settled, Lin could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, Shi, what is the nature of your relationship with Lin Yinxin? How did your rapport improve so suddenly? Is she not involved with those who wish you harm? These were the only conclusions Lin could draw, yet they seemed implausible. Even if Lin Yinxin were uninvolved with those individuals, it was improbable that their relationship could have transformed so rapidly. Su Shi, renowned for her aloofness at Jiang University, had always embodied that very demeanor. In truth, she was indeed connected to those individuals, albeit as adversaries. On that fateful day, having received advance notice, she intended to observe and perhaps entrap those who sought to incite chaos among the creatures. Unexpectedly, instead of encountering the intended quarry, she stumbled upon a ravenous pack of wolves, the subsequent events being well known to Lin. I see. Lin nodded slightly, though he found the situation rather peculiar. He chose to trust Su Shi's words. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hence, I chose to cultivate a rapport with her. Though Su Shi's words were limited, Lin deduced that Lin Yinxin was no ordinary individual. Had she been without merit, Su Shi would not have engaged in collaboration with her. While Lin remained oblivious to the specifics of their partnership, he had no intention of probing further. Through their previous interactions, he sensed that Su Shi preferred to keep him at arm's length, perhaps as a means of self-preservation. Soon, they arrived at a luxurious restaurant, only to encounter a familiar face at the entrance. Well, if it isn't Su Jinyu. You look worse for wear after just a few days. Standing at the restaurant's entrance was Su Jinyu, battered and clad in tattered clothing, confronted by a young man adorned in ostentatious attire, clearly a scion of wealth. Su Shi recognized him as Liu, the third young master of the Li family, who had previously been Su Jinyu's lackey. To her dismay, as soon as Su Jinyu fell from grace, Liu seized the opportunity to mock him, a true testament to their superficial camaraderie. Disgusted by the scene, Su Shi contemplated seeking a different establishment for their meal. Yet at that moment, Su Jinyu spotted her and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Shi, I never thought I would see you here. Could you possibly intercede with your uncle on my behalf to allow me back into the Su family? Su Shi regarded him with disdain, remembering how he had previously insulted her boyfriend. Thus, she felt compelled to retort, intercede? What good would that do? Do you truly believe Su Hui would accept an illegitimate child? Illegitimate child. The offensive term ignited a fire within Su Jinyu. Yet, given his recent expulsion from the Su family, he found himself in a dire predicament. To provoke the Su family's heiress once more would be tantamount to courting disaster. With no allies to protect him, should Su Shi desire his demise, she would not hesitate. After all, he had endured a beating from Su Hui just yesterday, left to languish on the streets alongside Shen Jinjin. Now, they were without a place to call home, unwelcome even among his mother's family, rendering him truly homeless. Throughout his life, Su Jinyu had remained oblivious to the identity of his biological father or even his name. I suppose I am indeed akin to an illegitimate child now. Su Jinyu chuckled bitterly, never before having experienced such degradation. Just last night, he and his ineffectual mother had spent the night huddled in a dilapidated, abandoned building. The young master, accustomed to the comfort of a plush bed each night, found it utterly impossible to slumber upon the bare floor merely covered with a layer of newspaper. Thus, Su Jinyu endured a grueling night, his mind preoccupied with a singular purpose: to meet the biological father he had never known. Last night, Shun Jinjin had bestowed upon him a phone number, claiming it belonged to his estranged progenitor. Yet, she had withheld the man's name and identity, offering only a photograph and a recounting of their shared past. It had been over 20 years since his mother and his true father had last been in contact, yet they remained childhood acquaintances. Shun Jinjin assured him that if he could locate the man, he would certainly not disregard the two of them. However, unbeknownst to his father, Su Jinyu's existence had been a mystery until now, and with his current state of misfortune, he was compelled to seek him out. Upon hearing Shun Jinjin's words, Su Jinyu had immediately borrowed someone's phone to make the call, as he conveyed his identity and his mother's plight to the man on the other end. The response was swift. The man would return from abroad that very night. Furthermore, they arranged to meet at a restaurant. Su Jinyu arrived ahead of time, only to be denied entry by the staff, who proclaimed that pets and beggars were not permitted inside. This infuriated Su Jinyu, yet lacking the power he once wielded, he could only resort to patience. To his surprise, while waiting at the entrance, he encountered his former lackey, Li Yu. This individual not only knew of his expulsion from the Su family, but also that he was not Su Hui's biological son, thus indulging in brazen mockery. As if that were not enough misfortune, he unexpectedly ran into Su Shi. Initially, he had regarded her as a potential savior, believing that if she could plead on his behalf before Su Hui, he might regain his place within the family. To his dismay, she not only refused to assist but also derided him as a bastard. This was intolerable. In a fit of rage, Su Jinyu found himself momentarily incensed. Given his current status, he feared offending Su Shi further, unless he was truly reckless. Nevertheless, while he refrained from retorting, he still dared to voice a complaint. "Sister Shi, we were family once. Might you show me a modicum of respect in your words?" As soon as the words left his lips, Su Shi coldly scoffed at him. "Family? Huh, you overestimate your own worth. Not only are you not Su Hui's flesh and blood, but even if you were, what would it matter? You bear no trace of the Su lineage. From the outset, you have been nothing but a mere outsider, so do not utter such claims of kinship." Su Jinyu was utterly infuriated. He had not anticipated Su Shi would show him such disdain, especially considering he had once harbored feelings for her. After all, they were not true siblings. The most crucial aspect was that marrying Su Shi would grant him access to the entirety of the Su family's fortune. Yet, she had never regarded him with any interest, leaving him to harbor resentment born of love. Even knowing that his mother intended to have her killed, he remained tacitly supportive of the idea, for in his eyes, ambition surpassed personal affection. At this moment, Su Jinyu's countenance darkened ominously, while Su Shi chose to disregard him entirely, turning her attention to Lin Shi. "Assure, let us proceed inside for our meal. We must not allow certain flies to spoil our mood." Had it not been for her promise to Lin Shi to refrain from resolving matters through personal means, she would have long since had Su Jinyu and Shun Jinjin bound and cast into the sea as fish bait. The attempt on her life, orchestrated by Shun Jinjin, which nearly cost Lin Shi dearly, lingered in her memory. Although uncertain of Su Jinyu's involvement, the very fact that Shun Jinjin acted with such intent was for the sake of her only son, thus rendering Su Jinyu culpable as well. Lin Shi cast a fleeting glance at Su Jinyu, but chose to remain silent. This was a family matter of the Su clan, and it was not his place to interject. Lin Shi, though silent, bore an inscrutable expression, as if she were formulating a scheme. Upon entering the restaurant, Su Shi and her companions took their seats at the reserved table. An unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the air. Not only was Su Shi observing him intently, but even Lin Shi, seated opposite him, was similarly fixated. What was the meaning of this? The awkwardness was palpable, prompting him to attempt to lighten the mood with a forced chuckle. "Is there something on my face? Ha ha, Strangely enough, his attempt only exacerbated the tension. Particularly when the dishes arrived, the two women began competing to serve him food, and in an effort to avoid inciting Su Shi's ire, he resolutely refused the offerings from Lin Shi. Simultaneously, he found it perplexing that Su Shi, known for her jealousy, was being so generous today, allowing Lin Shi to serve him without uttering a word of protest. Were they still even akin to a couple? Just as he pondered this, Lin Shi placed a succulent shrimp on his plate. "Lin Yinggu, come eat the shrimp I've peeled for you." Lin Shi felt a surge of desperation. Casting a pleading glance at Su Shi, to his astonishment, she appeared oblivious to his plight, maintaining a perfectly composed smile without uttering a single word. The frustration within him was palpable, as if a small creature were raving in his mind. Heavens, this world has become unrecognizable. At Jiangcity University, Lu Ping stood at the entrance, her arrogance palpable, causing the surrounding students to recoil in discomfort, eager to distance themselves from her. Lu Ping held her head high, akin to a victorious rooster. Indeed, you are all a bunch of despicable men. Just a mere moral rebuke sends you scurrying away. Her words echoed the sentiment that all men were inherently flawed. She relished in her triumph, oblivious to the fact that her own words were laced with venom, leaving the more cultured male students disinclined to engage with someone as abrasive as her. The victory had clouded Lu Ping's judgment, leading her to believe she could confront Lin Shi and the Su school flower with equal audacity. Yet, she soon realized something was amiss. Her close friend Zhou Wanjun had yet to appear to support her. Annoyed, she scanned the vicinity but found no sign of her companion. TSK. This green TBTCH has abandoned me again. How foolish of me to defend her. Chapter 55. The restaurant is suddenly engulfed in chaos, under attack. Achoo! Zhou Wanjun, who was preparing to retreat to her dormitory, could no longer suppress a sneeze. However, she had not yet reached the female dorms when someone called out to her. Wanjun. She turned to see Jiang Shaoqing approaching, and a complex expression crossed her face. Recently, in her efforts to salvage her relationship with Lin Shi, she had subconsciously distanced herself from the man she once liked, fearing that Lin Shi would misconstrue her meetings with Jiang Shaoqing as something more. To avoid such misunderstandings, she had been deliberately evading him, which only deepened her sense of guilt. In the past, they would often dine together with Lu Ping after school, but in recent days, she and Lu Ping had taken to leaving early to avoid passing by Jiang Shaoqing's classroom. Yet unexpectedly, she encountered him on her way back to the dormitory that afternoon. With no means to feign ignorance, she offered a smile and greeted him. Classmate Jiang, why haven't you gone to eat yet? Classmate Jiang? Upon hearing Zhou Wanjun's address, Jiang Shaoqing's brows furrowed slightly. Although he had indeed noticed that this woman had distanced herself from him in recent days, he believed she was merely attempting to win back Lin Shi, that sycophant. He held no objections to this, for it was only when Lin Shi resumed his obsequiousness towards Zhou Wanjun that he could benefit financially from her. However, at that moment, Lin Shi was not present. So why did she still refer to him as Jiang classmate? Had she already resolved to sever ties with him completely? Jiang Shaoqing pondered this, his fists involuntarily clenching. If that were the case, how could he hope to win Zhou Wanjun over? She possessed a certain allure that he found irresistible. Previously, he had harbored some desire for her, even imagining their intimate moments together. But now it seemed that such prospects were fading. Determined to accelerate his pursuit, he resolved to secure Zhou Wanjun's affections without delay. Regaining his composure, Jiang Shaoqing hastily replied, I am not particularly hungry this afternoon. I was hoping to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjun's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed that this man was concocting something nefarious. Having spent considerable time with Jiang Shaoqing, she was well aware of his true nature. Despite his outwardly genteel demeanor, he harbored many ulterior motives. The way she had previously solicited gift from Lin Shi had been half his idea, with the other half coming from Lu Ping. She had always thought that although Jiang Shaoqing had a mischievous streak, such men were more readily adored by women. There's an old adage, bad boys attract good girls. She had once been fond of such roguish types, finding her interactions with him refreshingly exhilarating, particularly when sneaking around with him while keeping Lin Shi in the dark. The thrill was amplified when he showered her with attention. Even if they were caught, she could easily fabricate an excuse to evade suspicion. However, this had been Zhou Wanjun's previous mindset. Since her sycophant had been snatched away by Su Xiaohua, she had come to appreciate Lin Shi's worth. At least he had once lavished her with gifts, while Jiang Shaoqing had never contributed anything and always spent her money. What do you wish to discuss with me? Zhou Wanjun asked impatiently, leaving Jiang Shaoqing momentarily taken aback. However, he dismissed the thought. He was aware of the earlier altercation involving her, Lu Ping, Lin Shi, and Lin Shi. Such matters would surely leave her in a foul mood, so he directly stated his intention. Wanjun, I have a plan that will ensure Lin Shi completely abandons Su Shi and returns to your side. Zhou Wanjun, initially disinterested, felt her curiosity piqued by his words. What plan? Jiang Shaoqing glanced around, ensuring no students were nearby before lowering his voice. You must be aware that the girl named Lin Shi has an unusual relationship with Lin Shi. Even though she clarified at noon that she is related to Su Shi, that does not mean there isn't something more between her and Lin Shi. Su Xiaohua's disbelief stems from her not witnessing it firsthand. If we were to set a trap for them, Jiang Shaoqing then divulged his wicked scheme in full. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained oblivious to Jiang Shaoqing's machinations. He felt as though he were under the scrutinizing gaze of two ferocious tigers, rendering his dining experience exceedingly uncomfortable. Were it not for his genuine hunger, he would have long since sought an escape. This was nothing short of torment. One might ask, how could a man enjoy his meal when flanked by two beautiful women staring intently at him? Shi, why aren't you eating? This was Lin Shi's point of confusion. Both women had hardly touched their food, instead offering it all to her. Were they secretly competing against one another? Just then, Lin Shi abruptly stood up, her expression serious as she surveyed her surroundings. Her sudden action startled Lin Shi, while Shi raised her brows in concern, her expression complex. Li Mei, what's the matter? At this, Lin Shi's previously vigilant gaze shifted to one of embarrassment. I just got a bit disoriented and thought I saw a bug in the food. It truly frightened me. Let's continue eating. Lin Shi thought little of it, while Shi's attention returned to her boyfriend. Ah, sure, have some more foie gras. You look so thin. On the second floor of the restaurant, in a private room, Su Jinyu anxiously observed the rotund, middle-aged man in a suit before him, his body trembling with nervousness. Indeed, this was his biological father. He had previously assumed his father was merely a laborer abroad. His mother had once mentioned that his biological father was her white moonlight, a man from a financially disadvantaged background, which had led to her family opposing their union. However, Su Jinyu had never anticipated that his father, Li Jiangwen, was actually a director of a major enterprise in the capital, spending most of his time developing business overseas. Thus, Li Jiangwen had been abroad for years, unaware of his son's existence. Furthermore, his mother represented an everlasting pain in Li Jiangwen's heart, hence he had never sought to meet Su Jinyu, despite his genuine feelings for his mother. Until now, Li Jiangwen had never remarried. To Su Jinyu's delight, despite his current disheveled appearance, with bruises and clothes akin to a beggar's, Li Jiangwen had shown concern for his injuries from the moment they met, his face adorned with affection, seemingly quite pleased with his son. Jinyu, do you know? You are the greatest surprise your mother has ever given me. Li Jiangwen. Never imagined that in my old age, I would have such a large son. At last, my legacy has someone to carry it on. Su Jinyu was overjoyed upon hearing this. He could hardly believe that just yesterday he had been reduced to a stray dog, and today he had transformed into a wealthy heir in the capital. It was exhilarating. However, at that moment, Li Jiangwen's ears perked up and his brow furrowed slightly. Jinyu, do you hear that noise? Su Jinyu listened intently for a moment, then shook his head in confusion. No. As soon as he spoke, a series of piercing beeping sounds erupted from beneath the restaurant, reminiscent of a countdown. The next moment, the entire restaurant erupted in a violent explosion, causing the entire building to collapse. Chapter 56. Jiang Shaoqian's ingenious scheme. The building's collapse sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Simultaneously, the private room where Su Jinyu was located became buried under the rubble. The first-floor restaurant was now deeply entombed. Passers-by were left stunned by the scene before them. Those nearest had only been focused on escaping, unable to fathom what had caused the building to fall before their very eyes. This is bad. The young lady and the young master are still inside. At that moment, the bodyguards dispatched by Old Master Su to protect Su were equally taken aback by the unfolding chaos. Initially, they had been instructed to discreetly ensure the young lady's safety without disrupting her life. Thus, during her lunchtime visit, they could only wait outside. However, they had not anticipated that the seemingly normal restaurant would suddenly erupt in an explosion, leading to the entire building's collapse. They were not foolish. They understood that someone must have targeted their young lady, as such a coincidence was far too suspect. Now, with the restaurant reduced to ruins, the bodyguards speculated that the young lady's situation was dire and hastily contacted Old Master Su. What did you say? The venerable elder of the Su family, upon learning through a phone call that she was buried beneath the rubble, was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that despite secretly dispatching personnel to protect his granddaughter, she would still come to harm. Most distressing was the uncertainty surrounding Su Shi's fate. His mind felt as if it had exploded in a cacophony of anxiety. Guilt and remorse surged within him. In Su Shi's childhood, it was his negligence and carelessness that had thrust her into peril, nearly costing her life. That incident had instilled in him a profound sense of indebtedness towards her, leading him to indulge her every whim ever since. To the elder, Su Shi was as delicate as a fragile treasure, to be cradled with utmost care. It was this past experience that had prompted him to secretly assign bodyguards for her protection. Yet today, he found himself grappling with the grim news. In the next moment, fury ignited within him as he urged the bodyguard on the phone. What are you waiting for? Quickly arrange for people to clear the debris and conduct a rescue. As he spoke, he found himself breathless, his heart pounding with sharp pangs of pain. His mind was a blank slate, unable to comprehend the reality before him. His beloved granddaughter, the carefully nurtured successor of the Su family, was she truly gone in such an unforeseen tragedy? The butler, noticing the elder's distress, swiftly retrieved a brown pill bottle from his pocket and poured out a black capsule. Master, please take this medicine. Upon hearing this, the elder regained a semblance of composure, realizing that no matter what, he must preserve his own life. Regardless of Su Shi's fate, he needed to remain alive until he could ascertain the truth. However, irrespective of the outcome, he was determined to mobilize the full might of the Su family to unearth those responsible for this scheme, ensuring they paid a bloody price for their actions. Returning to his senses, the elder accepted the pill, just as a familiar voice echoed from the phone. Grandpa, you need not worry about us. Lin Shi and I are unharmed. Yes. Upon hearing his granddaughter's voice, he was momentarily incredulous, fearing he was merely imagining it. Grandpa, did you hear me? With her words once again affirming her safety, the elder was overwhelmed with relief, tears streaming down his face. Thank goodness, thank goodness. After assuring him of her well-being, Su Shi promptly stated, Grandpa, we have some matters to attend to, so we must hang up. The elder acknowledged her before the line was filled with the sound of a busy signal. At that moment, his spirits lifted immensely, and the agonizing ache in his heart dissipated. He returned the pill to the butler, declaring, I no longer require it. I've already taken my calming remedy. The butler, relieved at the news of the young lady's safety, reflected that he had watched her grow up. Yet, he could hardly fathom the consequences had anything happened to her. The elder's health would have undoubtedly faltered under such a blow. Meanwhile, the bodyguard at the rubble site remained in a state of shock, still processing the events. Just moments ago, they had been reporting the situation to the elder when suddenly, someone snatched the phone from them. Initially filled with tension and urgency, they assumed an adversary was at hand, only to be astounded to see it was the young lady herself. While they were relieved, she was unharmed. They were acutely aware that the restaurant she had been in was on the first floor, with 4 additional stories above. The concrete, bricks, and debris from the collapsed structure heavily weighed down the first floor. Thus, they knew that anyone trapped inside during the collapse would have little chance of survival. Yet, the young lady emerged unscathed, her hairstyle untouched, as did Lin Shi. The bodyguards, not lacking in intelligence, realized this indicated that the young lady and her companion had escaped the building before it fell. Indeed, Su Shi could not help but cast a glance at Lin Shi, acknowledging her perceptiveness. I underestimated you. I did not expect you to notice such subtle changes. The reason Lin Shi had abruptly stood during their meal was due to the scent of gunpowder wafting through the air. Of course, this was something she would only disclose after they had safely exited. Although Su Shi had not detected the odor herself, she sensed something amiss and feigned ignorance. Subsequently, Lin Shi had discreetly messaged her, insisting they must vacate the restaurant swiftly. Though uncertain of the cause, Su Shi complied, leading Lin Shi as they made their way to the restroom. Lin Shi forcefully kicked open a window, bending the security bars with her bare hands to make their escape. It was at that moment, witnessing Lin Shi finally make it outside, that Su Shi grasped the gravity of the situation. Perhaps out of a lingering sense of morality, she urged the other girls in the restroom to follow suit, fabricating a tale of an armed assailant outside. The girls scattered in panic upon hearing her words, with Lin Shi, bewildered, being ushered out of the restaurant. Su Shi intended to rescue others, but just then, a deafening noise erupted from the first floor, reminiscent of an explosion. Realizing the urgency, she could only climb out through the window, racing to an open area. In the end, she bore witness to the building's collapse. She remained unaware of how many had escaped or how many had been trapped within. Regarding this outcome, she felt powerless, as she was not privy to the specifics. With Lin Shi guiding her path, Lin Shi gazed at the ruins before him, a flicker of sympathy crossing his features. Had he known explosives were concealed there, he would have certainly alerted everyone, facilitating an orderly evacuation. Alas, he was merely an ordinary person, completely oblivious to such dangers. Without Lin Shi, he too might have been buried beneath the rubble. A glint of malice gleamed in Lin Shi's eyes as she turned to Su Shi. Sister Shi, these individuals are exceedingly arrogant. It seems our plan must be expedited. Meanwhile, at the school, Zhou Wanjun, having listened to Jiang Shaoqing's scheme, exclaimed in shock. What did you say? You intend to? Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Shaoqing covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. What if others overhear? Pushing him away, Zhou Wanjun looked at him with disdain. You truly possess a great deal of audacity. Are you not afraid that this could lead to your downfall? Zhou Wanjun's reaction stemmed from the sheer wickedness of Jiang Shaoqing's proposal, which involved luring Lin Shi and Lin Shi together under the pretense of an apology dinner. Naturally, the apology was merely a ruse, primarily to drug both individuals. The next step would involve escorting them to a hotel, capturing compromising photographs of Lin Shi and Lin Shi in bed together. Subsequently, these images would be sent to Su Shi. Ultimately, there would be no way for her to deny the truth of their liaison. Inevitably, Lin Shi would be cast aside. They only needed to forge some information to convince Lin Shi that Lin Shi had drugged her. Even if Lin Shi believed Lin Shi had not succeeded in his advances, she would undoubtedly detest his despicable actions. At that point, Lin Shi would be left with no allies, and Zhou Wanjun could step in, offering him a taste of sweetness. Thus transforming him back, Zhou Wanjun conceded that this method could indeed achieve its purpose. However, it was undeniably audacious. If undiscovered, all would be well. But should the truth come to light, there would be dire consequences. Jiang Xiaocheng discerned Zhou Wanjun's trepidation and continued to persuade her. Wanjun, it is precisely your indecisiveness that has caused Lin Shi to drift away. Are you truly willing to watch him frolic with Su Xiaohua and maintain an ambiguous relationship with Lin Shi? Jiang Xiaocheng's words struck a chord deep within Zhou Wanjun. She could scarcely bear the thought of Lin Shi, who had once treated her with kindness, now pursuing someone far superior to her. The disparity was overwhelming, leaving her feeling inferior. Thus, she resolved to reclaim Lin Shi, willing to endure anything, even to offer herself for his affection. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaocheng remained oblivious to Zhou Wanjun's thoughts, otherwise he would be incensed. But what if we fail? What if our affair is exposed? This is not something to be paraded. Seemingly anticipating Zhou Wanjun's concerns, Jiang Xiaocheng replied with confidence, "Fear not. Even if we fail, it matters not. The matter of the drug will remain between us. There is no way they will find out. Even if they awaken en route to the hotel, we can easily concoct an excuse." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjun felt her resolve waver. Given her current capabilities, she had no other means to wrest Lin Shi from Su Shi's grasp. The chasm between her and Su Shi was simply too vast. One was the belle of Jiangxing University, a daughter of a wealthy family, while she merely possessed a striking appearance, rendering her almost unworthy in comparison. Thus, unable to conceive of any alternative to win Lin Shi back, she considered Jiang Xiaocheng's suggestion worth a try. Noticing Zhou Wanjun's lingering hesitation, Jiang Xiaocheng contemplated before stating plainly, "Wanjun, you need not bear such immense psychological pressure. Just administer the drug to Lin Shi, and let me handle the rest." Before Zhou Wanjun could respond, a voice unexpectedly interjected, startling both her and Jiang Xiaocheng. "Quickly agree with him, Wanjun." The sudden voice belonged to Ping Ping, prompting both to exhale in relief upon recognizing her. At that moment, Zhou Wanjun was the first to inquire, "Ping Ping, you heard everything, right?" Lu Ping nodded with a smile, surprised that Wanjun and Xiaocheng were on the same wavelength. "Of course, it's about giving Lin Shi the—" she began, but quickly halted, nearly forgetting they were still in public. "If anyone overhears, it would be quite troublesome. Anyway, we'll take photos to convince Su Shi that we truly are together. Wanjun, do you know, the plan I intended to discuss with you earlier was precisely this." Encouraged by Lu Ping's words, Zhou Wanjun decided to take a leap of faith. If successful, it would be worthwhile. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Due to the sensitive nature of their plot, they refrained from discussing details, believing that the more they elaborated, the greater the risk of exposure. However, the lack of a coordinated plan, coupled with only a brief division of tasks, led to significant complications. Both Jiang Xiaocheng and Lu Ping resolved to drug Lin Shi. Yet, Jiang Xiaocheng's plan entailed also administering a drug to Lin Shi, a detail Lu Ping was unaware of. Her scheme involved incapacitating Lin Shi, then escorting him to the hotel alongside Zhou Wanjun, where she would take several photographs of him and Wanjun in bed, ultimately sending them to Su Shi to ensure she relinquished any claim to Lin Shi. This minor discrepancy in their plans ultimately steered their intentions down an uncontrollable path. Meanwhile, Su Shi, accompanied by Lin Shi and Lin Shi, departed the dilapidated streets. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their exit, rescue personnel unearthed Su Jinyu from the rubble. Among those rescued was his biological father, Li Jiangwen, who, although still alive, had succumbed to injuries sustained while protecting his son, as both Su Shi and Lin Shi had no classes that afternoon. And given that Lin Shi was a recent transfer student, they intended to forego school that day. It was evident that someone had orchestrated a plot against them, and the trio remained vulnerable to further attacks. Specifically, Lin Shi was the primary target. Both Su Shi and Lin Shi shared this sentiment, while only Lin Shi believed the threat was directed at Su Shi. Anticipating their potential peril, a fleet of black luxury cars soon approached, encircling the three. A burly man emerged from one of the vehicles. Addressing Su Shi, "Miss, the elder has requested that you and the young master return to the ancestral home." Following his words, bodyguards emerged from the other cars, exuding an air of coercion. Although displeased, Su Shi concealed her feelings due to Lin Shi's presence, merely linking her arm with his. "Sure, let us go." Lin Shi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded slightly, and together they approached the leading vehicle. Lin Yanxin did not follow, but instead addressed them directly. Sister Shi, I have some matters to attend to. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Su Shi waved in response, while Lin Yanxin's gaze remained fixed on Lin Shi. Seeing him utter not a single word to her stirred a pang of disappointment within her. Nonetheless, she said nothing further and departed, the surrounding bodyguards allowing her passage without interference. 20 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the Su family estate. Su Shi and Lin Shi stepped out and spotted the elder Su approaching them. Before Lin Shi could greet him, the elder's voice boomed, Shi Xiao Shi. Today you shall return to Lu City to finalize your divorce. Chapter 58. A night attack by the school bell once more. Lin Shi was taken aback by this announcement, believing he must have erred in some way, prompting the elder's disapproval of their union. Initially, he thought the elder was simply being courteous for Su Shi's sake, but it appeared he was now wholly disapproving. Lin Shi felt no surprise. He was acutely aware of the disparity between his status and Su Shi's. This realization fueled his ambition to start his own venture, confident that his intellect and experiences from his past life would enable him to achieve greater heights this time around. He envisioned standing proudly beside Su Shi one day, but it seemed the elder was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. Consequently, he turned his attention to Su Shi. The opinions of others mattered little to him. Only her stance could sway his future decisions. After all, in his previous life, he had achieved considerable success and faced numerous challenges. Thus, he refrained from questioning the elder about the reasons behind his stance, knowing it would serve no purpose. At that moment, Su Shi's expression turned frosty as she coldly demanded, Grandfather, what do you mean by this? Her tone was unequivocal, a clear indication of her anger. In her eyes, she had exerted immense effort to finally be with Lin Shi, and now her grandfather was demanding their separation. There was no way she would acquiesce, foreseeing his granddaughter's displeasure. The elder responded plainly, Shi, I do this for Xiao Shi's own good. This afternoon was fraught with peril. You must realize that this is no mere coincidence. If I continue to follow you, one day I may also find myself entangled in this chaos. With these words, Su Shi's expression darkened. Though it appeared she was speaking for Lin Shi's benefit, she was acutely aware that her grandfather wished to shield her from potential harm. Given his capabilities and connections, even if he could not ascertain the identities of those who sought to do them harm, he should be able to deduce that these individuals were not targeting her. Thus, it could be surmised that the true objective of the shadowy figures was Lin Shi, as they were the only two involved. While she understood that her grandfather's decision was made with her welfare in mind, the thought of losing Lin Shi again was unbearable. Should he perish, she would follow him into oblivion. Grandfather, rest assured, I shall vigilantly safeguard Lin Shi. Many eyes are fixed on the Su family. Even if I divorce him, there is no doubt that some would seek revenge against him, aiming to tarnish the Su family's name. Upon hearing Su Shi's words, the old man was momentarily rendered speechless. He had assumed she was unaware that the true target of the lurking individuals was Lin Shi, and that keeping him close would pose a grave danger. Consequently, he intended to discreetly warn her later. The reason he refrained from speaking openly was his own pride. To reveal the truth would imply that he, as the patriarch of the Su family, was not only lacking in righteousness, but also cowardly in the face of adversity. He was indeed aging, yet he did not wish to tarnish his legacy. Were it not for the fear of losing his beloved granddaughter, he would have confronted the shadowy figures head-on. After all, having one foot in the grave, what was there to fear in death? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shi believed the old man was acting in his best interest, and thus voiced his thoughts. Grandfather, since Su Shi and I are already married, I shall bear whatever burdens come our way together with her. As he spoke, Lin Shi's gaze was imbued with sincerity. This not only moved Su Shi, but it also filled the old man with a sense of shame. He had conducted several investigations into Lin Shi and discovered that he was merely an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, despite having been slashed by a knife, mauled by a beast at the amusement park, and surviving the restaurant explosion, Lin Shi still stood steadfastly by Su Shi's side, a bravery that was indeed rare. Lin Shi was oblivious to the fact that those lurking in the shadows were after him. Despite feeling ashamed, the old man was more inclined to prioritize his granddaughter's safety. Su Shi was simply too vital to the Su family. Should calamity befall her, their lineage would lack a true heir. Regardless of the circumstances, he could never entrust the Su family's legacy to an outsider without blood ties. From the very beginning, he had no intention of bequeathing the family's assets to Su Hui, especially now that he had no descendants of his own. Contemplating this, the old man turned to Su Shi and said, Su Shi, please come with me for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you privately. However, Su Shi firmly declined. There's no need, grandfather. We can discuss everything here. Lin Shi is not an outsider. Faced with his granddaughter's obstinacy, the old man refrained from speaking in Lin Shi's presence, opting instead to address other matters. Su Shi, since you refuse to heed my advice, why don't you both head to the old residence? Your parents are waiting for you inside. Upon hearing this, Su Shi furrowed her brows. It seemed her parents were already aware of the situation. Nevertheless, she had anticipated this day would come, and thus nodded slightly. Lin Shi, let us go inside together. Upon reaching her grandfather's side, she lowered her voice and said, Grandfather, I advise you not to insist any further. Lin Shi is my husband, and should he perish, I shall follow him. It was impossible for Lin Shi to have not overheard this declaration, though he was unaware of the full truth. He could discern her unwavering resolve to protect him. He would not be allowed to suffer collateral damage. This revelation stirred even deeper emotions within Lin Shi. He marveled at the fortune that such a remarkable woman had chosen him. The old man, recognizing Su Shi's determination that she would not abandon Lin Shi under any circumstances, let out a resigned sigh, casting a complicated glance at Lin Shi. He was filled with confusion. No matter how he investigated, Lin Shi remained an ordinary person. Why then had he been repeatedly targeted for such elaborate attacks? It seemed absurd that anyone would go to such lengths against a mere commoner. The use of explosives during the afternoon's incident was a clear indication of the extraordinary nature of the mastermind behind these plots. Su Onse, please go inside and reassure your parents that you are safe. Afterward, Su Shi and Lin Shi entered the old residence together, soon encountering Su Yu and Qin Lan. Upon confirming that Su Shi was unharmed, they all exhaled in relief, with Qin Lan even rushing forward to embrace her. However, Su Yu remained unusually silent. He had dispatched individuals to investigate the incident and vowed to unearth the identities of those who had attacked his daughter. As Su Shi and Su Yu engaged in mutual inquiries of well-being, she discerned that neither of them were aware that the true targets of the shadowy figures were Lin Shi. This revelation surprised her. Her grandfather had not shared this information with them. Subsequently, Su Yu insisted that they not return to the villa, but rather stay at the Su family's Yunding Manor, where security was far more robust. Su Shi found it difficult to refuse, so she accompanied Lin Shi back to the manor with Su Yu, entrusting Su Lin to retrieve their belongings from the villa. The manor was essentially Su Shi's home, and she resumed her stay in her original room. Meanwhile, she arranged a separate room for Lin Shi, evidently concerned about their potential for indiscretion. Lin Shi had no objections and retired early, as he currently found himself unable to reclaim his computer from Su Shi. Indeed, the device had long been confiscated, containing his source code, and he had been seeking an opportunity to retrieve it. However, after the life-threatening events of the day, Lin Shi had no time to ask Su Shi for the computer. In the dead of night, Lin Shi was jolted awake by a knock at the door. Lin Shi, open the door now. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's mind snapped to attention. Oh no, trouble was brewing. The campus belle was about to launch a nocturnal assault. The thought of nearly being bested by Su Shi last time made him exceedingly anxious. It wasn't that Lin Shi lacked interest in such matters. Rather, he was simply unprepared for such an encounter. Moreover, with Su Shi's parents still in the villa, there was no way he could entertain such activities. Consequently, Lin Shi shut his eyes once more, feigning sleep and ignoring the voice outside. It quickly became apparent that he had underestimated Su Shi's tenacity. Mere minutes into his act, the knocking ceased, leading him to believe Su Shi had given up and returned to her slumber. However, it wasn't long before an irritable voice pierced the silence. Lin Shi, I saw you pretending to sleep on the monitor. Hurry up and let me in. Lin Shi's body tensed, and he felt utterly exasperated. He had assumed that returning to Su Shi's home would mean the absence of surveillance. However, he had not considered that the room might be equipped with hidden cameras. To his surprise, it seemed Su Shi had employed pinhole cameras, unbeknownst even to her parents. Sighing, Lin Shi realized he could no longer maintain the charade and reluctantly got out of bed to unlock the door. Ever since the last nocturnal encounter with Su Shi, he had developed the habit of locking his door at night. One must always be vigilant, particularly in our line of work. Safety must be a priority. As the saying goes, safety is paramount for both genders. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Shi had just opened the door when a graceful figure darted in, directly leaping into his embrace. The soft sensation enveloped him, causing Lin Shi to shudder as if struck by an electric shock. Following closely was the familiar scent of violet, so delightful that it nearly took his breath away. The school bell was simply intoxicating. While Lin Shi's thoughts wandered aimlessly, Su Shi, blushing, spoke up. Shi, I cannot possibly sleep without you. I want to hold you while I sleep tonight. It brings me a sense of security. At her words, Lin Shi recalled that last night they had not shared the same room, but had instead communicated through phone calls while sleeping. Although She had not made an advance during the night, she did appear somewhat fatigued in the morning. Could it be that she truly could not sleep without him? No, he must not be swayed by the school bell's sweet words. Just as he was about to mention his in-laws, Shi preempted him. I've already spoken to my parents. They want me to come over and sleep with you. Huh? Lin Shi was taken aback, sensing something amiss. This felt rather strange. Was this typical behavior for a girl as parents? Particularly Su Yu, whom Lin Shi knew to be exceedingly indulgent towards Shi, almost to the point of being a doting father. It was quite unusual for a father to allow his daughter to share a room with a boy like him. Suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to ask Shi, what reason did you give them? Upon hearing this, Shi buried her head in his chest. I told them what happened at noon scared me, and they agreed. Lin Shi was taken aback. The term scared should not apply to a girl like Shi, who could easily shatter a wolf's head with a kick. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In the eyes of Su Yu and Qin Maxian, Shi would always be their daughter, forever a child. Well then, since your parents have agreed, we shall share this room tonight. Just refrain from engaging in anything too heated. To his surprise, as soon as Lin Shi finished speaking, Shi looked at him mischievously, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Sure, what exactly do you mean by heated? With that, Shi pushed Lin Shi down and sat on his lap. Oh no, he had walked right into a trap. Lin Shi thought to himself with alarm, but before he could react, Shi leaned down, silencing him with a kiss. Meanwhile, in the villa, Su Yu and Qin Maxian were wide awake. Su Yue guo da expression. Maxian, do you think Shi and them will act recklessly? Though Qin Maxian was uncertain, she understood Su Yu's anxiety and offered soothing words. Don't worry, Xiao Shi and Shi know their limits. In truth, as she had said, neither Shi nor Lin Shi acted recklessly, but Lin Shi found himself enduring endless torment. However, perhaps due to her parents' presence, Shi refrained from crossing any boundaries. Yet, Lin Shi could not shake the feeling that he was slowly sinking into an abyss. The following day, at noon, after school, Lin Shi planned to accompany Shi to the airport. In just half an hour, his parents would be landing in Jiangshang, and they were going to pick them up. They had mentioned staying in Jiangshang for a day or two before returning to their hometown in Lucheng. However, as soon as they exited the school gate, a familiar voice buzzed behind him. Sure, wait up. He could hardly be bothered to turn around, as the person calling him was Zhou Wanjun. Sensing Lin Shi's disinterest, Zhou Wanjun had no choice but to state her purpose. Sure, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner to apologize for what happened earlier. Lin Shi felt the need to be more assertive so that he wouldn't be bothered by such nuisances in the future. Thus he turned around, ready to scold her. But to his dismay, he discovered that not only was Zhou Wanjun there, but also his former love, Jiang Xiaocheng. Damn it! A pair of insufferable people had come to annoy him. Zhou Wanjun was elated to see that Lin Shi had actually turned around, but she quickly noticed his grim expression. After glancing at Jiang Xiaocheng beside her, she seemed to have an epiphany and hurriedly explained, Sure, please don't misunderstand. We've come to apologize. And we will also apologize to Lin Shi on Lu Ping's behalf. Furthermore, if you come to dinner tonight, I will clarify my relationship with Jiang. Lin Shi was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Did they really think he was foolish enough to need an explanation of their relationship? And they insisted he come to dinner tonight. Was this an attempt to publicly humiliate him? With that thought, Lin Shi erupted with anger. You can shove your explanations where the sun doesn't shine. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Shi ignored the two, whose faces were now ashen, and walked out the school gate. Shi had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, and together they got into Su Lin's car, heading towards the Jiangxing airport. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanjun and Jiang Xiaocheng were left in disarray. Lin Shi's outburst had left them stunned, and they were still reeling from the encounter. Jiang Xiaocheng had already reached his limit. His face was a deep shade of purple. Zhou Wanjun was equally disheartened, as she had never anticipated Lin Shi would be so heartless. He had once been so fond of her, never daring to offend her, speaking so gently. How had he changed so drastically? Did he no longer harbor feelings for her? Jiang Xiaocheng, initially wanting to vent his frustration, held back upon noticing Zhou Wanjun's discontent. Regardless, he could not abandon his plans for the evening. He had to win over the beautiful and wealthy Lin Shi. The first step toward success was to separate her from Lin Shi. Moreover, if his plan succeeded, he could use photographs to threaten Lin Shi into submission. She appeared delicate, suggesting a fragile psyche. Thus, he was confident his threats would be effective. Ideally, he wanted to obtain compromising photos of her, ensuring she would comply with his demands. As this thought crossed his mind, a smirk crept onto Jiang Xiaocheng's lips. Lost in his musings, a gentle voice broke through his thoughts. Excuse me, are you really here to apologize to us tonight? Turning around, both Zhou Wanjun and Jiang Shaocheng found themselves face-to-face with Lin Yinxin herself. The softness of her voice had left them momentarily unsure of her identity, especially Zhou Wanjun, who, observing Lin Yinxin's delicate demeanor, felt something was amiss. Though her cute face combined with her current fragile appearance seemed reasonable, Zhou Wanjun remembered the stinging slap that had sent her sprawling to the ground. It was worth noting that she was half a head taller than Lin Yinxin. The force of that slap had been enough to demonstrate that this seemingly delicate girl possessed considerable strength. Unaware of this history, Jiang Shaocheng gazed at the petite heiress before him, unable to conceal his desire. This was the epitome of a good girl. He mused, then glanced at Zhou Wanjun, marveling at the stark contrast between them. Previously, he had thought Zhou Wanjun was attractive and somewhat affluent, willing to support him. At that time, he viewed her as a suitable partner. Yet, he had ultimately discovered that her wealth was a facade, as she was merely being kept by someone else. Even though he has not yet taken any concrete action, such matters are ultimately inevitable in the future. In contrast, the alluring and affluent Lin Yinxin stands before him as the object of his aspirations. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shaocheng remains focused on the task at hand, for only by executing his plan can he hope to win the heart of this wealthy young lady. "Li classmate, did you witness what transpired earlier?" Lin Yinxin nods slightly, aware that he is referring to their earlier discussion about inviting Lin Shi to dinner as a means of making amends, which ultimately ended in a scolding. At this moment, she turns to Zhou Wanjun and speaks in a hushed tone. "Classmate Zhou, your actions were indeed excessive. Otherwise, Brother Lin would not have been so enraged." Zhou Wanjun certainly recognizes the truth in this statement. However, with Lin Shi resolutely determined to distance himself, it is too late for any regrets. Lin Yinxin's words only serve to deepen her sense of blame. She wishes to retort, but the next remark from Lin Yinxin fills her with unexpected joy. "You are fully aware that he only has eyes for you, yet you fail to maintain appropriate boundaries with other men, leading to his utter disappointment in you." Zhou Wanjun feels elated, particularly by the first half of Lin Yinxin's statement. It is indeed true that Lin Shi still harbors feelings for her. As for the latter part of the comment, she consciously chooses to ignore it. In her view, Lin Shi had always been devoted to her. Her interactions with other men should not affect him. Naturally, she would never voice such thoughts aloud. For now, she must focus on the evening's plans. If Lin Shi does not sever ties with Su Shi, he will never return her side. "Li Kalasmata. I have come to recognize my mistakes and genuinely did not intend to hurt Lin Shi's feelings. I now wish to formally apologize to him, but it seems he has misunderstood something. Could you please advise me on how I should apologize to both of you?" A glimmer of cunning flashes in Lin Yinxin's eyes as she pretends to ponder for a moment before finally nodding slightly. "Seeing your sincerity, I shall personally assist in persuading Brother Lin for you. However, I am not particularly close to him, so I'm uncertain if he will agree." Upon hearing Lin Yinxin's compassionate response, Jiang Shaocheng's admiration for her grows immensely, while Zhou Wanjun re-evaluates this woman. It appears that her earlier hostility was merely due to her familial connection with Su Shi, defending her relative's boyfriend. Although this rationale feels somewhat unconvincing, it is the only explanation for Lin Yinxin's current demeanor. Returning to the conversation, Zhou Wanjun states candidly, "Li classmate, you truly possess both beauty and kindness, demonstrating great understanding. I must thank you in advance. Lin Yinxin beams asuaits mila. No need for gratitude. After all, we are classmates." Zhou Wanjun feels a pang of embarrassment at this remark, realizing how pure and benevolent this woman is, while they have been scheming under the pretense of an apology. With this thought, guilt begins to creep in. Jiang Shaocheng, on the other hand, feels elated, believing he has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. The prospect of marrying such an innocent girl fills him with dreams of a blissful future. Thus, both are moved by Lin Yinxin's sincerity, nearly abandoning their plans to drug her and Lin Shi that evening. However, without taking such action, they would be unable to grasp the opportunity to cling to the coveted leg of the man they desire. Perceiving that the time is ripe, Lin Yinxin smiles and addresses the two of them. "Then it's settled. I will call Brother Lin shortly. Please provide me with your phone numbers, and I will inform you of the outcome." Both Jiang Shaocheng and Zhou Wanjun nod enthusiastically, entirely placing their trust in this seemingly naive girl. Simultaneously, they are confident that Lin Yinxin will succeed. Who could refuse such a sweet girl's request? "I won't go. If you want to go, you can go yourself." At this moment, Lin Shi, en route to the airport, firmly rejects Lin Yinxin's request over the phone. He had been looking forward to reuniting with his parents. But shortly thereafter, Su Shi received a call and handed the phone to him. "It's Lin Yinxin calling for you." Surprised, Lin Shi answers the call only to learn that she wishes him to attend a dinner with Zhou Wanjun and her group. Without a second thought, he declines. Having been granted a second chance at life, he is here to enjoy it, not to seek out unnecessary troubles. Please pass the phone to Sister Shi. I wish to speak with her. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Shi promptly returns the phone to Su Shi, who quickly answers. After 2.5 minutes, Su Shi hangs up and turns to Lin Shi. Sure, you should go with Lin Shi tonight. Why? Lin Shi is puzzled as to why Su Shi is encouraging him to attend. You will gain a benefit. What benefit? As long as you go tonight, those people will cease to bother you, and you may even reclaim what you have lost. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Shi finally nods slightly. Very well. I shall heed your advice this time. Before long, the car reaches the airport. Under Su Lin's guidance, they swiftly arrive at the arrival hall. Glancing at the messages on his phone, Lin Shi realizes that his parents have landed and are making their way toward him. As a wave of people emerges, he is overwhelmed with anticipation. In his previous life, the untimely passing of his parents had dealt him a heavy blow. He had failed to fulfill his filial duties, not even witnessing their final moments, as they had succumbed to illness. Now, fate has granted him another opportunity. He must seize it. Having not seen his parents since his rebirth, it would be disingenuous to claim he is not excited. This moment feels as if the heavens have bestowed upon him a chance to revive his loved ones. Who could remain unmoved by such a gift? Lost in thought, Lin Shi begins to feel tears welling up. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice calls out beside him. Son, what are you looking at? Your father and I are over here. Huh? Caught up in his emotions, Lin Shi feels a surge of embarrassment. He quickly turns toward the source of the voice, expecting that after longing for his parents, he would be able to recognize them instantly in the crowd. To his astonishment, even as they approach him, he finds himself unable to recognize them. Meanwhile, Su Shi has already stepped forward to greet his parents. Dad, Mom, you finally made it off the plane? Ashur has been eagerly talking about you. Her words instantly alleviate Lin Shi's awkwardness. However, as Lin Xiaotian and Jiang Ruyan approach, they pause, sensing that their son's demeanor is unusual. Not only does he seem rooted to the spot, but his eyes are also slightly red. Lin Xiaotian, unaware of the reason behind his son's state, finds it perplexing. They have only been apart for a few days. Why does it seem as though they have returned from the dead? Lin Shi gazes at the two faces he has yearned for day and night, overwhelmed with emotion. Dad, Mom, he calls out heavily, rushing to embrace his mother. To an outsider, this scene may appear awkward, but for Lin Shi, it is a moment of pure fortune. He feels blessed to have been reborn and to once again see the only two family members he has. Although Jiang Ruyan is oblivious to her son's experiences, she instinctively pats his back to comfort him. Subsequently, Lin Shi embraces Lin Xiaotian as well. However, old Deng's abrupt exclamation abruptly disrupted the atmosphere of familial reunion. Take it easy, you rascal. Lin Shi, upon hearing this, suddenly recalled that his father had an injury on his leg. He quickly wiped away the tears from his eyes and directed his gaze towards his father's right leg. Dad, is your leg all right? Although Lin Xiaotian appeared quite proper, there was a noticeable bulge just below his right leg, likely a remnant of a bandaging. Lin Xiaotian chuckled and shook his head. I'm fine. Not going to kick the bucket. As soon as he uttered this irreverent remark, Jiang Ruyan elbowed him sharply. What are you saying? Your son is concerned about you, and you respond with such flippancy. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiaotian seemed to realize that perhaps humor was not appropriate in this context, and he feigned a serious demeanor. Of course, I'm fine. It's merely a minor injury, and it will heal in a few days. You needn't worry, my dear. After saying this, Lin Xiaotian turned to Su Shi. Shi, you and Xiao sure haven't had lunch yet, right? Let's go eat something. Thus, the four of them boarded a vehicle heading to a restaurant affiliated with the Su family. The events of the previous day had awakened Su Shi to the reality that those lurking in the shadows had a propensity for nefarious deeds, making it impossible to let one's guard down. Henceforth, it would be prudent to remain within the confines of the Su family's jurisdiction to avoid any further attacks. Later, at the dining table, Lin Shi finally grasped the adage that life resembles a play, heavily reliant on performance. Su Shi maintained a demeanor of nervousness throughout, appearing like a delicate young lady, her legs slightly crossed and occasionally bowing her head. Lin Shi observed this scene, utterly incredulous. Sisters truly know how to act. Where is that domineering threat you made about wanting to register for marriage? Why not present it openly? Furthermore, his parents were exceedingly attentive to Su Shi, frequently offering her dishes and engaging in warm inquiries about her well-being. In contrast, their own son found his bowl devoid of their generosity. Yet, it must be said that Su Shi was remarkably considerate. Although his parents had not served him any food, she made it a point to offer him his favorite dishes, providing a sense of emotional affirmation. This gesture made Lin Shi feel a tad happier, prompting him to reciprocate by placing some of her preferred dishes on her plate. Before long, after a chicken leg was placed into his bowl by Su Shi, his mother, Jiang Ryun, chimed in. Shi, please eat your fill. This boy has hands. Lin Shi. This is the true disparity in treatment. It must be noted that Chinese cuisine suited his palate, and Lin Shi indulged to the point of nearly overindulging. Of course, this was largely due to Su Shi's influence. After their meal, considering that his parents had endured several hours on a flight, Lin Shi offered to take them back for some rest. He had initially intended for them to stay at a luxury hotel. However, they insisted on returning to the house they had previously purchased for him. It was fortunate that Zhou Wanjun had been sent away, for otherwise, he would have been at a loss for an explanation. Su Shi had previously informed him that all the original furniture in the house had been sold, replaced with a new set. Once he returned his parents to their home, they encouraged him and Su Shi to enjoy themselves and not to concern themselves with them any longer. Thus, the two opted to visit a shopping mall, or rather, it was Su Shi's decision, as she expressed a desire to venture out with him. Time flew by, and the afternoon soon slipped away. At the entrance of Wanxiang Tower in Jiangsheng, Jiang Shaocheng and Zhou Wanjun awaited their arrival. Although this establishment was not particularly opulent, it was certainly not lacking in the eyes of ordinary folk. Zhou Wanjun possessed some wealth, but was cautious about spending it frivolously. At least in her view, treating Lin Shi and Lin Yinxin to a meal here would not be a source of embarrassment. Why haven't they arrived yet? They had already been waiting for 5 minutes. And impatience was beginning to set in, especially for Zhou Wanjun, who was used to Lin Shi waiting for her. How had the tables turned so suddenly? Fortunately, not long after, a Maybach rolled up and came to a halt nearby. The next moment, they spotted Lin Yinxin emerging from the back seat. Jiang Shaocheng's eyes widened, fixed on a Maybach. This scene validated their prior assumptions. Lin Yinxin was indeed a quintessential rich girl. If tonight's plan succeeded, he felt confident that he would win her over. At that point, the luxury car would surely be at his disposal. Yinxin, you've arrived. As Lin Yinxin approached, Jiang Shaocheng greeted her affectionately. This immediate familiarity caused the actress to adopt a frosty demeanor. What did you just call me? Upon meeting her warning gaze, Jiang Shaocheng instinctively backed down. I misspoke. It's classmate Li. Now that you're here, let us go inside and take a seat. He gestured gallantly, inviting Lin Yinxin into Wanxiang Tower. Having seen much of the world, Lin Yinxin regarded this man as nothing more than a buffoon, truly adept at putting on a show. Zhou Wanjun, witnessing Jiang Shaocheng's sudden insistence on having Lin Yinxin enter swiftly, hesitated momentarily. Finally, she spoke up. Classmate Li. Lu Ping is already inside waiting for you. However, I'd like to preemptively address a matter. When Lu Ping formally apologizes to you, would you be able to forgive her? I fear their relationship may become strained otherwise. With that, she didn't allow Lin Yinxin a chance to respond and continued. Although she did spread rumors about you first, if we set aside the facts, classmate Li, you do bear some responsibility. If you hadn't claimed to be Lin's girlfriend at school, Lu Ping would never have misunderstood. Zhou Wanjun felt compelled to add this remark, purely because Jiang Shaocheng seemed to harbor feelings for Lin Yinxin. She could hardly bear to witness that, thus wishing to temper the girl's confidence. She did not wait for Lin Yinxin's reply, but was instead met with Lin Shi's voice approaching from a distance. If we're setting aside the facts, then what's the point of even discussing it? Chapter 62. Lu Ping. Lin Yinxin is envious of my beauty. The crude words echoed, causing Zhou Wanjun to shudder. Clearly, Lin Shi had not yet forgiven her, and she would have to sincerely apologize later. As long as tonight's plan unfolded successfully, and after the orange melon incident, she envisioned a scenario where she would be by Lin Shi's side, supporting and championing him. Surely this man would then be grateful to her. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Wanjun wore a smile. Ah, sure, you're here? Indeed, Zhou Wanjun felt no embarrassment at all now. Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated this woman to possess such a thick skin. Having just berated her, Zhou Wanjun still greeted him with a smile. He found it hard to believe that she could be so shameless. If Lin Shi was correct, tonight's dinner, ostensibly an apology, was likely a trap. The two of them were probably harboring ulterior motives. With this in mind, Lin Shi decided to play along. Were it not for Su Shi's assurance that this matter would resolve his issues with Zhou Wanjun and Lu Ping, those two persistent nuisances, he would never have attended tonight. Since you are here to apologize tonight, then present yourself in a manner befitting an apology. With that, Lin Shi cast a cold glance at Zhou Wanjun. Does your earlier aggressive demeanor resemble an apology? It appears you are merely placing blame. Zhou Wanjun was rendered speechless, unsure how to counter his assertion. However, had she not made such a statement earlier, when Lu Ping apologized to Lin Yinxin, the latter might not accept it. The reason was simple. given Lu Ping's character. Her attitude during the apology might not be very pleasant. As the time approached, if Lin Shi remained obstinate, Lu Ping would undoubtedly become even more agitated. It would indeed be a pity if their plans were to falter due to such matters. Therefore, my previous words served as a precautionary measure for Lin Shi. Lu Ping is inherently sensitive, and I fear it may provoke unnecessary conflict. Sensitive, you say? The mere mention of this descriptor amused Lin Shi. That avant-garde version of the fairy was indeed somewhat sensitive, but only towards outsiders. Towards herself, she exhibited no sensitivity whatsoever. Lin Shi would not entertain such an excuse and candidly stated, if you were to apologize, sincerity must be demonstrated. I do not wish to encounter that repugnant individual during dinner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanjun found herself in a predicament. However, Lu Ping was still expected to apologize to Lin Shi tonight, so I do not care if you do not acquiesce. I shall not enter the doors of Wanxiang Tower today. Upon hearing Lin Shi's declaration, Jiang Shaocheng, though displeased, felt compelled to address Zhou Wanjun directly for the sake of their plan for the evening. Classmate Zhou, please give Lu Ping a call and ask her to momentarily avoid us. We must ensure that tonight's plan is executed flawlessly. Jiang Shaocheng even adjusted his tone, opting for a less familiar address towards Zhou Wanjun, seeing that he had taken such a stance. Zhou Wanjun had no choice but to grit her teeth and call Lu Ping. Soon, an enraged voice erupted from the other end of the line. What did you say? Forcing this stunning beauty to retreat, Lu Ping could hardly believe her ears. She was supposed to be taking selfies tonight. Wanjun, is that wretched Lin Shi's doing? She must be envious of my beauty. Zhou Wanjun found herself at a loss for words, aware that her friend was a tad overconfident, yet she never anticipated such audacity. With that chubby face and 200 pounds of weight, how could she even compare herself to Lin Shi? Although she held no affection for the latter, one could not deny her superior looks. She was, at worst, slightly less attractive than Su Shixuan. It was not Lin Shi who said that, but Lin Shi. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping's anger only intensified. Ah, so it was that wretched sycophant's suggestion. He clearly holds disdain for this princess. Zhou Wanjun felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Yet, for the sake of their plan that evening, she could only strive to placate Lu Ping. Ping, have you forgotten our purpose tonight? To ensure the success of the plan, we must ask you to endure a little. Zhou Wanjun spoke in a deliberately lowered tone, casting a furtive glance at Lin Shi and the others nearby, fearful that Lu Ping might sabotage their efforts. To further soothe Lu Ping, Zhou Wanjun added, once this is all over, I shall take care of your meals for an entire semester. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping readily agreed. Since you said so, I shall leave the private room for now. Once you have administered the drug, I will emerge to assist you with the subsequent tasks. Zhou Wanjun felt a pang of nausea at Lu Ping's sudden change of heart. Indeed, it seemed that food was the easiest way to placate her. How quintessentially Lu Ping. In Zhou Wanjun's eyes, once their plan succeeded, Lin Shi would revert to being her sycophant, and she would not have to worry about meal expenses. It is settled then. After hanging up, Zhou Wanjun hurried over to Lin Shi and the others. Ah sure, I have arranged everything as per your instructions. Tonight, you shall not see her. Lin Shi, hearing this, chose not to elaborate further and merely nodded slightly. Let's proceed. As they spoke, he cast a glance at Lin Shi, only to find her looking back at him, her expression still that of innocent simplicity, leading her to genuinely believe that Jiang Shaocheng and the others intended to apologize to them. Fortunately, prior to arriving at Wanxiang Tower, Su Shi had instructed him to follow Lin Shi's lead. Otherwise, he would have felt rather uncertain. Had Zhou Wanjun and the others been of sound mind, he might not have harbored any concerns. However, precisely because they were unpredictable, one could never know what extreme actions they might resort to, thus caution was advisable. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Shi and his companions arrived at the second-floor private room of Wanxiang Tower. Although the room was empty, an array of dishes had already been prepared, a clear indication of meticulous planning for the evening. This left Lin Shi somewhat pensive. It was evident that these individuals had gone to considerable lengths for tonight's affair, further underscoring their dubious intentions. Subsequently, Lin Shi and Lin Shi took their seats at the head of the table, while Zhou Wanjun and Jiang Shaocheng flanked them. As the matter at hand remained unresolved, Jiang Shaocheng refrained from sitting beside Lin Shi, opting instead to position himself next to Lin Shi. Come, let us begin with the dishes. Zhou Wanjun beckoned, and seeing Lin Shi begin to serve herself, Lin Shi understood that no drugs had been slipped into the food. Thus, he too indulged, having skipped dinner prior. While Zhou Wanjun attended to the two, Jiang Shaocheng remarked, "It is rather dull to eat alone. I shall fetch a couple of bottles of wine." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shi addressed Lin Shi, "Brother Lin Shi, you should accompany Jiang classmate to fetch the wine. Be sure to bring plenty. For tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content. Zhou Wanjun and Jiang Shaocheng were momentarily taken aback by the sudden boldness of the seemingly fragile girl. They quickly realized that she must be wary of their intentions. Jiang Shaocheng harbored no resentment. On the contrary, he found this to be a desirable trait of a wealthy girl, proper awareness of safety. Yet, what would that do? He had already anticipated this. Thus, he had not placed the drug within the wine itself. At this moment, Jiang Shaocheng privately amused himself, thinking, little do you two know, the drug has been applied to the rim of the wine glasses. Chapter 63. Trapped by Lin Shi. Very well, Lin Shi, you shall accompany me to fetch the wine. As the two departed, Lin Shi seized the opportunity to engage Zhou Wanjun in conversation, diverting her attention. Their exchange revolved around Zhou's continual apologies, to which Lin Shi graciously responded with reassurances of understanding. Moreover, she even turned the tables, offering her own apology for the incident in which she had slapped Zhou Wanjun. Zhou Wanjun could hardly believe that this girl would exhibit such empathy, even apologizing to her, which left her feeling somewhat guilty. Lin Shi appeared like an angel, illuminating Zhou Wanjun's own murky existence. Yet, this mouse, rather than expressing gratitude, sought to drag the angel down from her pedestal, a truly reprehensible act. Casting a glance at the wine glasses on the table, Zhou Wanjun felt a sense of inevitability. The situation had reached a point of no return. Regardless, she resolved to commit this one bad deed. As long as she could reclaim Lin Shi, she would willingly pay any price. In her determination, she failed to notice Lin Shi swiftly swapping the positions of the wine glasses on the table. Before long, Jiang Shaocheng and Lin Shi returned with the drinks. Their expressions were neutral, each harboring their own thoughts. Although Lin Shi had not witnessed Jiang Shaocheng's manipulations with the drinks, his past experiences had equipped him with an understanding of other methods that could be employed discreetly. Jiang Shaocheng was eager to proceed, promptly uncorking the bottles and pouring the contents into the 4 glasses on the table. Having completed these tasks, he proactively lifted his wine glass and, with a hint of apology in his voice, spoke. Lin Shi, our friendship with Zhou has inadvertently led to a misunderstanding regarding our relationship, ultimately causing a rift between you two. Hence, I extend my sincere apologies for this matter tonight. I shall drink this glass as a gesture of amends. With that, Jiang Shaocheng drained his glass in one swift motion. The sight sent shivers down Lin Shi's spine. He had not anticipated that this typically delicate individual would go to such lengths for the sake of the evening. Yet, Lin Shi understood all too well that the reason behind Jiang Shaocheng's excessive drinking was to convince him of their genuine remorse. In a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shaocheng raised another glass and candidly addressed Lin Shi. Come, let us toast to hope that bygones may be bygones. Jiang Shaocheng had humbled himself significantly. Yet Lin Shi sensed an urgency in his insistence for him to drink. He instinctively glanced at Lin Shi, who remained unresponsive. This gave Lin Shi confidence that she likely approved of him consuming the drink. Following Jiang Shaocheng's lead, he too downed his drink without hesitation. Throughout this exchange, Zhou Wanwan and her companion watched intently, their expressions betraying their eagerness to divulge their scheme. Lin Shi observed this scene with a cold, mocking smile. Subsequently, Zhou Wanwan employed a similar tactic, resulting in both herself and Lin Shi consuming alcohol. At this point, both she and Jiang Shaocheng were exceedingly pleased, even exchanging glances filled with unspoken delight. In their eyes, 3 words resonated. The plan succeeded. The drug was provided by Lu Ping, although its origin remained a mystery. It was said to take effect rapidly. Within half an hour, it could render the drinker completely unconscious. As they awaited the drug's onset, both indulged in the lavish dishes before them, which were undeniably costly. Zhou Wanwan estimated that the total would easily reach several thousand yuan. However, she comforted herself with the thought that Lin Shi would cover the expenses after their plan came to fruition. As time passed, someone soon succumbed at the table. However, it was neither Lin Shi nor Lin Shi, but rather Jiang Shaocheng, who was the first to collapse. Witnessing this sudden turn of events left Zhou Wanwan momentarily stunned, unable to believe her eyes. How could he have fallen so suddenly? Was his tolerance truly that low? She leaned towards this possibility, dismissing the notion that he had confused his glass. After pondering, she concluded that Jiang Shaocheng was not foolish enough to mix up his drink. Thus, she surmised that his poor drinking capacity was the reason for his early downfall. This realization left her speechless. It reaffirmed her belief that men were utterly unreliable. Fortunately, Lu Ping was present tonight. When Lin Shi and Lin Shi eventually succumbed, there would be someone to assist in transporting them to the hotel. Lin Shi, observing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of anger. Indeed, they resorted to such petty tactics as drugging. If his suspicions were correct, the drug had not been mixed into the alcohol. Otherwise, they too would have succumbed. It was highly likely that the drug was in the glass itself, allowing them to deceive him into drinking. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Jiang Xiaochen who had collapsed, evidently due to Lin Yinxin's machinations. Contemplating this, Lin Shi cast an admiring glance at her and discreetly gave her a thumbs up beneath the table. However, just as he made this gesture, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, clouding his mind. His expression shifted dramatically, realizing that his own glass was compromised. He turned to Lin Yinxin, only to be met with her sly smile. At that moment, Lin Shi's mind buzzed with alarm. He had been duped. It was clearly Lin Yinxin's doing, and though he could not discern her motives, he was certain she had ulterior intentions. Regretting his promise to Su Shi, he wished to assert that she had misjudged him. The woman before him was utterly untrustworthy. Before he could voice his thoughts, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Unlike Jiang Xiaochen, who collapsed onto the table, Lin Shi was caught by Lin Yinxin. Zhou Wanwan, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She had been waiting for this moment. The drug was taking effect. Soon, once the drug within Lin Yinxin also activated, she and Lu Ping would transport both men back to the hotel to execute their scheme. However, Lin Yinxin interjected, "Zhou, these two truly have poor alcohol tolerance. They've barely consumed anything and are already incapacitated. How dull. I've lost all interest." With that, she pushed her own glass aside. "Since we've nearly finished our meal, why not take these two away? Let us ensure they are settled in the hotel, and we can return home." "What? So soon?" Zhou Wanwan was taken aback, noticing that the drug had yet to take effect on Lin Yinxin. Lin Yinxin pressed on. "So soon? Both men are already drunk. It would be pointless for us to continue drinking. It's better to send them off to the hotel. This way, we won't waste any time." Zhou Wanwan, finding merit in Lin Yinxin's reasoning, agreed. To avoid raising any suspicions, she decided to escort both Jiang Xiaochen and Lin Shi back to the hotel. Perhaps by the time they reached the halfway point, Lin Yinxin's drug would have taken effect. "All right, let us settle the bill and depart," she declared, reaching to assist Lin Shi, only to be halted by Lin Yinxin. "Zhou, you only need to support Jiang. I'll take care of Lin Shi." Although Zhou Wanwan felt a twinge of displeasure, she nodded in compliance, wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications in their plan. To her surprise, she witnessed Lin Yinxin, despite her petite stature, manage to support Lin Shi, who stood at 1.8 meters tall. "Let us go." With that, Zhou Wanwan steadied Jiang Xiaochen and began moving toward the exit. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yinxin, while assisting Lin Shi, licked her lips, whispering, "Lin Shi, I intend to make you mine." Chapter 64. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. "I want you to be my man. You will belong only to me." With this explosive declaration, Lin Yinxin guided Lin Shi out of the private room. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanwan, walking ahead, appeared busier than she let on. One hand supported Jiang Xiaochen, leaning him against the wall, while her other hand discreetly retrieved her phone. She sent a message to Lu Ping, instructing her to follow closely behind. As for what specifically Lu Ping should do, Zhou Wanwan had not elaborated, nor did she have the opportunity to do so, for Lin Yinxin was right behind her, and any unusual behavior would surely raise suspicions. In truth, she had requested Lu Ping's presence for a simple reason. She was concerned that once the drug took effect, Lin Yinxin might find herself incapacitated on the way, leaving her to manage both Lin Shi and Jiang Xiaochen alone. However, even with Lu Ping's assistance, they would only be able to support two of them. Therefore, they would have to abandon Jiang Xiaochen, as Lin Shi and Lin Yinxin were essential to their plan for the night. Thus, the two women supported a man each as they exited Wanxiang Tower. Upon stepping outside, Zhou Wanwan continued to walk right, prompting Lin Yinxin to inquire from behind. "Zhou, shall we not take a cab to send the two of them to the hotel?" Zhou Wanjun replied without a second thought, not even turning her head. "No need. There's a hotel not far ahead." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinxin's smile grew more pronounced, secretly cursing the woman for her foolishness, as her intentions were all too apparent. "Fine. Then wait for me." With that, Lin Yinxin quickened her pace. In a mere 30 seconds, she caught up with Zhou Wanjun, supporting Lin Shi as she did so. "How did you get here so quickly?" Zhou Wanjun was taken aback to see Lin Yinxin matching her stride. She felt something was amiss. Despite Lin Shi towering at 6 feet and not being particularly slender, the diminutive Lin Yinxin, barely 5 feet tall, was effortlessly assisting him. Zhou Wanjun was already astonished when she saw Lin Yinxin lift Lin Shi, but now, she was even more perplexed by her speed. Just how strong was she? Recalling that day when she was knocked down by Lin Yinxin, Zhou Wanjun's heart began to race, a sense of unease washing over her. Lin Yinxin was certainly not as simple as she appeared. Although the latter had consumed that drink, there was still a possibility that tonight's plan would succeed. If the truth came to light afterward, she, along with Jiang Shaocheng and Lu Ping, might face dire consequences. Yet, having come this far, Zhou Wanjun felt she could not turn back and could only pray that the effects of the drug on Lin Shi would manifest quickly. However, the situation exceeded Zhou Wanjun's expectations. Even upon reaching the hotel, Lin Shi remained lucid. With no other choice, Zhou Wanjun reluctantly booked 2 separate rooms, choosing not to book a single room to ensure the plan's continuation. On the way to secure the rooms, Lin Shi deliberately spoke up. "Zhou, you're quite generous. Wouldn't it suffice to book just 1 room?" Hearing this, a sense of pride inexplicably surged within Zhou Wanjun, causing her chest to puff out as if to proclaim, "I have plenty of money." Since both rooms were on the ground floor, Zhou Wanjun and Lin Shi swiftly placed Lin Shi and Jiang Shaocheng in separate rooms. Just as Lin Shi settled Lin Shi, an urgent footstep echoed behind her. "Li, how is Usher doing now?" It was Zhou Wanjun asking. Her concern was merely a facade, as she sought to delay Lin Shi's departure. What if she left? What would happen to their plan for the night? As she contemplated this, Lin Shi turned to regard Zhou Wanjun with a cold gaze. "Are you genuinely concerned about brother Lin Shi?" Zhou Wanjun's unease intensified at this inquiry. Especially under Lin Shi's scrutinizing gaze, she felt increasingly guilty, even avoiding direct eye contact. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she sensed that Lin Shi had seen through her. "Of course I care. After all, we have been childhood sweethearts. Shouldn't I be concerned if he is drunk?" The reasoning seemed sound, yet Lin Shi mercilessly exposed her. "Oh, drunk? Concerned? Is it not you who orchestrated tonight's scheme with that vile man, slipping a drug into brother Lin Shi's drink, causing him to faint?" At this revelation, Zhou Wanjun's heart jolted violently. "How could you?" she began, but abruptly fell silent, almost admitting her guilt. "Li, are you watching too many dramas? How could we be so wicked as to drug Usher?" Lin Shi anticipated her denial and pulled out her phone, casually tapping a few times. A familiar voice soon emanated from the device. "I wasn't very hungry this afternoon. I was thinking of discussing something with you." Indeed, it was Jiang Shaocheng's voice, the very same words he had spoken to Zhou Wanjun that afternoon. Yet, Zhou Wanjun was incredulous. How did Lin Shi possess this recording? Before she could ponder further, her own voice echoed from the phone. "What do you want to discuss with me?" "Wanjun, I have a plan to make Lin Shi completely leave Su Shi and return to your side." "What plan?" The subsequent recording revealed Jiang Shaocheng's scheme to drug Lin Shi and Lin Shi, then photograph them in a compromising position to send to Su Shi, prompting her to break up with Lin Shi. Throughout this process, Zhou Wanjun stood frozen, her mind blank, unable to believe this was reality. Jiang Shaocheng and his plan had not only been unveiled to this enigmatic girl before her, but they had also been recorded. "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Wanjun stammered, at a loss for words, ultimately managing to utter this feeble question. Lin Shi found her response utterly laughable. "You have descended to such depths for your own desires, and yet you dare ask me what I plan to do? How do you have the audacity to ask such a question?" At this moment, Zhou Wanjun was drenched in cold sweat, her heart filled with terror. Had there been no recording, she might have remained composed, even if Lin Shi had seen through her. As long as she did not confess, she would be fine. But now, with the recording in Lin Shi's possession, if it were handed over to the authorities, she, Jiang Shaocheng, and Lu Ping would be irrevocably doomed. Realizing this, Zhou Wanjun ceased her bravado and began to plead for mercy. "Li, as classmates, I beg you, please don't report us." "I certainly will not. However, I shall ensure that you live a life of greater torment." With that, Lin Shi moved swiftly, appearing behind Zhou Wanjun in the blink of an eye. Before she could react, a swift blow struck her neck. Zhou Wanjun's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the floor. In the final moment of consciousness, she glimpsed a sinister smile on Lin Shi's lips. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. Before losing consciousness, Zhou Wanjun felt a sense of finality. She had truly come to comprehend the terror embodied by this seemingly delicate girl. The fact that Lin Shi had obtained that recording indicated she had long been observing them or had anticipated the mischief between her and Jiang Shaocheng. Regardless of the reason, it was clear that their scheme had been known from the very beginning. Thus, every subsequent action by Lin Shi had been deliberately staged to play along with their charade. If Zhou Wanjun was not mistaken, Jiang Shaocheng had not merely succumbed to drunkenness. Rather, this woman had switched their drinks. What puzzled Zhou Wanjun was why Lin Shi had not tampered with Lin Shi's drink. Otherwise, he too would have fallen victim to the drug. Moreover, had Lin Shi done so, she would have had to faint alongside Jiang Shaocheng at Wanshang Building. Though Zhou Wanjun remained oblivious to the true intentions of this formidable woman, It was evident that the night had fallen squarely into her hands. Lu Ping would certainly be no match for her. Yet, there was nothing Zhou Wanjun could alter. Her consciousness faded completely at that moment. Regardless of the final outcome, she could only endure it. Observing Zhou Wanjun sprawled on the ground, Lin Yinxin's lips curled into a smirk. Now we just need one last participant. With that, she disdainfully dragged Zhou Wanjun away. 10 minutes later, Lu Ping in the hotel lobby was beside herself with anxiety. She had sent Zhou Wanjun a dozen messages, all inquiring whether arrangements had been made, yet received no response. This lack of communication filled Lu Ping with a foreboding sense of dread. Simultaneously, a question lingered in her mind. Why had Zhou Wanjun brought Lin Yinxin into the hotel? Shouldn't the protagonists of this affair be solely Lin Shi and Zhou Wanjun? Lin Yinxin should have been sent away beforehand. Moreover, Jiang Xiaocheng, who was supposed to take photographs, had become intoxicated. Was this merely an act, perhaps to lower Lin Shi's defenses? Lu Ping considered the possibility that Zhou Wanjun was likely waiting for Lin Yinxin to leave, so that they could proceed with their scheme. With this thought, her anxiety diminished. She couldn't believe that the three of them would be incapable of handling Lin Shi and Lin Yinxin. After what seemed like an eternity, a familiar figure approached. Lu Ping immediately recognized Lin Yinxin and swiftly stepped forward to inquire, "Lily, classmate, why are you alone? Where's Wanjun?" Lin Yinxin glanced at her with displeasure and pointed towards the depths of the hotel. "She's in room 109, saying she will fetch some water for brother Lin Shi, so he won't wake up thirsty." Upon hearing this, Lu Ping nodded in relief, fully aware that Zhou Wanjun intended to execute the subsequent plan, using an excuse to send Lin Yinxin away. In order for the plan to proceed smoothly, Lu Ping rarely lowered her head and spoke. "Li, I sincerely apologize for the previous incident. I never intended to spread rumors about you and Lin Shi. I hope you won't hold it against someone like me." Witnessing Lu Ping's feigned sincerity made Lin Yinxin feel nauseated, yet she maintained an indifferent nod. "We are classmates. Of course I won't hold a grudge. I have matters to attend to, so you can accompany Zhou classmate back to school. You two will be good company and safer at night." Lu Ping, upon hearing this, did not accept Lin Yinxin's goodwill. She found the seemingly sweet and delicate girl before her to be utterly hypocritical. Hadn't she just warned her and Zhou Wanjun to be cautious, merely to appear benevolent? Truly a classic case of a green tea bitch. Lu Ping inwardly cursed, while Lin Yinxin had no intention of engaging with her further, turning to exit the hotel. After half a minute, seeing the bothersome woman finally leave, a greasy smile spread across Lu Ping's face. The nuisance has finally departed. Now it's time to find Wanjun to implement the plan. Lu Ping approached the door of room 109, only to find it inexplicably ajar. Although Zhou Wanjun had not replied to her messages, she knew the task had been accomplished. All that remained was to capture some photographs that would infuriate Su Shi. As long as that young lady realized Lin Shi was a scoundrel who flitted from one girl to another, she would surely cast him aside. Lin Shi's reputation would plummet. And even if Su Shi were to still want him, the entire Su family would never accept a morally bankrupt heartbreaker. While contemplating this, Lu Ping stepped into the room without hesitation. At that moment, she furrowed her brow slightly, for she noticed that only the bathroom light was on, while the main light in the room remained off. What was going on? Bewildered, she switched on the light. After all, Lin Shi was already incapacitated. Even the brightest light would not rouse him now. "Wanjun, why did you leave the lights off?" As she posed this question, her gaze fell upon the bed, where Zhou Wanjun lay, eyes closed. Initially, Lu Ping assumed she was asleep, but upon further reflection, she found that improbable. Most likely, Zhou Wanjun was striking a pose, hoping to have her photograph taken in a compromising situation with Lin Shi. And indeed, there was a man lying beside her. The scene before Lu Ping grew increasingly unsatisfactory in her eyes. From her perspective, Zhou Wanjun and Lin Shi were sleeping back to back, appearing utterly unromantic. How would that provoke Su Shi? Thus, she advanced to turn Zhou Wanjun and Lin Shi toward each other, hoping to capture an image of them embracing. Ideally, she would remove their outer garments, covering their clothing with a blanket, leaving their arms exposed, so that from an outward view, they would appear undressed. "I am truly clever." Lu Ping praised herself as she first removed Zhou Wanjun's outerwear and turned her over. During this process, she mused, why was Zhou Wanjun still pretending to be asleep? Could she not awaken to cooperate, or was she genuinely drunk? However, Lu Ping dismissed the thought. Even if she were truly intoxicated, it mattered not, for she could complete the photographic task alone. After all, the only requirement was to send it to Su Shi. Once she had her friend arranged, Lu Ping promptly moved to the opposite side, intending to employ the same method with Lin Shi. Yet, as she approached the bed, something felt decidedly amiss. Why was Lin Shi still covered by the blanket? She had to reveal his face, Otherwise, that lovesick young lady might not recognize him as Lin Shi. With that, Lu Ping yanked the blanket aside. Upon seeing the man on the bed, her pupils contracted in shock. It was not Lin Shi at all but Jiang Shaocheng, who had already passed out. Lu Ping was utterly perplexed, unsure why Zhou Wanjun was in bed with him. In her confusion, she decided to attempt waking Zhou Wanjun. Wanjun, wake up. Why are you sleeping with Jiang Shaocheng? Yet, no matter how she called out, Zhou Wanjun remained still, as if lifeless. Panic began to set in for Lu Ping. She had no idea how to manage this situation. Moreover, where was Lin Shi? She had witnessed him being helped into the hotel by Lin Shi. Could have been that woman's doing. Zhou Wanjun could only suspect Lin Shi had sabotaged their plan. Just as she thought this, a devilish voice echoed from behind her. Ice fruit, you guessed correctly. Lu Ping was startled by the voice behind her. Who? Who is there? Turning around, she saw that it was Lin Shi, her expression now twisted into a sinister grin, completely devoid of the innocence she had previously exhibited. Panic surged within Lu Ping. She felt utterly defenseless before Lin Shi, who had likely perpetrated the drugging. Even though she appeared courageous, she was acutely aware of the dire consequences if this matter were to be exposed. If it escalated, she, along with Zhou Wanjun and Jiang Shaocheng, would face criminal charges. This was no trifling matter. After all, she was merely a university student, utterly unprepared to shoulder such a burden. Thus, she feigned ignorance and spoke. Lily, classmate, didn't you have something to attend to? Why have you returned? Lin Yinxin clearly had no desire to engage in trivial conversation, cutting straight to the chase. I must say, you are utterly shameless. To resort to such underhanded tactics to defame others and attempt to break them apart. How despicable. Lu Ping, chastised, felt a surge of frustration, but more than that. She was consumed by anxiety. What if Lin Yinxin exposed their actions? It would be the end of her. Lin Yinxin, impatient to pursue her intentions, resolved not to waste any more time on this loathsome creature, advancing step by step toward her. If I am not mistaken, you have come here to take photographs, and I shall assist you with that. However, I'll be capturing an image of the three of you together. With that said, Lin Yinxin swiftly rendered Lu Ping unconscious. With a mere flick of her wrist, she effortlessly lifted the 200-pound fairy and tossed her onto the bed. After stripping the three of them of their outer garments, Lu Ping even arranged them in a sleeping pose, with Jiang Shaocheng nestled in the center, flanked by Lu Ping and Zhou Wanjun. Finding the perfect angle, Lin Yinxin retrieved a small camera from her waist, adjusted the settings, and pressed the shutter. Click. 2.5 minutes passed. As Lin Yinxin exited room 109, she gazed at the camera in her hand with satisfaction. Hee, if these photos were to be leaked, I wonder if they would still be able to navigate the halls of Jiangsheng University. In truth, the most effective way to deal with the three of them would be to make them vanish. Yet that would be far too dull. They should be made to reap what they have sown, experiencing the consequences of their own actions. Since they dared to meddle with my Lin Shi brother, they deserve such treatment, to become the greatest joke of the school. However, that is a task for tomorrow. Tonight, I shall claim my Lin Shi brother. With that, Lin Yinxin strode directly into room 108, closing and locking the door behind her the moment she entered. Lin Shi brother, I have arrived. As she spoke, Lin Yinxin began to unbutton her clothing and slipped off her skirt. Yet, just as she took a couple of steps into the room, her pace came to an abrupt halt. Simultaneously, the smile on her face quickly vanished, replaced by a frigid expression. When did you arrive? Indeed, an unexpected guest had entered the room. Lin Shi's legitimate wife, Su Shi, at that moment, clad in a pale purple dress. Su Shi regarded the nearly undressed Lin Yinxin with a mocking smile. You told me during the day that you would safely bring Lin Shi back tonight. Is this what you call safety? Su Shi cast a glance around the room and at the items in Lin Yinxin's hands, noting the absence of anything resembling safety. Realizing this woman's true intentions, Su Shi's smile faded, and her demeanor turned even colder. It seems I have indeed arrived at an opportune moment, interrupting your little escapade. The seemingly innocent girl, Lin Yinxin, now remained unfazed as she picked up her skirt from the floor and nonchalantly put on. Once she was dressed, she turned to Su Shi with a smile. Tonight, I miscalculated. I underestimated your vigilance over Lin Shi brother. If I'm not mistaken, he must have some sort of listening device on him. Su Shi readily admitted. I do this to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. With that, she stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across Lin Yinxin's face. This slap serves as a warning for your actions tonight. Lin Shi and I are legally married. What you have done has crossed the boundaries of our agreement. After saying this, Su Shi ignored Lin Yinxin's darkened expression. She resolutely picked up Lin Shi, who lay on the bed, and domineeringly strode toward the door. During this exchange, Lin Yinxin offered no resistance and refrained from retaliation, merely remaining rooted in place. It was only after she had departed completely that she clenched her fists. So what if they are married? It was under duress. I shall not give up on my pursuit. I lost him once. Now I must seize him. The following day, Lin Shi groggily opened his eyes. Upon seeing the sunlight streaming through the window, he sat up in alarm. The moment he realized he was awake, thoughts of being duped by Lin Shi flooded his mind, and instinctively, he felt she intended to do something to him. However, after surveying his surroundings, Lin Shi let out a sigh of relief. He discovered he was in a room arranged for him by his father-in-law at the Su family residence. Since he had returned unscathed, it indicated that nothing significant had transpired the previous night. To be honest, just before his consciousness faded, he had seen a strange smile on Lin Shi's lips. He had only felt discomfort in his kidneys, an unsettling notion that this woman might have been after them. There was no escaping the fact that, prior to his rebirth, he had been inundated with tales of kidney-stealing teams lurking everywhere. Furthermore, considering Lin Shi's ambiguous identity and the fact that she had already tricked him once, it was only natural for him to be wary. Returning to the present, as he prepared to rise from the bed, Lin Shi suddenly noticed something pressing against his chest. Lowering his gaze, he realized that the blanket covering him was somewhat askew. Upon lifting the blanket, he beheld a breathtaking beauty in a black nightgown, resting on his chest. Her beautiful eyes fluttered slightly, resembling a serene, sleeping beauty. Yet from his current vantage point, he was compelled to gaze at her more intently. His attention was drawn to certain alluring features, which he found difficult to divert his gaze from. The depth of her cleavage was striking, utterly captivating. So, it was no wonder he found himself entranced. Furthermore, the bed was enveloped in a familiar violet fragrance, making it challenging for Lin Shi to maintain his composure. At that moment, Su Shi, who lay beside him, seemed to stir, emitting a soft murmur. Indeed, she soon opened her eyes. Her dark, beautiful eyes sparkled brilliantly. Especially upon waking, her dazed expression was simply adorable, prompting Lin Shi to feel an irresistible urge to kiss her. A real man dares to think and act. So he leaned in and planted a kiss on Su Shi's cheek. Startled, Su Shi's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Lin Shi, how could you? So early in the morning? With that, she covered her face in embarrassment. However, her bashful demeanor quickly froze. Chapter 67. Lu Ping, I don't care. You must take responsibility for me. Su Shi was momentarily stunned, her cheeks reddening as if bleeding. You actually... She initially intended to voice her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately hurriedly climbing off Lin Shi and beginning to put on her shoes. Lin Shi, too, felt quite awkward. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. Youth and exuberance were to blame. Even with Su Shi's back turned to him, the sight of her fair, exquisite back and exquisitely contoured waist was nothing short of mesmerizing. The ratio of her waist to hips was simply perfect, leading him to marvel at how this woman possessed a figure akin to a sculpted masterpiece. In a normal context, it would be virtually impossible for any human to possess such an extraordinary physique. He found himself parched and breathless from the mere sight of her. Initially, Lin Shi intended to suppress his feelings and inquire about what had transpired the previous night. Yet like a mouse fleeing from a cat, Su Shi quickly donned her shoes and hastily exited the room without looking back. I will just return to my room to change. Lin Shi wished to call out to her, but Su Shi's speed was evidently superior, and she quickly scurried out of his room. Though he had not managed to voice his questions, he could not deny that the sight of her delicate, slender legs as she departed was truly a sight to behold. It appeared he had discovered that the seemingly aloof campus belle was, in fact, harboring desires for him. While he had no recollection of the previous night's events, he knew that Su Shi had held him throughout the night. Although this was a dream come true for many men, if it were to become a nightly occurrence, it would be quite terrifying. Who knows, perhaps one evening, Su Shi and he would cross the final line. Considering how attached she had become to him, it was entirely possible that this would become a nightly affair. The thought sent Lin Shi's face flushing, and he dared not delve further into it. He patted his flushed cheeks, feeling an unexpected sense of lewdness for the first time, wondering how he had succumbed to such fanciful imaginings. Once he regained his composure, Lin Shi picked up the phone from the table beside him, unlocking it to discover that it was already 10 in the morning. Fortunately, he had no classes scheduled for the day, so indulging in a late sleep was quite delightful. However, it was a sleep he had been forced into. The drug laced in the alcohol he had consumed the previous evening had caused him to fall asleep by 8 o'clock, and he had remained in slumber until now. After stretching lazily, all the fatigue from his body dissipated. He then proceeded to dress, prompted by Su Shi's voice from the room across, urging him, sure. Breakfast is ready. Hurry up and eat. Su Shi's tone betrayed no hint of the previous night's events, leading Lin Shi to believe she had dismissed the matter entirely. In truth, the reality was quite the opposite. Once he was dressed, he made his way to the living room, where he found she clad in a pristine white dress, exuding an aura of innocence. The lingering flush on her delicate face accentuated her shyness, rendering her even more enchanting. The only downside was that she dared not meet his gaze. Lin Shi, feeling even more awkward as the party directly involved, quietly sat down to eat, refraining from inquiring about the events of the previous night. The living room was not exclusively theirs. Several maids were present, waiting to serve. They had prepared breakfast, as it was customary in the Su family estate, where Su Yu and Qin Molin also resided. The estate was expansive, necessitating regular upkeep and cleaning. Although the breakfast before him appeared splendid, with top-notch ingredients, it paled in comparison to the extraordinary meals prepared by the school belle, Su Shi. Meanwhile, in a hotel near Wanxiang Tower, Zhou Wanjun slowly opened her eyes and abruptly sat up, glancing around in a frenzy. Upon seeing her surroundings, her pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? The person lying beside her was none other than Jiang Xiaocheng. Instinctively, she felt that they had crossed an intimate boundary. However, she quickly realized her fears were unfounded. Her clothes were intact, and she felt no discomfort, indicating that nothing untoward had transpired. Still uneasy, Zhou Wanjun pulled back the covers draped over Jiang Xiaocheng, and upon seeing that he too was fully clothed, she instinctively sighed in relief. What puzzled her was that Lu Ping was sleeping on Jiang Xiaocheng's left side, while she herself was on his right. What on earth was happening? Zhou Wanjun racked her brain, recalling the incident from the previous night when Lin Shi had exposed her, sending chills down her spine. If her suspicions were correct, the reason they were all in bed together was likely orchestrated by that woman. What baffled her further was that nothing had occurred among the three of them. What was Lin Shi's true intention? Was it to threaten them with photographs? At that moment, Zhou Wanjun felt a sense of relief, believing that the other party had opted against making a public spectacle of the situation. Otherwise, their lives would be irrevocably ruined. Pulling her thoughts together, she feared that Jiang Xiaocheng might awaken and complicate matters. Thus, she swiftly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and gathered her scattered clothing before exiting the room. Bang! The sound of the door closing was somewhat louder than intended, jolting both Jiang Xiaocheng and Lu Ping awake. Still groggy from sleep, they looked around in confusion, but their eyes quickly met and clarity dawned. Jiang Xiaocheng was bewildered, questioning how he had ended up sharing a bed with this fierce woman. Given that they were clearly in a hotel, it indicated that Jiang Xiaocheng's thoughts spiraled, and he felt nauseated at the thought of having slept with someone like her. He lifted the covers to check, and upon seeing that he was still fully clothed, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing scandalous had occurred. However, he wondered why Lu Ping remained silent. Glancing over, he found her expression vacant. The next moment, the dragon unleashed her roar. Jiang Xiaocheng was nearly deafened by her volume, and he hastily began to explain, Lu Ping, please be quiet. Let me clarify. Actually, Before he could finish, Lu Ping covered her ears and shook her head vigorously. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Jiang Xiaocheng was left speechless, at a loss for how to explain. After all, the nuclear bomb before him had already shut down her ears. With no other option, Jiang Xiaocheng reached out to pull Lu Ping's hands away. Lu Ping, the truth is we didn't slap. Just as he began to speak, Lu Ping's palm struck his face. Immediately, her voice trembled with emotion. I don't care. Since you've taken my body, you must be responsible for me. Chapter 68. Jiang Xiaocheng's direct confession. Lin Shi's unparalleled dilemma. Jiang Xiaocheng was utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless. The primary issue was Lu Ping's volume. Hotels typically had poor soundproofing. If their commotion attracted the staff, they might genuinely believe he had taken advantage of Lu Ping the night before. Of course, misunderstandings meant little, as he had done nothing wrong. The truth would ultimately come to light. However, Jiang Xiaocheng was concerned that before the truth emerged, all who saw or heard the events would assume he had been insatiable, believing he would resort to drugs just to seduce a woman like Lu Ping. Lu Ping, oblivious to Jiang Xiaocheng's thoughts, continued her tirade. You perverted scoundrel. You filthy man. How could you resort to such despicable means to possess me? As she struggled to recall the events of the previous night, her current conclusions were based solely on her subjective assumptions. How could you, Jiang Xiaocheng? I truly misjudged you. To obtain my body, you would stoop so low as to drug me. You are truly a base man. Lu Ping exclaimed, yet deep down, she felt a sense of joy. She had never been in a relationship before. Every man she encountered during her school years had failed to recognize her worth, never daring to confess their feelings. Perhaps it was their own insecurities that held them back. This indirectly proved that she was indeed quite beautiful. After all, Being slightly plump was the ideal. And within the realm of slightly plump women, Lu Ping was a true gem. Yet, she longed for a sweet romance, and Jiang Xiaocheng, with his slender frame, was precisely her type. Previously, she had refrained from competing for his affections out of respect for her friend Zhou Wanjun, who harbored feelings for him. However, now that Jiang Xiaocheng had already laid claim to her, she had no intention of letting him go. He was the first man to touch her, and she would cling to him from here on out. Though Jiang Xiaocheng was not exceptionally handsome, he was undeniably charming in his own right, and she had a particular fondness for such delicate young men. Before long, as Lu Ping began to envision a future with Jiang Xiaocheng and contemplate what they might name their children, the man beside her erupted in anger. Cease your wild imaginings. You rotund woman. Last night we were both fully clothed, and nothing transpired. With this declaration, Jiang Xiaocheng jolted Lu Ping back to the stark reality of the situation. She pulled back the covers and, to her astonishment, discovered that his words were indeed true. Her undergarments seemed untouched. This revelation brought a wave of embarrassment crashing over her. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of disappointment surged through her being, leaving Lu Ping grappling with disbelief. Seeing that Lu Ping had finally ceased her commotion, Jiang Xiaocheng exhaled a sigh of relief. After listening intently for any sound from outside the door and detecting silence, he felt completely at ease and began to don his outerwear. I fainted last night, utterly oblivious to what transpired, nor do I know if our plans were successful. I must hasten to find Wanjun and inquire if he captured the photos. With that thought, Jiang Xiaocheng had finished putting on his coat and was about to leave the bed when, unexpectedly, Lu Ping swiftly grasped his arm. He regarded her with suspicion, an ominous premonition stirring within him, as if he must escape this room at once. Yet, contemplating such thoughts now was futile. Lu Ping held onto his arm firmly, rendering him incapable of freeing himself. The disparity in their sizes was insurmountable. He weighed just over 100 pounds while she surpassed 200. This vast difference in weight left him utterly defenseless. With no other recourse, Jiang Xiaocheng begrudgingly inquired, "What do you intend to do, Lu Ping?" "Do." Without affording Jiang Xiaocheng a moment to react, Lu Ping exerted her strength, forcibly pushing him back onto the bed. In her mind, this was the only opportunity to seize her ideal man, and she could not allow it to slip away. Jiang Xiaocheng was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to muster any resistance, fully at her mercy. Time passed, and he felt utterly numb. Sigh, I might as well consider myself trampled by a hog. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, Lin Shi and his companion had finished their breakfast. They had awakened rather late, while Su Yu and Qin Molin had already departed for the office to attend to matters. Despite being a woman and not bearing the Su surname, Su Yu welcomed Qin Molin's involvement in the family business, as the Su family's enterprises were simply too vast for one individual to manage alone. As Lin Shi's thoughts wandered, he was suddenly interrupted by Su Shi's voice. Sure, I must go to the airport to pick someone up. You stay at home and await my return. We shall dine together at noon." Although Su Shi did not disclose the identity of her guest, nor invited him to accompany her, he chose not to press further. "All right. Do remember to drive safely." Su Shi nodded slightly and then cautioned, "Recently, Jiang City has been rather unstable, so it will be best for you to venture out less and avoid going alone." Lin Shi acknowledged her words and watched as Su Shi turned to leave the villa. 2.5 minutes later, upon returning to his room, Lin Shi was still enveloped by the lingering scent of violets, a fragrance that was truly enchanting. Unfortunately, he found himself alone in the room. Sighing softly, Lin Shi aimlessly scrolled through his phone. However, at this time, smartphones lacked the plethora of functions and apps that would later become ubiquitous. The concept of short videos, which would eventually sweep the globe, was merely in its infancy. Lin Shi skimmed through his phone, quickly succumbing to boredom. Stepping out of his room, his gaze was drawn to Su Shi's quarters. The experiences he had undergone since his rebirth felt surreal. From the moment Su Shi had forcibly taken him to get their marriage certificate to her meticulous care for him, and now their intimate relationship, Lin Shi began to suspect that before his amnesia, he and Su Shi had shared a connection. At the very least, they had known each other. Otherwise, the current circumstances were utterly inexplicable. With his curiosity piqued, Lin Shi resolved to explore Su Shi's room, hoping to uncover some revelations. After all, she had resided in that room prior to their marriage, making it her true home. Without hesitation, he opened the door and entered Su Shi's sanctuary. After all, they were now married, so it seemed entirely reasonable for him to be there. Typically, su once exudeda de la itfel fragrance, the sweet scent of violets that lingered in the air whenever she was near. Now, however, the aroma in her room was overwhelming. Lin Shi inhaled deeply, savoring the intoxicating scent. Chapter 69. The Exhausted Jiang Xiaocheng. The fragrance enveloped his chest, and he found himself wearing a foolish expression. No, he shook his head, quickly regaining his composure. Ever since becoming involved with the beautiful Su Shi, he felt himself growing increasingly lewd. After all, he had once been a director of a large corporation. His current behavior was far beneath his former dignity. Blaming Su Shi for her irresistible allure, Lin Shi quickly refocused his attention on her room. During a previous dinner with his in-laws, they had mentioned that Su Shi did not permit any maids to enter her personal space. Nevertheless, the room remained immaculate and orderly, indicating that this young lady diligently maintained her surroundings. As he ventured further into the room, Lin Shi noticed that the decor was predominantly pink, undeniably feminine. However, his gaze soon strayed to the balcony, where clothes were hung. Indeed, the entire decor is quite pink, he mused, quickly diverting his gaze, fearful of blushing. After surveying the surface, he found nothing of interest. As for rummaging through her belongings, that was simply out of the question. Entering a woman's room without her permission was already quite inappropriate. He would not stoop to more dubious actions. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he caught sight of a small picture frame atop the bedside table. Instantly captivated, he approached to examine the photograph within. It was undeniably tiny, scarcely larger than his palm. Upon closer inspection, he beheld two children. A little girl who wore a necklace and seemed to be holding a camera, likely one tethered by a strap. Her face was adorned with a smile, though her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just been crying, and her nose was even running. It was quite an amusing sight. The other child was a young boy, his face not entirely visible in the photograph. Only his profile was captured. Even so, his left eye was clearly directed toward the girl. Though only one eye was visible, it was strikingly beautiful, akin to the stars, deep and imbued with unique colors. His lips curved into a gentle smile. It was evident that both children were sharing a moment of joy. The little girl radiated joy, her laughter a melody of innocence, while the boy chuckled with a hint of indulgence, as if he were gazing upon his younger sister. Could this girl be Su Shi? Lin pondered softly, yet the transformation was astonishing. The child in the photograph appeared to bear no resemblance to Su Shi whatsoever. It was not that the little girl lacked beauty. Indeed, her cherubic face exuded cuteness. In contrast, Su Shi herself possessed a visage that could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful, albeit with a somewhat mature allure. Of course, she could also embody a more playful charm, yet her version of cuteness was distinctly different from that of the little girl. Was this what they meant by a woman's transformation with age? Lin found it hard to believe that Su Shi would keep photographs of unfamiliar girls in her room. As for the boy, while undeniably handsome, his profile did not strike Lin as resembling his own in any significant way. Could it be that boys undergo a similar transformation? The only reason Lin considered the boy in the photograph could possibly be himself was due to the fact that this picture served as a clue within Su Shi's room. There was nothing else to substantiate that he and Su Shi had ever crossed paths. Thus, Lin continued to gaze at the photograph for a while longer. But finding no further discoveries, he ultimately decided to leave the room. He resolved to inquire about the photograph upon Su Shi's return. In truth, he had long harbored suspicions about having known Su Shi in the past. During his hospitalization, he had inadvertently asked her about it several times. Yet she always shook her head, leaving Lin in a state of doubt. Since the day of his rebirth, he had been plagued by countless questions, yet he could find no one to provide him with answers. His greatest query revolved around why his rebirth and past experiences were so starkly different. Was it possible that someone other than him had altered everything in advance? This was the only explanation Lin could conceive. Half an hour later, within the confines of the hotel, Lu Ping had released Jiang City, now fully dressed, her face aglow as she stepped down from the bed. However, an expression of lingering satisfaction remained upon her countenance. She had never anticipated that Jiang City would be so inept. While half an hour might seem lengthy, in reality, it amounted to merely a minute or two. Given that this was an average, the duration was indeed brief. Yet, there were no restrictions on the number of attempts, and Jiang City had truly exhausted himself. Observing Lu Ping seated at the edge of the bed, Jiang Xiaoqing's face was a canvas of dread. He had not expected this woman to be so formidable. After a prolonged tug-of-war, he had nearly fainted from the exertion. Furthermore, his ribs throbbed painfully, as though they had been fractured. "Take me to the hospital," he implored. Lu Ping, seeing his feeble state, regarded him with disdain. "Jiang Xiaoqing, it seems I have truly overestimated you. And to think you would mention a hospital so soon after our encounter. What exactly do you mean by that?" Faced with an opponent he could neither strike nor argue against, Jiang Xiaoqing felt utterly despondent. He regretted ever devising the plan that led to Lin's humiliation by Su. thinking that he would have never given Zhou Wanjun the chance to execute it. Moments ago, while Lu Ping had been with him, Zhou Wanjun had called, informing him that their scheme from last night had failed. The photographs had not been captured, and even their plans had fallen into the hands of Lin Shi, along with recordings of their prior scheming. Those were indeed damning evidence against them. However, at that moment, Jiang Shaocheng had been enduring inhumane torment, his mind too occupied to contemplate the implications. After Lu Ping finally relented, he could only feel a wave of dread wash over him. He hoped fervently that Lin Shi would not escalate the matter. Otherwise, the three of them would be in dire straits. Glancing at the repulsive Lu Ping, Jiang Shaocheng's ire surged within him. To be sullied by such a loathsome woman was a profound humiliation, and he vowed to cleanse himself thoroughly at the earliest opportunity, preferably with a disinfectant. Alas, he lamented the previous night's misfortune. With a sigh, the sharp pain in his ribs returned, prompting him to call out to Lu Ping, who was about to leave. Lu Ping, I think I may have sustained an injury. Please take me to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanjun had returned to her dormitory at school. The events of the previous night left her feeling anxious and unsettled. She feared that Lin Shi would ruthlessly expose their actions, which would spell disaster for her. The reality was that they had indeed acted wrongly, committing an egregious offense. And logically, Lin Shi would be unlikely to forgive them. If the roles were reversed, and she had nearly been drugged, she certainly would not forgive the perpetrator either. What was she to do? Zhou Wanjun felt utterly helpless. Earlier, she had called Jiang Shaocheng, hoping to ascertain his thoughts on their next steps. To her surprise, upon connecting, he claimed to be busy out jogging for exercise. Chapter 70. The Direct Approach of Su Shi. Zhou Wanjun found this hard to believe. After all, when she had awakened in the hotel, Jiang Shaocheng had still been asleep beside her. Moments later, upon calling him, he claimed to be running. That seemed implausible. Yet, the voice on the other end, Jiang Shaocheng, was indeed panting as if he were not lying. Although Zhou Wanjun was perplexed, this was not the time for such musings. She needed to devise a strategy to mitigate the situation. She had to prevent Lin Shi from escalating the matter, striving to contain the fallout. After deliberating for half an hour, Zhou Wanjun finally made a decision. She stepped out of her dormitory and dialed Lin Shi's number. Desperate, she sought Lin Shi's forgiveness, hoping to at least secure some leniency. Previously, they had exchanged contact information to arrange a meal at Wanxiang Tower, and that contact now served as her lifeline. Zhou Wanjun intended to adopt a humble demeanor and comply with whatever demands Lin Shi might have, believing that she could avoid being cornered. However, the reality proved starkly different. Having rehearsed her lines in her mind multiple times, she was met with nothing but the emotionless sound of a disconnected line. Hello. The number you have dialed is switched off. Sorry. 2 hours passed, and noon arrived. Lin Shi had donned his attire and stood at the entrance of the estate, awaiting his appointment. Just half an hour prior, Su Shi had messaged him, arranging to meet for lunch and mentioning that she would introduce him to someone. Upon reading her message, Lin felt a wave of irritation. The reason was simple. Upon meeting Su Shi, there would be others present. How then could he broach the subject of the photographs? Alas, he thought, one step at a time. Before long, a black Rolls-Royce glided to a halt before him. As Su Lin emerged from the driver's seat, she gracefully opened the rear passenger door. Sir, please. Lin Shi regarded the scene with suspicion. The individual Su she had mentioned in her message was the very person she had come to collect from the airport. But where was this person? The Rolls-Royce was a four-seater, and he could already see Su Shi seated in the back. If he were to join her there, it would imply that the individual she had picked up was currently occupying the front passenger seat. This arrangement struck Lin as peculiar. Due to his belief that Su Shi was merely entertaining a guest, Lin Shi felt it inappropriate for a visitor to occupy the front passenger seat alone. Despite this internal conflict, he hastily entered the vehicle. As anticipated, a stranger occupied the passenger seat. She was clad in a gray trench coat, her hair elegantly pinned up, and she appeared to be wearing glasses. Since the woman did not turn to face him, Lin Shi could only glean these details. Out of politeness, he intended to inquire about the woman's identity from Su Shi, but before he could utter a word, Su Shi spoke up. Ah, sure, allow me to introduce you. This is my friend by Quebec. She is a renowned surgeon, a leading figure in global medicine, and has returned home after achieving numerous accolades. The phrase returned home after achieving numerous accolades struck Lin Shi as somewhat incongruous. As if confirming his suspicions, the woman in the passenger seat turned around, her face etched with discontent. What accolades? I'm currently at the pinnacle of my career. If it weren't for your insistence. Before Bai K could finish her statement, Su Shi's gentle cough interrupted her. Ahem, Kjia, think carefully before you speak. What exactly am I insisting upon? Nothing, Bai K retorted curtly, promptly turning away again. In that brief moment, Lin Shi managed to observe the woman's features, which exuded an air of sophistication. She appeared significantly more mature than Su Shi, likely in her late 20s or early 30s. While Su Shi was still pursuing her university studies, Bai Kei had already established herself as a reputable physician, highlighting a notable age disparity. If Bai Kei truly possessed the capabilities Su Shi described, she would indeed be a prodigy, for few attain such professional heights at that age. Yet, as someone already acclaimed worldwide, it was evident that comparisons could be disheartening. Though it sounded somewhat improbable, such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Based on Lin Shi's past experiences, he surmised that Bai Kei hailed from a distinguished medical family, likely with relatives who were also esteemed in the field. Thus, her upbringing would have involved rigorous cultivation, enabling her to achieve remarkable success at a relatively young age, provided she had exceptional talent. However, Lin Shi found himself puzzled by Bai Kei's apparent disdain towards him. She had not even acknowledged his presence when she turned to look at him. To put it bluntly, she had not even spared him a glance. Lin Shi was not particularly fazed by her disregard. His temperament did not lend itself to seeking validation. So he chose to remain silent. As he contemplated scrolling through his phone to pass the time, Su Shi unexpectedly voiced her displeasure. "Gehye, what is the meaning of this? Have you not greeted my man?" Upon hearing Su Shi speak up for him, Lin Shi felt a swell of gratitude. Yet, more prominently, he felt an awkward embarrassment. How could this woman be so unashamed as to declare him her man in front of others? Following Su Shi's remark, Bai Kei turned back, scrutinizing Lin Shi with evident irritation before reluctantly extending her hand. "I am Bai Kei, a friend of Su Shi. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face," and Lin Shi responded with a smile. "I am Lin Shi, Su Shi's husband." The last two words felt somewhat challenging to utter, but he mustered the courage to say them. He shook Bai Kei's hand lightly. At that moment, he noticed a flicker of disdain in her eyes, a fleeting glance that he nonetheless caught, leaving him momentarily frozen. As Bai Kei turned away once more, Lin Shi awkwardly withdrew his hand. This time, he felt genuinely irked. He could not fathom what had offended this woman. Throughout the encounter, she had scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. Lin Shi was not devoid of temper, and he chose to remain silent, continuing to scroll through his phone while Bai Kei and Su Shi engaged in casual conversation. Unbeknownst to him, Su Shi occasionally glanced his way, her expression suggesting she had something to say but hesitated. After a brief interval, they arrived at a restaurant owned by Su Shi's family, alleviating any concerns about safety. Once inside, they found a suitable table, but the atmosphere quickly turned stifling. Su Shi and Bai Kei ceased their chatter, each engrossed in her mobile device. Before long, as the food had yet to arrive, Bai Kei stood up. "I'm heading to the restroom." Once she departed, Su Shi leaned closer to Lin Shi, smiling as she spoke. "Ah, sure. Did you see that photo this morning?" Lin Shi responded, taken aback. How could Su Shi possibly know that he had seen that photo earlier? Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he incredulously blurted out, "Did you install a camera in your bedroom?" Upon hearing this, Su Shi flashed an innocent smile and replied with a rather obvious statement. "Ashi, if I hadn't installed a camera in my room, how would I know you entered my room this morning?" Lin Shi was bewildered by her response, feeling as though Su Shi perceived no issue with such an invasion of privacy. Rather, it seemed the problem lay with him, making a fuss over something so trivial. "Wait, did you anticipate my entering your room, and thus set up the camera in advance?" Although this reasoning felt somewhat far-fetched, Lin Shi considered it highly plausible. If that were the case, it would imply that Su Shi had deliberately placed the photo on her bedside table, ensuring it would be the first thing he saw upon entering her room. He distinctly remembered that the photo, despite its age, was impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. It was evident that Su Shi had taken good care of it. It could not have been left out in the open for long. It suggested that she had perhaps anticipated his trespass and had taken it out deliberately. In light of this, he inquired, "Shi, is the boy in that photo me?" He broached the subject directly, understanding that Su Shi had intended for him to see it for a reason. At the very least, the photograph was connected to him, and with only 2 children depicted, the boy must indeed be him. After all, it was unlikely he had been a little girl. In response, Su Shi confirmed, "You are correct. That boy is indeed you from the past." Lin Shi did not exhibit much of a reaction upon hearing this, as he had already surmised this truth. However, hearing Su Shi verbalize, it sparked a newfound curiosity regarding his lost memories. In both this life and the previous one, he retained no recollections prior to the age of 10. His earliest memory was waking up in a hospital bed on his 10th birthday, his arms wrapped in bandages. Lin Xiaotian and Jiang Riyun stood by his bedside, smiling as they introduced themselves as his parents. They explained to him what had transpired. During school, he had been struck by a car that ran a red light, injuring his arms and severely damaging his head. This incident had caused the loss of his earlier memories. At that time, Lin Shi felt fortunate to have survived such a grave injury, for he bore numerous wounds on his body, though they were not life-threatening, leaving only unsightly scars. He had always been quite curious about the events that transpired before he turned 10, often inquiring with his mother about them. His mother, ever eager to indulge his curiosity, would regale him with tales from her own past, akin to sharing delightful little stories. However, most of her narratives revolved around her school days, which Lin Shi found rather tiresome after hearing them multiple times, leading him to lament the simplicity of his own childhood. Consequently, he lost all curiosity regarding the past. Yet now, Su Shi's words had rekindled that curiosity within him, particularly since his mother had never shared this particular chapter of her life, or mentioned that he had once known Su Shi. So, the little girl in the photograph is you? Upon seeing Su Shi nod slightly, Lin Shi couldn't help but express his surprise. To think that we had already known each other back then. Were we friends? Su Shi initially nodded, but then seemed to reconsider and shook her head. Huh? What do you mean by that, Shi? Lin Shi was puzzled by her conflicting gestures. However, Su Shi appeared troubled and hesitated before speaking. Sure. Actually, Before she could finish her thought, she fell silent and gazed ahead. Following her line of sight, Lin Shi noticed Bai Kei returning from the restroom, her expression as distant as ever, exuding an air of unapproachability. Shi, let us discuss this later. There are more pressing matters to address with Sister Kei. Naturally, Lin Shi preferred to keep their private affairs away from prying eyes. So he nodded in agreement. Soon after Bai Kei settled back in her seat, Su Shi took the initiative to speak. Sister Kei, I have implored you countless times. Have you finally made a decision? Since Lin Shi was unaware of the nature of their discussion, he remained silent. Bai Kei chakid. Shi, you really think this is a joke? I flew back from abroad to see you. Do you honestly think I would refuse? Hearing Bai Kei's clear affirmation, Su Shi beamed with joy. As long as you agree, I assure you that you will not be treated poorly. Their conversation, however, left Lin Shi bewildered, as he could not decipher their dialogue. The dishes were swiftly served at the table, prompting the trio to engage in a silence filled with consumption. At Jiangcity University, as Zhou Wanjun made her way to the cafeteria, she sensed an unusual scrutiny from those around her, as if they all recognized her. Those who caught sight of her initially displayed shock, quickly replaced by expressions of mockery, as though they were witnessing a farce. Zhou Wanjun inspected herself, finding no apparent flaws in her attire, leaving her perplexed. What could possibly be the matter? Could it be that Lin Shi has reported us? This suspicion took root in her mind, as there was no other explanation for the unfriendly demeanor of her fellow students. Perhaps that woman had not directly alerted the authorities, but had instead confided in a school administrator. Yet, such an incident typically wouldn't garner widespread attention among students. It seemed implausible that the entire student body could be informed in such a short span of time. Unless Lin Shi had divulged last night's events in a school group chat, anger began to swell within Zhou Wanjun at this thought. How infuriating! It appears she harbors intentions of vengeance. How petty! She mentally berated Lin Shi for her lack of professionalism, knowing she would not have wasted her thoughts on such grievances otherwise. Thus, Zhou Wanjun, still fuming internally, arrived at the school cafeteria. The place was bustling with students during the mealtime rush. As she entered, those nearby momentarily glanced at her before parting to create a path, their gazes firmly fixed upon her. The sheer number of onlookers made her feel unnerved, prompting her to muster the courage to purchase a meal quickly and leave. Zhou Wanjun felt as if she were being roasted over an open fire. This was all Lin Shi's fault. If it weren't for her, would I be subjected to such treatment? It was merely a matter of administering a drug to her. She hadn't even consumed it herself. Did it warrant pushing someone to the brink? As she muttered to herself, she inadvertently collided with a girl ahead of her in line. The girl turned around, visibly displeased. Excuse me, you. Before she could finish, her expression froze upon recognizing Zhou Wanjun, and she blurted out, You're the leading lady in that trio photo, aren't you?